Braindead James Stilgard is the main character of this story. You're probably wondering why I'm calling him Braindead. Well, it's because he lost his family's entire fortune, and at just 33 years old, his life came to an end. Because his enemies decided to cut him into tiny pieces. Let's be honest, that's not exactly the best ending for a guy from a rich family. His grandfather was an absolute legend. Even his father eventually became a heroic class knight. In a family like that, the children are basically expected to succeed. But from the very beginning, James turned into a spineless weakling. People mocked him and called him the shame of the family. After all, the guy had neither the brains nor the skills of his ancestors. On top of that, he made enemies by borrowing money he couldn't pay back. In the end, he was sitting in a dark basement preparing to die, and nobody planned to kill him quickly. The killer was holding his family's heirloom. It was the Book of Dimensions, which allowed its owner to trade with different worlds. Just then, a mysterious bookmark fell out of the book, and that meant the poor guy suddenly had a chance. This artifact could grant his wish, but first he had to drink a little potion, so he wouldn't die too quickly. Because all the torture was still ahead of him. For the next several hours, he lived on the edge between life and death. But unfortunately, no one heard his screams. When death finally came knocking, a miracle happened. The magical artifact gave him a second chance. Right now, the system was restarting his life from the beginning, so a typical loser could try everything all over again. He opened his eyes in the body of a 16-year-old boy. Of course, at first he had no idea what was going on. Then, once his memories cleared up, tears of joy appeared in his eyes. Even the servants were surprised by his manners. Because before this, he had been a real rude and nasty bastard. But now all of that could be forgotten because James was starting a new life, and he promised not to repeat his past mistakes. Also, his family could continue ruling over these lands. The first thing he did was head to the training arena. There, he met the knight Michael. James asked him to run a training session, and immediately heard people mocking him. In the past, James would lose these matches in the very first round, but now he had far too much experience and knowledge. In the end, he completed all of the trainer's tasks for the first time, even though his body was clearly not ready for it. After all, besides experience, he still had to build up his muscles and skills. Only then could he start dreaming of something greater. By the way, the dimensional system was now inside his head, and no one except him could see it. With this system, he could trade on a completely different level, and of course improve his family's wealth. The boy decided to lock himself in his room and figure out everything that was happening to him. He even created his own account in the system. Then he gained access to merchants from different dimensions. Now a plan began forming in his head. He would develop his trading skills and keep training constantly. The very next week, he had his first sparring match. And the results surprised even the experienced fighters. Not long ago, this guy could practically be blown away by the wind. And now he was pulling off some kind of miracle. All this time, he hadn't wasted a single minute and had even figured out the basics of trading. That allowed him to earn his first money. He learned how to work with currency exchange. Then, he began trading anything he could get his hands on. He even managed to buy a mana stone, which he immediately absorbed to increase his stats. For a former loser, this was a real success, and it allowed him to become much stronger than before. All the noise on the training grounds attracted his sister. Karen had always been kind to her brother and was genuinely happy about his success. Today, she came to see what he was capable of, and for a long time, she still couldn't believe her own eyes. From the start, this girl had been wiser than all of Ray Stilgard's children, but because of sexist rules, she couldn't even dream of taking the throne. Still, she always gave extremely valuable advice. This time, Karen asked her brother not to draw too much attention to himself and not to rush his progress. After all, there were far too many people in the family who might choke on their own envy. By the evening dinner, his father already knew about his son's achievements. He asked him simple questions, trying to figure out how James had progressed so quickly. All this talk seriously pissed off the eldest son, Mark. He had always been cruel and petty, so there was nothing surprising about that. Even so, James earned his father's respect and even received a firm handshake from him. Usually, that only happened when their father was about to give one of his children a gift. He suggested taking a short walk and invited James to come with him. Meanwhile, Mark kept repeating that the little loser didn't deserve any gratitude. But today, no one was listening to him. In the end, they entered the family vault. There, James could choose absolutely anything he wanted as a reward for his progress. In the end, he chose a golden statue of the hero Lazakan. Even though it was clearly a valuable item, his father couldn't refuse his son. Then James returned to his room and began trading with the Book of Dimensions, which was now inside his eye. Thanks to this book, he could see the true prices of items, receive discounts, and uncover hidden information about sellers. In short, he had a ridiculous advantage, and it was long past time to use it. First, he decided to buy some mana stones to speed up his progress even more. James quickly understood the main rule of this system. Once you had status, sellers could no longer treat you like an idiot. In front of him was an ordinary merchant who wanted to sell mana stones at an inflated price while smiling like he was offering James a gift. But the system instantly showed him where the truth ended and where the shameless lies for extra coins began. James didn't bother playing the polite customer and made it clear that he could see through this cheap scam. At first, the seller tried to talk his way out of it, but his rating was already hanging by a thread. For a merchant, losing your reputation in the system was almost the same as setting your own shop on fire. So he quickly changed his tone and started speaking to James much more softly. In his past life, James had often fallen for people like this, but now the person standing in front of them was no longer that naive idiot. He pressured him calmly, confidently, and without making a scene, as if he had been doing this his entire life. The merchant, Hart, grew more and more furious, but there was nothing he could do. If he started arguing with a VIP customer, the system would immediately hit him where it hurt. In the end, James took the mana stones for almost half the price and left the merchant wearing a sour expression. For him, this was not just a good deal, but a small victory over this entire market of greedy merchants. Now he understood that trading could give him just as much power as a sword or training, which meant it was time to use the mana stones he had bought and turn the money he saved into real progress. James had no intention of getting stronger slowly, because in his past life, he had already seen what weakness led to. Now he had money, the system, and mana stones, which meant it was time to squeeze the absolute most out of them. He absorbed the mana stones one after another until his body began burning from the overload. It was unpleasant, but James understood perfectly well that there was no easy road to power. Each new stone made him a little tougher, faster, and more dangerous. But simply strengthening his body was not enough, because ahead of him were enemies with real skills. So James began looking for a way to speed up his learning and raise the system's level. Soon, he reached new trading channels and gained access to rarer goods. His biggest find was a skill called Sponge Brain, which allowed him to absorb knowledge much faster. To an ordinary person, that sounded strange, but to James, it was basically a cheat code. Now he could learn faster than he could train, and that changed absolutely everything. The system immediately began throwing new opportunities at him, as if it had been waiting for him to finally stop being poor. James received rewards for reaching the first level and realized that the prizes would only get better from here. Among the rewards were coins, body and sword concealment, and a strange Danton image. But what interested him most was the martial arts artifact. In his past life, he had never gotten anywhere near something like this. James activated the artifact, and his body was instantly filled with new energy. This was not the ordinary mana that the knights of this world were used to. Muram martial arts worked differently, through internal energy and physical strength. For James, this was the perfect option, because now he could grow in two directions at once. He needed to connect his internal energy with his mana core and open the channels inside his body. Normally, something like that would take months. But once again, the system did the dirty work for him. A few moments later, James could already feel the new power obeying his body. Now he needed a sword technique to turn that energy into a proper weapon. So he reached out to a strange merchant who sold rare techniques from other dimensions. This guy talked as if he were selling not products, but a ticket to a brand new life. Though in reality, he simply loved overpricing everything and beautifully scamming gullible buyers. James had already met people like him in his past life and had no intention of feeding them his money again. He needed one specific thing, the triple sword technique. This technique could give him several combat foundations at once and greatly speed up his progress. But instead of simply buying it, James decided to handle the deal more intelligently. To do that, he switched to the fifth Muram world, where its own long-running feud had already been boiling for years. There was a sect called the Mountain Bamboo Sect, and its leader Brian was hunting a merchant named Loran. Loran had managed to make plenty of enemies, and Brian wanted to get to him at any cost. James quickly realized that there was good money to be made from someone else's hatred. He contacted Brian and made it clear that he knew where to find the man he was looking for. Of course, he had no intention of sharing that information out of kindness. If the sect wanted to catch Loran, then they first had to prove their seriousness with coins. Brian tried to figure out how some random guy had access to such secrets. But James didn't reveal anything unnecessary and simply kept the conversation under control. For the sect, this information was too valuable, so the bargaining didn't last long. In the end, James received 200 coins and once again confirmed that knowledge was sometimes worth more than a sword. And to him, Loran was just a small fish, because the real target was waiting somewhere else entirely. James's real target was Seok, a seller of martial arts scrolls. This was the very man who, in his past life, had helped push the Steelguard family toward ruin. Back then, James had been stupid, gullible, and bought anything from him that sounded impressive. And Seok took advantage of that like a predator that had found wounded prey. But now everything had changed, and James was the one planning to drive him into a trap. He contacted the merchant and asked to see his sword techniques. Seok immediately perked up, because a customer with money had appeared in front of him again. He began offering rare scrolls and insisting that they were nearly priceless treasures. James could clearly see that the prices were inflated, but he deliberately pretended not to understand anything. Seok decided that he had caught another rich fool and was already counting his profits in his head. And James simply let him enjoy himself, because soon this merchant would climb right into his own noose. A little later, Lisa entered the room and immediately noticed that something was wrong with the young master. James looked calm, but his thirst for revenge still lingered in the air. Lisa carefully asked if everything was all right. He smiled and said he was just a little tired. But the girl had come for more than that, because an unpleasant incident had happened on the training grounds that morning. James and his older brother Mark had clashed again there. Mark had never liked his younger brother and was used to looking down on him. To him, James was still a weak child who had suddenly started thinking far too highly of himself. So Mark decided to put him in his place right in front of the knights. He began by pressuring him with words, then quickly moved on to action. In the past, James would have been sent flying by the very first strike. But now he calmly dodged and showed that he was no longer the same weakling. Mark grew even angrier because his younger brother had not only held his ground, but had started fighting back. The fight quickly stopped looking like training and turned into an older brother trying to vent his resentment. Mark was even ready to break the rules and use aura. James could have done the same, but he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. So he fought carefully but confidently enough for Mark to understand. The person standing in front of him now was no longer the helpless James from before, but someone who could not be pushed around without consequences. For Mark, this was especially painful because their father had recently allowed James into the family vault. And people were not taken there for no reason, especially not a younger son who had once been considered a disgrace. Mark was not angry because of the training, but because James had started receiving their father's attention. And the more he understood that, the more foolish his attempt at revenge looked. Lisa was worried that this conflict could end in serious trouble, but James reassured her and said it had only been a brotherly training match. When Lisa left, he immediately stopped smiling and returned to his thoughts. Now, he needed to enter the inner vault before leaving for the academy. Meanwhile, Mark still could not accept that his younger brother had become stronger. He replayed the fight in his head again and again, but the answer still wouldn't come together. Darren was nearby, watching all of it with a much colder gaze. She immediately understood that James was hiding something, and this no longer looked like an ordinary burst of talent. Darren suggested that Mark stop panicking and leave the investigation to her. And while the family was dealing with its own secrets, the Mana Stone merchants also began to get nervous. James was lowering prices and stealing customers too quickly, as if he were deliberately breaking the entire market. Hart gathered the unhappy sellers and suggested they finally put the arrogant VIP customer in his place. In their opinion, if they didn't stop James now, he would eventually devour the entire business. The problem was that James was selling below market price and still making a profit. The merchants thought they were cornering him, but in reality, they were the ones starting to play by his rules. And James didn't even see them as a real threat yet. Once the noise around the Mana Stones died down a little, James returned to a more important goal. He needed to get to Seok in a way that made the man walk into the trap without even realizing it. To do that, James first contacted Librarian Chin from the Library of 1,000 Swords. This library was a serious place that stored the techniques of an influential sect. You couldn't just take anything from there unless you wanted to die very quickly. James carefully asked what would happen to someone who tried to steal martial arts scrolls. Chin answered directly, that idiot would be found, punished, and made to regret ever being born. That was exactly what James wanted to hear. After that, he contacted Seok again and pretended he was looking for a rare technique. Seok immediately perked up, because a customer with money had appeared in front of him again. James asked him to obtain a unique skill from the Castle of 1,000 Swords. To an ordinary merchant, that sounded like suicide, but Seok loved money far too much. He hesitated at first, but quickly realized that there was good profit to be made from this deal. James didn't pressure him too hard because greed was already pushing Seok in the right direction. The merchant promised to try to get the item if he could do it quietly. He didn't even realize that he had already agreed to his own sentence. All James had to do now was find the money and wait for the prey to bring him the evidence itself. Everything was coming together perfectly in his head, because Seok had to steal the one thing that must never be stolen. If the plan worked, James would gain not just a technique, but complete control over his enemy. And that kind of revenge tasted far better than a simple sword strike. Meanwhile, his supply of mana stones began running out quickly. James tried contacting the suppliers again, but one after another they began refusing him. Now it became clear that Hart and the other merchants had decided to cut off his heir. They thought that if they shut down his supply, James would immediately run out of goods and surrender. But to James, this wasn't a defeat, just another move in someone else's game. While he was thinking over the situation, noise came from the garden. Lisa was standing there, and in front of her was Darren. His older sister clearly hadn't come just to talk, but to pull information out of the maid. Darren had already realized that too many strange things were happening around James. So the first thing she did was pressure the person who was always by his side. Lisa tried to hold herself together, but arguing with a girl like that was like walking through a minefield. Almost every servant in the mansion feared Darren, and there were reasons for that. She knew how to pressure people so well that they would start feeling guilty on their own. But this time, James saw everything with his own eyes. He calmly stepped in and immediately made it clear that Lisa didn't have to answer anyone's interrogation. Darren tried to act as if nothing serious had happened. But when she reached for the maid again, James no longer tolerated it. He sharply stopped his sister and showed her that his people were better left untouched. For Darren, this was a blow to her pride because James had never dared to act like this before. She quickly realized that she couldn't win with force right now, so she decided to play dirtier. Darren started acting like the victim, as if she were the one who had been insulted and humiliated here. From the outside, it could have looked like the younger brother had crossed the line. But James leaned closer to her and quietly said a few words. Lisa didn't hear exactly what he said, but Darren's expression changed immediately. It seemed James knew a secret that could hurt her far more than any scandal. Darren forced out an apology to Lisa and stepped back. The conflict was over, but now his sister wanted to uncover James's secret even more. A few days later, Hart gathered the Mana Stone merchants again. Everyone was sure James would surrender any moment now, but he kept selling goods at low prices. That infuriated them most of all, because no one understood where he was getting so many stones. Then, one experienced merchant proposed a simple but expensive plan. If James was buying cheap goods, then they had to buy everything before he could. The merchants agreed and began lowering prices even further. They thought they were dragging James into a trade war where the winner would be whoever had the larger cash reserve. But that was exactly what James had been waiting for. The lower they pushed the prices, the more profitable his next purchase became. The merchant saw him as an arrogant enemy, while he saw them as free workers for his plan. When a normal price war failed, they decided to create a larger alliance. Now it wasn't just a few sellers trying to oppose James, but an entire group of merchants. According to their plan, this alliance would control the market and stop one upstart from dictating prices. From the outside, it looked reasonable. But the problem was that James had calculated this exact possibility in advance. He understood that greedy merchants would sooner or later gather into one pile on their own. And when all your enemies are standing in one place, it becomes much easier to strike them. The multi-alliance wanted to stop James, but it was becoming part of his trap instead. The funniest part was that the merchants didn't even notice they were being led by the hand. James planned to play the role of a third party and buy up the stones at the perfect moment. While they thought they were fighting him, he was preparing to snatch everything right from under their noses. Hart dreamed of becoming the leader of this alliance and showing everyone what a great strategist he was. But in reality, he was simply helping James move the market in the right direction. The louder the merchants shouted about victory, the closer they moved toward failure. James was in no hurry to reveal his cards because a good trap had to close quietly. In the end, the Mana Stone market turned into a battlefield where everyone thought only about their own profit. And our hero calmly watched the chaos, waiting for the best moment to strike. Meanwhile, Darren was still thinking about the words James had said in the garden. He had clearly named the Demen Company, which meant he had somehow learned about her secret connection. For Darren, this was far too dangerous to simply forget. When James came to her room, She was already waiting for the conversation. The Demon Company was an important trading partner that supplied the family with necessary materials. In his past life, this company caused James a lot of trouble and skillfully drained money from the family. So now, he wanted to use them first before they could use him. Darren tried to stay confident, but James immediately understood that she was hiding a lot. He only cared about one thing: who had made contact first, the company or Darren herself. His sister said the company had been the one to offer her cooperation. James immediately understood that she was lying. Big trading houses didn't chase after aristocratic children out of kindness. But he didn't pressure her too harshly and instead offered her a deal. Darren was not the type to agree easily, so the conversation dragged on for a long time. Both of them were trying to figure out who was using whom. James didn't trust his sister and Darren trusted him even less. But they now had a shared benefit. And for the Stilgard family, that was already a decent start. In the end, they decided to discuss the details later and parted without open hostility. James understood that working with Darren was unpleasant, but sometimes even a snake could be useful. Soon, good news arrived from the Bamboo sect. They had captured Loran and sent James the promised reward. Besides coins, he also received rare bamboo life pills. That result turned out even better than he had expected. And meanwhile, the bloody war over mana stones continued in the market. Buyers were happy about the low prices, while the merchants were losing money and pretending everything was under control. Hart tried to reduce the losses, but he could no longer simply push the prices back up. James, meanwhile, continued using his privileges to buy up stones almost unnoticed. In the end, he kept stockpiling goods while his competitors cut their own profits. The sellers thought they were winning, but in reality, they were just feeding his warehouse. Soon, James planned to collapse their entire plan and make even more money from it. That night, a strange man arrived at the Demon Company. At first glance, he looked more like a shady scammer than a serious merchant. The guards tried to stop him, but he immediately demanded to see the person in charge. Very quickly, everyone realized that this was the famous Mr. Bonds. He was led into a room where Mr. Demon and Darren were already waiting. Darren immediately began studying the guest with her eyes, because he did not inspire any trust at all. James had warned her that an important merchant would come, but this guy looked far too strange. Bonds didn't waste time on polite conversation and immediately got to the mana stones. Mr. Demon examined the samples and quickly realized that the goods were genuinely high quality. Then Bonds pulled out an entire bag of stones, as if he had simply brought potatoes from the market. No one in the room even suspected that this whole performance had begun much earlier. In reality, James had already accumulated a huge supply of stones and was preparing for the final deal. He drank a voice-changing pill and put on a mask to turn himself into a different person. Now, standing before the Demon Company was not a young heir, but the mysterious merchant Bonds. The negotiations began calmly, but Bonds immediately showed that he had no intention of bargaining. He behaved as if he were doing the company a favor just by showing up. If Demon failed to understand the value of the goods, Bonds could always go to their competitors. Those words immediately struck the trading house where it hurt the most. Darren also understood that if the deal fell through, she could be the one blamed for it. So Mr. Demon quickly changed his tone and began speaking much more softly. He agreed to pay the required amount, as long as he didn't lose such a supplier. On the inside, James was satisfied, but on the outside, he continued playing the cold merchant. Even Darren was surprised by how quickly Bonds managed to pressure an adult businessman. She still had no idea that her younger brother was standing right beside her. The conversation became even tougher after that, because Bonds refused to give up even a single coin. Damon hated having to overpay, but he had almost no choice left. Mana stones had become a rare commodity now, and rare goods always came at a high price. James planned to sell 300 stones at once and end this war with a huge profit. Mr. Demon couldn't understand where an unknown merchant had gotten such a supply, but Bonds immediately made it clear that his past was none of their business. He had come to talk about money, not to confess his life story to strangers. Everything was going perfectly until one small detail began ruining the whole plan. The effect of the voice-changing pill was wearing off. James had to quickly swallow another one so he wouldn't expose himself right in front of Darren. It looked suspicious, but no one had time to understand what was happening. The deal was finally completed, and the Demon Company paid for the huge batch of stones. After that, Darren decided to speak with Bonds privately. She wanted to know how this man knew James and why there were so many mysteries around him. Bonds answered vaguely, because too many extra words could ruin his entire disguise. Darren quickly realized that the name Bonds was obviously fake. She was far too smart to simply believe a pretty little story, In her mind, the idea was already forming that all of this might be part of James's plan. Bonds merely laughed and pretended her suspicions sounded ridiculous. He said Darren thought far too highly of herself, and not everything in the world revolved around her. But before leaving, he still gave her one piece of advice. She should fight her own family less and remember more often who could truly watch her back. In his past life, James understood that far too late. So now, he didn't want to repeat his old mistakes, even if he was speaking to his sister through a mask. Darren said nothing, but those words clearly struck her more deeply than she wanted to show. A little later, James returned to his room and could finally assess the whole situation calmly. The deal with the demon company had gone well, and now he had a very pleasant profit in his hands. He had not only sold the mana stones, but had done it in a way where his competitors helped him make money. In his past life, he had only lost money and fed all kinds of merchants, but now he was twisting the market however he wanted. Of course, this was a serious success for him, but he had no intention of celebrating for too long. Seok was still ahead, and that was no longer just business but personal revenge. That little bastard had tricked James in his past life and drained a pile of family money out of him. Because of people like him, James had once fallen step by step all the way to rock bottom. So now, he was waiting for Seok's message almost with a smile, and soon, that moment really came. Seok contacted him in a great mood, as if he were already celebrating another fat deal. He reported that he had finally obtained the internal cultivation technique James needed. Of course, he couldn't simply name the item, so he immediately began pouring out a beautiful speech. According to him, this technique helped control nature and even brought a person closer to the laws of the universe. It sounded grand, expensive, and very convenient for squeezing extra money out of a buyer. Seok had always known how to pressure people with words, especially when he saw an inexperienced customer in front of him. In his past life, that was exactly how James had fallen for it, because he believed every beautiful promise. Back then, he thought he was buying a path to power, but in reality, he was simply giving money to a cunning scammer. But now, the person in front of Seok was no longer that naive fool. Instead of the promised price of 2,000 coins, the merchant suddenly demanded 5,000. Apparently, he had decided that James had already swallowed the bait, so now he could squeeze him to the very end. James pretended that this offer had put him in a difficult position. He deliberately dragged out the time and acted uncertain, so Seok would feel like the winner. Meanwhile, James himself understood perfectly well that the merchant was already neck-deep in the trap. The more shamelessly Seok raised the price, the more James wanted to see his face after the ending. In the end, James agreed to the deal and prepared to pay the full amount. Seok was sure he had once again scammed a rich heir and was about to beautifully take his coins. But in reality, the exact opposite was happening. James needed this deal not for the technique, but to finally snap the trap shut. And the moment the money went through, the precious trap finally activated. James began mocking Seok and calmly said that this deal was not as successful as he thought. At first, the merchant had no idea what he was talking about because in his head, the coins were already practically ringing. But then James directly called him a fraud, and the fun ended. After that, he asked whether Librarian Chin knew what his assistant was really doing. As soon as Seok heard that name, his confidence immediately cracked. Just a moment ago, he had been acting like some great merchant, and now his hands had started shaking. James offered to invite Chin into the conversation so he could personally check this wonderful deal. At that moment, Seok realized that the person in front of him was not a customer, but someone who had calculated everything in advance. He couldn't understand how some guy from a lower system had learned his biggest secret. After all, this whole trade that had looked like easy money had turned out to be a shameless and beautifully crafted trap. James enjoyed every second of it, because he had waited far too long for this moment. Now it was time to explain the new rules of the game to Seok. If he broke even one of them, James would immediately report everything to the Heavenly Sword Castle. And there, for stealing techniques, they wouldn't just scold him, they would tear him apart so badly even the books would start crying. Seok had spent years stealing knowledge from the library and selling it to anyone he could. And now his entire life was hanging on a single word from James. James continued pressuring the merchant, as if he were deliberately stretching out the pleasure. First, he demanded that Seok return all the money he had just paid for the technique. Seok no longer argued and quickly issued the refund, because arguing with your executioner is a pretty bad idea. After the refund, the system strangely recalculated the balance, and James ended up with even more coins than he had before the deal. After getting the money back, James noticed a strange feature of the system. His balance had not simply returned to normal, but had become even higher than it was before the deal. It looked like a bug, but a very useful bug. There was no time to figure it out right now, but James definitely remembered this possibility, especially since Seok was still sitting in front of him, and James still had to squeeze him dry. Only now did the merchant realize that he had been dealing with a VIP customer. If he had known that earlier, he definitely wouldn't have raised the price so shamelessly. But now it was too late, because James already had him by the throat. He said directly that Seok would only live if he started following orders. First, the merchant had to hand over everything he had left. Seok had almost no money because he had long been wasting it on drinking, gambling, and women. So James decided to take not only his coins but all of his useful knowledge as well. Seok had no choice but to bring out his books and martial arts techniques. He looked pathetic, but he could no longer argue. During his time working in the library, he had managed to collect a lot of stolen knowledge, and now all of that knowledge was passing to James. The merchant handed over one technique after another, understanding more and more just how badly he had screwed himself. Even after that, James remained unsatisfied. Many of the techniques turned out to be too weak, and Seok had nothing more to offer. At that moment, he almost snapped because he had already given up everything he could. James finally decided to stop. Killing Seok right now would make no sense. A dead merchant would bring him nothing, while a living one could still be useful. So James left him alive, but from now on, that merchant was completely dependent on him. After that, the conversation ended, and James gained both his revenge and new techniques. As soon as the conversation with Seok ended, James could finally let his emotions out. Everything had gone almost exactly according to his plan, and his old enemy was now in his hands. But most importantly, he had gained not only revenge but also an entire stack of combat techniques. James didn't put them off for later and immediately went to test everything. First, he tried the movement techniques. His body became lighter and his steps faster, as if he had finally removed his old limits. Now James could change positions sharply and move in ways he had never even dreamed of before. His jumps also became much higher, as if his legs had received a separate blessing from the system. After that, he moved on to the sword techniques. What interested him most was the Mystic Blade, which he had dreamed of even in his past life. Back then, this technique was considered lost after its owner's death. But now James had brought it back into this world. It was with this skill that his grandfather had once become a hero and a legendary knight. To James, this was not just a new move, but a chance to finally get closer to his ancestors' level. He continued mastering one technique after another, as if he were afraid to waste even a single minute. Speed, jumps, swordsmanship, and destructive strikes began forming into a true combat style. After all that training, James returned home in a great mood. His progress was becoming more and more obvious, and the future finally didn't look so rotten. But he wasn't allowed to rest peacefully, because the servants informed him that his father had been looking for him for a while. When James entered the room, another important person was standing beside Ray. His name was Kaloy, and he was the overseer of the island as well as one of the Stilgard family's chief assistants. In his past life, James had barely interacted with this man, so now he didn't understand why he had been called in front of him. His father liked his son's attitude toward training, especially since James had once been a lazy boy who loved sleeping all the time. Ray was at the heroic rank, and for his son, that was a wall that would be extremely hard to overcome. Even though this wall was invisible, every knight dreamed of breaking through it at some point in their life. The barrier was difficult to even imagine, but James knew that sooner or later, he would conquer that peak too. His father knew that his son was not only training but also actively involved in trade. He wasn't sure that trying to do both was the right decision, since it was usually better to focus on one thing. Before this, his father had been certain that only his eldest daughter had a talent for trade. If James was talented as well, then he should not be hiding his skills. Ray Stilgard had called him here to talk about a mistake his son had made. James was not stupid, and he understood that he should not have used the family name for trading. That man's shop was under the protection of the Stilgard family, so James should not have done business with him. At first, James didn't understand where all of this was going, but then he realized just how bad things were. His father had decided to meet the merchant named Bonds tomorrow morning. James promised to arrange the meeting, but at that moment, his heart began beating twice as fast. He was leaving for the Night Academy in 3 days, so he had to finish all his preparations. The conversation ended, but his father couldn't help noticing how much his son had changed recently. It felt like he was hiding something. And even so, he was carefully trying not to reveal his secrets. As soon as James left the room, Kaloy immediately caught up to him. He suggested that the youngest son of the family speak with him privately for a moment, even though nothing like that had happened before. It turned out he wanted to know how James had learned about the relationship between Darren and the Dimon Company. James immediately felt how tense the situation had become because far too much attention was now focused on him. He said that many merchants operated on their lands, and they were willing to do anything to attract major clients. James had merely thrown out some bait, and his sister had taken it, so the situation was nothing more than a coincidence. The conversation ended there, but James understood that he needed to be much more careful from now on. From his past life, he knew that dangers would soon come for his family. He had to prepare for every twist of fate while still keeping his secrets hidden. Back in his room, he once again began searching for ways to improve his skills. One such option was 1 year of internal cultivation. In situations like this, martial artists would train for an entire year using basic techniques. This kind of technique would cost a large number of coins, even though the prices used to be much lower. Some people sold their internal cultivation techniques for almost nothing just to feed their families. After finding the cheapest offer, James bought 10 years of internal cultivation and gained an enormous opportunity. He tried to absorb this concentrated energy and immediately become stronger. In other words, thanks to trading alone, a person could become stronger than a knight without even leaving their room. That meant he had skipped a huge amount of time that would have been wasted on unnecessary training. To raise the system to the second level, he needed to keep improving himself. In his past life, he had been incredibly lucky to reach this level of progress, even though he had never dreamed of it. In just 2 weeks of training, he had become stronger than his past self, and this was only the beginning. Perhaps it was time to make use of the yin-yang bugs. Only a few knights knew that using these bugs could help control their targets. James quickly decided to search the system for more information about the bugs. It turned out they were not an item, but living organisms, and these bugs symbolized loneliness. They were merely parasites that lived inside people and caused some interesting symptoms. The yin-yang bugs were a very peculiar pair, and it was better never to swallow them without a firm purpose. A person who used these bugs would become deceitful and greedy. Even the holiest people in humanity would lose control of themselves and turn into beasts. James learned all of this from the evil god of hardship, who had long since thrown away his humanity. He could be compared to a devil with a human form who used black magic. It was also not recommended to use these bugs on your own family or close friends. They could give complete control over them, but there was no way to avoid the side effects. Once they entered the body, removing those side effects became almost impossible. Judging by James's reaction, it was immediately clear that this was exactly what he wanted. He no longer had to worry. All that remained was to choose a victim for the yin-yang bugs. James went to the training grounds and met Sir Havis. A brutal training session from Raphael had just ended there, and the knights were trying to recover at least a little. James offered the knight a sweet drink to quench his thirst after the workout. Sir Havis didn't quite understand the young master's kindness, but he decided not to refuse. The color of the drink didn't look appetizing at all and inspired no trust. Even so, James was clearly interested in making sure this particular knight drank this particular drink. Sir Havis decided to take the risk despite the possible danger. It tasted disgusting, and he didn't hide his reaction at all. Nevertheless, the knight thanked the young master for his concern and said he appreciated it. After that, James asked the knight for a favor, and for that, they needed some privacy. Once they had gone deep enough into the forest, James explained what he wanted. Havis told him that it was possible if he followed the instructions carefully, but it would not be easy. The young heir looked extremely excited and emotional as he asked the knight to show him his aura. All this time, he had been acting like a child, and that helped him win the knight's trust. Normally, he didn't show his aura to other people, but now he was ready to make an exception. One of the best knights in the army was truly talented and immediately displayed his skills. The quality of the light and the density of his aura could not even be compared to the eldest heir of the family. Even so, James was satisfied because everything was going exactly according to his plan. He began praising Havis, saying it was a great honor for him to witness such a talented knight. He had chosen him specifically because Havis was the youngest aura user in the city. James also wanted to master this power so he could finally break through the invisible wall of knighthood. After that, he suddenly changed his attitude toward the knight and began looking at him arrogantly. At first, Havis didn't understand this emotional shift and thought he might have imagined it. It felt as if he was talking to a completely different person, not the James he knew before. The atmosphere quickly changed, and the young heir began openly mocking the knight. He said he knew all of his secrets, and if he revealed them, Havis would suffer. He knew perfectly well that he was speaking to an imperial spy, and this was no joke. Of course, the knight immediately laughed and said he had no idea what James was talking about. All liars start laughing nervously when pressure is put on them. James not only knew about the knight's work, but also knew that his real name was Harvest Oracle. Apparently, his mission had completely failed, and those words wiped the smile from his face. James had deliberately brought him to a quiet place and, for now, was in no hurry to tell everyone his secret. It looked like a trap. But apparently James had no proof and was only working off suspicion. Harvest Oracle kept sticking to his story and said that he rejected every accusation. Right now, they were in a dark forest, and whatever happened between them would remain a secret. The spy tried to read James's thoughts, but that was almost impossible. Without thinking for long, he decided to take the risk and launch a direct attack without warning. In truth, he had made that decision the moment he heard his real name. It seemed like he would easily tear this little heir to pieces, but reality turned out to be completely different. At the last moment, James disappeared somewhere, even though the knight was sure he had landed a clean strike. All this time, James had been nearby, simply waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. His aura appeared, because he no longer intended to hide all of his strengths. With a single strike, he broke his opponent's sword and practically disarmed him. Until that moment, Harvest had never once worried about the youngest son of the Stilgard family. James had seemed too weak and naive to him, but in reality he turned out to be a hidden genius and a smart guy. Manifesting aura at 16 was something special, almost as if his grandfather's blood had awakened in him. Harvest prepared for hand-to-hand combat because he was ready to risk his life for his secret. At that moment, James immediately threw his own sword aside without the slightest hesitation. Apparently, this guy was so confident that he was ready to fight under any conditions. His martial arts had reached a new level after he gained additional knowledge. He was no longer the lazy boy from the past. Now, he was truly dangerous. Harvest Oracle had never taken such powerful blows in his life. It could only be compared to getting hit by King Kong, because it was genuinely that powerful. Blood immediately poured from his mouth, and internal bleeding was always a threat to life. James asked him to stop resisting, because it was completely pointless. There was an obvious difference in their levels, and any resistance could only lead to worse consequences. Harvest tried to find out how James had learned the truth about him, wondering if the inspector had told him. The young heir immediately explained that he was the one asking questions here and ordered him to stay quiet. This island was known as the place where the legendary Knight Paul had stopped the Empire on these lands. This was not exactly a research center or a strategic point, so it was unclear why anyone would investigate the Stilgard family. Harvest was in no hurry to reveal his government secrets and stayed silent as a fish. He not only had all the skills of a spy, but also possessed a high-class knightly aura. If the Empire had sent such a talented man, then it was clearly interested in these lands. Harvest was ready to endure any torture, but he had no intention of saying anything, because he was a professional. James knew that torture would not help in this situation, because all spies were well trained. That was exactly why he had brought along a little friend who would solve the problem quickly. These were not ordinary larvae, but the legendary yin-yang bugs, and Harvest had already eaten one of them. He should not forget the tasty drink he had enjoyed half an hour earlier. Right now, that bug was deep inside his brain, and that meant a lot. The yin-yang bugs shared not only emotions but also pain, and they cared about each other. If one of the bugs died, its other half would lose the will to live and begin devouring Harvest's brain. The experienced spy had no intention of believing in fairy tales because he had never heard of creatures like that. James was ready for those words, which was why he had brought a long needle with him. Now they could test the whole theory in practice because it was so easy to do. As soon as James pricked one of the bugs, the spy immediately felt hellish pain throughout his body. It was like a bolt from the blue, exactly as the demon had described. He had warned that things would become troublesome if the test subject died, so he gave James a few pieces of advice. First, he needed to cause pain, then throw him into cold water so he would freeze immediately. After he suffered frostbite, he had to be placed near fire so he could feel true hell. Those 3 steps were enough to drive any person insane. As soon as James heard all these tips, the perfect plan immediately formed in his head. The demon's words turned out to be true, and Agent Harvest Oracle immediately began telling the whole truth. He was a spy from the Imperial Intelligence Department, and that was not all. The Empire had sent him here because it feared the heir of the legendary warrior, the head of the Stilgard family. Mythical ranks had long been lost to history, so now the legendary rank was considered the highest level after the Emperor. That belief existed until the day a knight appeared who managed to stop the Empire. He was called Steelheart, and that knight had a son who became a heroic rank knight. All of this information had been known for a long time, But it was unclear why the Empire was so worried. Apparently, they noticed the strange coincidence that the heir of someone with a mythical rank had reached the heroic rank. The Empire began to suspect that the real reason lay in the blood of the Stilgard family and affected every member of it. Right now, Mark stood out the most in the entire family because he had reached the second rank at an early age. There truly was power in this family's blood, but it weakened with each generation. That was what people believed until this day, when the spy Harvest Oracle saw the true power of the youngest heir. Apparently, James was the one who had inherited most of his grandfather's power and would now be able to achieve greatness. Harvest was confident in his theory, but only James understood that he was completely wrong. After all, the true source of his power was that he was using the aura from the Book of Dimensional Deals. His strength had nothing to do with inheritance or his grandfather's blood. Only now was he beginning to understand that all of this might be connected to his father's disappearance. That was exactly what had happened in his past life, because his family's downfall began with the disappearance of its head. That strange incident was called the greatest mystery of Navarro. And even now, James still did not understand what had happened in his past life. Now the Empire wanted not only to watch his family, but also to prevent the birth of a new Stilgard hero. Meanwhile, the head of the family had not forgotten about active training and self-improvement. Lately, he had been having problems because during training, his throat would start hurting and he would cough up blood. Even during rest, there was no recovery, and his regeneration had stopped working properly. It felt as if he had encountered an inner demon, a power of the mind he had never fought before. A little later, Kaloi disturbed him, because the Lord needed to know that his youngest son had brought the merchant bonds. It was unclear why such ordinary news had to be reported so urgently, but Kaloi soon explained everything. The merchant had not come alone. He had brought an imperial spy with him, and that changed everything. It sounded strange, so the Lord immediately headed to the entrance of the estate to see everything for himself. Many people had already gathered there, including not only family members, but also knights who were curious to see the spy. Of course, everyone recognized the spy because he had been part of the family for many years. Now this man was dead, and according to James, he had tried to keep him alive but failed. He had not come alone, but with the merchant Bonds, who was ready to confirm everything that had happened. As strange as it looked, the Mana Stone seller was indeed standing beside James. James quickly explained that he had met with the merchant and noticed they were being followed. He grabbed the spy and asked him to explain his actions, but Sir Havis immediately drew his sword and attacked. James had undeniable proof that this man was a spy, and it was in his letter. Everyone around them waited anxiously for the Lord's opinion, because the whole situation was truly too strange. James looked tense, but he did not lose control and tried to hold back his emotions. His father read the letter and then loudly declared that he believed the evidence, and that Havis really had been a spy. There was some kind of code in the letter, and the Imperial Intelligence Department often used tricks like that. It was clear that the eldest son of the family did not believe the evidence and thought it could all be a forgery. His father asked him to calm down because it was starting to look as if Mark was defending the Empire. He explained to his son that most people always believe in the best, which is exactly why religion is so popular. A lord had to think differently, because if there was no rain, he had to prepare for drought instead of believing in a miracle. After that, Ray Stilgard thanked James for his excellent work and told him to see a doctor in case he was injured. It was very difficult for Mark to watch everything happening because, as we know, he hated his younger brother. After that conversation, James went to his room together with the merchant. There was only a small scratch on his body, but the doctors prescribed treatment as if he were disabled. After that, he asked the merchant to stop hiding his true face and remove the mask. It was truly hard to believe, but once the mask came off, it became clear that Harvest Oracle was hiding underneath. Just a few minutes earlier, he had negotiated with Ray Stilgard on behalf of the Mana Stone merchant. His father had not asked any unnecessary questions, making it clear that he had no interest in the mysterious seller. Harvest could not fully solve the mystery of this young heir and began asking many questions. He wanted to know where James had gotten various masks for changing his appearance and why he was hiding his abilities. James gave only vague answers and always tried to change the subject. A little later, Harvest said that he already knew a lot about the Stilgard family, but he would not use it for blackmail. James asked him not to mention that information because few people would believe it anyway. He also reminded him that Harvest was completely under his control thanks to the yin-yang bugs. A little later, they got down to business and James decided to check the report the spy had written about the Stilgard family. Every member of the family had received a detailed profile describing their best and worst qualities. There was nothing especially interesting in this profile because his father was still at the same level. while his older son was developing slowly. It said that Jason Stilgard was trying to study his own body and find himself. And James had the worst profile because he was described as a worthless nobody with no signs of progress. James was a little annoyed that he had been called worthless, but even so, he admitted that the report sounded believable. All communication went through an agent named Arcadio, which meant James would need to take a short trip. After a brief conversation, they parted ways, and now Harvest Oracle had to play the role of a double agent. James also had a lot of work ahead of him because he needed not only to monitor the Empire, but also uncover its future plans. A few minutes later, the head of the family entered the room to check on his son's condition. James assured his father that he was fine and that the battle with the spy had not taken much out of him. He felt a rather strange emotion, because in his past life, his father had almost never come to his room. They had never really had personal conversations, and now it was quite difficult to get used to that. Ray remained calm, but it was obvious that his son felt very uncomfortable because of the long silence. His father believed they needed to increase the number of guards to make sure there were no more spies. Now his father understood that the Empire was targeting his family and would not be as careless as he had been in the past life. He wanted James to be more careful from now on, because he was afraid of losing his precious son to spies. In his past life, his father had treated his youngest son very differently, with a cold but respectful attitude. Now he had changed completely, and although he remained strict and disciplined, he treated James much more warmly. Strangely enough, James had seen the fall of every member of his family except his father. The disappearance of the heroes would happen in 2 years, and during that period in his past life, James had been at the academy. Now he had a good chance to get closer to his father and understand his motives and worldview. Soon, the conversation ended, and his father promised to show his son the inner secret vault. James immediately said that he was not interested in gold, so his father would not think his son was too greedy. Ray took that into account and left his son alone for a while in the inner section of the vault. Now James could finally let his ideas run free and find everything he needed. The outer secret vault stored emergency supplies for unexpected situations. But when it came to the inner vault, everything was completely different, because rare and unique items could be found here. For example, there was a commander's shield that had been bestowed by the king and enchanted with magic that raised morale. A shield like that could support the spirit of an entire army, but a true hero could get by without such an artifact. When a king gives something like that, he always has hidden motives, hinting that the Stilgard family is his shield. When the king's motives were exposed, the family's grandfather placed the shield here, and it was forgotten for a while. After winning the war, Paul could do whatever he wanted, because he was a mythical rank knight with the support of the people. He could have even seized the entire kingdom, but he remained neutral until the very end. He had received countless rewards from the king, but none of them could compare to his contribution in defending the empire. This vault also contained the legendary equipment of the mythical warrior. The main artifact of that gear was a sword called Dark Sky, which had destroyed thousands of enemies. James decided to place the sword into his inventory so he could check its stats. It turned out that the blacksmith had spent 100 days forging this weapon, so the sword carried the spirit and determination of its maker. After satisfying his curiosity, James continued wandering through the vault. He had to remember that he had come here to find the Book of Dimensional Deals, because it was far too important for his future. If it fell into the hands of people close to him, he might repeat the mistakes of the past, and he could not allow that. James was not entirely sure the book existed anywhere outside his head, since he had not found it even in the vault. If the book was not here, then he had to shift his focus and ask different questions. James needed to understand how he had gone back to the past and started interacting with the dimensional exchange system. Ever since the day he returned, he felt that the wish bookmark he had seen before his death was the cause of everything. Back then, he had been in so much pain that he did not even remember what happened, but it seemed like he had asked fate for one more chance. It was strange, because the wish bookmark allowed only one wish, while he had wanted many things. It was not just a request for a second chance, but also a request to monopolize dimensional trade. Since he had not found the Book of Dimensions, James decided to take something else with him so he would not leave empty-handed. His father had not set any limits for him, so he could even take the Dark Sky sword that had belonged to his grandfather. For a while, he really believed that would be the best gift, but then he realized it was too much. There were many magical items here that had once seemed incredibly valuable, but now he did not need them. At that moment, James noticed a black ostrich egg beneath him, one that had already caught his attention more than once. This inner vault might actually have been his grandfather's personal vault, since he had been the greatest merchant in the dimensional exchange. He could not ignore all these items because this ostrich egg might have come here from another dimension. James placed it in his inventory and checked its stats, but he didn't see anything special. James decided not to back down and activated the Eye of Insight skill to look deeper into the essence of this egg. After a while, he remembered the day he entered the academy in his past life and recalled every detail of that moment. Back then, the people in the estate were happy to finally get rid of him and hoped he would become at least a little smarter. Even so, some of them kept mocking him and insisting that people like James never learned from their past. It felt like a celebration, as if the people had finally gotten rid of someone everyone hated. But now the scene was completely different, because they were seeing him off almost with tears in their eyes, asking him to be careful and come back soon. James was pleased to see such a change in their attitude, especially since he himself had earned that change. Before, he was someone everyone avoided, but today, he was the main hope of the Stilgard family. And that could not help but make him happy. His older sister, who had always treated James warmly, came to say goodbye to the young heir. Along with the usual wishes, she handed him a small pouch of gold so James wouldn't have to deny himself anything. Karen had always made him happy with her attitude, and the same could be seen even in his past life. At first, James didn't notice anything special about this gift, but then he began to think. He remembered perfectly well that in his past life, his sister had never had extra money. She used to always wear a ruby pendant around her neck, but now it had suddenly disappeared. He said goodbye to his sister and got into his carriage, but those thoughts stayed in his head for a long time. James kept looking at that small gift and understood exactly what price had been paid for it. The ruby pendant had not belonged to their mother, nor had it been passed down through the generations, so parting with it was technically easy. Even so, that sacrifice meant a lot, because the ruby had been his sister's favorite piece of jewelry her entire life. Maybe she was under too much pressure and was trying to help because she felt it was her duty. After all, they could not forget that the Stilgard family had no mistress, and Karen had taken on those responsibilities herself. Soon, James realized he had no time for sadness because right now, he needed to prepare for the trials ahead. He entered the system and saw that he had received more than 50 coins from Seok, who continued handing over everything he had to his new master. James said that it wasn't enough and demanded that he bring in much greater profits. It was clear that the merchant was suffering badly from this arrangement, but he had only himself to blame for his problems. There was now a slave contract between them, signed after their last conversation. In exchange for keeping his secret and protecting him, Seok had to follow every order and give James 80% of his profits. The contract was written for the next 100 years, so now Seok had to forget about the luxury and fun he had enjoyed in the past. James didn't feel sorry for the guy at all and took genuine pleasure in the whole process. A little later, he ordered the merchant to get him Patricia's breathing book, which belonged to a swordmaster. This book made it possible to improve one's skills without worrying about potential problems. James was gaining more and more benefits from working with the merchant, and he could not stop there. It was a fairly good martial arts book, and James decided to give it to his older sister. He understood that he had to take care of her, and he also knew how close sword martial arts were to her heart. Karen had a certain talent, and in his past life, she had been much stronger than James. If she could learn iron breathing now, it would help protect the Stilgard family. Becoming a knight was very difficult, but his sister would not miss the chance to make use of her talent. Lastly, James turned his attention to Darren, since they had not spoken for several days in a row. He hinted to his sister that even though he was leaving for another city, he would continue watching her from a distance. In his past life, the trip to the academy could be compared to walking into hell to meet the devil. But now, many things had changed because his family looked at James in a completely different way. The positive looks from the people around him affected his sense of happiness, and James felt much more comfortable. This contrasted sharply with his past, and all these changes benefited not only him, but the entire family. From here on, the differences in the future would only continue to grow, and he would be able to prevent the fall of the Stilgards. Now it was time to deal with the mysterious egg, which was also called the Bulgasari egg. When the creature inside hatched, it would be very weak at first, but later it would grow stronger and turn into a beast that loved eating metal. An adult Bulgasari was so powerful that it could cause a true natural disaster, even if that was hard to believe right now. James contacted a seller named Henry and said he wanted to buy a guide on taming Bulgasari. Henry had no intention of selling such a guide, but in the end, that was only a question of price. He was trying to make the maximum profit from the taming guide, but James was too clever to play someone else's game. Henry was trying to use a licensed item without paying the full price, even though the item had been created by the Emperor himself. This book had a copyright mark on it, and officially selling copies with that mark was forbidden. If the seller got caught doing that, he would be banned forever and lose all his coins, which was why books like this were so expensive. Soon, James managed to pressure the price down and buy the book at a good discount, all thanks to his VIP privileges. That was how he gained access to secret knowledge about Bulgasari, a regional-level shapeshifter. This monster could reach planetary level, even though it looked like nothing more than an ordinary little pet. As soon as James heard about the planetary level, he immediately felt scared, because that was unimaginable power. Soon, he absorbed all the information, and the knowledge was truly worth the asking price. Bulgasari was not called the Emperor of Beasts for no reason, since it could achieve incredible growth. Hatching the egg was only the beginning because raising this monster in the first system would be extremely difficult. A shapeshifter was an incomplete organism, and to develop it, genetic information from another organism was needed. For it to grow bigger and stronger, genetic information had to support it as a foundation. So James had to find a powerful organism, and until then, some kind of beast would work perfectly. Beasts existed even in the first system, though martial artists called them spirits. Such beasts were actively sold in the shop, because they were valuable goods in any market. He had to contact Seok again and warn him that he needed to tame a spirit for raising the Bulgasari. Seok said that the blood of an ancient turtle would work perfectly for cultivation. But James should not expect overwhelming results. He could also use the blood of a bloody fire dragon, which was what snakes became after training for thousands of years. James decided to use the blood of a bloody fire dragon and bought a small portion at a reasonable price. This egg had been sitting in the vault for 10 years, but now it was finally time for it to grow. The Bulgasari egg immediately reacted, even though it had never made a sound before. Now all that remained was to wait, because sooner or later the beast would finally hatch from the egg. James tried not to waste any extra time and focused on inner energy searching and meditation. Several hours passed like that, and apparently the bloody fire dragon blood had finally taken effect. Now the infamous shapeshifter was supposed to appear, the one destined to reach planetary level and become a living disaster. It seemed like this monster would look breathtaking, but reality turned out to be far too harsh. Although James had imagined the shapeshifter would look completely different, he was still happy. He had to cut his own hand so the baby would not starve to death. Adult Bulgasari did not have mammary glands, so they fed their children blood instead of milk. The babies would remember the taste of that blood and treat that species as their own, which meant James would become the monster's real mother. The main thing was not to overdo it because he could die from blood loss if he fed the baby too often. Without thinking too long, James decided to name this little killer Sari, since it sounded fitting. Sari the Bulgasari. Soon, James met with the Imperial double agent Harvest Duracle once again. He was now responsible for James's safety, and his main job was protecting him. They had decided to stop for a short rest and then continue traveling until sunset. Harvest always watched his surroundings carefully and immediately sensed an unknown object approaching. He instantly grabbed his weapon and prepared for battle, but James stopped him at the last moment. Everything turned out to be much simpler than it seemed at first glance, because it was only little Sari. James explained that it was a small beast, and that there was no need to attack it, even though it was a real killer. They could not forget that Bulgasari was a fierce beast that grew stronger by eating metal. It could also take other forms, so using it could bring a huge amount of benefit. In the future, Sari might be difficult to control, so James had to think ahead about ways to keep leverage over it. Based on the Emperor's theory, this beast's potential power went beyond ordinary limits. For the beast to become stronger, it needed the power of another organism, and James had given it that through dragon blood. Now he had to find energy and buy elixirs. But the problem was that items like that were far too expensive. Right now, Sari was eating a bamboo life pill from the mountain bamboo sect, but its price was anything but cheap. Even if James sold all his belongings, satisfying the baby's needs would be difficult, so he had to come up with something. Only a little time remained until James could trade new goods. He had to choose something with a high base value so he could make a large profit. A few seconds later, inspiration struck him, and he finally understood exactly what he needed. His choice fell on internal cultivation, because it sold extremely well and had amazing demand in the first system. A product like that could earn him a serious amount of money since its value was quite high. To become incredibly rich, he simply had to do classic reselling and not overcomplicate anything. It was hard to even imagine how much he could make in the first few months of sales, although the exchange center might create some difficulties. James had received several bonuses from his previous sales and was ready to put that money into buying elixirs. All these investments were aimed at future wealth, which would help solve many of the family's problems. Over the next few days, Sari changed quite a lot. Growing at an incredible speed, James couldn't get enough of it because he had finally found a close friend he could play with. The color of a Bulgasari's fur depended on the creature whose blood it first received, and over time, its fangs and fur would change once the baby stage ended. Now there was no point feeding it elixirs anymore because it was already old enough, and the coin-devouring stage had ended. About half of all his money had gone into maintaining and feeding this little monster, but it had been worth it. Now James wanted to spend some money on improving his appearance, because that also mattered. In his past life, he had been irresistible, though that only lasted for a short period of time. Appearance was also a form of power, and in this life, he needed to do everything possible to look his absolute best. While James was busy trading, time flew by quickly, and their journey would soon come to an end. All this time, they had been steadily approaching Arcadio, the second city of the Navarro Empire. Here, you could find beautiful architecture and gorgeous places that were not available in every city of the empire. James ordered his assistant to arrange accommodations for all the Stilgard servants and gave him the money he had received from his sister. An important meeting would also take place soon, since Harvest had already left a mark near the castle walls, and someone would contact them shortly. That evening, the travelers enjoyed the hospitality and well-earned rest after the long road. James spent all his time with Harvest, but later, the knights and servants dragged Harvest away to drink some beer. Harvest didn't mind, but James warned him that if he drank even one glass, he would die immediately. That was enough for him to turn down the guy's offer right away and say he preferred only water. Soon, night fell, and it was time for the meeting they had discussed in advance. Harvest and James arrived at the destination and made sure that no one was following them. They were supposed to meet an agent named Trevor, since Harvest had worked with this man before. They could go to the meeting together, but Arcadio had too many eyes that might see something they shouldn't. Harvest was absolutely right, but James could not trust every word he said, because he was still a spy. Even though they had grown closer recently, that was not enough to build real trust between them. He ordered Harvest to show him a progress report immediately, because despite everything happening, he still had to stay cautious. Soon, James confirmed that everything was fine and that there was no need to worry too much. It was obvious that Harvest was offended by this treatment, but he understood everything. And now he understood his place, and he had no desire to go through hell again over some unclear suspicions. James did not search him and calmly handed over the report, as if Harvest's words had affected him. The spy left for the meeting and promised to return as soon as the negotiations were over. It was always difficult to understand another person's true intentions, so James had to go through an important process. He activated invisibility using third circle transparency magic. His body immediately became undetectable, and now he could do whatever he wanted while staying incognito. By adding a small amount of mana, the body became light, and a person gained the ability to float in the air. Right now, James could easily remain unnoticed, as if he had become a living shadow. From a convenient spot, James would watch the meeting between Harvest and Trevor without fearing that he would be discovered. For now, Harvest was acting quite professionally, staying calm and fully adapting to his surroundings. Only after some time did it become clear that several people were watching him at once. James realized he had made the right decision by staying at a distance and not risking his reputation. Soon, Harvest reached the right house, knocked, and entered without any unnecessary explanations. For now, he was doing everything according to plan. But James still needed to test his new martial arts abilities. He enhanced his perception, and now he could hear absolutely everything happening inside that house. For now, the conversation did not stand out as anything special, though it immediately became clear that Trevor and Harvest had really met. Harvest gave him general information about the Stilgard family and then moved on to the main point. In a calm tone, Harvest said that Gilbert, who had also been working undercover, was dead. Most likely, he had been captured and tortured for a long time before being brutally killed, so the guy really deserves some pity. Then Trevor fell into thought and quickly changed his expression, as if something had suddenly occurred to him. He looked carefully at his conversation partner and said that the academy was very far from Arcadio. He hinted that the special agent's story did not sound very believable, since there was no reason for him to come here together with James. The situation instantly turned upside down, and the tension in the room reached its peak. Strangely enough, Harvest remained calm and said he saw nothing suspicious about it. His confidence seemed to spread to the others, and Trevor laughed, saying it had only been a joke. He regretted what had happened to Gilbert, but there was nothing he could do because a spy's life was full of danger. You couldn't do this job if you kept mourning every death, so you had to accept things as they were. Harvest said he had come here under a stupid excuse and had used the young heir for that purpose. He had brought a report on the progress of his work and asked Trevor to encrypt it and send it to the Empire. Their rather strange dialogue ended there, though there was still a feeling that something had been left unsaid. This way, James saw what the life of a spy really meant, and that it was anything but sweet. James was about to leave, but then he witnessed the continuation of the conversation, which concerned his family. Trevor and his people discussed how strange it all was, since the agent had survived while the contact was dead. Trevor did not think Harvest could have switched sides because he was a very reliable man. He also said that Harvest valued his family incredibly highly and would rather die than cause them trouble. Everything would be decided by higher command, while their job was simply to pass on the information they had received. This entire conversation revealed certain details about Harvest, and now it was clear that he had reasons for some of his actions. James was already about to return to his quarters and sleep, but then he saw some rowdy guys getting ready to fight in the middle of the night. Looking closer, he realized that his own people were involved in all of this, even though they should already have been asleep. They had argued because of their masters, the Stilgard family, and Marquis Albert. As soon as James heard that man's name, he immediately remembered his terrifying past. Meanwhile, a conflict broke out between the knights, and now it would be very difficult to stop them. They were very lucky that a real authority figure stepped in at the last moment, someone who would not tolerate a fight during his watch. His voice alone was enough to make all those brave guys stop instantly and cool their heads. Standing before them at full height was a tall and powerful second captain. James was still watching the situation, barely able to hide his contempt and hatred. He immediately remembered the terrible torture he had felt on his own body in the final seconds of his past life. Now he was going to see the person who had taken everything from him and had done it in an extremely brutal way. No, it was not the second captain, but the person standing behind him and commanding the knights, Albert, the very man whose sight made James's hands tremble and his heart beat faster. He had never expected their meeting to happen this early, especially when he was still dreaming of revenge. James tried to restrain himself, but first, he had to understand what to do because he wanted to kill this guy so badly. Of course, doing it now would be foolish, because killing him quickly and painlessly would not be enough. For something like that, he would need to clear several days from his schedule so he could fully dive into a world of torture and cruelty. Meanwhile, the second captain ordered the knights to disperse immediately, or they would regret ever being born. This captain's name was Derek, and he was known for his ruthlessness and combat skills. He tried to find out what the Stilgard warriors were doing here, since they were far from home. The knights tried to answer, but at that moment, a new hero stepped onto the scene. James emerged from the darkness and said he was ready to personally answer for the actions of his warriors. His gaze was calm and sharp as a dagger, something even the experienced knight noticed. Everyone was surprised because James had long been known for his stupidity and laziness, yet now he looked so confident. Even his voice had changed thanks to internal cultivation, and that helped him make a strong first impression. James loudly stated his full name and explained that he was an heir of the Stilgard family. That was enough to leave the second captain confused, because he had not expected to meet the heir at all. James saw no reason why he should be forbidden from staying in this city, much less from bringing his warriors with him. He had stopped here on his way to the academy because he was interested in the architecture of Navarro's second city. On the other hand, James was also interested in understanding what Albert was doing in this city. The knight said that his master had the same reasons and was about to apologize for what had happened. Albert couldn't take it and cut into the conversation because he never apologized to anyone. Meanwhile, the captain understood the situation much more deeply and knew that the Stilgard family could not be pressured with the title of Marquis. If someone tried to insult that family, there would be consequences, but Albert stubbornly refused to understand that. James saw that no one had actually figured out the situation, because Albert had also just arrived after the conflict had already started. Apparently, he was so arrogant and stupid that he didn't even need to understand what had happened. He believed his title of Marquis stood above that of a baron, and those words made the Stilgard knights prepare for battle. Meanwhile, James did not lose his composure at all, because he understood they were only trying to shake his emotional balance. He laughed loudly and said he had never heard anything more foolish in his life. Albert instantly grew furious and demanded an immediate apology, causing the situation to heat up to its limit. James turned to the other knights and asked them to explain exactly what had happened here. In their opinion, the Stilgard knights had started shouting and caused the fight, so they were the ones fully at fault. James decided that both sides of the conflict needed to be questioned, and then he turned his attention to Michael. This knight confirmed that they had been ready to fight, but only after hearing insults directed at them. Apparently, they had been mocked because they supposedly could not compare to the achievements of their past, and because they acted too arrogantly while relying on the achievements of Paul Stilgard. Michael admitted that he had provoked the conflict, but he did not regret his actions at all. If they silently listened to things like that, they would lose the right to call themselves knights. One of the Marquis' warriors admitted that this was exactly how the situation had unfolded. That was enough for Derek to lose his temper, because he realized his warriors were in the wrong. James asked his knights to raise their heads and said they had done excellent work. As a member of the family that inherited the Steel Heart, he could not ignore what had happened. The Stilgard family was the Steel Heart that appeared to protect the territory of Navarro. They would continue doing their duty and stop at nothing, because protection was the purpose built into them. They would not pay attention to those who laughed at them, but would keep moving forward tirelessly with their heads held high. James turned to his enemies once again and asked if they truly considered the Stilgards to be nothing. Even Derek was surprised by how well this young heir defended his family's name. It was clear that the blood of his legendary grandfather flowed through him, and he had no intention of stepping off his chosen path. Provocation would only make the situation spiral out of control, but it was obvious that Albert could barely restrain himself. The second captain understood perfectly well what was happening, so he immediately stepped in. He began beating his own warriors one after another, making sure not to spare a single one. Several of them were brutally knocked out, and only a few were lucky enough to stay on their feet. He forced them to admit their mistake and apologize immediately for behavior that must never be repeated. They really did apologize, though it was obvious Albert did not support the knights' actions at all. Derek acted as if the conflict had only been between the knights, so Albert would not feel personally insulted. It was a smart retreat by an experienced warrior, one that avoided any loss of reputation or authority. Albert couldn't take it anymore and turned around to leave for his room and sleep, because his nerves were not ready for this. At the end, James said he accepted Albert's personal apology and held no grudge over what had happened. In this way, the conflict ended. But this story would affect the future relationship between the Marquis and the Baron. From early morning, Albert looked incredibly irritated and angry at the entire world around him. All this time, he had considered the young heir the dumbest member of the family, but that turned out to be nothing more than a rumor. Derek explained that he had been forced to act that way because the conflict could have angered the Lord. In any case, Albert wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson and would definitely find a chance for revenge. James and his warriors had already left for the capital, but they could meet again in the future since Albert was also heading that way. In the evening, the Marquis went to take a well-earned rest and peacefully enjoyed a sweet sleep. Nothing could disturb his peace until he suddenly felt someone slap him across the face. He snapped awake and tried to get up, but saw James in front of him, pinning him to the bed. The Marquis could not understand where the young heir had gotten so much strength, because it felt as if he were being held down by a huge knight. All this time, James had been searching for the best way to take revenge, but when he saw Albert's face, he changed his mind at the last moment. In truth, it was very simple, because that face showed envy that was impossible to hide. In this life, everything would be the same. The Marquis would keep targeting the Stilgards and try to take everything from them. And tonight, his life was hanging by a thread, because James could end his pathetic existence right now. In his past life, James could never understand why Albert did all those disgusting things. Whenever asked, the Marquis always answered that he had hated the Stilgard family from the moment he first met them. Because of that, he seized their lands and tried to take even their honorable name from them, leaving them with nothing. The Marquis was sure he was no worse than James, since he had also learned steel breathing and was also good at martial arts. Even so, because of the glory of past generations, James was welcomed everywhere with smiles, while Albert eventually turned into a miserable slug. He had become a lord without land, with no family support and no means to survive. The great Marquis Albert had won that war and could not stop enjoying his success. That was how their relationship had unfolded in James's past life, although right now Albert understood none of it, because he did not know what James knew. As soon as the Baron released his hand, Albert immediately started shouting and calling Derek for help. At that moment, his voice disappeared because James pressed a pressure point and blocked his ability to speak. Until that point was released, the Marquis was forced to stay silent and listen to everything he was told. Albert had no intention of giving up, so he jumped out of bed and ran toward the door, hoping to find any kind of support. He thought he could run from the past, but the past always catches up to you at the worst possible moment. Right now, James was far too strong, and he was no longer the weak, untrained guy he had been in his past life. He asked the Marquis not to create unnecessary problems and instead do exactly what he was told. James placed a sheet of paper in front of him and ordered him to write everything he said. As soon as the Baron realized the Marquis was not going to obey him, he immediately drew his sword. He wanted to show through decisive action that he would get the result he wanted no matter what. With a light swing of his hand, he cut off Albert's arm and said that if Albert failed to follow his order, he would lose his head instantly. For a while, it was difficult for the Marquis to speak, because he kept screaming and writhing in pain. He had been asked not to complicate the situation, so he had only himself to blame for what happened, though it was still not too late to fix it. Now he quickly got to his feet and said he would write everything required because pain had made him obedient. He tried to calm himself with the thought that a prosthetic could replace his living arm. Besides, his servants did all the dirty work for him anyway, so an arm was not exactly a life-or-death necessity. He hoped Derek would hear the noise in the room and come to help, since he was a first-rank knight. It turned out James had been hearing all his thoughts from the very beginning and was playing with him like a cat with a mouse. The Marquis was trying to buy time, but James had no intention of allowing him that luxury. Soon, the work was finished, and Albert tried to figure out whether he would stay alive or die from blood loss. James returned his voice to him, and at that very moment, the Marquis immediately started screaming as if he were being slaughtered like a pig. The calmness of the young Stilgard heir was easy to explain because he was not an idiot at all. As soon as he had entered this room, he had used a scroll of silence so not a single sound would escape into the outside world. The Marquis did not deserve the power and wealth he had received since childhood, all because of his inferiority complex. Although Albert tried to stop his enemy, James remembered his past life and everything that had happened in it far too well. Now the Marquis had not only lost his arm, but also his head, in the literal sense of the word. Now all that remained was to use bone acid to completely cover his tracks and destroy the evidence. The Stilgard Knights were traveling on horseback and were already quite far from this city. It was impossible to return so quickly in a single night. So even if James came under suspicion, he had an excellent alibi. He disappeared completely thanks to his invisibility skill, and the owner of this room vanished along with him. In the suicide note, Albert wrote that he apologized to his father, but considered himself unworthy of bearing the title of Marquis. He was giving up all responsibility and planned to run away to find a chance at a new life. Soon, James returned to his carriage, which was escorted by the warriors of the Stilgard Knight clan. He had barely slept that night, so he looked far too sluggish and drained. The revenge he had dreamed of for so long had been carried out, but strangely enough, he did not feel the satisfaction he had craved. Something still troubled him. Maybe he should have planned the revenge more carefully because everything had happened too quickly. On the other hand, such an opportunity might not appear again in the future, so there was no point regretting it. In his past life, he had made many mistakes, but now he had at least closed some of his inner wounds and calmed down. His actions had been caused by the fall of his family, although that fall had happened regardless of Albert, just like his father's disappearance. It felt as if Albert had not been the main evil, but merely someone who attacked a weak James after he had been left completely alone. Right now, he had to pull himself together because there was still a long road of trial and error ahead, and he had to walk it with full confidence in his own strength. Now James could deal with Albert's magic sword, which he had taken from his room. He definitely needed to think about selling this artifact, because it could bring in a decent amount of money. Although it belonged to a low circle, this magic could still be used for the benefit of knights. James thought about his own level of mastery, since he had not practiced real combat in quite some time. He immediately remembered the knight Derek, who had seemed very experienced and strong, and sparring with him would be quite interesting. Right now, James could fight a first-class opponent without any problems because he was the heir of the Mystic Blade. Considering his age, he understood that he had achieved outstanding results, but he could not stop there. He even thought about using Albert's sword in his own battles, but in that case, people would quickly suspect him. The best decision would be to sell it, and there was already an offer to buy the sword for 500 coins. Just when it seemed the sword was practically sold, James noticed his little beast. He had completely forgotten about Sari, and this was a good opportunity to test Bulgasari's potential value. These little monsters loved eating metal, and James couldn't resist spoiling Sari a little. Although he could have earned a decent sum, investing in Sari could also be considered a successful investment. It was time to see what Sari had learned all this time, because the magic sword should have been useful to him. From the very first seconds, Sari decided to act with confidence and show off all of his potential. Somehow, the little monster formed a protective barrier around himself and surprised his master. It became clear that the beast's value was already at the highest level, and this was only the beginning of his development. Soon, Sari even managed to take the form of the sword he had just eaten. officially reaching his current maximum potential. It all happened very quickly, but as it turned out, Sari still had to practice this skill because it was not perfect yet. Now it was not entirely clear what level he was on, but even so, the progress was far too obvious. To James, his pet was still the best in the world, and incredible adventures were waiting for them ahead. He had knowingly refused every artifact in the inner vault and taken a risk by choosing the black egg. This gamble had not been flawless, but even so, James had achieved a fairly good result. In this life, everything was going completely differently, and right now, he had a very good feeling about the future. Thanks to his finances, he could buy many important things for his own growth, as well as for Bulgasari's development. James bought many elixirs and began the selling process, and meanwhile, they finally reached medium. Their forced route had been difficult, but now they were closer than ever to the gate leading to the capital. Michael could not understand what the young heir was doing, since he spent all his time locked away. Harvest said there was no need to worry, because the young master was preparing to enter the academy. Meanwhile, James was having a real nervous breakdown and could do nothing about it. His elixirs were selling catastrophically badly. There was almost no demand for them, and only a few had been sold. It seemed like the item was too expensive and not everyone could afford such a purchase. This was very strange because no one besides James was selling this product cheaper, meaning he had the best offer on the market. It turned out that James's shop was surrounded by a huge number of terrible reviews, even though none of those people had bought his goods. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, but then he realized this was some kind of coalition against his business. These people were called part-time workers, and no one knew where the term came from, but that was the nickname they were known by on the exchange. They were connected to the 5 first-level partner shops, exactly as James had suspected. The 5 main elixir producers, each representing one of the Murim worlds, had united against him. James was undercutting their prices and stopping them from doing business, so he became the coalition's #1 enemy. They tried to unite and immediately crush the competitors' opportunities before he became too powerful. James accepted the challenge and promised to drag them through the mud, then tear them apart in this business duel. They had messed with the wrong person, and they would regret their actions. Soon, the sellers learned that this crazy guy from the first system had filed a complaint against them. They began discussing what to do and how exactly to stop James, because now their own reputation could suffer as well. Every person in the conversation had their own view on how to resolve the conflict, but they all agreed that they could not yield to the young upstart. Although they understood there was no point arguing with each other, the situation was truly getting on their nerves. James calmly watched their panic and understood that he was seizing the initiative. He joined their conversation and said he didn't understand why they were so angry. At the moment of maximum tension, the public chat was suddenly locked. Silence mode had been activated, and it seemed the merchants immediately understood what that meant. The channel master, a man named Monfis, appeared and thanked everyone who had joined the conversation. This meeting had been arranged to hear the complaints against the merchant James. After the workers calmed down, the mode was unlocked again so all sides of the conflict could be heard. Apparently, the merchants did not want James complaining about them because that would damage their reputation. They had to find the right way out of this conflict. But James had no intention of playing by someone else's rules. He presented all the evidence and confirmed that every complaint about his product was fake, since these people had never bought his elixir. He confirmed that a team of part-time workers had been organized against him, and he was not going to surrender without a fight. Monfis checked the information and agreed that the document could indeed be considered evidence. Even so, he was only responsible for the channel and had no intention of searching for part-time workers. Justice was not part of his job, and apparently that answer would satisfy the Sellers Alliance very much. They understood that they were the ones who had bribed the part-time workers, and if there was no investigation, they would only benefit. James had hoped until the very end that Monfis would be neutral and help resolve the conflict, but that was not the case. It turned out that all these guys were in the same boat, and fighting them would be extremely difficult. Every cartel formed in a pretty obvious way, and James had always understood that. Partner shops offered bonuses, and the channel master provided them with comfortable conditions. James knew about their close relationship, but even so, he had still continued to believe in universal justice. In the end, he decided to take a risk and said he had proof that the merchants were connected to the part-time workers. It was clearly a bluff, but even so, everyone involved in the conflict immediately tensed up. Instead of talking too much, James was ready to attach a document that would explain everything. As soon as the merchants and the channel master saw the document, they were left speechless. James had saved the exchange reports from the markets and used them to find evidence. Even the channel master was shocked, because an ordinary mortal should not have been able to obtain such information. He was forced to admit that the attached file was real, and now the merchants were in a difficult position. Now it was time to talk about sanctions, and the merchants would be forced to suspend their trade for 30 days. James said they could come to an agreement because he did not care all that much about justice. Either the merchants would be suspended from working, or they would pay him a solid compensation right now. Of course, paying compensation was unfavorable, but on the other hand, being unable to work would cause even greater losses. James was willing to settle the matter with only 3 companies, while the remaining 2 had to be punished. One company had already refused to pay compensation, so only 1 more needed to be chosen. James planned to hold an auction and hear who was willing to offer the largest compensation. This clever plan was created to gain the maximum benefit while punishing his rivals. Manhwa could use his authority and end the dispute, but in that case, he would create even more suspicion. He chose the role of observer and refused to stop James, and so the auction officially began. And all that remained was to make the first bid. Offers immediately started pouring down on the young seller, and he was clearly pleased. A cartel was a group that had united only for profit. That meant they could stab each other in the back at any convenient moment. This auction lasted for many hours, until the Great Mountain Health Center raised the price to the sky, an astronomical 12,000 gold coins, and everyone around them immediately fell silent. They understood that they would lose even more if they could not trade, so they decided to take that step. And so the decision was made. James received the money and punished most of the sellers at the same time. For them, it was a complete fiasco, and now they would remember this arrogant guy for a long time. James warned them that he would act even more aggressively if something like this happened again. Soon the sellers left the conversation, but all of them hated him for the rest of their lives. Only the channel master remained in the dialogue and was in no hurry to leave the chat. All this time, he had been condescending because he still believed James was an auditor. Manhwa was absolutely sure of his theory because only an auditor could have obtained such information as evidence. James immediately understood that a golden ticket had just fallen into his hands, a chance at even greater power. Now he would not miss this opportunity and would pretend to be a real auditor. He understood that every crisis was an opportunity and that there was always a way to come out clean. He had won the confrontation against the 5 largest producers of the first system, and it was also worth remembering that the channel master had mistakenly taken him for an auditor. Recently, James had earned a lot of money and forgotten about his debts, so now he could sleep peacefully. Soon, their journey continued, and in a short time they would reach the capital. Even though he had received easy money, that did not mean he should spend it thoughtlessly. James was trying to choose the best use for it and make the right investment in his future. Right now, his internal strength had reached its limit, so he needed to raise the level of his internal energy. This could be done by cultivating internal QE energy, but it would not be easy. The best method was calm, steady training in the usual way, moving slowly but confidently. That was how things worked before dimensional deals, but now he could save an enormous amount of time. James chose several techniques to buy and asked Seok for advice. The merchant explained that there was one problem. The more magical power a person absorbed, the more their possibilities narrowed. Balance always had to be maintained, because the deeper someone sank into magic, the harder it became to master martial arts. In the past, choices and opportunities had been limited, but now an era had begun where everyone could learn and absorb martial arts. Perception had changed greatly, and now a person had to think carefully before starting any training. To reach a high level, he needed to expand his possibilities through pure martial arts. That meant he had to forget about magical techniques for a while. It would be fun to hit someone with aura lightning, but that possibility had to be put off for later. Now he had to choose a training method, and that was not easy because there were many options. James decided to settle on the Northern Light technique because it represented the pure essence of martial arts. James faced a difficult choice because every art had its own strengths and weaknesses, but he always tried to choose the option that would bring him the greatest benefit. At the end of the conversation, something strange happened, because Seok fell to his knees and began begging for mercy. He was tired of this horrible life and asked for one more chance to escape it. The merchant begged James to return his martial art, known as the Heavenly Cultivation Technique. Murim was a twisted world obsessed with martial arts. Absolutely everyone there had at least some talent for martial arts, regardless of age or gender. Of course, Seok's life had changed after he lost his art and became an ordinary beginner. Even without words, everything was obvious, because now he was surrounded by real beasts. Now his motives became clear. and it was obvious why he was humiliating himself so badly to beg for his art back. If he made even one wrong move, his wife would immediately beat him half to death. And that was definitely not good. Seok advised his master to learn the Northern Light technique, and then James would no longer need the Heavenly Cultivation technique. He would lose nothing at all and only become stronger, while also helping the merchant. If the merchant wanted his technique back, then he had to find the best solution to this problem, and he had only 24 hours. Now it was time to move to the Kuntz family residence, where they had learned about young Albert's disappearance. Knight Derek arrived at the residence and explained everything that had happened while waiting for the Marquis's reaction. Marquis Dorian immediately recognized his son's handwriting, but still could not believe what had happened. Apparently, he thought his son had been threatened and forced to write such a letter under pressure. His son was far too greedy to simply throw everything away and vanish into nowhere. If he had really run away somewhere, there should have been traces, but none were found. That meant young Albert might have had enemies who waited for the perfect moment to take revenge. This was the theory the knight voiced, but the Marquis found it hard to believe. He had to be told what had happened a few days earlier in the city of Arcadio. When the Marquis heard the whole story, he turned into a raging beast. Now he understood why their knights were not respected and why people thought Derek had no dignity at all. He no longer wanted to hear about apologies and conflicts, because that was not what he paid knights for. He also learned that the youngest heir of the Stilgard family was different from the rumors that described him as a loser. It felt as if he might be the true successor of Paul, and those words carried a lot of weight. Back then, James had looked exactly like someone who hated Albert with his whole soul and wished for his death. Knight Derek was absolutely convinced that there was some connection between these events. He had to begin an investigation immediately, and the Marquis gave him permission to handle it at once. The main thing was to avoid reckless actions under any circumstances and remain extremely careful. That same night, the merchant Seok risked his own life to get his martial art back. He truly did everything he could, because he broke into the library and stole something special. When James saw this gift in the morning, he couldn't hide his happiness. Now in his hands was the secret record of the Heavenly Sword of the Lost Soul. In Miram, this art was one of the 3 best sword techniques and one of the most famous. If he learned this technique, he could forget about giving ground even to great swordmasters. The merchant said he had truly risked his life while stealing the technique from the library. Now, once James received the Northern Light technique, he would be able to return the merchant's art to him. Seok promised to do everything perfectly by tomorrow night and left the conversation. Meanwhile, Knight Michael announced that they had almost reached the city of TR. James and his assistant would head straight to the academy. Meanwhile, the other knights and servants had to find an inn and get some rest. At last, James reached the Royal Knight Academy. He had returned here after 15 long years, even though it felt like yesterday. Together with Harvis, he went to the admissions office to enroll in the academy. As soon as they learned that James was a member of the Stilgard family, their attitude toward him immediately changed. They welcomed him warmly and said the academy was happy to meet such a talented young man. Every member of the Stilgard family had studied here, and the head of the committee hoped the count would reach new heights. He had always been judged as the heir of a great warrior, but Ray had never managed to surpass his father. James's brothers and sisters were even weaker, and with each new generation, the family's strength had begun to decline. Now he had a chance to become stronger, and he would do everything possible to bring glory back to the Stilgard family. James had to take an entrance test because the academy did not grant special privileges to influential families. Now all that remained was to figure out exactly what kind of test awaited the young heir. The first trial would be leaving a palm print on the backside of a stone wall, as instructor Zirkel explained. James was not supposed to strike it, but simply feel as if he were pushing through the stone. The instructor wanted to see his overall mana control if the Baron wanted to pass the test and avoid the lowest score. The handprints on the wall looked rather weak, showing that no one had come close to a high score. Only one print was truly strong, as if it had been left by an extremely talented knight. James immediately remembered that in his past life, there had been a special guy at the academy, and perhaps they would meet again. For James, completing this task should not be difficult, because his abilities had reached a new level. He immediately activated his aura and tried to demonstrate everything he was capable of. Only at the last moment did he stop himself so he would not reveal his full potential and attract unnecessary suspicion. His mark turned out fairly average. Not clear but not blurry. Not deep but not shallow either. He received 5 points for passing the test, with 10 points being the maximum score. Now it was time to do a little fencing and show what he could do. Zirkel immediately evaluated his skills and realized that the person before him was an ordinary guy without any special talent. His skills were very average, so the instructor placed him in the middle rank. James consciously made these concessions because he did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Harvest did not understand his master's plans at all and thought the test had gone very badly. James explained that he did not want people to know about his skills, especially the Empire. Until he had enough foundation to challenge the Emperor, he would remain in the shadows. It was a very serious statement, and even Harvest Duracle was surprised. This did not sound like empty talk at all, because the young heir truly had potential on the level of Paul Stilgard. It was entirely possible that, thanks to James, this family would once again bind the Empire in iron chains. For the next 2 years, he would have to work tirelessly to successfully graduate from the academy. All this time, Harvest would have to handle all the dirty work and continue acting as a double agent. If he did everything perfectly, then in 2 years, he would be free and could forget this entire nightmare. James gave him some money and told him to go enjoy a well-earned rest. They had to go their separate ways for a while and keep an eye on each other from a distance. Harvest thanked him for the support and headed toward the inn where the Stilgard knights were staying. James had finished all his preparations, and now all that remained was to wait for the family's downfall, which would begin in 2 years. Now it was time to establish himself in the academy in the best way possible. No matter what happened in the future, he had to spend the next 2 years working constantly. The semester began the day after the entrance ceremony. The academy's curriculum was called the Hell Race, as explained by Phil Talberman, the son of a Viscount. He also talked about the internal ranking battle, which involved duels between young students. Soon, Instructor Zirkel entered the room and immediately ordered everyone to shut up. When this man entered the hall, the students immediately knew that any disobedience would be punished. He was the one in charge of the first years, and he announced the internal ranking duel. Opponents would be decided by lottery, and every student had to prepare for the upcoming battles. Soon, everyone gathered in the training complex, and the duels began. After several hours of constant matches, it was finally time for James to test himself. Today, he was seriously unlucky because he would be fighting Franz, who was above average. Franz was very confident in fencing, while James had shown himself in a rather poor light. It was hard to believe the family of heroes had fallen to such a low level, because people expected more from them. Everyone around them was sure the fight would be one-sided and that Franz would win easily. James was clearly having a hard time, because he was much stronger but had to pretend he was only a beginner. James had to win in a way that would not raise suspicion, and that could be difficult. Soon, he got a chance to counterattack, and he took advantage of it. Franz immediately fell to the ground and started writhing in pain, and James won. Now he only had to win the second round, and after that, he could withdraw from the competition. The next match was even more uneven because Phil had to fight Darius. Phil had almost no chance of winning from the very beginning, and he had to suffer badly. It was a total beating that was hard to watch, and somehow this was called training. Only at the last moment did the teacher step in and stop the duel, when it had already gone far beyond the limits. This was a training match, not a fight to the death, and apparently Darius had forgotten that. After that, the winner approached James and told him not to worry about his friend. Apparently, this guy was far too arrogant, but James had no intention of reacting to his taunts. He felt sorry watching Phil, because even though the guy was annoying, he was not to blame for having no talent. That was exactly what James had been like in his past life, constantly angry at his own incompetence. He definitely had to get revenge for this guy, and justice had to be served. In the second round, James faced Darius and immediately focused on active defense. His opponent was aggressive and forceful, but that made him far too vulnerable. Anyone who constantly thinks about attacking forgets about defense and always risks losing. James not only defended against his attacks with ease, but also easily found chances to strike back. Soon, the games were over, because it was time to land the decisive blow and end the match. None of the spectators expected this outcome because it looked like a battle between David and Goliath. James truly took a clean victory into his own hands, and no one doubted his superiority. Darius promised to get revenge and brutally destroy his new enemy in just 1 week. He was so angry that he could barely control his emotions in front of the instructor. At that moment, everyone around them learned that James belonged to the Stilgard family. Compared to Darius's family, the Stilgards were on a completely different level, because they were a family of heroes. If Darius had known that from the beginning, he would have behaved very differently and kept his mouth shut. Everyone knew about the power of the Stilgard family, and the legends about those warriors still lived in people's memories. After training ended, the students returned to their rooms and prepared for sleep. Early the next morning, James noticed that Phil was no longer in the room, so apparently the defeat had given him extra motivation. In truth, This guy was much better than James had been in his past life, because back then, James had constantly cried over his losses. On the first day, the Academy cadets were expected to climb a rocky mountain as a test. This training was called the Hell Race because of the fog-covered peak and steep slope. Even so, for James, it turned out to be quite easy, and he didn't even break a sweat, as if it were just a warm-up. Soon, he saw Franz in front of him, the same guy he had fought in the first round of the competition, and apparently Franz had been waiting to meet him. He said they needed to go somewhere together because it involved Phil, James's roommate. It turned out the guy had been caught in a rock slide, and they had to hurry immediately to save his life. James thought differently, because in situations like this they should call an instructor, but Franz insisted. There was no doubt this was a trap, since James had recognized the danger from the very start of the conversation. If he ignored this situation, he would only get more problems in the future. It would be better to settle this matter here and now so they would stop bothering him. Franz returned to his friends with a wide smile on his face, because everything was going according to plan. He had not set up this trap alone, because Darius was the leader of this little gang. They were sure they could punish James for everything he had done, but once again, they were underestimating their opponent. They should have understood who he really was yesterday, but apparently anger had clouded their minds too much. Today, they gathered in a group of 5 to look more confident, but that would not help them. At the moment, there were only 4 of them, but James immediately guessed that the 5th member of the team was hiding somewhere. He was absolutely right, because backup had been hiding in the forest the entire time in case something unexpected happened. Darius was not afraid of the Stilgard family, because he knew that all the descendants of the legendary warrior were much weaker than their predecessor. He believed James had no right to call himself a Stilgard and should immediately change his family name. It turned out that the middle brother of the family had once studied at the academy and had spread many nasty rumors about James. He said he considered his younger brother far too weak, and Darius remembered those words very well. Apparently, none of that really mattered anymore, because James had changed, and people's opinions of him would change too. He was surrounded, but he was not worried at all and showed no signs of panic. As soon as his opponents came within arm's reach, they immediately felt the power of his fists. James did not hold back at all because these guys did not deserve kind treatment. Darius personally watched as this arrogant guy destroyed his entire coalition of evil. He could no longer control his emotions and risked challenging James one-on-one. With a light movement of his hand, the young heir of the Stilgard family stopped that powerful strike. He quickly dislocated Darius's arm, making him suffer and scream from unbearable pain. To James, it felt like playing with a child, because right now, he was not hiding his true nature at all. There was no instructor nearby, so he didn't have to worry about attracting unnecessary attention and could have a little fun. Phil found it hard to believe that the guy living in the same room as him had such unimaginable potential. The main thing was that he had to remember all of this must stay a secret, or James would have to cut out his tongue. After the successful lesson on the Rocky Mountain, life at the academy turned into pure easy mode. The only problem was boredom, because James was on a completely different level from the other students. He had absolutely no interest in listening to basic martial arts knowledge that he had already learned half a year ago. One fine day, while sitting in class, he learned that the absorption of the heavenly radiance technique had been completed. Like any other large city, the capital of Navarro had beautiful infrastructure. James loved going outside late at night and blending into the darkness in perfect harmony. This gave him guaranteed freedom of movement and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. It was also a great chance to use his newly acquired technique and test his limits. While moving through the city, James soon noticed a familiar presence nearby. It was Instructor Zirkle, who seemed to be heading somewhere in secret. This immediately caught James's attention, because a strict academy instructor should not be wandering around like that in the middle of the night. He decided to follow him quietly and see what kind of secret the man was hiding. Zirkle entered a suspicious street filled with cheap bars and shady places. James watched from the darkness and quickly realized that the instructor was visiting one particular establishment. At first, it looked like an ordinary dirty secret involving alcohol and women. But James understood that people rarely hid things this carefully unless the truth was more complicated. Zirkle hurried out onto the opposite street, but getting away from James was not that easy. Instead of being a proper role model, the academy instructor had gotten involved with alcohol and women. Of course, that kind of thing was possible, but love between a night instructor and a waitress was a bit too much. If this information leaked to the public, everyone and their mother would start talking about Zirkle. The instructor could not understand who this person was or how he knew everything, but at the very least, he no longer felt that murderous aura. He almost instantly decided to catch this bastard and uncover the truth no matter what. James dodged the attack with ease because his true level was incredibly high. The instructor wanted to continue the fight, but when he saw that murderous aura, he stopped at the last moment. Only now did he realize that he was facing a first-class user, and his chances of winning were almost non-existent. James knew so much about the situation that he even knew the waitress's name, Sylvia. He had no intention of disgracing the instructor and was willing to keep his secret. James suggested they go somewhere else and talk in private, where no one could hear their conversation. A few minutes later, they were in a cozy pub, inside a private guest room. It turned out that Sylvia was Zirkel's daughter from a mistress, and their relationship was only familial. She was doing a job she hated, but at least she could sometimes smile when she saw her father. James suggested buying his daughter's freedom immediately, though it would take a lot of money. With an instructor's salary, that was apparently impossible, because they were demanding more than 10,000 gold coins for her. Taking her by force was almost impossible, because she was being held by an organization called Black Mamba. This huge gang controlled the entire dark side of the capital, and even the city guards feared them. Sylvia worked in an establishment run by that group, so the situation was truly complicated. It seemed like the instructor had ruined his life because he loved a waitress. But in reality, everything was completely different, because she was his daughter. At first, James had tried to use this information as leverage over the instructor, but now it was clear that this was a mistake. It would be better to help this man and leave him in debt to him. James explained his intentions, but in return, the instructor would have to help a student named James Stilgard. The instructor was very surprised by this request because it really did sound strange. Zirkel said he would never do something like that since anything involving unfairness was unacceptable to him. James explained that he did not need him to give the student good grades, only to pay attention to him. In return, he was willing to free Sylvia and finally reunite daughter and father. His daughter would not even have to leave the capital, because James would handle everything at the highest level. The instructor kept refusing, and it became clear that it was time to surprise him. James could no longer hide his true identity and realized he had to remove the mask right here and now. Zirkel could not believe his eyes, and for a while, he stood there as if hypnotized, unable to move. Standing before him was truly a first-year student, James Stilgard, who supposedly had no talent at all. He could not believe this student had beaten him in battle and shown such an incredible aura. Just yesterday, he had been an ordinary teenager, yet today, he had displayed the highest class. At 16, James had already reached a high level, and now he could dictate his own terms. All he asked for was the legal right to skip classes when needed. The instructor still could not recover from the shock, but even so, he understood that he had to agree to the conditions. As soon as the conversation ended, James immediately went to fulfill his obligation. He went to the Black Mamba establishment and told the owner that he wanted to take Sylvia with him. It looked truly strange, and Sylvia herself still could not fully understand what was happening. Before the conversation began, James warned her that he had come to save her. The owner of the establishment said he was willing to let the girl go, but only for a very high payment. He was sure this guy would refuse, but James immediately pulled out a bag of money and placed it on the table. After that, he said he was taking the waitress with him and no longer wanted anything to do with Black Mamba. They had almost left, but at the last moment, Kai stopped him and said they were not finished yet. He said he had changed his mind about letting the girl go because she brought in far more profit. He was willing to release her, but for that, he would need 13 times the original amount. That was exactly how he calculated it, based on the profit Sylvia brought in over a year. If James refused, he could take his money back and get the hell out. James asked him to reconsider, or they would have to fight with swords immediately. He told Sylvia not to worry and to stand behind him because nothing bad would happen to her. As soon as Kai ordered his warriors to deal with this little fool, something unthinkable happened. Almost instantly, one of his guards was brutally knocked out and showed no signs of life. James said he had wanted to solve the issue peacefully, but now he was forced to act differently. As soon as those words were spoken, the remaining guards immediately felt his power for themselves. The terrified Kai instantly drew his sword because he realized the situation had gone too far. He immediately activated his murderous aura and sent the hellfire of Black Mamba toward James. Just one nimble movement was enough to stop that attack. That situation alone was enough to show that James had now reached an unprecedented level of progress. Not only was he unafraid of dark magic, but he openly challenged anyone who stood in his way. It was a harsh punishment, but Kai had deserved something like this for a long time. To avoid dying a horrible death, he was now ready to offer twice as much payment. He had a lot of money, and if James told him who had hired him, he would bury him in gold. James said he had come here of his own free will, and now he could be called an executioner. It was a brutal killing, but through it, our hero showed that he did not sell his conscience. Sylvia witnessed a terrifying scene, but somehow she did not seem frightened at all. She became interested in this mercenary's identity, because she was shocked by how he had defeated every killer in the room. After that, they went to the nearest inn to get some rest. James ordered dinner to be prepared for the girl and told them not to disturb them unless necessary. He offered such generous payment that the innkeeper immediately fell in love with him. James would be staying in the room across from hers, and if Sylvia needed anything, she only had to call him. All traces of the crime were hidden with dissolving acid. No one noticed them, and now the matter was finished. No one should threaten them anymore, so James could remove his mask and relax. Today's events had only been possible thanks to the techniques James had bought several weeks earlier. The Heavenly Cultivation Technique and the Northern Light Technique had helped him greatly, but he was still only at the beginning of his training. His meditation continued until morning, because to understand the basics, he had to fully immerse himself in the process. James was satisfied with the work he had done, because now his skills should be even more balanced. He immediately felt the fruits of his labor and reached a completely new level. At the age of 16, James Stilgard broke his own immortal record and became even more powerful. He also decided to use an appearance-changing technique to slightly alter his looks. After that, he entered Sylvia's room and completely forgot to put on his mask. As soon as the girl saw a stranger, she immediately started closing the door, but he managed to stop her. James said that yesterday he had used transformation magic, and this was now his real face. He brought her some tools so she could change her appearance, and no one would recognize her. James explained to the girl that she had to be careful now and must not take any risks. Soon, the preparations were finished, and everything had gone so well that even her father did not recognize his own daughter. She looked completely different and had changed beyond recognition, but even so, she kept her beauty. Zirkle thought he had entered the wrong room and was about to leave, but James stopped the experienced instructor. Sylvia was very happy to see her father and assured him that she had not changed one bit. It was only the result of dyeing and cutting her hair, but she was still the same girl as before. James also gave her a magical artifact to wear around her neck so she could avoid being pursued by Black Mamba. At that moment, something interesting happened, because someone crawled under Zirkle's robe. At first, no one understood what was happening, but everyone around them froze in fear and held their breath. Only a few seconds later, the horrible creature burst out of the instructor's clothes. Sylvia nearly fainted from fear, and it seemed like they were all about to be killed. In reality, it was just Sari, who had been drawn by all the screaming and immediately ran to his master. It was funny watching father and daughter spend a long time trying to recover from the shock. Soon, James spoke with Zirkle in private to discuss their future plans. It turned out that the instructor had signed him up for closed training in a practice hall prepared for true geniuses. This could become the main excuse for when James needed to skip classes. After that, James decided to give Sylvia the remaining money as compensation for her years of hard work. While covering his tracks, he also managed to clean out Black Mamba's safe, take all the money inside, and even set some of it aside for Zirkle. The instructor bowed deeply before his savior and said he would be indebted to him for the rest of his life. James also knew that Sylvia was now left without a job and had absolutely no idea what to do next. That was exactly why he decided to offer her work under him and have her handle something interesting. Meanwhile, the Black Mamba clan learned what had happened, along with the loss of a huge amount of money. Bass and Titan tried to figure out what had happened and find clues, because they could not simply ignore an incident like this. They had different theories about it, but there was no doubt that an aura user had been involved. Everything looked strange, and Bass had noticed from the very beginning that the place was far too clean. Apparently, Kai really had been attacked, because this did not look like a staged crime. Only special aura users could kill people by throwing coins, so they were dealing with an especially dangerous opponent. It didn't matter who he was. Either way, he had to be punished for attacking Black Mamba. Meanwhile, James had no idea about the future problems coming his way. Though to be fair, he probably would not care much. He was simply trying to expand the area where he concentrated his QE energy and awakened the Northern Light Technique. It was not easy to do, but thanks to countless training sessions, he had finally seen the first results. For now, this level of progress was enough, and in the future, he would be able to dive even deeper into studying the technique. After reaching certain goals, it was always right to take the path of rest and relaxation. He also bought himself a large mansion so he could live there under the identity of a mercenary named Flip. It cost a huge amount of money, but this estate truly deserved special attention. James also did not forget to keep an eye on Sylvia, and realized that she was a rather capable girl. Whatever work she received from him, Sylvia completed it properly and finished ahead of schedule. She could read and write very well and had also been trained in etiquette, almost as if she were part of aristocratic society. James had only 10 days of closed training left, during which he could skip the academy and continue his own studies. During this time, James had earned a large number of mid-grade mana stones, which he had bought from Hart. All this time, the Alliance had been pushing a high-price policy, and now James wanted to take advantage of it. He was ready to put the mana stones on the market at reduced prices and earn a large amount of capital from it. As soon as the price dropped by 30%, a crowd of buyers immediately appeared, ready to pay. All of them were willing to buy the stones in bulk, because they understood that the price would rise again in the future. All James had to do was enjoy the easy money and eat delicious cake while sitting on a soft couch. Hart could not believe this had happened again, because it had seemed like his alliance had finally gained the upper hand over this guy. He promised to file an official protest with the Exchange Commission, but James paid no attention to these attacks. He also did not forget to cooperate with the Channel Master, who was convinced that James was an auditor. This cooperation brought him many discounts and bonuses, which had a positive effect on his trading. Soon, a very influential man named Joe contacted James, and this could bring our hero a very interesting opportunity. Joe, the jade-faced golden dragon, was the owner of a trading guild and the only grandson of the King of Trade. Many people would envy his skills, wealth, and beauty, which attracted women so strongly. Because he wanted revenge for his parents, Joe did not reveal his strengths, and even James could not see them. He offered our hero an interesting partnership in trade, and James had no right to refuse. Joe knew that James had recently had a conflict with the elixir merchants. Apparently, he also knew that James had 10 report submission tickets, and he wanted to obtain them. James answered that he did not have tickets, but he still had 5 report submission rights left. This apparently made Joe very happy because he laughed loudly and said he could finally take revenge. All his enemies would now burn in hell because today the heavens had turned away from them. In this world, there were people he could not live under the same sky with, because they were the ones who killed his parents. He had dreamed of revenge his entire life, and only now had he received a hint of hope and a chance at payback. His enemies were also involved in the exchange, and to punish them, Joe was ready to buy the right to submit reports. He offered solid money and immediately showed that he had enough capital for such matters. His grandfather was Gam, known as the King of Trade, though James had never heard of him in his past life. James decided to bargain and said he wanted more, because he had every right to ask for it. There was no way all of it was worth only 50,000 coins, because its value was far greater than money. The bargaining was gaining momentum, but at that moment, James realized he had to forget about this conversation. He apologized to the other party and said they would continue the conversation later because unexpected problems had come up. His aura sensed danger approaching, and sure enough, unknown people had appeared near his house. The Black Mamba clan's invasion would begin in a few seconds, and it would become a serious problem for James. Within a minute, they were already on the upper floor and approaching the owner's room. Everything happened very quietly and with discipline, making it clear that these guys were true professionals. It seemed like their preparation would be enough to destroy their enemy, but reality turned out to be much harsher. James not only predicted the attack, but also instantly fought back. He destroyed the first opponent and prepared to tear this entire clan into tiny pieces. Although Black Mamba was famous for its training and cruelty, compared to him, they were just little kittens. James was only trying to find out who their real target was, or more precisely, which identity of his they were after. The gang leaders calmly watched what was happening and were sure everything was going according to plan. Bass and Titan stayed calm, but soon noticed that their warriors were taking too long. Bass decided to go upstairs with his fighters and settle the problem once and for all. He immediately warned them to be careful because this was unknown territory for them. Soon, James stepped out of the shadows and greeted his unexpected guests. He saw the boss of Black Mamba and said he would destroy him just like he had destroyed Kai. Their introduction went badly from the very first glance because the mercenaries immediately began attacking the master of the house. Titan became especially furious, raising his massive sword and preparing to cut off this arrogant guy's head. He really was quite skilled and strong, but not against an aura user. Talented guys like them should not have wasted their time working for criminal organizations. They could have become professional hunters, but now they had to be destroyed for their bad deeds. Bass realized their opponent was stronger than expected and made a difficult decision. He was ready to take extreme measures to achieve victory, so he gave a signal to his warriors. As soon as he gave that signal, Everyone around them immediately stopped and understood what was about to happen. They had to get out at once and save their own skins. Because Bass was planning to unleash real rock and roll. The ice explosion was supposed to destroy their opponent, because even an aura user would have trouble stopping such an attack. Everyone ran for cover because they understood what was coming, and not a single second could be wasted. All that remained was to hide and wait for the moment when the master of the house would be torn apart. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a massive ice explosion erupted and ruined the interior. Black Mamba was already ready to celebrate victory, but at that moment, it turned out their opponent was still alive. They would have to pay for the repairs, and if they were not ready to pay, they would lose their heads right now. These pigs had to be punished, and James had no intention of playing games with them. That night, things were lively in the mansion, and the neighbors probably thought a party was going on. James did a pretty good job roasting his opponents, who turned out to be fans of ice. If he had not held himself back at the last moment, his new house would have been destroyed. James decided to check the other rooms and saw that all of his opponents were dead. Although that was good news, he immediately noticed that all of their chests had been pierced, and the wounds did not look like sword marks. James clearly understood that this was not his doing, which raised the question of who had decided to help him. Looking into the distance, he saw the silhouette of some strange creature. Only when he came closer did he realize that it was Sari, who had taken on a completely different form. This transformation was truly surprising, and this was what a real Bulgasari was capable of. Sylvia had been in her room the whole time, waiting for everything to end, and although she was unharmed, she looked frightened. James told her that the enemies had been dealt with for now, but Sylvia had to stay in her room. Apparently, this bloodthirsty guy was planning to conduct an interrogation because he had far too many questions. Bass, the leader of the Black Mamba sect, woke up and discovered that he was still alive. James had been waiting for exactly that, because now they were going to have a long conversation. So Bass needed to be patient. The mercenary could not move and tried to understand what had been done to his body. It turned out Titan was alive too, and he also could not move or even shift his limbs. Apparently this was some kind of magic, and James planned to torture these two bastards for a long time. He was ready to keep bringing them back to life and then killing them again, over and over throughout the entire night. James understood that the true bosses of the clan would not have taken part in an incident like this. That meant the real boss was somewhere far away because people like that would never risk their own lives. It turned out this group had been thrown away by the new boss, who had said they were no longer needed. They were a fairly well-trained high-class unit, so it was hard to believe there had been no work for them. Their boss was named Kamazan, and he was terrible because he threw talented people to the bottom simply because they had not taken his side. Right now, these guys were needed by no one and could safely be called disposable pieces. Their deaths would benefit the boss, and if they returned with the stolen money, he would lose nothing either way. They had managed to find James because of Sylvia, even though her appearance had been changed. Although she looked different, her habits and gestures had remained exactly the same. Bass turned out to be a true professional, smart, sharp, and extremely observant. He had tracked down the waitress, and Titan had helped him organize a proper attack. They acted as one and complemented each other, which meant these guys could be useful to James. They tried to intimidate their enemy, constantly saying the organization would not ignore this incident. They had many connections, and if James killed them, he would have to face a true black storm. Of course, he paid no attention to all these stories, because Black Mamba did not frighten a talented warrior at all. He said he had a way to get rid of all their problems and make sure everyone came out ahead. It was hard to believe, but now the members of this squad had to get rid of Kamazan. The boss of Black Mamba had to die, and Bass and Titan accepted James's offer, ready to organize a rebellion. They could not kill James, so it was much better to join forces with him and act in their shared interests. Titan gave a short motivational speech to convince his warriors to take the risk and try something big. These two would make an excellent team, and James had no doubt they would be useful. That was how they managed to persuade their warriors and unite around a common goal. This meant that tonight, the ruler of TR's underworld would change. The king would fall, and a new king would step onto the stage. The nightlife of the capital was always more interesting than anything that happened during the day, and TR was no exception. Kamazan was informed that they had captured his enemy, the one who had kidnapped Sylvia and killed Kai. Right now, he was on the first floor, badly beaten and tied up. The clan boss immediately understood that his opponent was not very strong, because otherwise, his people would not have completed the job. He would not have minded if every member of that squad had died in battle, but either way, he still came out ahead. Soon, James was brought inside, looking beaten and exhausted, completely unable to move because of the chains. His face seemed familiar to the clan boss, and he immediately began a harsh conversation. Kamazan wanted his money returned, and if Flip did that, he might be allowed to live. Of course, James was hiding his real name and appearance, acting under a false identity. He said he had no intention of returning the money that had belonged to Kai and had now become his own property. Such arrogance enraged the clan boss, and he reminded him that all money in the capital belonged to Black Mamba. He ordered Bass to find the money immediately and place it in his hands, but the mercenary ignored the command. Bass believed there was no point talking to a walking corpse, much less obeying his orders. All the warriors around them tensed up, but they were not surprised by what was happening, as if they had known this part of the plan was coming. James waited for the signal and released his aura, and now the chains could no longer hold back his anger. He had come here to overthrow the King of the Night, and he would do it no matter what. He ordered Bass and Titan to get out immediately if they didn't want the shockwave to tear them apart. All the guards who remained loyal to the boss felt this guy's anger for themselves. They screamed and lost their lives in unbelievable agony because James killed them with iron chains. Kamazan had felt a strange sense of danger from the very beginning, but he had ignored his instincts. Soon, he understood what had happened, realized he had been betrayed, and decided to stop the rebellion with his own hands. Even though he had to fight an aura user, he was confident he could win. Overconfidence sometimes plays cruel jokes on people, and today, that was exactly what happened. Thanks to Kamazan, James would completely absorb the Black Mamba clan and become the new king of the city's night. It was cruel and harsh, but James was not used to being cautious in front of his enemies. Even Titan and Bass were shocked by what happened. Even though they had seen far worse things than this, they reported that all of Kamazan's bandits had been destroyed, and only those willing to sell their loyalty remained. James said they had to finish all the work before sunrise. He had contributed enough to the overall victory, and now all that remained was to transfer all of Kamazan's business to himself. They only needed to spread the rumor that Kamazan had betrayed his own clan and had to be removed. That way, all of his associates would switch to their side, and they could completely seize power. James was a shadow few people had seen, which meant these two mercenaries had to take the spotlight. They would play the decisive role in this plan, and now they had to take on part of the responsibility. Once the job was done, they had to come to his mansion and report on the work they had completed. Soon, James found himself back home, took a bath, and prepared for some well-earned rest. The beginning of the rebellion had been perfect, and now he had fully absorbed control over the Black Mamba clan. It was time to speak with the Golden Dragon, who was ready to introduce James to his grandfather. The King of Trade, Gam, personally greeted the young VIP client of the exchange, but that was not exactly a good sign. James did not know what to do because now he had to deal with an experienced merchant. He could not see his information with the eye of insight, so he had to be extremely careful. Gam was a merchant and an expert in buying and selling, with many years of experience. He was surprised that James demanded more than 50,000 coins for his help, since that did not seem logical. James understood that he would lose in this verbal exchange because his opponent was too experienced and intelligent. It would be difficult to provoke him, since he knew perfectly well how to assess a situation and remain calm. It seemed like the King of Trade would force James to make concessions and agree to their price. But at the last moment, the young entrepreneur noticed his opponent's mistake. James understood perfectly well how dependent Gam and Joe were on this revenge, which meant he could manipulate them right now. He was the only one who could give them what they needed, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of that. What he wanted was not money, or even magical artifacts, but true trust. At first, James had seemed like nothing more than a guy hungry for profit. But now, he had earned the trust of the King of Trade. James wanted to sign an exclusive trade contract with the Golden Trade Association, and that was an extremely risky move. This could cause chaos in the world of Murim, because James wanted to become a middleman and profit from arranging deals. It was unheard of arrogance, because in that case, James would become an incredibly influential figure. As it turned out, that was not all, because James made another offer and asked them to invest 200,000 in him. Gam did not know James's trading skills, so he could not take such a risk. In that case, James found a way out and fully absorbed knowledge of high-level trading. Now, strangely enough, he could be considered a merchant with great experience, and he could be trusted. And so the deal would be signed, with James receiving not only the contract, but also investment in his project. All of his demands were met, and now James had to help Joe carry out his revenge. Either way, this was a huge success because signing a contract with the King of Trade on these terms was a jackpot. Now they had to plan an attack on the enemies, and every one of them was a very serious opponent. These warriors had reached the transcendent level of martial arts, so dealing with them would not be easy. Joe was also at the transcendent level, but for an ordinary teenager, such a challenge could naturally cause concern. James had to be patient and prepare properly for this meeting, because it would not be simple. Meanwhile, the two experienced mercenaries could not believe this was really happening. They had thought Flip was proposing an overly naive gamble. Yet now everything had turned out exactly as he predicted. Titan decided that Bass should take the boss's position because he had always been known for his strategic thinking. These guys also began discussing the strange incident that happened after the victory. Flip had forced them to drink 2 glasses of some unknown beverage and had insisted on it very strongly. He said they had become one team, and therefore, they had to drink to it. Flip insisted far too aggressively, so the mercenaries could not refuse him. And so they really did drink those 2 beverages, and it was not hard to guess what was inside. The yin-yang bugs. Soon, they met with Flip, and it was time to talk a little about their future plans. He was ready to give them freedom of action, because he had no interest in running business in the criminal world. All they had to do was follow his conditions, and then their cooperation would be long and happy. If they tried to remove the yin-yang bugs, he would kill them immediately without a shadow of doubt. The same would happen if they revealed his identity or refused to pay tribute every month. There were many more wishes on that list, which brought tears to the mercenaries' eyes. It seemed they did not like these conditions, and Flip immediately made it clear that he would not allow any misunderstandings. As soon as he saw their complete agreement, he immediately put the smile back on his face and thanked them for their cooperation. Black Mamba also had to fully cooperate with the Flip Trading Company. Flip said this was his personal trading company and that he had 50 years of experience as a merchant. Bass and Titan had never heard anything more insane in their lives, but they had no choice but to stay silent and accept it as fact. Shortly after that conversation, James returned to the academy, where he had not been for quite some time. He used his invisibility technique and was surprised by how weak the academy's security was. In 15 days, he had achieved unprecedented progress, managing to rise to the superior rank. He had signed a contract with the King of Trade and gained the lifelong knowledge of an experienced merchant. He had placed his own people in control of Black Mamba instead of its boss, and now controlled the organization. He had also bought a bankrupt guild and opened the Flip Trading Company. It had been a very productive period, but now it was time to move forward. James still had a lot to do, so he needed to ask Zerkal to extend his closed training. He needed to skip some more time at the academy in order to handle all his affairs. As it turned out, that would be difficult now because a problem had appeared. Yesterday, someone from the Prosecutor Night Corps had come here and said he wanted to meet James Stilgard. The instructor said the closed training would only end the next day and asked the inspector to come later. This did not look like a minor issue because people like that did not bother students without a serious reason. He had not come alone either, because with him was another person, Derek from the Kunz estate. Now James understood what was happening and completely solved the puzzle. Marquis Dorian suspected him, which was completely unplanned and could lead to problems. Soon, it was time to meet and have a serious conversation about what had happened. James tried to calm himself because it was impossible to accuse a person who had left no evidence behind. He also had a solid alibi, so he planned to be confident and firm in his testimony. Soon, the commander of the Prosecutor Night Corps entered the room, and his name was Zenitz. He asked James not to be afraid and said he only wanted to ask a few questions. The commander had come personally to handle this, which meant James had a problem. The situation was troublesome because they still had not found the missing Albert. They understood that James had left a day before his disappearance, and he had an ironclad alibi. Even so, the commander found it strange that Albert had not shown up for his academy lessons. James answered that he saw nothing suspicious about it and was sure Albert had started a new life. The commander said he had no more questions, though it was clear that he was dissatisfied. They would not have called him into an interrogation room over such nonsense, because that would be far too absurd. Just as James was about to leave, Zenitz remembered that there was one more person who wanted to speak with him. Apparently, this was the real reason he had been called here, because only now would the true interrogation begin. James had not seen Knight Derek in a long time, and this meeting did not promise anything good. The Knight Captain immediately asked the key question. He wanted to know why James had done it. Albert disappeared the day after their conflict, and Derek did not believe in coincidences. James said this was not a serious accusation, and he was not even going to try explaining himself. The knight was sure all of this could not be a coincidence because he had known Albert well. Albert would never have given up all the privileges of a marquis's life, and if he had been kidnapped, the criminals would have contacted them long ago. There were no traces of Albert's disappearance anywhere, which meant this was neither an escape nor a kidnapping. Only James had both the motive and the opportunity to do something terrible, and Derek was sure he was behind it. Zenitz asked the knight to calm down and reminded him that James was the son of a count and the descendant of a hero, so it would be better to be more polite. James made it clear that without serious evidence, he had no intention of wasting time on this. All of this was only assumption and theory, but he wanted to speak in the language of facts. Derek knew the conversation would turn in that direction, so he had come prepared. The villagers stated that the arriving escort unit had stayed there from night until the next morning. That was not enough for an accusation, but there was one very important detail that could not be overlooked. Witnesses said there was one person who stayed alone in his room. He did not leave until dawn, and that person was James Stilgard. The knight had indeed prepared well for the interrogation, but even that was not enough. Derek was implying that James had returned, killed Albert, and then rejoined his guards. Zenitz understood the theory, but in front of him was a mid-rank academy student, and it was unlikely he could have pulled something like that off. There was too much guesswork and theory in this story, and no room for facts. The inspector asked the knight to let the boy rest and think everything over again. Derek was sure that James had been hiding his true skills all this time. He felt that all of this was just smoke and mirrors, and he knew he would eventually reach the truth. James was ready to undergo a test of his abilities, but he had one condition. He wanted to know what he would receive if it turned out he had nothing to do with Albert's disappearance. The knight said he would do anything, and after that, they shook hands. From the very beginning, James showed skills that went beyond his official rating. After that, the test ended, and the knight admitted that James was at the 4th rank. Everyone understood that this was not enough to pull off such a scheme, though James was clearly stronger than expected. The knight offered his apologies because he admitted that his theories had been wrong. James accepted the apology and said that sooner or later, Albert would return home anyway, and everything would be over. And so, the case of the missing Marquis was completely closed, becoming yet another victory for our hero. Soon, it was time to return to studying again and learn that Phil had missed his close friend very much. He was also angry that James had not invited him to closed training, although of course he did not deserve that. Everyone at the academy began discussing James because he was the one who had received the privilege of closed training. He tried not to pay attention to it and not give any importance to all these rumors. Soon, a guy with long blue hair approached him, and James recognized him immediately. It was not difficult because standing before him was the only student who had stood out during the entrance test. This professional had never fallen from the top of the rankings until graduation. Castor Traus was the very person who had given James an inferiority complex in his past life. He had not approached for no reason, but because he wanted to challenge James to a duel, and absolutely everyone heard it. It was unclear why the first-place student from the top class would challenge a mid-level student from the intermediate class. James immediately answered that he did not want to do it, and wasn't even going to explain why. According to Academy rules, it was impossible to refuse a duel, but James did not care about the rules. Only when he learned that Instructor Zerkal had given his approval did he reconsider his decision. Everyone around him had already been making up all kinds of rumors about his identity, so he had to end it here and now. It looked like he was serious because he would have to fight the best student in the academy. A few seconds later, they armed themselves and prepared for battle in front of the instructor. Apparently, Castor was unhappy that James had been allowed into closed training, so he decided to test him under real conditions. Castor believed that only he could be #1 in the academy, and he would not allow anyone to surpass him. Right now, he wanted to show everyone that James was an empty shell who did not deserve any attention. He immediately attacked, but his opponent quickly deflected the blow. That alone was enough to shock everyone, because it had seemed like the duel would not last even 2 seconds. Castor was undoubtedly a true genius, and in James's past life, he had been a real star. Back then, James had envied him, but in this life, everything was different, and James was on a completely different level. He had already defeated countless strong warriors, and now he was ready to add another scalp to his collection. If he remembered Castor's stats, his weaknesses became clear right away. He was excellent at releasing mana, but he forgot about control. That was why James needed to act intelligently and use his weaknesses against him. James was a master of strategic combat, and that was how he surpassed his opponents. The instructor realized the situation was getting out of control and declared a draw, saying he saw no will to fight. Apparently, he was afraid the champion would lose, even though everyone around them fiercely wanted the duel to continue. He had to order them to shut up and return to class because the duel was officially over. Now everyone understood that James truly deserved to attend closed training because he had not lost to the champion. Castor had no choice but to bow to the teacher and silently return to his room with a frustrated look. What James had displayed was the magic of the Dark Sword Technique's 8th star. He had not fully revealed the technique because he understood that he should not show his entire potential. He knew he had to hide his skills, but sometimes he still wanted to annoy his opponents a little. James said he would soon need to leave the academy again and asked the teacher to give him a pass. It was time to change his appearance once more and become Flip. He came to check how things were going at his trading company because now he was a serious businessman. His deputy, Marcus, reported that everything was going well and there were no problems for now. Marcus had once run this company himself, but it had gone bankrupt, and James had bought the rights to it. Now they had to expand the staff because soon there would be a lot of work waiting for them. Marcus still could not get used to this scale because when he had been the boss, things had been much more miserable. This expansion was needed so the Flip Trading Company could become the largest company in the capital. Flip ordered the building to be renovated so it would look more respectable. He also reminded them not to save money on his requests and that he hated lies. Marcus was a pretty good choice for deputy because he was experienced and not greedy. His main weakness was his hesitation when making decisions, but he would not stab James in the back. After that, Flip went inside the building to check on the secretary. Sylvia had been appointed to that position, and she worked there together with Sari. As soon as Bulgasari saw his master, he immediately flew over for a hug. Sylvia was also happy to see her savior, because not long ago she had still been a slave of Black Mamba. Sylvia said Flip's order had been completed and was waiting for him in the backyard. It turned out to be an order specifically for the little beast, for whom Flip spared nothing. It could be called exclusive food, because a huge iron carriage could be very tasty. They could not forget that Sari loved iron and grew stronger by eating metal. Although watching it was rather awkward, Sari was not embarrassed by his preferences at all. It was time to check the first system, because James had not updated the data in a long time. He had already received investment from the King of Trade, and could now direct it where it was needed. His shop had to be diverse so customers could find any goods there. For now, many products were out of stock, so he needed to arrange purchases. Thanks to James's help, Siak was able to solve all his problems and accumulate internal energy. But there were also problems because now it was almost impossible to steal anything from the library. James told Siak that if he could find a gap in the library's security, he would benefit from it. After all, James had found him a reliable business partner with whom they could earn good money. From now on, Siak would work with James's shop of all kinds of goods. Apparently, the name did not sound very serious, and Siak did not appreciate that marketing move. James immediately had to warn him that if he laughed at the name, he would be destroyed. The main thing was to ensure a high sales volume, and then even with low prices, the earnings would be enormous. After speaking with his assistant, James decided to replenish the product stock. By evening, all the work was done, and he was clearly pleased with himself. A partner shop had been opened, the product shelf had been fully stocked, and the necessary connections had even been found. In addition, Sari had learned to transform, which could play into their hands in the future. Now there was no doubt that Sari was a top-level Bulgasari. James returned to his room and saw that Phil had already left for training, which gave him some free time. He needed to check how things were going with the partner shop and contact the Golden Dragon. Even though the revenge would not be complete, Joe was ready to carry out the plan. He wanted revenge on many people, but reaching the main culprit would be difficult. If they killed his helpers, the main enemy would hide, and they would lose the chance for revenge. James said his enemies might be accomplices in the Nanju massacre. He had already sent his assistant Siak there to gather all available information. The Bloody Nanju massacre was the name of a tragedy that happened in Murim after dimensional deals appeared. The energy of hundreds of people was drained, and after that, all of them were killed because of the abuse of dimensional deals. Joe's parents were among the victims, and he had wanted to wait so he could catch the main culprit first, then all of his helpers. But when he managed to find his enemy, he realized he could no longer stop himself. An incredible thirst for revenge poured out from the depths of his heart, and he wanted to tear them apart and chop them into tiny pieces. James said he was ready to support him, and once everything was ready, Joe only needed to ask. The jade-faced golden dragon thanked him and went off to prepare for his revenge. Both opponents were at their peak, so there was no guarantee the revenge would succeed. Joe would have to worry about that, while James, meanwhile, wanted to see the reaction to the partner shop. Instead of a specialized store, he had opened a trading point with a wide range of products. This turned out to be the right decision and caused an overwhelming reaction. The prices in the shop were very low, customers could find almost anything, and no one was trying to scam them. Business was going very well, and at this pace, the entire inventory would be sold out within a week. James had planned to reach the heroic rank and enter the second system of dimensional deals within 2 years. His progress had accelerated so much that he could already move on to the next step. Soon, he felt a familiar energy behind him, belonging to someone he knew very well. The person called James lazy, but judging by the reaction, they were neither enemies nor friends. Standing before him was his older brother Jason, the third child of Count Stilgard, and a fourth-class knight. He had been sure his brother would end up at the bottom of the class, but James had achieved great success. It was strange, because he had always been lazy and worthless, without a shred of talent. It had to be admitted that Jason had also failed to meet his father's expectations, because much more had clearly been expected from him. Even the eldest son, who was a second-ranked knight, felt their father's disappointment, and Jason was even less talented than him. In his past life, Jason had been completely broken when he failed to overcome the wall of aura users. That was exactly why he now looked at his younger brother so anxiously, seeing him succeed in life. He had always ignored James more than anyone else, and ironically, now he was suffering because of it. Jason had only been trying to stay in the middle and avoid becoming the worst in the family, but failure still awaited him. This guy was truly pitiful, and honestly, it was better not to waste precious time or attention on him. He had come here to understand how his younger brother had survived the battle against the best student in the academy. He was not going to believe any fairy tales and understood that this was not a coincidence. Because of everything that had happened, someone wanted to meet him, a man named Edward Carson. James had to come to the specified address in the evening and wear a formal suit, because this was a serious meeting. An invitation to the freshman club was something special, so James needed to value this moment. There, he would meet the people he had long been looking for, and whose faces he sincerely wanted to see. Club 21 was the unofficial high society club of TR Academy. It had a limited number of members, and only students from powerful and noble families were invited. The club helped people build connections for the rest of their lives, which was why every student at the academy dreamed of getting in. The rising stars of Navarro's current generation gathered here and enjoyed their popularity. When a new participant appeared, everything around him immediately fell silent as people tried to judge him at first glance. James looked confident and even slightly arrogant, wearing a new suit and not worrying at all. They were not used to seeing first-years here, so everyone was unfriendly toward him. Even so, if he was here, then he was already automatically considered a rising star of Navarro. James immediately noticed the red-haired beauty Selena Lefebvre, whom he knew from his past life. In this life, he did not even want to go near her or try to make her acquaintance. That behavior was unusual for an outsider, because no one here ignored Selena. No one had ever humiliated her like this before, and she had no intention of forgiving such treatment. In his past life, James had not seen Selena's true nature and had only been charmed by her beauty. Now it was clear that she was of no use, and it was better to avoid her, just like many of the other people at this event. Hilan and his brother Darius greeted the new guest with hostility and hinted that no one here was happy to see him. James understood that he had to destroy them immediately, but there was too much attention here. The situation grew more heated with every second, and if no one stepped in, a full conflict would break out. Jason could no longer stand aside and asked the guys to stop the confrontation. When the brothers learned that James had come at Edward's invitation, they immediately fell silent and cooled down. It became clear that Edward truly played a major role in this community, which made James want to meet him in person even more. He did not come out to the other members because the future Duke preferred proud solitude. Jason immediately warned his brother to keep his mouth shut and not lose his sense of fear. It was obvious that everyone around them was deeply afraid of Edward, and James could understand why. This guy had the aura of a noble family behind him, perfect fencing skills, and magical charisma. In his past life, James had tried not to go against this guy, but now the circumstances were completely different. He was very curious to see how Edward would look in his eyes, because James was now on an entirely different level. In Navarro, there were 3 nobles with enormous influence: Count Stilgard, Marquis Dorian, and Duke Luther Carson. These 3 great lords represented the true power and might of Navarro. Among them stood out Carson's eldest son, Edward, who wanted so badly to meet James. He immediately noticed that James was a fairly handsome guy, though he was unlucky with his height. James tried not to stand out and behaved very coldly, which instantly angered his older brother. It was hard to watch how ruthless and heartless Edward was, because it only inspired disgust. Edward believed Jason should start getting nervous, since his younger brother looked more talented than him. Of course, Jason did not agree with that assessment, because he would never believe he was inferior to James. Edward was a master at manipulating opponents and making them think exactly what he wanted. He acted as mercilessly as a person possibly could. Soon, he allowed his footstool to leave the room, and it was disgusting to watch. James paid attention to that guy and looked at him closely, as if they had known each other before. Edward did not care what others thought of him, because he intended to live exactly how he wanted. The only thing that interested him was that everyone showed him proper respect, including James. The youngest Stillguard heir said that in this place no one showed respect to anyone. He remembered the behavior of the brothers Hillen and Darius, as well as Edward's own behavior. He was also ready to follow that same line and forget about showing respect to others. This whole story made Edward laugh, and he realized his conversation partner had a good sense of humor. He had already heard that James had recently dueled Castor, and everyone around them had heard about it too. After that duel, Castor remained in a strange mood and barely spoke to anyone. It was obvious something special had happened, because before, he had been an energetic and talkative guy. Apparently, everyone wanted to know how James had managed to compete with an opponent like that. It was not really a secret, because he had simply learned to control strength with softness and overcome heaviness with lightness. He had understood what the fullness of emptiness meant, and that was why he had been able to resist the champion. That meant knowing how to hide what you had and pretend you were completely empty. All these beautiful words interested Edward, though of course he understood none of them. Edward immediately took a liking to James, but he could not let him into the club because all the seats were taken. At the same time, he could not simply let him go either, so he had an idea. If James wanted to join this club, he could take his older brother's seat. Jason could not believe what he had just heard, because he considered himself better than James. Even so, Edward had no desire to have two members of the Stillguard family in this club. One was enough. Only a few seconds later, he said it had all been a joke, and that Jason did not need to worry about his place. After that, he made a real offer and said he wanted to arrange a friendly sparring match. Edward intended to fight Jason in front of everyone attending the event. It was hard to call this a competitive duel, because it looked more like a complete beating. Today's role of punching bag had fallen to Jason, though usually he was much luckier. Many people were sure this guy was worth nothing without his family and the title of Count, and in some ways they were right. Jason could not help hearing all these insults, even though he pretended not to care. Out of anger, he kept trying to fight and attack, but the difference in level was far too deep. There was a real abyss between these two in martial arts skill, and it was visible to the naked eye. The battle had gone too far, but apparently Edward had no intention of stopping. Just when it seemed Jason was about to be completely destroyed, his younger brother unexpectedly stepped in for him. That was enough to shock every person at the event. No one had expected such a turn of events, because very few people would dare challenge Edward. James could not call this spectacle a real duel, because there was no suspense in it. In response, Edward only laughed because he did not take the Stillguard family seriously, and believed they only lived off their grandfather's glory. Deep down, James agreed with that, but it was hard for him to accept a reality that went against his wishes. Their family had become a laughingstock, no longer the same Stillguards who once struck terror into their enemies. But that did not mean they had to be ashamed of their name, because reality could always be changed. James offered his hand to his brother and said they could leave, since they were clearly not welcome here. Edward continued mocking them and said they could get lost. There was no doubt they would meet again in the future, and when they did, James would definitely show him who was really in charge. Very soon, everything would change. They only had to wait for the perfect moment to land a precise strike. No one would ever belittle the Stillguard bloodline again, and this family's star would shine once more. A little later, James felt a bitter aftertaste and even regretted holding back his emotions. After all, he understood perfectly well that he could have easily torn that fool apart, but he had not done it. Strangely enough, Jason blamed his younger brother for all the problems and said he had acted incorrectly. Now he would be kicked out of the class and turned into an outcast, all because James did not know how to behave. Apparently, he was deeply afraid of Edward, and that was where the Stillguard family's failure over the past decade truly came from. They had become weak and fearful people who were afraid to challenge fate. Judging by his expression, Jason fully agreed with those words. If people like Jason did not change, the Stillguards would be destroyed and cease to exist. James did not feel warmth toward his brother, but he did not reject their blood connection either. He remembered Edward's insult toward his family and would definitely take revenge for it. Soon, he returned to the event and once again met those unpleasant brothers. He directly stated that he considered them mentally disabled and was ready to help with treatment. Edward said the brothers could destroy James and do whatever they wanted with him, because he did not care. As soon as they heard that their master had allowed them to bite, they immediately prepared for battle. Apparently, this was exactly what James had been aiming for, and as soon as he saw aggression directed at him, he struck first. He had been hiding his true intentions for a long time, but now all masks would come off. That was enough for the music to stop and every conversation to end instantly. After that, James invited Edward to have a friendly sparring match under exactly the same rules. He immediately smelled fear and assured his opponent that he would not beat him too badly. It was an open provocation, and everyone around them held their breath as they waited for an answer. Apparently, Edward had no intention of tolerating such humiliation and was ready to accept the fight under any conditions. He immediately lost his mind and attacked the young, arrogant heir of the Stilgard family. It seemed like his power would pierce straight through him, but reality delivered another surprise. James turned out to be several times faster than expected and once again acted first. He kept mocking Edward and never let him land a hit, exposing the complete failure of his technique. A situation like this had never happened in the past, so Edward had never learned how to control his emotions. He gave in to his rage too much and promised to break this little slug's jaw right now. Apparently, he believed in his own strength too much and completely forgot about defensive skills. Aggression always makes people lose control, and it leads foolish warriors to their deaths. James did not stop and continued slapping his opponent across the face. Now Edward had to feel everything Jason had felt before him, namely humiliation and punishment. Everyone around them stayed silent and was afraid to intervene, because what was happening before their eyes felt like some kind of nightmare. Only now did everyone realize that the arrogant James Stilgard was actually an eagle hiding his claws. Edward was not ready to disgrace his family because he was a descendant of the legendary Luther Carson. He immediately called the guards, and 3 huge giants appeared beside James. They did not care that this had been a one-on-one duel because they were ready to spit on the rules and forget about honor. The future Night Squad of the royal family planned to tear James apart and punish him in front of everyone at the event. At least that was what they wanted. But when it came time to act, James once again turned out to be stronger. The entire hall of guests could not stop being surprised, and honestly, that was understandable, because truly unbelievable things were happening. He had taken down the best and most talented students of the upper class all by himself, and he had done it in just a few seconds. Edward realized that only Paris could help him here and began nervously calling him for help. This was one of the academy's most talented students, who was supposed to graduate next year. He was clearly older than James and intended to punish this little boy for his arrogant behavior. Paris explained that they were not in the kind of club where a first year could dictate his own terms. A red aura meant thirst for death, and it seemed like James really would not escape serious injuries. This technique was also known as the famous Red Moon Sphere of Light, which certainly sounded convincing. Paris was sure he would wipe that stupid smirk off this guy's face, but even so, James still did not lose his optimism. This guy was always confident in his own strength, even when fighting an experienced warrior. He easily defended against all those red beams and remained unharmed. Now all that remained was to choose the right strategy, because he could not act too naively. If he showed his full potential, everyone would learn his true strength, and that could not be allowed. He had to act carefully and wisely so he could come out clean. At the moment it seemed Paris had finally caught him, the exact opposite turned out to be true. Everyone found it hard to believe that a first year had learned to use aura at such a high level. James not only came out alive and unharmed, but also managed to defeat his furious opponent. Paris fell to the floor and screamed like a little girl, and in another second he would probably start calling for his mommy. Since he knew how to handle aura, his bones would heal in a week, and there would be no serious problems. James looked toward the club members and realized that no one would bother him now. He warned them that if anyone wanted to say something to him, they should write their will first. Everyone immediately looked away and pretended they were not paying attention to him, which was honestly kind of funny. Edward did not rush to run or hide. Instead, he clapped for the winner and acknowledged his skills. He also suggested ending this meaningless war and shaking hands. As a sign of reconciliation, he was also ready to offer James a place in the Golden Club 21. All the people gathered here would play a decisive role in Navarro's future, and joining them was a privilege. James listened to this entire speech with a serious face, then burst out laughing. He found Edward both funny and boring at the same time, and he clearly had no desire to deal with people like him. This guy was constantly clinging to his father's pant leg, and aside from his family's power, he had nothing. Those words angered Edward so much that he decided to attempt murder. He pulled out a dagger and attacked, crossing the line completely. James quickly put this arrogant upstart in his place and showed everyone who the real daddy was. To him, Edward was nothing more than a worthless worm with nothing special about him. This entire closed club, created for spoiled rich kids and show-offs, was nothing more than a sandcastle. Now Edward had to be careful because James was the wave that would destroy any castle. If he ever tried to hurt anyone from the Stilgard family again, he would regret ever being born. After such a spectacular humiliation, it would be difficult for Edward to regain his former authority. Then James turned to everyone else at the event and repeated his words. In the future, they should not create problems for him, or they would regret it badly. With that, the performance at the closed Club 21 officially came to an end. James stepped outside and met his brother, who had clearly been watching everything happening inside. It was strange to see because the Jason James knew from his past life would never have abandoned his pride. Now he had run here to apologize to those bastards, and that was truly pathetic. Jason tried to understand how his brother had become so powerful when just yesterday he had been a nobody. Without revealing his main secret, James simply said he had trained long and hard. Although Jason did not believe that, he changed the subject and reminded him of something important. Edward would not give up on revenge, and that could lead to major problems, which they could not forget. James answered that he had a plan to solve all of this, and soon Jason would see it with his own eyes. Solving this problem would be truly difficult because Edward was carrying an unbelievable grudge. That grudge had sunk so deep into his heart that even surgery would have trouble pulling it out. For several more hours, he yelled at his guards for failing to protect him from a first year. He also did not forget to throw a few harsh words at the other club members, who had shown no loyalty at all. Paris, who was writhing in pain from his broken arms, apologized to his boss and promised revenge. That would probably be impossible because James was strong, and they would need support for something like this. Edward also warned them of serious consequences if any information about today's incident leaked out. While he was giving orders, no one even suspected that James had been nearby the entire time. He was watching them and listening to their conversation, and apparently everything was going exactly as he had expected. For a while, the club members would stay silent, so James did not need to worry about his abilities being exposed. He prepared to head toward the person who was actually the reason he had come to tonight's event. We all remember the guy who served Edward as a footstool. Going through that humiliation had been so hard for him that right now, he was thinking about suicide. Just as he was about to stab himself with a knife, James appeared and offered him a bet. He immediately recognized that confident first year with the Stilgard name. James knew that Edward was this guy's brother and understood his feelings of self-pity. Before us stood Huwen Carson himself, the Duke's second son and Edward's younger half-brother. As soon as James asked him to hand over the knife, Huwen immediately tried to kill himself. Only thanks to his speed did James manage to stop this madness and save the young man from death. He convinced him to calm down and stop trying to commit suicide because they needed to talk. In truth, Huwen did not actually want to die because he loved life and feared death. The problem was that his life was too difficult and unpleasant, and it caused him many troubles. In some ways, he was right, because his older brother really did make Huwen's life unbearable. His family was much kinder since his father always treated his son with respect. Edward had hated his younger brother since birth and humiliated him in every possible way. Huwen had even thought about running away, but he had never managed to go through with it. Since they had already met, James was ready to reach out and help Huwen. He would make him the head of the Carson ducal house, no matter how strange that sounded right now. The offer was so absurd that Huwen did not even bother listening to it. Apparently, he still did not understand who he was talking to or what had happened to his older brother half an hour earlier. After all, he had not been inside the club this whole time and had not seen Edward get brutally beaten. As soon as he learned all of this, he would immediately find James and agree to cooperate. Either way, this guy would have no choice but to become Duke. A few years later, Edward would die from an incurable illness, and Huwen would become the head of the Carson family. James had known this from the very beginning, and now he simply wanted to benefit from it. Soon, he returned home and decided to think a little before bed, even though Phil was snoring like a brown bear. The policy of Club 21 was to build connections with the Academy's most talented students. Although that sounded fairly profitable, in reality, things were not quite so rosy. James wanted to choose only those who were guaranteed to succeed, because Huwen was not the only one. There were several other talented students who would soon turn into beautiful swans. Among them were the future head of a ducal family, the hero of national songs, and even a genius official. There were quite a few precious gems around him, and James had to find them before anyone else did. Under one roof were people who would decide Navarro's future, and he absolutely had to build connections with them. These diamonds could bring great benefits over the next decades. To befriend them, James would start raising his recognition as early as the next day. In the morning, as soon as he entered the classroom, everyone immediately recognized the guy who had stood on equal footing with Castor. Step by step, he really was becoming more famous, even though he had barely even tried yet. James entered the upper class with clear intentions. A bald guy nicknamed Phantomus immediately approached him and began asking a lot of questions. Apparently, he didn't like first years wandering around here and had no intention of allowing it. James understood that this was one of the weakest students in the class, and beating him would bring no benefit. He looked around and noticed a more interesting target, Castor Traus. On the other hand, if he defeated Castor, he could attract far too much attention, and James did not want that. He remembered another guy named Max, who had always stayed in second place because of Castor. In the end, Max had managed to graduate from the academy and establish himself as a talented guy. James began deliberately joking at his expense and doing everything he could to provoke a conflict. Soon, he directly suggested they have a battle and test which of them was more talented. The upperclassmen definitely had not expected that kind of behavior from this kid, and they immediately turned their eyes toward Max. He had no choice but to accept the offer and promise to destroy James in front of everyone. Just a few minutes later, they were competing on the training grounds, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Max did everything he could to win, but the pressure from his younger opponent was far too brutal. Soon, the duel was officially over, and James Stilgard had taken a clear victory in just a few minutes. No one understood how this young talent had managed to secure a win against an experienced upperclassman. They had to remember that Max was ranked second, and until this moment, he had only ever lost to Castor. Everyone tried to understand how James was only in the middle class and what his true nature really was. His victory meant that James had to be promoted to the upper class. It also meant that Phantomas, who was in last place, had to be moved down a level. After the duel, James noticed a familiar figure among the crowd of spectators, and it was Huan. He had come much earlier than expected, and he had not come alone, but with members of Club 21. Everyone around already knew that James was an aura user, and that was all they were talking about. Soon, they moved to a more secluded place so no one would interfere with their conversation. Huan had thought over James's offer from yesterday and wanted to discuss their possible cooperation in the future. When he learned that Edward had been humiliated, he could not contain his happiness and kept thanking James for his help. He promised he would never forget this kindness for the rest of his life and would definitely repay him in the future. It was a little ridiculous watching him rejoice over his brother's humiliation, but every family had its own rules. Either way, they could not forget that Edward really was insane and had even once tried to poison Huan. That meant he would not ignore this situation and would definitely try to take revenge. James did not take it too seriously and said he would deal with Edward again if necessary. He also reminded Huan that he had not been joking yesterday and had truly promised to make him a duke. The problem was that Huan had no positive qualities, was worse than his older brother in every way, and did not feel much love from his family. That was exactly why he could not understand how he could possibly claim the title of duke. James said he was ready to prepare the groundwork, but this work would be like a long-term investment. For that, they needed patience and had to act very aggressively, because otherwise everything could end in failure. In that case, Edward would become the future duke, and Huan's life would become unbearable. He would be treated like a toy, so he had to do everything possible to prevent that scenario. Those words truly affected the insecure young man. He agreed that he had to stop being a nobody and do everything possible to achieve success. To begin his rise, James suggested creating their own private club. He would soon share all the details because he already had a list of desired candidates. At the academy, weak students born without special talent were always mocked. Barian was used to hearing insults, and it had become so normal to him that it no longer upset him much. This guy lost too often, and in all his time studying, he had not won even once against his opponents. People kept mocking him and wishing him luck in the lower classes, because they had no doubt he would end up as an ordinary janitor. A cadet who had dedicated his life to fencing started trembling at the sight of a sword, and that was what constant defeat could do to a person. This guy was an ordinary orphan, and he could not afford to return from the academy with nothing. Soon, James approached him with Huan and said they had wanted to meet him for a long time. A little later, a meeting was organized between various students who did not stand out from the others. They were called ugly ducklings, but James knew that in the future they would become beautiful swans. Barian and Mita would represent the next generation of heroic knights of Navarro. Benjamin would become the youngest mayor of Arcadio and would also be called a genius. Dave would become an undefeated field commander who expanded the Empire's territories. Benjamin and Dave were among the Academy's losers because their talents were difficult to reveal under school conditions. Also present was Chapel, the second son of the Klaus family, an old noble house known for its knightly lineage. In the future, Chapel would become a wandering magical genius and show himself in every branch of magic. James officially opened the meeting and explained that they wanted to create their own club. It would be called Rise, because every one of them was destined for a rapid climb up the pyramid in the future. The idea looked pretty good, but the members were not sure they could really make progress. There was not a single talented student among them who had already made a name for themselves, and that did not fill their hearts with hope. Club 21 was the Club of Dreams because it gathered the elite and the most talented students in the academy. To reach their level, they would need to work very hard, but James was sure nothing was impossible. He was ready to demonstrate the clear advantages of the club in order to erase all doubts. Soon, he asked his assistant Marcus to come inside and greet the students. Marcus explained that he was the deputy head of the Flip Trading Company and that their business had been going very well recently. He was ready to provide regular sponsorship support to the students, and that was exactly what he wanted to discuss. None of the students had clearly expected that they might interest potential sponsors. The idea was beyond their understanding, but now the club was starting to make sense. The Flip Trading Company was under James's care, so it was ready to sponsor the Rise Club. Now each of them had to make their own choice and answer whether they wanted to join this club or not. Several hours later, the members' meeting ended, and James returned to his room. The matters had been settled, so now he could rest a little and change his focus. He had not entered the system in a long time, so he decided to check whether the item he needed had appeared in the assortment. The Sun God contacted him, already knowing that James was planning to buy the Art of Rebirth. He was ready to hear an offer if James could name a truly fair price. The Art of Rebirth transformed the entire body into something superhuman, which was why it was so valuable. This dream item would allow him to obtain the perfect body, but the Sun God was willing to sell it only for 150,000 coins. Although it was one of the best things in the first system, the price was far too high, and the Sun God hated bargaining. As soon as James offered a lower price, the conversation would immediately end. At the moment, our hero had 3 times less than that amount in his balance, so he could not afford this artifact. The Sun God possessed a divine weapon, which meant he was above the first class. In reality, that was the highest limit beyond the peak, the boundary every resident of Miram wanted to reach. This guy was truly equal to a god, which was why he spoke from a position of power. All that remained was to understand why a deity lived so poorly and was busy extorting money. Right now, he had absolutely no money in his account, even though Li was the supreme ruler of the Sun Palace. He had also defeated the Ice Warrior of the Northern Sea, Sol Jinwook, although the battle had lasted more than half a century. The victory had taken a great toll on his health and changed his condition forever. Extremely powerful ice energy had struck his entire body, destroyed part of his vessels, and pushed him into a critical state. James was short more than 90,000 coins, and even with his privileges it was impossible to reach the required amount. He needed the Art of Rebirth to create the perfect body, which meant he had to find a way out of the situation. James said he understood why the Sun God was in such a hurry, because he needed to remove the ice energy from his body. It was clear that those words hit the mark and wounded the god's pride. James was sure the Sun God was not in a position to try inflating the price. If he had gone so far as to sell such a valuable art, then he was not in the best position for negotiations. To fully cure his illness, he would have to invest an enormous amount of money into treatment. James negotiated brilliantly and showed that he knew everything about his opponent. Now he had risen above him and began negotiating as Party A, despite his young age. James would not die if he failed to obtain the Art of Rebirth, but the Sun God was in a different situation. If he did not get the money he wanted, everything would be over for him, so he had no right to set conditions. As soon as he heard all those words, he immediately apologized to James and admitted that he had set his demands too high. The deal did not necessarily have to be settled with money, because they could find another way out. James needed the rebirth technique, and the Sun God needed to be cured of the ice energy, so they could help each other. All that remained was to find a way to heal the Sun God, and then the issue would be solved without a single gold coin. James was satisfied that he had turned the outcome of the negotiations around, and soon, everything came to an end. He received the art he wanted and began the absorption process, which would take some time. At first, James did not understand what was happening because during the absorption process, his teeth began to hurt. Soon, he saw that one of his teeth had fallen out, which was definitely not part of the plan. Only a few seconds later, he felt unbelievable pain throughout his entire body, and it was hard to compare that pain to anything else. It felt as if a million knives were digging into his skin at the same time, and it was true torture. His internal organs were no exception either, because they seemed to be begging for help while tightening from unbearable pain. The art of rebirth turned out to be very specific, but the loading process quickly accelerated. James tried with all his strength not to lose consciousness and endure the pain, even though it was incredibly difficult. Soon, it was time to return to his studies, and by then, the loading process had already fully completed. When people saw him, they were truly surprised by his transformation. Today, he looked brighter and fresher than ever, lively and energetic, as if he had been born again. A completely different energy came from him, and of course it did, because he had mastered an ancient art. The previous night, he had already tested his new abilities and seen how a natural-born genius viewed the world. In his new body, he only needed to put in a little effort to get instant results. If he had been born with a body like this in his past life, he would never have known all those problems and hardships. When he returned home, he did not lie down to rest, but instead continued working with even greater effort. This allowed him to unlock new skills, and now he could see the psychological state of everyone around him. James also raised his level and managed to enter the second system, which was a very significant promotion. Now he could enter a magical world, even though not long ago he had only just begun his path in the system. He also received a magical massager created by a monster named Antello to treat a huge number of diseases. James gladly began trying all of his privileges and absorbing new skills. Soon, he started loading the Mana Ring Seal and Introduction to Hermeneutics. As soon as the absorption was complete, James became a magical swordmaster and discovered new possibilities. For now, he had only one magic ring, and it was hard to count on success with such a small amount of power. He needed to try raising his level and buy magic effect amplifiers. Most representatives of the second system were scholars and researchers, but that did not mean he could not meet people obsessed with magic here. Soon, James found an important seller who had fallen into depression and was ready to sell everything he had. This guy had incredibly precious artifacts, and he was willing to sell them all to one buyer. And so it was decided to buy all the items at once and push his progress to the limit. Although the first deal ended successfully, that did not mean he could relax in system number 2. Every system had scammers like Seok, and a person needed to know how to deal with them. In this system, that scammer was Shylock, and soon their paths would cross again. Once matters in the system were settled, he could calmly return to real life. The weekend had been extremely productive and successful, and James had taken a huge step forward. Now he had 3 mana rings, an expanded circuit, and 3 important wizard manuscripts at his disposal. James had now become a full-fledged 3-ring wizard, and all that remained was to refine his skills. In the hallway, when it turned out he was completely alone, he heard a familiar voice and saw the silhouette of a girl. Selena greeted James. She was the same girl he had met at Club 21. It was rather strange that they had met like this, almost as if she had deliberately been waiting for him in the hallway. James remembered who she really was, because in his past life he had gotten to know her very well. At first he had liked her, but later he understood just how rotten her soul was, and that there was nothing to her except beauty. James decided not to hide his opinion and directly told her what he thought of her, so they would not drag out a pointless conversation. Selena admitted she had lost her touch, because she had not expected to be seen through by an ordinary first year. In his past life, he had fallen into her trap because she was like a drug that was extremely difficult to quit. Even so, Selena was very cunning and trained in every skill needed to manipulate other people's hearts. James had spent many years suffering as he tried to break free from her chains, and in this life, he would not allow himself to fall into that trap again. Selena was sure they were very similar, because James wanted to use hidden talents in his new club. Those words meant that she, like many students at the academy, had already learned about the existence of the Rise Club. But that was not why she had come, and she suggested that they deepen their relationship and take it to the next level. Although James had not expected anything like that, he refused immediately without the slightest hesitation. He wanted to devote his time to training, despite all the beauty of this drug. At the end, James tried to understand how she had learned about the existence of the Rise Club, since that was private information. Soon after this meeting, a new club gathering was organized to discuss current problems. It turned out that Hyun had told his brother about the club's existence after Edward started interrogating him. As soon as James heard those words, he immediately asked his comrade to step outside with him for a private conversation. In truth, he was not interested in the leaked information. The topic of the conversation was slightly different. In Navarro, there was no name higher than the royal family. So if Hyun was a member of the Carson family, he had to behave accordingly. Everything came from his insecurity, because he had no talent, no skills, and did not stand out from the gray crowd in any way. They needed to take care of his equipment and raise his level, or he would remain among the worthless. James decided to give him a ring and take the first step toward improving Hyun Carson's progress. The Ring of Courage awakened a man's inner traits, suppressed fear, and destroyed hesitation. They needed to move this guy in the right direction slowly, and then he would definitely make progress. When they returned to the club room, they witnessed a very interesting and unpleasant conversation. Dave and Benjamin were discussing Hyun's worthlessness and wondering how the Duke could have had a son like him. It seemed to them that all the good traits had gone to Edward, leaving nothing for Hyun. The Ring of Courage changed his nature, and as soon as he heard those words, he immediately prepared to put these guys in their place. He was no longer going to be a nobody and turn a blind eye to such behavior because he was the future Duke. James was pleased with the result, although he had not expected everything to happen so quickly and directly. It turned out that mentioning Edward gave him additional motivation. This could become a lever of pressure and lead him to unprecedented progress in the near future. If this power was used properly, it would definitely be possible to extract a huge benefit. Soon, the club meeting continued, and James asked everyone not to get stuck on conflicts and to move forward. He turned to Barian and Mita and gave them pills that had to be eaten after every training session, despite their awful smell. The green bamboo pills were an excellent remedy for fatigue, even though they did not look very pretty. A little later, Benjamin and Dave also received their gifts, namely passes to the Royal Library. Chapel was also waiting for some kind of gift for himself and was clearly burning with impatience. It seemed like James had completely forgotten about him and had not prepared anything special at all. Apparently, a slightly different gift was waiting for him, and for that, they had to go to the Magic Tower. James brought him to a very valuable mentor in order to develop his potential. At first glance, it was clear that a high-class mage stood before them, and he immediately recognized James. It turned out that this mage was his uncle, and his name was Sir Kendall Risker. Chapel could not believe for a long time that this legendary mage was truly James's uncle. After all, he was the youngest six-ring mage and ranked first among the candidates for the position of Archmage. Sir Kendall was a true legend, and a mentor like that could help any student make progress. Soon, he was told that Chapel also wanted to learn all the secrets of magic and was a descendant of the Klaus family. James said there was no need to train this guy directly. It would be enough to give him access to the tower's magical materials. Although Chapel had wasted 20 years of his life, he still had incredible potential. If he started practicing in this tower from now on, he could become the youngest Archmage in history. The Magic Tower was a haven of truth and a beacon of wisdom, and it did not open its doors to just anyone. Kendall had to make sure of Chapel's talent, so he needed to pass a small test. The main thing was not to be afraid and to show his best side, and then the result would definitely be positive. Now James had some free time, and he was about to go home when he heard someone's voice. Many mages trained in this tower, and all of them were constantly busy solving equations. Seeing the lively training, James decided to stay here for a while and study magic too. He had recently made progress in this field, but he was still only a beginner. Magical terminology quickly appealed to him, and he gladly began studying. Everything came fairly easily, and it seemed to him that he could easily become a qualified wizard. Before coming here, he had said he was not a wizard, yet this place was only for students. One of the guys he had met earlier called him a liar and ordered him to leave the area immediately. At that moment, Kendall entered the room with Chapel because they had just finished the test. Kendall immediately started yelling at Raphael and ordered him to calm down at once if he did not want problems. The senior wizard thought his mentor was putting too much pressure on him and that it was completely unjustified. That kind of attitude toward a teacher seemed rather strange, even in the most advanced academies. Raphael was unhappy that the students had been solving problems for a whole week and still could not go home, even though they wanted to bathe, sleep, and eat. He understood that the duty of a senior wizard was not easy, but sometimes it felt like this had gone too far. Raphael was also unhappy that the teacher had recruited a genius boy in order to give him a leadership position. He was talking about James because he had seen the problems James solved and now had no doubt that this guy was a real mage. He had just solved all the highest difficulty tests, something no one in the student class could manage. Kendall remained calm and said that the Stilgard family had always stood out from the rest. At first, Raphael could not understand what that meant, but then he remembered that he had heard about the Stilgard family before. It was impossible to live in the Navarro Empire and never hear stories about the Steelheart. Now it became clear that the conflict was over because Raphael had no more complaints. Chapel said that he had passed the initial test and would now be able to use the services of the Magic Tower. He had been accepted and even received a special pass, so everything had worked out almost perfectly. We had almost forgotten about the Club of Spoiled Pigs, also known as Club 21. Today, Edward was unhappy again because one of the club members had lost to a nobody named Barian. No one knew that this loser had overcome his fear of the sword and had now reached a new level of fencing. Apparently, Edward did not care about any of those excuses, because only the result mattered to him. They could not forget that the entire academy looked up to their club, so they could not lower their standards. Right now, their main goal was the complete and total destruction of the Rise Club, because they had to show who was in charge. It was decided to challenge the Rise Club to a series of duels, and now all that remained was to wait for the confrontation to begin. Soon, Jason met with his younger brother because he was the one who had to challenge the opponents to the confrontation. Right now, he was being treated with contempt and considered a potential spy. That meant everything was going according to James's plan, and their duo was working beautifully. Edward had already decided to propose a series of duels, and now all that remained was to choose the time and place. Soon, a meeting of the Rise Club was held, where James told everyone about the coming confrontation. They found it hard to believe that a battle against the Academy's elite was waiting for them, because before this, they could only dream of something like that. Whoever lost would have to close the doors of their club and completely forget about gathering again. Real panic began because no one understood why they had to take such a risk. Everyone was afraid their club would cease to exist, but Hewen remained calm and asked the members not to rush to conclusions. There was no doubt James had a clever plan for them to win, so all that remained was to trust him. When James showed the number 5, everyone thought they had 5 months to prepare, even though that would still not be enough. James laughed and said that, in reality, they had only 5 days left, because they had all misunderstood. At first, it seemed like he was just joking, but soon, everyone realized that his statement was completely serious. Now even Hewen lost his composure, even though he had stayed calm until that moment. He kept shouting that they were all going to die and would definitely be humiliated, so apparently the Ring of Courage was working inconsistently. 5 days passed after that conversation, and it was finally time for the confrontation between the two clubs to begin. When the members of the elite group arrived at the competition venue, they were quite surprised. James had truly created ideal conditions for the tournament and had spared neither nerves nor effort to do it. Rich and famous people could be seen here, though no one knew how he had managed to lure them in. Paris was sure something was wrong here, and every part of his intuition was screaming about it. Even so, Edward answered that nothing would change, and the Rise Club would be disgraced in front of everyone. All this time, he had only been craving revenge and dreaming of finally avenging his defeat. Meanwhile, James assured his team that everything was under control and they could forget about their doubts. Kendall, the mage representing the Magic Tower, would be responsible for the live sound, the event process, and the broadcast of the match. The series of duels between the sworn rivals was about to begin. Each side dreamed of victory, but only one of them would receive the glory of the winners. The participants of the first duel stepped onto the arena and prepared for battle. Club 21 was represented by Edward, the Duke's eldest son, a talented young man and the pillar of the next generation. He would be fighting a completely unexpected opponent. And all of this was part of James's plan. Edward's opponent would be his younger brother Hewen, which made things intriguing from the very beginning. And now, the moment had finally come for the two brothers to clash face to face. Hewen had endured humiliation and insults for a long time, but today, he had the perfect chance for revenge. At first, he felt incredible fear, because he was even afraid to look toward his older brother. Edward gave him a chance. Hewen could refuse the duel and return to Club 21 to avoid disgrace. Now he had to make a choice: give up on his revenge or finally punish his tormentor. Returning to the original path would mean enduring all those humiliations and beatings again. It would mean being nobody, completely erasing his identity, and forgetting his dreams of becoming Duke. For Hewen, this was a rhetorical question, because he was not going to take a step back and was ready to humiliate his brother in front of the crowd. That was how he made his true intentions clear, and the judge allowed the duel to begin. As the older brother, Edward tried to attack, but Hewen turned out to be more stubborn. The inner anger that had built up over many years burst out. But anger was not stronger than technique. Edward quickly seized the initiative and used precise strikes to break through his opponent's defense. Hyun could not get back on his feet, and it became clear that he had suffered a serious injury. While Edward mocked his brother and called him worthless, the judge tried to find out whether Hyun was giving up. Giving up meant losing his dream, so Hyun forgot about the pain and prepared to fight. Until this moment, he had never hit his brother, but now he struck so hard that he almost broke his facial bone. The spectators, who had not expected any suspense from this fight, were stunned and excited. Edward was horrified by his broken nose and the blood pouring from it, but this was only the beginning. Just as Edward prepared to kill his brother, Hyun raised his hand and admitted defeat. It was hard to believe, and no one understood why it had happened this way. But Edward really had won. This was all a clever plan because the younger brother did not hide his contempt or his smile. No one judged him. On the contrary, James simply supported his comrade and laughed as well. It became clear that this had been a planned move, though no one knew exactly what the Rise team's clever plan was. Now it was time to continue the battle, and Mita and Chapel had to prepare to fight. Although they had doubts, James reminded them that they only needed to trust his plan, and everything would end well. Just a few minutes later, both Mita and Chapel lost their fights, looking extremely sluggish. Now it was Barion's turn, and everyone hoped he could break Club 21's winning streak. As soon as the fourth duel began, both warriors immediately rushed forward to attack. Neither of them intended to yield, and against all expectations, Barion created a very competitive fight. There was no sense of a ranking difference at all, and a second year from the lower rank was fighting evenly against one of the Academy's most talented students. No one could believe a person could change so quickly because just yesterday, he had been a loser with a long streak of defeats. The first critical moment of the battle arrived when Barion landed a very precise and powerful strike. Soon, Edward managed to get up and said he would continue the duel, but his condition did not inspire confidence. The arrogant rich kid grew so angry that he promised to kill this orphan right now. He prepared to show his full potential and reveal his true speed. Now the difference in their levels made itself known again, and this was no longer funny. Barion took an incredibly powerful blow to the heart area and could not stay on his feet. Soon, blood poured from his mouth, his internal organs were seriously damaged, and his breathing was barely enough to restore his muscles. Even so, this guy did not give up and stubbornly remained standing. James, who was watching the duel, did not lose faith in his comrade for even a second. They had spent many hours actively training together and had seriously improved Barion's fencing skills. When he started, he had been nothing but a soft little punching bag, but soon he had turned into a real man. The result of their training was not only progress in technique, but something even greater. Barion proudly showed everyone around him that he was now an aura user and was ready to use it right now. The spectators witnessed a beautiful scene, because the birth of a new aura user was always impressive. It seemed like in just a few seconds there would be no untouched spot left on Edward. Maybe that really would have happened, but at the last moment Barion's strength left him. He fell not from his opponent's attacks, but from the loss of the energy that had been supporting his body. He had been one step away from victory, and now the healers had to restore his health immediately. The spectators found it hard to recover from the shock, but either way, this duel had left no one indifferent. Strangely enough, Edward did not feel like a winner at all, despite his victory. Now a new opponent was waiting for him, and this time everything would be as serious and uncompromising as possible. James Stilgard prepared to share the training arena with him and find out which of them was better. Recently, he had managed to rise to second place in the overall ranking, and today, he was ready to challenge the champion. From the very beginning, he had guessed that Edward would enter the duel first, so he decided not to rush his own appearance. Deep down, Edward knew this would happen because he had wanted to score as many victories as possible before this fight. At the same time, he also wanted an excuse in case he lost, since he had already grown tired. James could see situations like this several steps ahead, and now he was ready to make another unusual move. The moment the judge allowed the duel to begin, he threw away his sword because he did not need it. He wanted to give his opponent a handicap, since Edward was already tired, and in this way, balance their level and chances. Now Edward would have no excuses because he had no right to lose to an unarmed opponent. This brilliant move was risky, but James was confident in his skills and ready to destroy Edward. In the very first seconds of the duel, he broke his opponent's sword with his bare hands. This quickly evened the odds, and now he could do whatever he wanted to Edward. A strike to the right points immediately stripped Edward of the ability to speak and move his arms properly. Now he could not raise his hand and ask the judge to stop the fight, so he would be beaten half to death. What happened next would be written into the history of Tier Academy in golden letters. Never before had the Academy's best student been beaten so badly, especially in front of everyone. The judge did not understand why Edward was not surrendering, while James clearly had everything under control. While the spectators were confused, James took genuine pleasure in beating his opponent. Soon, the Duke's son had been beaten so badly that he could no longer stand on his feet. He was carried away on a stretcher, showing no signs of life at all, almost like a corpse. This victory became the first success for the Rise Club, and now they would feel a surge in morale. James's next opponent would be Castor, who held first place in the first-year rankings. Their previous draw was still fresh in the spectators' minds, and now everyone wanted to find out who was truly better. Castor remembered their first duel perfectly, and all this time, he had dreamed of proving his superiority. He decided to seize the initiative from the very beginning and not let James breathe freely. Castor applied serious pressure with his wind technique and surprised the assembled guests. With this attack, he once again proved that he deserved the top spot in the first-year rankings. James smiled and said he had noticed his progress because this time, he had truly felt his opponent's strength. Castor was glad to receive even a little comfort from the real monster he had happened to face. After that, he calmly turned around and refused to continue the fight, completely ignoring the roar of the crowd. His team could not understand why he had decided to surrender, since they were supposed to attack according to Edward's strategy. Castor remained calm and answered that soon they would understand his motives and stop being angry. He was sure their strategy would not affect their opponent at all, because James Stilgard was a monster on a completely different level from them. Soon, the next opponents also admitted defeat, because they could not even find a moment to attack. James forced them to stay on defense the entire time and gave them no chance to breathe. The moment for the final duel had arrived, because the Rise team had also achieved 4 victories and tied the match. A clash between the strongest fighters of the two clubs awaited them, and in just a moment, the spectators would witness the finale. Paris was sure he would leave as the winner today and finally take revenge on that arrogant white-maned poodle. His red aura was ready to show its best side again, even though it had not been enough for victory in their previous duel. James seemed to pay no attention to any of it, and his smirk only made his opponent angrier. He activated his silver aura and showed that he feared nothing, because he also had his own trump cards. Only the most talented warriors became holders of silver aura, which helped explain the spectators' shock. Many of them had not even expected James to be an aura user, but today was the day when all secrets were revealed. James was sure he would win, because even during Edward's duel with Baryon, he had suspected something was wrong. He tried to push the bad thoughts away until the very end, but soon realized that the opponents were taking banned substances as doping. These drugs were called explosive force concentration pills, and that was exactly why Paris was still alive. If the dosage was exceeded, a person could develop serious problems. But usually, no one thought about that. Seeing that Paris would not admit his mistake, James decided he would no longer spare him and would fight at full strength. He would force him to admit his mistakes and punish him for dishonest sportsmanship, which had no place in competitions between academy students. It was truly legendary, because James prepared a very spectacular attack that could not be stopped. Watching such a confrontation was a special privilege, and no one even had to pay for tickets. When the fog cleared, the spectators witnessed the winner of the battle between the two clubs. James Stilgard had defeated his opponent and brought victory to the Rise Club in an incredibly tense confrontation. It was an unimaginable success that was hard to believe because complete losers had fought against the elite. Rise won over people's hearts so strongly that a crowd of fans immediately formed around the club. Now many would reconsider their attitude and want to join their ranks, though that would be rather difficult. James bathed in the rays of glory and never tired of hearing pleasant words addressed to him, because winners are always lifted onto a pedestal. After their confrontation, the training arena of Tier Academy would have to be modernized. Soon after the match, Club 21 was disbanded, and its members received rather serious sanctions. The members were forbidden from joining private organizations or carrying out any acts of revenge against the Rise Club. Edward personally admitted defeat and promised not to break the rules of the agreement. James was satisfied and reminded him that there was no room for trust in their relationship, but they could at least try to forget the hostility. He was ready to keep Edward's team's use of banned substances a secret and not create even bigger problems for them. Soon, an unpleasant meeting awaited James with a person he was not exactly happy to see. Imperial Prosecutor Zenitz had not received an invitation, but nevertheless he was already here. He could not help coming after hearing that the match of the century had taken place within the academy walls, because it was a major event. He had also heard about the birth of 2 aura users, even though that had once seemed impossible. To him, it seemed more accurate to call this a demonstration rather than the birth of talent, and there was something suspicious about it. It was hard to call what happened a miracle because all of it was too strange, even for talented students. James answered that steel breathing was a mana concentration method that allowed miracles to happen. They could not forget that the power of the Still Guards flowed in his blood, and aura was not created, but inherited. Such cases really had happened in the past, but that did not change the fact that all of this looked suspicious. The commander of the Prosecutor Knight Corps did not believe in coincidences and saw too many mysteries here that needed answers. Their conversation was interrupted by the mage Kendall, who had come to speak with James about an important matter. Everyone immediately noticed an interesting woman beside him, one who seemed to be hiding her face. Looking into her eyes, a person could lose themselves because her inner power could be felt even from a distance. An experienced commander from the prosecutor's office could not fail to recognize the woman before him as Sierra. She was the head of the 14th Magic Tower and the only 7-ring Archmage in Navarro. In the continental rankings, Miss Sierra held the honorable 7th place and was known for her fame piercing the heavens. Even the imperial family did not dare oppose her opinion because she was called the Mad Maiden of the South. Although the stories about her were truly intimidating, in real life, she looked rather calm and even cute. James bowed before the legendary mage and said it was a great honor to meet her. Zenitz immediately realized he needed to leave at once and said that unexpected circumstances had come up. Kendall remembered how James had solved various problems for experienced mages and given Raphael advice about a magic circle. It had seemed like that incident was over, but magic circles were one area that could not be explained away as coincidence. Perhaps James had once heard of the gift of the beautiful eye, since it was a common story among mages. The story was connected to a magical talent that was said to appear once in a million people. The eye capable of seeing the beauty of brevity and efficiency in magical formulas was called the gift of the beautiful eye. James was sure he had nothing like that, because it was only knowledge from the second system obtained through interdimensional trade. He did not understand why they were asking him this, or why he had ended up in this carriage with such a dangerous woman. They had offered to talk in a calmer place and had not even asked whether James wanted that conversation. Sierra noticed that the student was nervous and kept glancing at her, as if trying to ask something. When such a serious and dangerous woman started talking to you, it made you want to sink into the ground. Sierra looked much younger than her age, and in real life, she was calmer than the stories about her exploits made her seem. She had seen the formula James had created and felt an incredible urge to meet him in person. He had created a creative and very concise magic circle, so she had to test his abilities. If he could find the inefficient section right now, he would receive the item in her hands. James was not surprised at all when he saw the item, because it had been bought from his own shop. When ordinary knights saw this crystal, they immediately went crazy with desire. To James, things looked different because a crystal like this was worth no more than 200 coins, and he had more than 100 of them in stock. Either way, he quickly found the mistakes in the magic circle and pointed them out without the slightest hesitation. Now Kendall was sure this guy possessed the beautiful eye skill they had mentioned earlier. Sierra said James had found one extra mistake, because there were supposed to be only 3. One of the sections James had pointed out lowered efficiency, but it was necessary for activating the magic circle. James answered that he saw no point in leaving something that could be improved and was ready to correct the magic circle in his own way. After his adjustments, the circle really did look better, and even the Archmage had to admit it. It seemed the gift of the beautiful eye really was hidden in his eyes, and now there was no longer any doubt. Now James wanted to know exactly what they wanted from him. And apparently Sierra had a complicated problem that needed solving. She needed someone with the gift of the beautiful eye to finally make a breakthrough in that field. And in return, she was ready to reward her savior properly. Sierra, the Archmage of Navarro, was willing to become James's patron if he helped her with this situation. That was the kind of privilege most people could only dream of. But James had already chosen the path of the sword. Apparently, Sierra was serious and was sure he could also master magic. James could receive an unbelievable privilege and enter a territory with almost unlimited mana power. On the other hand, he was a descendant of the Stillguard family and did not really see himself in that field. In that case, Navarro's guardian angel was ready to fulfill any request of his and repay his help in another way. If he improved the formula causing the problem, he would receive 2 hours to think it over. James had to choose something important while still preserving his independence and not falling into the hands of this domineering woman. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and James received precious time to decide. During that time, he had to find a way to get rid of this crazy woman because she was already annoying him. He came to Marcus, his assistant at the trading company, and asked him for a favor. Marcus had to play with Sari and, in 2 hours, deliver a letter to the woman waiting in the carriage near the building. Meanwhile, James could calmly escape and not worry about the consequences. With the help of the dream machine, he managed to find Sierra's weak point, and now he wanted to turn the situation in his favor. He purchased many different materials on the market to increase his options. After that, he headed to the outer hills of the capital to train a little. It was clear that he wanted to make progress faster than planned, because unexpected circumstances had appeared. No matter how much he thought about it, he understood that he did not want to follow the path of magic. His grandfather had reached the mythical rank, while Miss Sierra was only at the legendary level. He clearly showed which direction he intended to follow, and if she wanted to stop him, she could meet him on the outer hills. His arrogant tone angered the legendary mage, since in the past she would have destroyed anyone who spoke to her like that. This little boy had to pay for his disobedience and receive serious punishment. After reading the letter, Sierra immediately headed toward the hills to find James Stilgard. He was not hiding at all and had simply been waiting this entire time to meet the untamable woman. She looked as if she had completely lost her mind, when in truth, she only wanted to understand this young man. He then immediately demonstrated his talents, which was why he was not afraid to challenge fate. At first, all of this looked ridiculous, but then Sierra noticed that her flow of mana had weakened for unknown reasons. Her mana was no longer circulating, and that was James's doing, because he had stopped her magical influence. She still managed to defend against his first attack, since she was not called a legendary archmage for nothing. Even with careful preparation, breaking through her defense would be difficult, especially since even Ray Stilgard had failed to do it. Within seconds, true chaos began, and it would be hard to stop. Sierra was going mad with anger and wanted to prove to this boy that he was only a worthless worm compared to her greatness. The firestorm should have melted his young body, but James managed to withstand it. He was impressed by the scale of the attack, and if he had not had the scroll, he would have been in serious danger. This scroll allowed him to create a magical barrier, but now he had to forget about defense and think about attacking. James was ready for aerial combat, because he had bought all the necessary equipment for it a few hours earlier. His armor made him look like Superman, but even that was not enough to scare Sierra. A web of lightning was sent toward James, but it never reached its target. Somehow, he managed to stop that power, and Sierra suffered yet another failure. The magic armor allowed him to defend against any threat, and it was the best armor one could obtain in the second system. While wearing this armor, even the weakest warrior's physical abilities would not be inferior to the best warriors of the first system. It also gave him the ability to use various spells, not only defending himself but attacking as well. James felt that he was seizing the initiative and realized it was his turn to strike back. Losing to a teenager would be difficult to accept, especially for such a legendary figure. She had been incredibly happy when Kendall told her about his discovery, someone with the gift of the beautiful eye. The fact that he was a member of the Stilgard family bothered her a little, but record-breaking ability was always more important than nationality or bloodline. All this time, she had only wanted to complete the spell in the magic tower, but James stubbornly refused to help her. He believed her wish had nothing to do with him, and he had no reason to worry about someone else's problems. Hearing his arrogant tone, the legendary archmage could no longer hold back her power. James tried to attack, but when he got close to his opponent, he saw something strange. But for now, let's leave those two aside and move to the outskirts of the capital, to the Flip Trading Company. Sylvia continued keeping records and carefully following all of her instructions. She often talked to herself while working and also thought about Master Flip, who had not appeared in a long time. Marcus said he might be in trouble, and that made the girl nervous. She wanted to check on Sari and make sure the little beast was not worried about his master, but he had disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, Flip really had run into trouble because his armor had stopped working. In the dream machine, James had clearly seen that Sierra would be defeated, but right now, everything was completely different. James fell to the ground, and meanwhile, a real monster appeared beside him. He heard the monster start talking to him, though he did not understand where that strange voice was coming from. Soon, he realized he had not fallen onto the ground at all, but onto a giant serpent, which was his pet named Sari. Not only had Sari transformed into a giant serpent, but he had also learned to speak with his master. It turned out that he had simply eaten well, slept well, and realized he had unlocked new skills. The conversation with his monster had to be postponed, because Sierra had completely lost control. For the first time in 20 years, she released her restriction and used 7-ring magic, and this was the result. She had gone to great lengths to hide her old age, but it turned out she had far more interesting secrets. All of this had been done only to look young, and that was the only reason she limited herself from using 7 rings. James was tired of this empty talk and asked Sari to make her shut up immediately. Even if she was an archmage, her mana was not unlimited, and she was still a living person. Soon, they had to admit that there was no point in fighting, and strangely enough, the insane Sierra admitted defeat. Now she no longer looked as young as before and could make more balanced decisions. Recently, James had reached the level of an awakened monster, and now he was not afraid of anyone at all. He offered her friendship and negotiations, because they would definitely be able to help each other in the future. Meanwhile, in the 14th Magic Tower, Kendall was starting to get nervous. A lot of time had already passed, and there was still no word from his friends. He began thinking James might have gotten into trouble, but soon he heard that Sierra had returned. She looked the same as before again and was very calm, as if nothing had happened. There was some strange guy beside her, and it felt like he was mentally slow. Sierra allowed him to settle into a room, make himself at home, and not hold back on anything he needed. After that, as soon as the room door was locked, the guy began harshly pulling at his own face. Only a little later did it become clear that all of this was to remove a mask, because this entire time, it had been James. Apparently, he had not even needed to act mentally slow, and that was what you called true skill. Now James would train here in isolation and study all the secrets that interested him. He promised to help Sierra research the areas of magic responsible for reverse aging. In return, he signed a supply contract for magical items between the Magic Tower and the Flip Trading Company. He also received a place for clothes training and could focus on his progress. He entered clothes training for one purpose only: to carry out the final revenge tied to his past life. Shylock could no longer remain unpunished because the time for payback had come, and the time for revenge had arrived. James had caught his attention by buying magic armor, and now the two of them had become acquainted. Now all that remained was to drag this horrible bastard down to the very bottom of the social ladder. Over the next few days, James earned more than 10,000 coins from daily sales. In the 0 and 1st systems, he had already earned recognition, but he had only recently entered the 2nd system, so he was starting from scratch. He was still far from Shylock's level, but that did not mean he had to stop and give up. Soon, the channel master of the 2nd system contacted him and said his friend had been kicked out because of James. Apparently, he meant Monfus, the same channel master from the 1st system, with whom he had been on friendly terms. Although he pretended to be honest, in reality, he was just a corrupt guy who could not live without bribes. He had mistaken James for an auditor, which was why they had cooperated for so long. But now he had been fired and his trading account had been completely wiped out. Monfus complained to his friend and said the auditor had not helped him at all, only thinking about his own benefit. Merlin was unhappy about what had happened and was not ready to leave this unanswered, especially for the sake of his friend. He remembered James's illegal cooperation with Shirlene and said he would create problems for him. Thanks to his skills, James could sense the channel master's emotional state and understand his feelings. He understood his opponent's entire plan and realized how to make a calm exit from this crisis. He said the channel master was trying to smear the reputation of a monitoring agent, and for that, a channel master could be fired and lose everything. Those words immediately had a positive effect on Merlin, who stopped being angry and agreed to a calm conversation. He even gave several gifts to his new friend and promised not to create any more problems. The conversation ended on a good note, and now James could take a short break from life in the 2nd system. James would redirect the channel master's anger toward Shylock and handle everything perfectly. Soon, James saw the door to the forbidden room that Sierra had always forbidden him from entering. The door was slightly open as if inviting him inside, and that was far too interesting. The closer he got, the stronger the feeling became that mana was wrapping around his entire body. What he saw was hard to explain, but soon, it was time to talk about it with Sierra. She asked him not to stay silent and to get straight to the point by telling her how much he had seen. A creature called the Majestic Beholder was trapped inside the source of an endless stream of mana. All of this was needed to support the Magic Tower, but it was only an artificial body called the Ego Controller. Magic towers had been built in dragon craters, where natural energy erupted from dragon blood. The Magic Tower had managed those flows and marked the beginning of a true age of humanity. Dragon blood was still too powerful for humans, and the Ego Controller showed their limits. Its voice possessed magical power, and anyone who encountered it became possessed and insane. James only asked for the chance to meet with the ego controller, because he could protect himself from its mental attacks. He received permission and said he had an interesting idea that he would explain later. Soon they met again, and the ego controller looked like a large energy substance with a huge eye in the middle. It tried to take control of James again, but once again failed. Apparently, James was using a mind protection spell, which was why he felt so confident while speaking with the controller. According to rumors, the excess mana from the dragon blood scattered before the mana flow became uncontrollable. And if even a little mana remained, James was ready to take it under his control. Instead of buying mana stone producers, he could simply suck all the energy out of the controller. At this rate, he could quickly become unbelievably rich through constant sales of mana stones. He had already developed a plan long ago, and to carry it out, he needed a large amount of capital. He also needed users who would help with the work, and a channel master to oversee everything. Right now, he had earned big money and taken control of both the channel master and Shirlene, who would help him handle certain tasks. All the best ingredients for his future dish had already been gathered, and now only Shylock remained. His enemy had been in the magical empire of Loazinia all this time, where he spent most of his days. He treated his debtors very harshly and spared no one who owed him even a cent. Marim was his real name, and he was a member of the Rochester Mages Guild, as well as a genuinely terrible person. He was responsible for interspatial trade and thought only about his own profit. James contacted him a few days later and sent him more than 5,000 coins as a gift, because everything had gone according to their agreement. A few days before this meeting, he had offered to do some investing and earn a little money. Marim was an experienced merchant and knew perfectly well that most investment attempts ended in nothing. But considering this guy had bought third-generation magic armor, he really did deserve a chance. Marim invested 1,000 coins in James and, just a few days later, received 5 times the profit. If he had known everything would be this easy from the start, he would have invested all his money. James even bragged that he had personally earned 20 times more. And this was only one of his business ideas. Marim knew the business was somehow connected to mana stones, but he did not understand how someone could earn so much from an ordinary product. Most likely, James had cooperated with the channel master, but even that did not explain such shocking success. It felt as if James stood above the channel master, and if that were true, making a friend like him would be extremely useful. Marim felt that he had received a chance to change his fate, and he was ready to try again by investing a much larger amount. James suggested playing big, and his worst enemy agreed without hesitation. Once Marim swallowed the bait, James calmed down because now all that remained was to execute his plan cleanly. Merlin and Shirlene were involved in this matter, though they did not fully understand what was happening. All of them were pursuing their own personal goals because James was paying them double for their work. The entire next day, Marim was in a wonderful mood and already felt the future profit in his hands. He no longer had any doubt that he would soon become a multimillionaire and conquer the whole world. James contacted his ally again and said they were already close to receiving a massive profit. If they invested even more money, they could become millionaires within a week, and that was a real opportunity. All of this was just a pyramid scheme, but Marim did not understand that he did not actually own that money. It was virtual, and James was simply manipulating his conversation partner skillfully by playing on his greed. If Marim refused to invest, he would never get a chance like this again, so he had to take the risk. 1 million gold coins was a huge amount, and with that kind of money, a person could live in luxury for 30 years. He immediately began dreaming of taking over the guild, because with big money, everything became possible. At the moment, the guild's account held more than 500,000, and if he used that money, he could gain astronomical profit. All of this would give him a chance to rule the world of magic and leave his name in history, which was exactly what Marim had always wanted. He decided to take the risk because greed had completely clouded his mind. James received all the guild's money into his account, and now he had complete power over this man. If everything went according to plan, James would invest that money properly, earn a huge amount, and leave Marim with nothing. That was exactly why he needed helpers, because earning serious money required a properly organized business plan and structure. Only now did it become clear that some people never changed, and their actions were always driven by a rotten nature. Now James could finally close all these issues from his past life, because he had already taken revenge on each of them. Soon, a hunt was declared for Marim, because he had lost all the guild's money. The business had not gone according to plan, and he did not receive a single coin from James, so now he became persona non grata in his own province. He should never have touched the guild's money in the first place, but now it was far too late to step back. Soon, he was finally found, and now he had to return all the money he had stolen without permission. From that moment on, there was no need to be careful with him anymore, and Maram instantly turned into trash with no rights. Meanwhile, James watched everything happening and took true pleasure in it. Now his main enemy from the past had finally been dealt with, and all his goals were complete. Either Maram would be forced to pay for this until the day he died, or he would die from brutal torture. Strangely, after this revenge, James did not feel satisfaction and instead lost even more control over his emotions. It had been the same last time, when he took revenge on Albert, and now he felt the exact same thing again. He understood that he could have taken a different path, but giving up revenge had been too difficult, because the emptiness inside him demanded to be filled. His actions had been reckless, but either way, almost all of his problems had been solved. Now all that remained was to prevent the fall of his own family, and he had to focus all his attention on that. From a loser, James had turned into a titan and a true genius of the Stilgard family, and now he had the power to stop the fiasco. After that moment, many different changes took place, because life never stopped moving forward. Things became a little easier for James because he had closed the wounds of the past, but he still had no right to rest. His ordinary life did not undergo any drastic changes. He still attended regular lectures and meetings of his own Rise Club. James also did not forget about training and interspatial trade, which he hid from outside eyes. In this way, the first year since entering the academy passed, and finally, autumn of the following year arrived. Life at the academy was still lively, and James never stopped surprising his fellow students with his talents. His progress no longer surprised anyone, but strength and skill always found a response in other people's hearts. Stories about James's achievements had long since spread beyond the capital and reached every corner of the empire. Now even Derek had learned that James was an aura user, which meant he would definitely visit the capital. At last, 2 years of study had passed, and although many things had changed, the main goal still lay ahead. James Stilgard was already 17 years old, and now far too much paperwork had appeared among his duties. Being a CEO was not easy at all, and sometimes you had to drown in paperwork in the most literal sense. Over the past 2 years, James's trading companies had grown into major firms that no one could ignore anymore. The Flip Company achieved steady growth through trade with the massive criminal organization Black Mamba. James's company hit the jackpot by trading rare items at the lowest prices. James had climbed to the top of the mountain and become the CEO of a united business empire. Although his earnings had grown, the workload had grown too, while the pleasure had become smaller and smaller. Lately, Sylvia had been looking at him in a special way, as if she saw him as more than just her boss. Sometimes she became so lost in thought that she could drown several flowers through pure carelessness. The CEO had long since figured out all her little hints, and now he only had to understand how exactly to react to them. Soon, Marcus knocked on the door and said with a troubled expression that a serious disaster had happened. The authorities had detained members of Black Mamba, but this time they would not be released because it was a secret arrest. Not only regular workers were taken into custody, but also the organization's leaders, Bass and Titan. If serious employees had been caught, then this was definitely not a minor problem. TR was the capital of Navarro and the country's #1 city, with advanced infrastructure and beautiful places. Only the people living there knew about the constant battle against crime running through every street of the city. Even when the authorities tried to fight it, criminal groups still rose from the ashes like a phoenix. Eventually, it became clear that wiping out crime completely was almost impossible, and maybe not even worth trying. Black Mamba had long since wrapped the entire city in its web, which made it strange that no one had known about the raid. Maybe Bass and Titan were to blame, because they might have done something unplanned without consulting James. You never knew what would come into a bandit's head, but while Titan could do almost anything, Bass was calm and reasonable. All that remained was to hope everything was fine, because otherwise, they would have to face serious difficulties. Marcus knew the head of the guard, and after James changed his appearance, they would be able to enter without trouble. Soon, Flip found his comrades and ordered them to immediately explain everything that had happened. Marcus had already learned that besides the city guards, even knights had taken part in the capture of the bandits. That meant they had clearly done something terrible, and they had done it behind their boss's back. In the past, Flip had earned huge money with these guys and everything had been wonderful. But now everything had changed. James had become influential, and business with bandits brought in only a small part of his income. Now they could become nothing more than a weakness and a heavy burden on his shoulders. because working with them could create many problems. James was planning to end the cooperation and forget about Black Mamba, but the bandits said the accusations were completely absurd. They had done nothing wrong and believed they had the right to demand immediate release. During their first meeting, Bass had used an ice scroll bought from Andrew's den, but it had not worked properly. Now they had been tied to it, while that shameless moron had apparently decided to carry out a forbidden experiment. He had listed their names in the customer section, framing both members of Black Mamba. In the past, they had constantly made deals, but no problems had ever appeared until today. This was either simple blame shifting, or someone was deliberately trying to destroy Black Mamba. James had to find answers to all these questions because he was also connected to the criminal organization. He hoped this was just blame shifting and coincidence. But he could not shake the thought that the case might have been carefully organized and fabricated. If so, all of Black Mamba would be destroyed, and his trading company might sink along with it. James walked past the crowd and, even though he was lost in his own thoughts, he noticed a familiar face. The man walking ahead was the commander of the Prosecutor Night Corps, and faces like that were hard to forget. The mad dog named Zenitz had appeared at the city guard station and was definitely involved in everything that had happened. His real target was clearly not Black Mamba, because he was digging much deeper and aiming at James. After that, our hero headed into the deepest slums to find exactly where Andrew was hiding. The poor lived here, people who looked at knights as something divine and untouchable. A place like this could not even provide basic safety, especially if the Night Corps came here. The Night Corps, together with Inspector Zenitz, could become a serious problem even for the most experienced criminals. James was always ready for trouble, but because of this incident, he had truly been placed under serious pressure. Employees of his trading house had been arrested, and to understand the situation, he came to the hideout of the man who had caused all these problems, Andrew. The knights were still guarding the perimeter, which meant they had something to hide. Thanks to his invisibility skills, James could remain unnoticed and find what interested him. He caught a familiar smell, and when he entered, he felt scared, as if seeing a monster under the bed for the first time. When he heard about a forbidden experiment, he had never imagined it could be something this horrible. Everything around him was covered in blood, there were many dead bodies, and worst of all, something similar had happened in every house in the area. This was no ordinary human experiment, and they could not handle it without Sierra's help. Lately, she had changed her look again, but she was still the same energetic female mage. For the past several months, she had been spending time with Sari, who had become fully grown and independent. Now he could produce mana stones without any support and only occasionally came to his master. James asked her to take a look at something and explain what had happened here and who might be behind it. It was quickly established that this was not an experiment, but a summoning ritual, almost as if someone had been calling a devil. A devil summoning ritual was one of the most forbidden acts on the continent and across the entire world. It was condemned even more than treason or war crimes because it was a complete abandonment of humanity. Sierra said Zenitz did not seem like the kind of person who fabricated cases, and maybe things here were not so simple. James found it hard to understand her because he knew the prosecutor would not act without clear evidence in his hands. He clearly had living witnesses in this case, and perhaps that witness was Andrew. James asked the experienced mage for help and said he could not deal with this problem without her. Soon, he arrived on the outskirts of the capital, where the witness in this case was being held. The knights were calm and not nervous at all, apparently not expecting an attack from above. A few seconds later, both guards lost consciousness, and James gained the chance to slip inside. All of this was possible thanks to magic and the right strategy. Sierra told him that the one who had summoned the devil was inside the main room. James slipped inside and saw the guy, the very man named Andrew. It was clear he had survived serious torture, and right now, he was not in the best mood. James immediately explained why he had come and demanded immediate answers. The reason Andrew had blamed Black Mamba was that he had been poisoned and left with no choice. He had been ordered to give testimony, and in exchange, they promised to give him the antidote, because it was all pretty simple. The person behind all of this was right here in this room. James had thought the Kunz family had calmed down, but it turned out that was not the case at all. Apparently, Derek had joined the Prosecutor Night Corps and still wanted revenge for his lord. James had felt that everything around him was too quiet this whole time, and only now did he realize a sound-blocking device had been activated. Now he only had to understand what the knight wanted, since the issue of Albert's disappearance had been resolved long ago. Apparently, James did not understand that a knight's duty was to avenge his lord. Derek had been right all along, and now he had done everything to finally get revenge. He was so hungry for revenge that he was willing to go far too far and step over anyone in his way. Everything he had just said had been recorded on a magic orb, which meant James now had proof that the case had been fabricated. If he showed it to the judge, Derek would face serious trouble. James Stilgard's skills were so excellent that this young talent had managed to deceive the knight's inner instinct. Now Derek knew it and understood that he could not stand against this opponent alone. As soon as one of the guards entered the room, a brilliant plan instantly appeared in Derek's head. What happened next was hard to even describe because the knight's actions bordered on madness. An unbelievably loud scream rang out outside, as if someone were being slaughtered like a pig. The guards immediately rushed into the room and saw one of their own dying in the captain's arms. Blood was everywhere, and the guard showed no signs of life. With hatred in his eyes, the captain said an unexpected intruder had attacked them and killed the guard. Obviously, this was all staged. Derek had gone insane from his desire for revenge and no longer looked human. James tried to calm the guards and explain what had happened, but they became furious and ordered him to shut up immediately. The captain used Gayan's death perfectly, raising the anger and fighting spirit of every guard. There were aura users among them, and now, with their support, he could easily destroy his opponent. His idea really was good, but sometimes carrying an idea into reality follows a completely different script. A few seconds later, the captain was left completely alone because every guard had been taken down. James had not even broken a sweat while defending himself from their attack and was ready to keep going again and again. Because of all the tension, everyone had completely forgotten about Andrew, who used the moment to try to escape. Something strange happened because instead of running outside, he stayed inside the room. Andrew shoved his hand into the dead knight's body and began summoning his master. He called himself a servant who had prepared a sacrifice and asked his master to immediately appear in this world. A few seconds later, a horrifying event took place, and the master truly possessed Andrew's body. No one could understand what had happened yet. But one thing was certain. An evil force had descended to Earth. A few seconds later, the captain was lying on the floor with broken legs, apparently of no interest to the devil. It looked at James and called him a tasty little snack it could use to fill its stomach. James activated his aura and said he had no intention of surrendering without a fight, even against a devil. He attacked his opponent and delivered a crushing sword strike that hit the target perfectly. It seemed like that should have been enough to destroy the devil, since James had struck with an aura blade. That meant he had reached the heroic rank, but his opponent might still be even stronger. People called this monster a devil, and in a way they were right, because it had come from an evil dimension. A devil takes over a human body and uses it for its own purposes. Even if the body's owner dies, the devil rebuilds itself again with its dark energy. A few seconds later, it had completely recovered from all its wounds. With regeneration, even Wolverine would envy. The devil immediately lunged at its prey, showing all its hunger, rage, and unwillingness to wait any longer. It wanted to tear James apart like a little rabbit, but in the end, it was the one sliced in two. It would quickly restore its body again, so James had to use this moment to learn how to secure a real victory. He decided to enter the system and contact a very interesting figure who might be able to help. This figure was known as the Blue-Eyed Warlock, and he was always ready to help with matters of necromancy. From the very beginning, he sensed that an evil spirit was near James and said he could offer a few pieces of advice. The Warlock was an extremely powerful being who had long since mastered 8 rings of magic. He was no weaker than a mythical rank knight, so asking him for advice was a pretty reasonable idea. Until the devil consumed all the soul power of the vessel through which it had entered this world, it would continue to exist. With each new kill, its regeneration process would slow down, which meant repeated deaths really could stop it. James craved revenge because an enormous number of people had been destroyed because of this devil. He did not simply want to destroy it, but to turn it into his slave so it would suffer for the rest of its life. To do that, he would have to use necromancy and buy a book of black magic from the Warlock. James quickly agreed to the deal, and now he had the crucial knowledge needed to defeat the evil spirit. A few seconds later, the devil rose from the ashes again and prepared for revenge. It began the transformation process because it understood that its current body could not keep up with James. As it started transforming, it promised to make James suffer for the rest of his life. Apparently, it had no idea James could activate the Heavenly Sword Soul Chain and strike it with that technique. James attacked in time because the transformation process had not yet finished. And thanks to his new knowledge, he knew exactly what to do. Through his training in necromancy, James gave it a chance to reveal its true face. Since its mental body was in another dimension, absorbing the demon would require real effort. To do that, it had to pour all of its soul power into this world. and then success would be guaranteed. Now the devil was completely sealed off from the outside world, locked away and unable to harm humanity. The problem had been solved, and now James had not only handled the situation, but also gained a new slave. Soon, James learned that his devil was named Andalusia, and that it had once been a very strong and massive spirit. For now, he did not have to expect any dangerous tricks from it, but the very fact that he controlled such a spirit would add strength in future battles. A little later, James met with Sierra and told her what had happened inside the building. The mage was surprised to hear that he had used an aura blade because he was far too young for such abilities. That meant he really was incredibly talented, but it was still too early for him to deal with the best of the best. After that, James tried to find out what had happened to Derek, and Sierra answered that the man was dead. It was hard to believe he had died from just broken legs, but apparently Sierra had killed the knight with her own hands. She had seen him try to lure James into a trap, so she decided the captain had to be removed. She explained that in a situation like this, he could not be left alive because he knew too much. As sad as it was, James agreed that killing the captain had been the best decision. Soon, the magic tower would join the investigation, and Sierra would do everything she could to shield James from trouble. She would say that the devil from the other world was to blame for everything, and all questions would be closed. After that, James headed to the headquarters of the prosecutor Night Corps. He had been nicknamed the Demon Slayer because Sierra wrote in her report that James was the one who defeated the evil spirit. It was time to meet Zenitz because James had learned the prosecutor was planning to resign. Apparently, the situation with the evil spirit had affected him, and he had been blamed for every sin imaginable. The prosecutor even apologized to James because all this time, he had suspected him of killing Albert. He had misjudged people and been too obsessed with that idea, so he asked for forgiveness. It was too early for such a professional to resign, because he could still be useful to society. James explained that Zenitz was not guilty of anything and should continue serving for the good of humanity. Zenitz had to continue the investigation so all the guilty people would be punished, and nothing like this would happen again. The prosecutor was very surprised that James held no grudge against him and instead wanted to help guide him onto the right path. Apparently, James Stilgard really was a good person, someone who could never have killed anyone and had simply become a victim of circumstance. And so, the negotiations with the prosecutor ended successfully, and James finally finished his business in that direction. As soon as James arrived home, he learned that a new envelope had been delivered to him. Over the past 2 years, he had received many envelopes in the same style, and they were messages from Harvest Duracle. These were reports he periodically received from the double agent he had been working with for a long time. Harvest passed along only the core information so James could understand the most important things while far from home. Harvest was unhappy that James had graduated from the academy too early, and with the highest score. Now the Imperial family would watch him even more closely, and that would bring many problems. Sales of mana stones were moving steadily, and record profits had been recorded over the last few months. Thanks to Darren's stubbornness, that profit could become stable over the next several months. There had been no major changes around the target, and Ray Stilgard still spent his time in proud solitude. Some time ago, he traveled to Transet and went there without an escort, so the purpose of his visit remained a secret. In the past, the incident with his father's disappearance and the beginning of the family's collapse had started exactly like this, when the hero vanished without a trace. James had to prepare for that event and gather as much information as possible. Apparently, his father had gone to a banquet, and that meant a lot and explained a lot. The Stilgard family had become a symbol of loyalty, even though it had the power to usurp the throne. This family had always been treated with great respect, but Ray Stilgard, like his father, almost never appeared in high society. James had graduated from the academy, received the highest score, and become the main star of the autumn banquet. The youngest son had become the pride of the family, and that was hard to believe, especially after the failures of his past life. Soon, James headed to the warehouse, because he had been told that unexpected circumstances had appeared there. The CEO met his deputy Marcus, Sylvia, and the other workers there. He arrived and did not understand what had happened, because their products now looked like blue pills and beauty cream. While checking the trade operations, his assistant discovered that the goods had been delivered to the wrong address. The Rayhan Trading Company was distributing this product as a new item, but only in small quantities. That meant knockoffs of their products had started appearing, and now James had to solve this problem too. Their pills really did help relieve fatigue, while the competitors' pills were copies and had no effect at all. As for the beauty cream, the same fate awaited it because it was nothing but an empty fake. The problem was that their trading company's products cost 3 times more, so now no one would buy them. That was exactly why the competitors had to be taught a lesson and shown that business should be honest and fair. James decided to move out immediately in order to find the Rayhan Trading Company. He told no one about it, but there was another reason he had recently paid attention to this trading company. James had spoken with Sierra, and she had pointed him toward a very interesting location. It became clear that the Rayhan Trading Company might not only be a business competitor, but could also create much bigger problems. Soon, James met Meryl, and immediately felt that she was not hostile toward him. As it turned out, James had chosen her as his bodyguard, even though he had other, more suitable candidates. First, they needed to go back a little to understand what was happening here. James had organized a night squad, and now people who had applied to join had come to him. He needed to assign each of them to the right position, especially since they were all very different. Soon, James learned that the girl's name was Meryl, and that she was 22 years old, which meant she was even younger than Mark. Meryl had not studied at the academy, but that had not stopped her from making progress with her skills. Soon, James assigned each of them to their positions and decided to use Meryl as his bodyguard. He did not do this without reason, because he had learned that Meryl was a member of the Tarup family. If a girl from an aristocratic family was applying to work as a knight for a trading company, then her family was clearly in trouble. Meryl was the eldest daughter and carried a heavy burden on her shoulders because she had to help her relatives through difficult times. James understood her very well, which was why he decided to help her make progress. Soon, they arrived at their destination, because today, a meeting with the Rayhan Trading Company was supposed to take place. They were immediately greeted by Zimmer, who was responsible for receiving visitors and handling small errands. James became angry and ordered the head of the Rayhan Company to run here immediately, or else he would destroy everything in this place. Zimmer immediately ran to his boss to report what had happened, because no one had expected a meeting like this. Zimmer knew who the Demon Slayer was, so he immediately warned his boss that the meeting could be dangerous. Rayhan Saliaman was nervous, but he did not show his emotions at all, even though it was not easy. He was unhappy that James had not even greeted him, and had immediately started walking around his room like he owned the place. Soon, James threw the products copied from his trading company onto the desk as evidence. James reminded him that extreme greed could cause serious problems if it was not stopped in time. The green pills and beauty cream were literally a declaration of war, because they were copies of a competitor's products. Among merchants, there had long been rumors about a predator named James Stilgard, who was taking all the capital's money for himself. The merchants had no intention of sharing their profits and were ready to defend their interests no matter what. As soon as James heard that confident speech, he immediately decided to smash a vase worth a fortune. At the last moment, Rayhan managed to catch his vase and warned that he would call security. After that, James asked Meryl to leave the room and go to the carriage so he could deal with this gangster. Now the two of them were alone and could hold a serious man-to-man negotiation without extra eyes. James said Rayhan's guards would not help him because he knew the head of the trading company was a demon summoner. As soon as the bald man heard those words, he immediately ordered James to be seized. A professional killer appeared very quickly, ready to carry out any order from his boss. The Sicario had excellent assassination skills and was unbelievably fast like a ray of sunlight. His rank was high enough, but they had to remember that James had recently reached the legendary rank. He could easily block the Sicario's strikes while fighting without a weapon. Thanks to the power of aura, he easily dodged every danger and found opportunities to counterattack. The defining feature of the Dark Moon technique was that with every minute of battle, the user gained more and more strength. Only now did the owner of the house realize that a truly high-class warrior had come to him, one even a professional Sicario could not stop. The Demon Slayer had truly frightened the experienced merchant, but James had probably not come here just to kill him. Either way, there was no longer any point in hiding his true face, especially when he served a demon. The demon was sure it could stop an aura user, but it had seriously overestimated its own abilities. You could not rely only on spiritual power, because knowledge of martial arts also played an important role. Seeing that the demon was not willing to negotiate, James understood that he had to make it suffer. A few seconds later, it was screaming in pain, but no one in this house could help it. One more strike, and it really would die because its recovery speed was very weak. Rayhan would be in serious trouble if everyone found out that the owner of the trading company was a servant of a devil. In this situation, James decided to use the spirit Andalusia so one demon could destroy another. Everything was exactly as the warlock had said. Spirits lie flat like dogs when they meet someone stronger than themselves. If a necromancer catches them, they stay on a leash for the rest of their lives. Now the demon would call James its master because he had completely taken over its body and soul. This meant James would soon be able to gather his own army of the dead, and then he would have nothing in the world to fear. After some time, Raihan returned to his normal form so he would not raise unnecessary suspicion. It seemed he had already sacrificed more than 10 people in order to increase his power. Although this was horrible and he deserved punishment, James intended to make use of this man. He would not even forbid him from selling his products, even though that was the reason he had come here in the first place. Apparently, he changed his plans at the last moment, and now he needed Raihan's signature. The signature was needed for a loyalty contract between James's and Raihan's trading houses. The Raihan trading house had to pay compensation equal to 1/5 of its net profit. Although this was basically robbery, Raihan had no choice but to accept the offer. The most interesting part came after that, when James saw that the Sicario Chris was still breathing. The owner of the house said he did not want to get rid of the assassin because he had received him from Marquis Dorian. James could not understand why that name had appeared in his story again, but it was probably not a simple coincidence. Soon, the story with the fake products ended successfully. The trading houses united, and James received solid compensation. James also learned that Marquis Dorian had turned out to be an investor in the Raihan trading house. Lately, Albert's name had been coming up far too often, so James's head was a complete mess. James decided to distract himself a little and focus on interspatial trade to clear the bad thoughts from his mind. He bought 360 years of internal Qi cultivation and did not even stop there. He also purchased a battle cloak, which had various magical properties useful in real combat. This cloak activated void mode because it could literally suck a person into infinite space. James had managed to build a real fortune, but he would have earned much more if not for one troublesome guy. 2 years ago, an unknown man greeted him and suggested they have a short conversation. He decided to share his information and said he knew a lot about James's price manipulation. As it turned out, he even knew about the plan to strike the Rochester Mages Guild. He did not stop there and dug up information about the Mana Stone crisis in the Zero system. He also found out about James's indirect influence on the dismissal of 2 channel masters who had left their positions over the last few months. James quickly began to suspect that the person in front of him was no ordinary seller of secrets, but someone far more important. Standing before him was Alf, an interspatial trade auditor, and only someone like him had access to all this information. James had pretended to be an auditor to take revenge on his enemies, but he had never expected to eventually meet a real one. Alf had come to offer him an interesting job because he needed help. At the moment, 5 channel masters had been fired, and 3 of them had been banned from trade forever. Alf knew that James had a hand in this, so he wanted to manipulate him for his own purposes. The auditor offered very solid pay, the kind even a rich person like James would find hard to refuse. Soon, he would clarify all the details and contact him again, but James had to be ready to work at any time of day or night. If the assignment was completed successfully, he could count on promotion into the 3rd system. He knew very little about that place, but either way, he was interested in getting promoted. All that remained was to ask a few questions to someone who had already been in the 3rd system and could give advice. That person was the blue-eyed warlock, whom we had already met earlier. It was hard for him to give a clear answer, but he was sure the system was worth trying to enter. To do that, James would have to obtain an 8th level ring, though it was almost never put up for sale. Soon, James decided to take a short break from trade thoughts and get some fresh air. He was told that his father had almost arrived in the capital and that his escort could already be seen on the horizon. Very soon, they would meet again, and James would spend some time beside his father. In his past life, he had felt abandoned because he had never really felt his father's restrained love. He had always considered his father an insurmountable wall. But in this life, everything was changing. First, James met Harvis, who bowed to him in front of all the other knights. They had not seen each other in several years, and Harvis had changed a lot, because his life was no gift. During the day, he lived as an ordinary knight of the Stilgard family, and in the evening, he became the merchant Bonds. Soon, their conversation ended because it was time to meet his father, and the long-awaited reunion finally happened. James immediately greeted the most important person in his life and bowed his head before him. He did not manage to hug his father because his older sister ran up to him and could not hold back her emotions. She congratulated her brother on graduating from the academy with excellent results and said the whole family was very proud of him. Her pleasant voice and incredible kindness still reminded James of the better parts of his childhood. It turned out that his sister Darren had also come, though of course she did not greet her brother nearly as warmly. The girl said she had come to the capital to broaden her horizons, But James guessed that this had not been her own idea. Harvest had definitely suggested it to her, because he had no choice, since Darren could not be left home alone. Lately, she had started suspecting that he and Bonds were the same person, which meant they had problems now. Once Harvest left, she would notice that Bonds had stopped appearing at the residence, and her suspicions would only grow. After that, Harvest asked his master to help him with an important matter and said they needed to put on a small performance. A lot of people had gathered near James's trading house because he had asked them to come help. Harvest explained that James only wanted to give a small tour, but Darren refused to listen to him. She noticed that he had been acting strangely since their first meeting and was now serving James as if James were his master. James watched this conversation from his office, and now even he was convinced that Darren suspected Harvest of being Bonds. Either way, all of his preparations were complete, and only the next step remained. At that inconvenient moment, Raihan appeared together with his personal Sicario, Chris. The Devil's Servant had recently met with the Marquis, though meetings like that did not involve open exchanges of information. Even so, he still managed to uncover some interesting details and said that the Marquis and Duke Carson had held a secret meeting. It felt like they were plotting something because James had caused problems for both families, and everyone knew it. Lately, more and more coincidences had been appearing, and James could no longer ignore them. Just one small mistake would be enough for Marquis Dorian to destroy James's trading house. James had to find a solution to all these problems in order to use something very important to him. After that, their conversation ended, and now the Devil's Servant had to make an important choice. He and his Sicario had to decide whom they would serve, the Marquis or James Stilgard. James had already fed both of them yin-yang bugs, so they were under his control. They had no choice now, but even so, Raihan was sure James was worse than the devil. If they chose to stand on his side, they would become true slaves and forget about having any rights. Raihan tried to find a solution to all these problems, and at that moment, he noticed something special. It was a girl of extraordinary beauty, but beyond that, a mana barrier could be seen around her. He smiled and said the heavens had not abandoned him, and now they were going to meet Marquis Dorian immediately. James had no idea about these thoughts from his servants, because he was thinking about completely different things. The performance with Bonds' disguise had worked, and now Darren suspected no one. During that conversation, he also noticed that some kind of magic seemed to exist between Harvest and Darren, even though it was hard to believe. He did not feel any hatred toward his spy, but letting him into his family would still be strange. James decided to meet his older sister, who was actively working hard on the training grounds at that moment. James was glad to see that she had not lost her skills and remained a very dangerous knight. The book her brother had given her during their last meeting had helped her greatly, because that book was exactly what allowed her to reach a new level. James asked to read that book, and thanks to his skills, he quickly absorbed most of the information. Now it was not strange that his sister had risen to the 4th class, even without male strength and energy. Breathing techniques had always been underestimated, and now even James realized he had paid too little attention to them. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted because another member of the family joined the brother and sister. Their father had woken up from a long sleep and saw that someone was actively polishing their skills on the training grounds. He was also pleased to hear that his eldest daughter continued studying martial arts and never stopped making progress. Soon, Karen would become an aura user, and his youngest son had just graduated from the academy with excellent marks. Their father was pleased with his children because he believed he had played a part in raising these geniuses. Although that was a little strange, since he had barely been involved with his youngest son, James had still turned out wonderfully. Now their father wanted to personally confirm his skills because, until now, he had only heard about them and had never seen them with his own eyes. Although this was just a friendly sparring match, every son always dreamed of showing his father his strength, courage, and knowledge. It was a little unexpected, but James was happy that he could finally stop hiding his internal energy. He borrowed a sword from his sister and prepared to show everything he had learned over those 2 long years. His father promised to use only basic aura, but still warned that they were not here to play games. Only through fierce competition could real progress be achieved, and Ray Stilgard believed that deeply. At times, it looked as if they were fighting to the death, even though they were only father and son. James moved beautifully and surprised his father from the very first seconds of the fight, while making his sister nervous. His father was not going all out, but even so, it was pleasant to see that James did not give up and kept resisting stubbornly. He was not only thinking about how to survive until the final round, but also constantly looking for moments to counterattack. The friendly sparring match turned into something bigger, and Karen could barely stay still from worry. Soon, everything ended, and she ran to her brother to make sure he was still alive. But things were completely different. James felt perfectly fine. He was a little tired, but unlike Ray, he was not injured at all. Only now did the son realize he had made a mistake, because he should have understood everything the moment he heard his father had arrived by carriage. Ray always said that if you were a knight, you should ride on horseback alongside your subordinates. He hated carriages, considered them too cramped and smelly, and besides, he never traveled to Transet. That city was home to the best doctors and magic users, which meant his father had some kind of health problem right now. Soon, Ray Stilgard moved to the bedroom to rest a little and recover his strength. He tried to joke to lighten the mood, but everyone understood that none of this was funny. Darren began yelling at their father and said he should think about his health instead of playing sports. His son asked his father to describe the symptoms of his illness, because maybe he could help somehow. Ray had already visited the best doctors in the Empire, but it had not helped, and no one could cure his condition. James activated his skills and tried to analyze his father's internal systems. He saw blood clots inside his body and said even slight overexertion could cause internal damage. His mana flows were tangled, and it felt like Ray had been in this condition for more than a year. Soon, his father received a pill from his son that was supposed to help restore some of his strength. It was hard to see the legendary Count unable to get out of bed and show his full potential. His fatherly heart burned with a desire to praise and congratulate his children, but right now, he was forced to fight an illness. Soon, his father revealed that he was actually being destroyed from the inside by a demonic heart, and that shocked everyone. A demonic heart was a tangled knot of threads located deep inside a person's heart. It was also called the inner enemy of masters, something that restrained them at the decisive moment. To help him, one had to be at the legendary rank, and his father hoped that in 20 or 30 years, James would reach that level. He had no idea that James was already at the legendary level and still treated him like a child. His father also warned James not to ask the legendary warrior Droyan for help under any circumstances. He was the only legendary rank knight in Navarro, training intensely to surpass the achievements of Paul Stilgard. He hated the Stilgard family with all his heart because of his envy and his refusal to accept reality. James decided to turn to a completely different person because he could not stand watching his father suffer. He decided to do whatever it took to save Ray, even if he had to reveal all of his secrets. In a situation like this, only Lee, the sun god, could come to help and lend a hand. James sent everyone out of the room, ordered that no one be allowed inside, and prepared for the treatment process. 3 more days passed after that. The sky became clear, harvest season arrived, and the first fruits appeared on the trees. The traditional Navarro festival opened, the time when everyone began celebrating the spring season. Ordinary people thanked the gods of the earth and weather and asked them to grant a large harvest this year. At the same time, representatives of the upper class enjoyed parties indoors. The Empire's main party would be held with the King of Navarro, who was already preparing for the feast. This grown man with a red beard was named Demis Navarro, and he absolutely loved the spring party. Etiquette at parties like this was always at the highest level, because every member of the royal family could be found at the event. Very noble aristocrats close to the king and his court also came here. Demis was not especially happy to see all these guests, because he had long been waiting for a meeting with Count Stilgard. More than 10 years had passed since their last meeting, and now it was time to meet the legendary family again. The Count's 2 daughters bowed before the king, but he could not understand why they had come without their father and brothers. Karen explained that their father could not come because of unexpected circumstances and had asked her to apologize for his absence. She had to say he had caught a slight cold, but it was hard to believe the steel heart could lose to an ordinary virus. The king asked the sisters to sit at the table, enjoy the banquet, and not hold back from anything. A huge number of special guests could be found here, and Marquis Dorian was also present. He had just passed by the legendary warrior we recently mentioned, the Knight Droyan. There, he met Sierra and had a short conversation with her about what was happening in the Empire. Soon, it would be their turn to bow to the king, and he asked her to let him do it first. It was clear that a conflict could break out between them at any moment, because these 2 figures represented Navarro's sword and magic. They had to understand that if Sierra did not enter first, the mages would be unhappy, and the same would happen with the knights if Droyan did not bow to the king first. At that moment, the cold-blooded Duke Luther Carson appeared between them and suggested they enter at the same time. That was enough to finally calm down the 2 old-timers who had forgotten to take their aggression pills. And so, some of the most powerful people in the country entered the hall at the same time. Even the king himself would not dare start a conflict with them, because these people had far too much power in Navarro. He greeted everyone present and said that today, they should not hold back from anything. He had prepared the very best for them and was ready to officially begin the banquet, but suddenly stopped. He saw that two more important guests had entered the hall, the male representatives of the Stilgard family. The king had always said he respected this family, but in truth, he had always envied the fact that Paul Stilgard had more influence than the king. It was hard to compare a warrior's fit body to a fat royal belly, and that also affected public opinion. Even so, whenever they had official meetings, everything always stayed within the limits of proper etiquette. The girls were very happy when they saw that their father had managed to come to the banquet after all, bringing his youngest son with him. Everyone around them began evaluating Ray Stilgard's appearance, because a person like him was always interesting to discuss. James received a small gift from the king as recognition for the high score he had earned when graduating from the academy. After that, the main part of the banquet began, and people enjoyed pleasant music, fine wine, and hot dishes. James heard a familiar voice and saw the official successor of the Carson family, Hewin, looking at him. Now he had turned into a cool guy whom his classmates called Sir Iceblood. Hewin was not the only one who had received proper recognition, because roughly the same thing had happened to every member of the Rise Club. As strange as it sounded, all of them had truly risen and achieved stunning results over the last few months. Barian became one of the Academy's best warriors, while Mita was preparing to overcome the wall of the second class. Benjamin and Dave were also working hard in their own fields and earning recognition step by step. Chapel had long since firmly decided to become a wizard and had not given in to the persuasion of his family, which had always been famous for swordsmanship. Soon, he would officially enter the magic tower and receive a chance to become an outstanding mage. Most interestingly, Hewin had shown the greatest progress, because he had now received the title of official family successor. He had also started leading a new club called Flight and recruited new talented people with incredible potential. During their conversation, James noticed Luther Carson looking at him. That man truly gave off a cold feeling, and no knight in the world would want him as an enemy. James ignored him and went up to the second floor of the banquet hall to escape curious eyes and ears. Many people had gathered here, trying to make useful connections or simply have a good time. At that moment, an old acquaintance approached him. Selena, who looked stunning again today. He already knew that today was her official debut in high society, because she had never attended events like this before. Places like this always attracted people with striking looks, so it was strange that she had not been invited earlier. James hinted that she should not lose her mind from happiness, because that was exactly what had happened in her past life. Although she did not understand what he meant, their conversation ended there, and Selena moved away from him. She could not understand why he treated her so badly, because this was not the first time James had tried to humiliate her. She would no longer tolerate it, and now it was time to punish this arrogant boy and put him in his place. The worst part of this situation was that very few people knew who this girl's father was. It turned out that the legendary knight Droyan was not just her relative, but her father, and he would never allow anyone to hurt his daughter. His patience ran out, and as soon as he heard about the offense caused by James Stilgard, he immediately headed in his direction. He decided to express his dissatisfaction to the Count and hint that he did not know how to raise his children. Selena professionally faked an injury to her arm in order to pretend that James had deliberately hurt her. Count Stilgard tried to explain that his son was not capable of doing something like that, but Droyan only grew more and more furious. He activated his aura and said the Stilgard family lied far too much and had to be punished for its sins. He threw his glove to the floor and challenged the Count to a duel, even though Ray had tried to settle the conflict until the very end. All this behavior pushed the Count over the edge. He lost control of his emotions and accepted the challenge with dignity. James tried to understand what he should do, because his father was sick and would not be able to fight such a strong opponent on equal terms. Sierra tried to step into the conflict, but James stopped her and said only he could solve this issue. Even the king paid attention to this conflict and said it might be good to resolve all the problems right here and now. Sierra could act as a second, because she understood that the king had also gone insane and could not be trusted to judge this fight. Malta, the commander of the second night squad, also decided to speak up and said duels should not be arranged while people were drunk. Droyan said he had barely drunk at all and had no intention of postponing the resolution of this conflict. James continued watching the situation and did not interfere at all, because he saw that everyone around them only wanted to watch the fight. He tried to analyze everyone's actions and understand exactly how he should get out of this situation. This was an excellent chance to see who was a true friend of the family and who was just a pathetic rat hungry for profit. Soon, it was decided that the duel would be held in the training arena of the First Night Squad, a place that looked like a Roman Colosseum. The crowd was pleased because classic banquets were always too boring, and today was going to be very entertaining. A legendary confrontation between a marquis and a count was about to begin, where any mistake could cost them defeat. Droyan was already past his prime, but even under those conditions he remained a dangerous beast. The king sat in the best seat, and after that, he finally gave permission for the clash of legends to begin. The count received the right to make the first attack and immediately tried to make it as impressive as possible. His aura looked like golden fire, and many people present were seeing the golden aura of the Steel Count for the first time. It was an incredibly powerful strike, one that could have split even a fire-breathing dragon in half. But Droyan managed to defend against it. It was clear that both opponents saw this battle as something personal and special, and neither intended to back down. The spectators tried to analyze both warriors and figure out in advance who had the better chance of winning. Each knight had his own loyal fans and enemies, but everyone leaned toward the idea that Droyan looked more confident in the first minutes of the battle. He not only masterfully defended against all of Rei's attacks, but also transitioned into counterattacks very successfully. Maintaining a balance between attack and defense, he felt confident and prepared to use his aura blade. The sword fight looked like an intergalactic clash because it was far too spectacular. They could not forget that Rei Stilgard was at a lower rank than his opponent, which was why this was so difficult for him. Droyan felt he had the initiative, and that gave him additional strength and confidence. Preparing for his final attack, he instantly closed the distance to Rei and delivered a crushing blow. The spectators immediately saw that Stilgard was seriously injured, but he still remained firmly on his feet. Sierra was sure this would end badly and kept repeating that she had to interfere and stop the battle. Only James remained calm, because he understood that stopping the battle required a serious reason. Rei Stilgard looked beaten, but not broken, and he was still ready to fight to the last drop of blood. Over the past few days, his training under the Sun God's guidance had continued, and it had been quite successful. The Count had finally overcome his wall and approached the level of his father, who had become an eternal legend of the Navarro Empire. His aura blade managed to break through Droyan's defensive barrier, even though that seemed unimaginable and impossible to understand. It was hard to believe that the Steel Count had managed it, especially since he was below his opponent in both mastery and training. No one understood how it had happened, but James had known from the very beginning that his father would not lose this battle. He watched the clash of the two heroes and remembered what had happened several days earlier. James had given his father a special book that told the story of breaking and overcoming self-defense. He had shared martial arts techniques with his father and promised that they would definitely help him achieve unprecedented progress. Now, thanks to those techniques, the Steel Count had managed to force Marquis Droyan to retreat, something that had once seemed impossible. The Marquis had been a legendary rank knight for more than 10 years, but right now, he looked far too unconvincing, sluggish, and unimpressive. Although he fought to the very end like a wounded lion cornered by hunters, he could not stop his opponent's pressure. This result seemed impossible, and true shock could be read on the Marquis's face. He had to admit defeat and say that he would no longer insult the honor of the Stilgard family. It was incredibly humiliating, especially since it happened in front of high society, and the Marquis wanted to sink into the floor. He had tried with all his might to become better than Paul Stilgard, but in the end, he had lost even to his son. After the victory in this uncompromising duel, the banquet resumed, and the satisfied spectators continued enjoying delicious food and drinks. Rei was especially pleased because it had been a long time since he had felt this good and confident in martial arts. The atmosphere changed noticeably because now everyone had to admit that the Count commanded even more respect. James paid attention to everyone who changed their attitude, as well as those who had supported the Stilgard family from the very beginning. He remembered every word spoken and everyone who had failed to step in and help his father at a difficult moment. Everyone around them was satisfied, but only Marquis Dorian looked darker than the night itself. 2 years had already passed since his son disappeared, and he still looked far too sorrowful and visibly nervous. The Marquis approached the Count not to congratulate him on his victory, but to start a new conflict. He said Rei had raised his son to be a traitor, and he said it so seriously that there was no doubt another confrontation was beginning. It looked like James Stilgard would become the reason for a new conflict, since the previous duel had also started because of his attitude towards Selena. A crowd of interested witnesses formed around the two high-ranking men of the Empire. The Marquis said James Stilgard was hiding a traitor, referring to Reyna Bale, though her current name was Sylvia. She was the daughter of a traitor, and at the same time, the assistant of the Count's liberated son. Hunting down traitors was one of the Royal Knight's most important duties, but the Marquis had taken that work upon himself. Raina Bale was a familiar girl, because her entire family had been beheaded after they were possessed by a devil and prepared a rebellion. They had been a family of major merchants, but no one had managed to find the girl who was supposed to be arrested. The Marquis said his people would bring the girl here now, and he also ordered them to find James Stilgard so he could explain what was going on. If the suspicions turned out to be true, it would be a serious blow to the reputation of the legendary family. Soon, Sylvia was already in the banquet hall, brought there by armed knights. It was clear that no one planned to treat her like a princess, because she was suspected of a very serious crime. It turned out Zirkle was not actually her father, but her uncle, who had decided to take care of her after learning what had happened to her family. Everyone around them tried to learn the truth, and at that moment, the Marquis said he had a witness who could confirm all his accusations. He asked one of the king's chief wizards to use his spell to break the girl's magic. All this time, she had been hiding her true face, but now everyone around them saw who she really was. Rayhan also appeared in the room as a witness, the same man who had met the Marquis a few days earlier and offered him this clever plan. He confirmed that Sylvia was the daughter of a traitor to the Empire, and that the Marquis was telling the truth. The king listened to the whole story with a surprised expression and tried to stay calm, though it was not easy. The accusation was equal to treason, and the Marquis was sure James had fully understood what was happening and still hid the girl. The Marquis also told the whole story connected to Raina, including how she had ended up working for James. The Marquis had learned that she had been freed by an unknown aura user who killed members of a dangerous criminal organization. The king agreed that everything fit together too perfectly, and it was unlikely to be a coincidence. He ordered his knights to immediately surround the Stilgard family and told James to explain everything he knew. The king wanted to understand why this young man had decided to get close to a traitor. Conspiracy to commit treason was a major crime, not only on the continent of Navarro, but across the entire world. His sisters were frightened too, feeling as if this was just a bad dream that would end at any moment. Only Ray Stilgard was absolutely certain that his son could not be involved in treason. He was sure this was only a trap set by the Marquis, and now they had to find a way out of the situation. James calmly took control of the situation and began explaining his own view of what had happened. He spoke in strange formulas, and very few people around him understood what he meant. James had long since learned how to go all in, because in the system, huge bets like this were nothing unusual. He was ready to risk everything to test his luck and flip the situation upside down right here and now. At that moment, a new witness appeared in the banquet hall, and it was none other than Zenitz. Everyone immediately recognized the Mad Dog, the man who never let go of his prey once he was sure of its connection to a crime. Now James's words took on a completely different color, and it began to feel like the real traitor might not be the Stilgards, but Marcus Kuntz. Everyone understood that the previous duel could have easily been avoided, but that had not happened. The king had knowingly allowed it, because deep down, he had always wanted to see the Stilgard family's defeat with his own eyes. Zenitz said his case was tied to treason, and he was obligated to interfere with the banquet. A few days earlier, he had received an anonymous letter in which the sender revealed the truth about the incident that had destroyed a family 9 years ago. Zenitz conducted his own investigation and learned a shocking truth that could no longer be hidden. The captain discovered that a warlock was present here and asked for the witness, Knight Academy instructor Zirkle, to be brought in immediately. He told the whole truth, and also revealed that Raina's mother had once been his lover, though their relationship had not worked out. She had been accused of treason and sentenced to execution, which brought her life to an end. It turned out that the person who stole young Raina and sold her to a brothel was Rayhan. When James learned this story, he decided to help and stepped into the situation to free the poor girl. Zirkal was also sure that the Bale family had been falsely accused all this time and had not deserved such treatment. The one who had deceived everyone and tried to betray the Empire was none other than the merchant Rayhan. The Mad Dog took several steps forward and said he had all the evidence needed to confirm the witness's words. It was the accounting ledger of the Bale Trading Company, which had been thought lost at the time, but had actually been kept by Zirkle. Inside it, one could find traces of all Rayhan's criminal activity, as well as proof of who exactly had betrayed Navarro and how. The Bale family had seen who he really was, so he decided to get rid of them in the most disgusting way possible. James had prepared extremely well for this situation because he had seen the problem coming in advance. He had asked Harvest and Zenitz for help, and each of them had received a personal task. Zenitz was needed to turn the situation around, while Harvest took responsibility for gathering information and recruiting witnesses. Another key figure in this case was the mage Kendall, who right now wanted to report a serious crime that could not be ignored. He said Raihan had not only betrayed the Bale family and caused them enormous trouble, but had also hidden something from everyone present. All this time, he had been serving a devil, and now, after the activation of a magical spell, everyone could see it with their own eyes. Now, all the previous accusations crumbled to dust, and the situation had truly been turned upside down. When people saw the demon, they began panicking and running in every direction, and even the king had no idea what to do. The knights immediately surrounded Demise, but even behind their backs, it was clear that he was trembling in fear of this monster. Raihan was dragged away almost immediately, and now it was obvious that his testimony had been nothing but a lie. The merchant had become living proof that the Bale family had been falsely accused. The king could no longer pretend that nothing serious had happened, because this scandal touched the honor of the entire royal court. If the truth spread through the capital, people would start asking why an innocent family had been executed. The royal family would look like fools who had killed loyal subjects and failed to recognize a devil's servant. Demis tried to keep his face calm, but everyone could see that the situation had slipped out of his hands. James had not only defended Sylvia, but also forced the entire banquet to look at the real criminal. Marquis Dorian's face changed as well, because the plan he had prepared so carefully was falling apart in front of everyone. The witnesses, the ledger, and Kendall's magic left him almost no room to escape. Even the nobles who had been ready to laugh at the Stillguards now began whispering in a completely different tone. The king understood that if he punished James now, he would only make himself look even worse. So he had to find a way to turn this disaster into something useful for the crown. At that moment, someone stepped forward and offered the king a path out of this mess. It was a person whose words still carried enormous weight among the highest nobles of Navarro. It turned out to be Duke Carson, who said they did not have to look at the situation from that angle. It had been proven that the merchant Raihan had turned into a black snake, but had failed to escape the royal hawk. If all his property was confiscated and compensation was given to the victims of his schemes, people would actually praise the king's actions. Thanks to that, the royal house could raise its prestige and come out clean. Now all that remained was to bring up what should be done with Marquis Dorian, since it was clear he had supported the merchant. The Marquis said he had been misunderstood and explained that he had taken this step because of his son. 2 years ago, Albert disappeared, and there had still been no news from him. But the Marquis was sure the truth was a little different. Right now, he officially declared that James Stillguard had killed Albert Kuntz and had remained unpunished all this time. The Mad Dog stepped forward and said he wanted to personally say a few words about that incident. He had personally handled the investigation into everything that had happened and knew about this situation from more than just rumors. He explained everything that had happened during the investigation and did not hide a single detail. It turned out the entire case had been built on fake evidence created by Knight Derek and his insane thirst for revenge for his master. The case had been closed, but the Marquis could not accept that and greedily continued chasing the goal of bloody revenge. The king believed the commander of the prosecutor corps and also noticed Duke Carson, who was defending James as well. A few hours later, it became clear why the Duke had taken such a desperate step. Until that moment, no one understood why he was helping this guy, but apparently, it was all connected to his eldest son. James had told him about Edward's illness and promised to extend his life by a decade, but no more, because the disease was extremely serious. That was where their deal ended, and almost no one knew about this secret cooperation between the Duke and James. It had started a few days earlier, when James and Harvest were preparing a small performance for Darren. James was supposed to disguise himself as the merchant Bonds and make sure his sister had no more doubts, but someone interrupted him. Duke Luther Carson appeared before him, having come to ask for help curing his eldest son of a deadly illness. Edward had told his father that only this guy could help in the current situation, which was why the Duke had come specifically to James. The heir of the Stillguard family tried to do everything in his power, but he could not fully cure the disease. Even so, James helped extend the young man's life, and that was already a small victory. And so they formed a partnership, and James went to meet another member of his team. Rayan's former shadow guard, Chris, now served James and was ready to report the results of his investigation. The prosecutor squad had already begun acting, and they could expect to have all available information by the banquet. The Sicario had betrayed his former master and completely submitted to James's authority in order to survive, because a yin-yang larva was inside his head. In this way, James obtained all of Raihan's secret information, along with the accounting ledger and the protest letter. They agreed to meet a little later, when new work could be found for the Sicario, and he could be useful again. After what happened at the royal banquet, Marquis Dorian's life entered a very dark period. He started drinking too often and fell into a depressed state because his plan had failed spectacularly. It was hard for him to forget how he had begged the king on his knees to spare his life, while hearing the mockery of the people around him. Not only had he failed to avenge his son, but he had also been disgraced, and now he had no idea how to keep living. His depression ended only when Knight Howard told him that his son had returned. It was hard to believe, but the mad dog had come to his house and brought a mysterious person with him. This person, who was clearly struggling, looked very much like Albert Kuntz. The father immediately hugged his son and cried from happiness, because all this time, he had been sure Albert was long dead. Meanwhile, James was pleased with what was happening, because the last few days had been extremely eventful. He was sure he would no longer fall under suspicion, and could finally sleep peacefully. The day before, James had personally confirmed that it would be difficult to find any difference between this creature and the real Albert. He had ordered it to copy Albert's behavior, and now it was almost no different from the original. To understand what was happening here, we need to know that James had discovered the existence of homunculi through his constant interspatial trading. A homunculus was an artificial life form created by wizards, capable of becoming almost anything depending on the method used to grow it. For this, he had to use a handkerchief stained with Albert's blood and memories of the days they had spent together at the Night Academy. His experiment produced a true Albert personality, although now it was unclear why he had needed to kill the previous version. Apparently, James had formed a clever plan and wanted to fully absorb the empire controlled by the Kuntz family. After that, James met with his father, who still could not believe he had fully recovered from his illness. It all seemed unbelievable to him, but the sun god and the medicinal herbs had truly helped both his health and his combat skills. He wanted to hear an explanation from his son, because it seemed to him that all of this was connected to Paul Stilgard. James explained that it was not exactly like that, because all this time, he had been helped by the Book of Interspatial Trade. Apparently, Paul had used it as well, and it was what made him a mythical rank knight and the hero of the country. Information like that could drive an ordinary person insane. But his father remained calm thanks to his connection with the unique continent of Gion. On that continent, humans were not the only form of life, and many interesting things could be found there. Spiritual entities had been trying to enter this world from the other side for many years. These were not only evil incidents that threw the continent into chaos, but also the influence of gods who sent miracles to Earth. Even if people were told they were not unique or special, no one would believe there was a higher world and perfect beings. The sun god was also a participant in a deal from the higher world, and now everything made sense. Only now did his father understand that Paul Stilgard's sword art was just an ordinary martial art from the first system. His inner traits, such as fearlessness and the desire to achieve justice, had come from his heart. But he had gained his swordsmanship through the Book of Interspatial Trade, because it was an ordinary Murim martial art. His father deeply respected his grandfather, so this information was painful to him, because Paul turned out not to be as legendary as he had seemed. All this time, Ray had tried to surpass him, but now he felt lighter, because he understood that it had been impossible. Only with the skills of interspatial trade could one understand true genius, and James now had that opportunity. Their conversation ended on a positive note, and it was time for a short rest and an analysis of their next steps. Yesterday, his father had learned all of his son's secrets, but today, something unthinkable happened. Harvest entered the room without warning and announced that Count Ray had disappeared without notice. Apparently, the past was repeating itself because no traces of magic were found in the Count's room or anywhere else in the mansion. Although everyone around him kept saying the Count would definitely return soon, James strongly doubted that theory. Several days passed after that conversation, but the Count still did not return home, and James lost his appetite. His sister tried to reason with him and guide him back onto the right path, but James barely listened to anyone. He was too worried about his father and perhaps felt guilty about what had happened. After all, the day before the Count disappeared, they had had a difficult conversation that might have influenced Ray's decision. Either way, the young heir of the family knew he could not sit around doing nothing and had to act. James set out in an attempt to find at least some kind of clue. According to Zenith's investigation, there were no records of anyone leaving or entering through the fortress gates, and no witnesses had been found. Everything had begun exactly like the hero's disappearance in his past life. After Sierra left the banquet hall without warning anyone, she returned only today and found James. She asked him to stop immediately and said she knew everything and could not allow James to find his father. Strange as it sounded, the experienced mage was the one who had put all her effort into making Ray Stilgard disappear. 2 years ago, their first meeting with this woman had been difficult and far from pleasant. Only over time had they begun to understand each other better and become true friends. Now she was saying she was behind the hero's disappearance. And as hard as that was to believe, their relationship would never be the same again. The woman tried to calm James, but he was too aggressive and kept telling her not to come closer. She immediately sensed the subject's emotions: distrust, suspicion, and a desire to keep his distance. She had to explain that a secret society called the Seven Eyes existed on the continent and united everyone involved. Their main goal was to remove geniuses from the world when those geniuses surpassed their skills and limits. They were supposed to identify promising talents in swordsmanship and magic across the entire continent and evaluate their potential. James was also on their list, because his abilities at such a young age were abnormal. His father also ranked high on the talent list, because he had already reached the legendary rank, which made them interested in him. All of this was supposedly done to preserve the balance of the world, even though it sounded like a children's fairy tale. Wizards took this matter very seriously and poured enormous resources and effort into it. Superhumans really could change the world, because they could interfere with events and lead humanity down a different path. Ray Stilgard had been recognized as a dangerous person, and usually, in situations like this, talented people faced death. James was frightened, but the wizard immediately told him he did not need to panic, because his father was fine, though he must not search for him. She had tried to protect him until the very end, but the legendary rank knight had not ended up in her hands. Sierra could even show him a recording of the conversation to confirm her words. She had been ordered to immediately kill Ray Stilgard, because his recklessness and heroism made him a threat to all humanity. For now, she had managed to secure the hero's safety, but he was imprisoned for a while. Now James was filled with courage, determination, and purpose, and his emotions had completely changed. His father had reached a new level because of him and was now in danger, so James had to save him immediately. Soon, in the neighboring kingdom to the east, in the state of Kaidon, a rather unusual traveler appeared. He crossed into another country without any trouble and was now staying in a hotel in the city. Sierra had warned him not to attack without careful preparation and asked him to be reasonable. Behind the organization that kidnapped Ray Stilgard stood a very serious wizard named Demius. For some time, James watched this wizard and tried to learn more about him before meeting him face to face. A few days later, the enemy went hunting, and Demius, the head of the 11th Magic Tower, did not foresee the trouble coming. When the hunt seemed far too easy, a large pink unicorn appeared in his path, as if it had come straight from paradise. Without thinking for long, Demius immediately began attacking the unicorn so he could enjoy its delicious meat for dinner. The arrow bounced off the beast's skin, and the unicorn managed to escape, which had never happened before to this experienced hunter. He was extremely disappointed and angry, right up until an enemy's sword pierced his body. Falling to the ground, he tried to understand what had happened and who was behind this hidden attack. As it turned out, he was now the prey, even though until that moment, he had played the role of an experienced hunter. Perfect protective magic had been placed over this forest, but it had not worked, and James had made it inside. Apparently, the golden anti-magic cube had helped him because it instantly destroyed all magical effects and protective barriers. James immediately offered a deal. If he heard answers to all his questions, he would leave the wizard alive. If he lied to even one question, his heart would be torn apart, and his pathetic existence would come to an end. James wanted to know about the relics of the Seven Eyes organization and how exactly they had managed to kidnap Ray Stilgard. It turned out they had used a space creator, which helped hide traces even after an intense battle. Soon, the wizard answered all the necessary questions and begged for a chance to fix his mistakes. James really decided to release him, and at that exact moment Demius began attacking his enemy. The Inferno technique was supposed to destroy James and leave no evidence of this murder, but everything went off script. Just when it seemed the job was done, the wizard saw that James had not only survived, but had not even been injured by the attack. His cloak had protected its owner from the attack, because it was also a relic purchased in the second system. After some time, the guards suspected that something was wrong and began searching for their teacher. They saw their master in a rather calm state, but he looked somehow mysterious. The master said he had dealt with all the trouble and that the guards did not need to apologize for their mistake. Meanwhile, James was already back home and had fully satisfied all his goals. Only now did it become clear that he had turned into Master Demius through his distortion technique, and no one had noticed the difference. He took the wizard's ring, which gave him access to unbelievable wealth and opportunities. At that moment, his old friend Joe contacted him, also known as the Jade-Faced Golden Dragon, the grandson of the legendary Golden King. Joe was one of the richest and most influential people, so he was viewed as a pillar who would lead the next generation. He had not contacted James for more than 2 years, and only now reminded him of himself because James was the only person he could reach. Recently, he had managed to kill 2 of his 3 enemies, and soon, he finally found the last one. In the future, Joe would be called the legendary Warrior of Light. But right now, he was in serious trouble. His enemy was someone who had reached the peak of divinity, but he only learned that after meeting him. Now Joe had very little time left. He had lost his arms, and he could feel his heart beating slower with every second. For 2 years, he had worked under Lee's guidance to find a way to kill him. But from the very beginning, that man had already known about the danger. Now, as death waited for him, Joe tried to make one final deal with his friend. James could receive the martial arts he had been searching for so long, but in return, he only had to kill the demonic dragon who had killed thousands of people. Joe asked James never to forget him and to avenge him at any cost, because Lee had done truly terrible things and deserved punishment. Joe did not regret trying to take revenge, and he did not want to be remembered as some honest and righteous warrior. James had grown close to this guy, so he would absorb all those martial arts and definitely take revenge, but only after solving all his own problems. Now let's move to the northern part of the continent, to the stronghold of the Seven Eyes organization. One of the wizards, named Klauk, was speaking with the other wizards about various problems and future plans. Sierra was also among them, still a member of their organization, though she enjoyed what they were doing less and less. All this time, Demius had not said a single word, and today, he was far too quiet, even though he usually loved to talk. The conversation continued until one of the chief wizards at the table suddenly lost his head. It was impossible to describe the shock of everyone gathered at that table, because for a while, they could not believe their own eyes. Master Demius rose from his seat, calmly drew his sword, and beheaded another nearby wizard. All this time, it had been James, who continued using the distortion technique and was now ready to complete his mission. The old man went insane and tried to destroy everyone who stood in his way. The wizards reacted quickly and ran, leaving Demius to fight an iron robot. These robots were new inventions, and with them, serious conquest across the continent could be achieved. All the wizards were sure the robots would soon destroy Demius, and only Sierra remained calm, because she understood what was really happening. Indeed, someone at the heroic rank could not defeat iron robots, but James had long since become stronger than an ordinary hero. Through constant martial arts training, he had learned how to break past his limits and had now reached a higher level of progress. His aura release, called Blue Wave, struck fear into everyone who had to face this warrior. Soon, the iron monsters were destroyed, leaving only piles of metal that would no longer cause any problems. James said he had come for his father and would destroy not only robots but also wizards if necessary. His movements were so fast that even magic could not stop his attacks in time. The most interesting thing was happening not near James, but among the wizards attacking him. Sierra had been pretending this entire time that she was also fighting the unexpected guest, but it was only acting. At the very last moment, she aimed her magical attack at the other wizards, because she had chosen her side long ago. Now it became clear that she was a traitor. While James had stayed alive the whole time thanks to Void Mode, which saved him from magical attacks. Only now would the most interesting part begin, because the surviving wizard Franz had put on 4th-generation magic armor. Armor like that used a mana reactor, which served as an energy generator, almost like Iron Man's heart. This development could destroy the commercial structure of the second system, which made it extremely dangerous but promising. Sierra had not expected Franz to have been hiding such power all this time. All this time, he had kept the relic hidden as his trump card, and now he was ready to use that power for his own benefit. For Sierra, this was personal, so she attacked the old man first without paying attention to James. It seemed like that should have been enough, but a second later, a powerful counterattack shattered Sierra's defense. Blood immediately poured from her mouth, showing that her internal organs had suffered serious damage. Now Franz had to deal with the last opponent, who should not have posed any serious problem. Apparently, he had badly underestimated the heir of the Stilgard family, who was no longer a little boy. A few seconds later, James transformed into the exact same kind of robot, ready to challenge Franz. The Battle of the Titans began immediately, and in a moment like this, you understood that Godzilla vs. King Kong was not that interesting. It was a long battle where the initiative constantly shifted from one side to the other. Franz believed he would soon claim victory until another robot stepped in to help his opponent. Sari could not just stand there and watch his master get beaten, so he also joined this battle of Iron Men. Now the two of them could defeat the powerful opponent more easily because their strength was in unity. Even so, They would have to work extremely hard because Franz was using not only the armor, but also the skills of a high-class wizard. James only managed to defend himself at the last moment by activating a barrier. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart. Soon, it turned out that Sierra had regained consciousness, was fine, and was trying to understand what was happening. Franz was acting with such overwhelming power because of the mana reactor embedded in his chest. James tried to understand who exactly had given him permission to use such technology, since it had always been forbidden. Either way, thanks to the efforts of the 3 team members, they had already managed to defeat this old man, and now they could learn all his secrets. Franz began threatening the heir of the Stilgard family and reminded him that no one was allowed to attack the Seven Eyes organization. He was ready to tell James exactly where his father was, but he would definitely ask for something in return. The wizard reminded him that James had reached incredible heights at such a young age. It was already clear that he had gone even further than his legendary grandfather Paul. That was why Franz bowed his head before him and begged him to commit suicide immediately. Although that sounded insane, James had no idea what destructive influence he could have on the continent. When he reached his peak form, the continent would face terrible destruction because of the deities who ruled this world. They did not interfere in human affairs, which was why they had received relics to control people. Franz would have liked to reveal all the secrets, but his body was bound by an oath, and he physically could not do it. His life would soon come to an end, and he asked James to make sure he committed suicide after finding his father. After all, he could become a weapon capable of destroying humanity, and that could not be allowed under any circumstances. James was forced to swear because he needed it to obtain his father's location. He made an official oath, and now he truly had to end his own life. If he failed to fulfill the oath, the deception in his heart would explode, and he would definitely die. Soon, James learned where his father was and said he had no intention of dying ahead of schedule. He knew a perfect way around the oath thanks to a voodoo doll, which could pay the price for curses, vows, and covenants. Now he knew his father's location, and even with all that, he had no intention of giving up his life because of the words of some crazy old man. A few hours later, James and Sierra headed to Mount Pates, in the southernmost part of the Jaeon continent. They entered the Hall of Eternal Life, where former members of the wizard organization could be found. People who had fulfilled their duties and grown old. These bodies would sleep here until the reverse aging magic was complete. The legendary warrior Ray Stilgard was also here, lying unconscious. James instantly shattered the sleep capsule and freed his father from the illusion. Although Ray did not understand what had happened, he could now be calm, because the worst was behind him. Also in the hall beside them was the previous head of the 14th Magic Tower, Sierra's teacher, a man named Bemos. He would also become their ally and leave this place with the others. Lastly, Sierra wanted to destroy everything around them, because the people stored here had long deserved death. The most interesting thing they could see here was an elven girl with a very young face. She had been captured by members of the wizard organization, and although the details were unknown, James decided to save her. Now that he saw her with his own eyes, he understood why elves were called the ideal of beauty. He would have been ready to admire her beauty for much longer if it had not raised suspicion among the rest of the team. Soon, the girl woke up and learned that all the wizards behind her kidnapping were dead. She became very frightened and said James and his friends had no idea what they had done, and that all of them had better leave before the administrator arrived. Although no one understood what she was talking about, they still decided to leave the area immediately. They almost managed to escape, but the administrator still noticed the unexpected guests in his home. It was strange that James had fought the wizards without even knowing about the existence of the administrator, who was far stronger than Franz. He was an 8-ring mage, and defeating an opponent like that would require a serious effort. Ray was not used to sitting behind defenses, so just like in the old days, he immediately charged forward no matter what. James Stilgard also took part in the battle and demonstrated his full potential. Their combined attack succeeded, and the administrator felt death drawing close. James thought the person in front of him might be an interspatial merchant, the one who had given Franz that mana generator. In reality, that was not the case at all, because in his hands was a relic passed down from generation to generation by deities from another world. The administrator tried to say that James knew far too little, and that death was still waiting for him in the end. He was ready to keep talking, but the heir of the Stilgard family had grown a little too fond of cutting off heads, and could not hold back again. James only needed to catch each enemy and destroy them like this, and then he would not need answers to his questions. Now, Kira had to explain to all of them who the administrators were and what the gods truly were. Soon, James found himself on an uninhabited island where no human foot had ever stepped before. After the victory over the wizard organization, a temporary hideout had been prepared there in advance. They had to prepare for the possible arrival of enemy reinforcements and make sure they could feel safe. When you had two wizards beside you, building a large house became an incredibly simple task. Sierra thanked James for saving her teacher and destroying the terrible wizard organization. Without him, she would never have dared to take such steps, so she felt it was important to say a few words of gratitude. A little earlier, Kira had explained that she had sworn by Mana to keep her secrets, which meant she could not reveal the information they needed. James said this area was his specialty and that he could easily help her get rid of the oath. It was not entirely clear how the doll helped bypass all the rules, but Kira had no choice but to trust him. It turned out that this girl with the funny ears was already more than 300 years old, and she still looked incredible. At the moment of her birth, the age of elves ended and the age of humans began, and Kira had been offered the role of balance keeper, but she refused. In return, she was locked in the Hall of Eternal Life, and she was spared only because the administrator had fallen in love with her beauty. In truth, even she did not know the real nature of the administrators, but there were at least 10 beings like them. The administrator James had killed earlier had been only average among the others. An organization where 8 rings were considered average already said a lot. If those people wanted to, they could conquer the continent, so it was unclear why they needed to create a wizard clan. Apparently, there was something the administrators feared, which was why they acted through their agents. Once they learned what had happened, James and his friends would be in trouble because the hunt for them would begin. After that, James asked her one final question because he was interested in everything connected to the race of gods. At that moment, Kira felt animal-like fear and said she could not answer that question. Soon, the day came to return to the Stilgard residence, and James had gathered enough information to know what to do next. He woke up planning to go for a walk, only to find that Kira had been watching him sleep the entire time. James did not pay much attention to it and went to meet his father in order to learn something strange. He had been sure they would now return together, but Ray Stilgard would not be going back to his own residence. Most likely, the administrators would begin hunting him, so it was better for him to live on the island for a while and be considered missing. Although it seemed like the family could not exist without its hero, the truth was that the next hero was already ready to take control. His father was proud of his son's progress and wanted him to take control of the family and become the master of the Stilgard domain. Although it was hard to understand what was on his father's mind, the heir accepted his point of view and returned home on his own. In his past life, everything had been completely different, because James became head of the family only because his father disappeared and his brothers were killed. It turned out the wizards had decided to stay with his father, spend time training, and avoid the administrator's eyes. They also dreamed of reaching 8 rings of magic, while Ray would finally be able to break through the wall of the mythical rank. James accepted this turn of fate and promised to protect the Stilgard family with all his strength. Right now, he had to become stronger, destroy the administrators, and bring his father home. As it turned out, James was not traveling alone, because the beautiful Kira was beside him. James reminded her that the outside world was far too dangerous and that she had to be ready for anything. Those words offended the girl so badly that she asked him to stop the carriage immediately. It was time to demonstrate her strength and show this guy that he had been underestimating her all along. Although James had no intention of taking things that far, Kira was not going to back down from the provocation. She immediately stepped forward to attack her opponent, but James was ready for any blow fate threw at him. Her attacks, filled with silvery light, were a full demonstration of elven swordsmanship. The girl's movements were fast and light, yet every strike carried inhuman strength. If she really was that strong, then James could test the knowledge he had received from Joe. He had received information that served as the key to the mythical rank, because it had once been used by the Jade Dragon. Kira was surprised, but she had no choice except to defend herself with everything she had. Maybe this would have worked against the old version of James, but now he had become far too strong. Kira admitted defeat, but she had lost to a true monster, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. This girl was one of the few representatives of the Moon Clan from the Great Forest, and had been chosen as a master of moon spirits. Because of that, she had gained the ability to use the silver sword with its incredible power and aura. She could also transform into something very small and cute, becoming almost like a little pet. This was called a spirit form, and her transformation meant that Kira now trusted James. It felt like she was playing against the rules, and right now, James understood the administrator who had fallen in love with her beauty better than ever. Either way, James had to hold firm, because he had already met plenty of beautiful women and had developed immunity to beauty. Soon, they continued on their way, while Kira fell asleep after the exhausting sparring match, since it had been a long time since she had shown her strength. Meanwhile, James entered the system to study and understand the technology behind the mana reactor. Soon, he finally returned to the lands belonging to the Stilgard family. Kira's small copy was named Ariel, and she had already managed to befriend Sari, with the two quickly finding common ground. James had not been on his own territory for a long time, so he needed to understand what had changed during his absence. There was a strange atmosphere in the city, and although this was the farming season, something here was clearly wrong. There had never been taxes on Stilgard territory, a rule first introduced by Nightpaul himself. This allowed the villagers to feel much more secure, but now something had changed. James and the others stopped to grab a bite and continue observing the situation. The owner of the place was in a bad mood today and decided he could raise the price and try to cheat his customers. He ordered James to pay more than he owed, or else he would regret ever being born. The family heir had to reveal his true face so everyone would understand who he really was. James ordered the tavern owner to immediately take a fighting stance, because he had far too many questions about such terrible business practices. A few minutes later, several knocked-out guards were lying on the floor, though the owner was still alive. He apologized for his behavior and promised never again to take even one extra coin from the villagers. Originally, Stilgard territory had been a completely different place, so it was hard to understand what had happened. The owner explained that they had long been waiting for their savior and were hoping for changes in power soon. Their bad attitude was the result of Dickens's gang, because the situation had worsened because of them. James could not believe he had really heard the name Dickens, because that man was a true devil who carried the Stilgard name. It had happened more than a month ago, when young Master Mark announced that the head of the family had disappeared. He asked the king to organize a nationwide search, but that was a terrible decision because they could not allow the information to spread. Apparently, Mark wanted to become the next master of the county, which was why he took such a desperate step. He gained the support of the knights and became the head of the family, but then Dickens and his warriors appeared. Dickens was James's uncle, and from a very young age, he had caused him big problems until he was expelled from the academy. After that, he went into hiding to avoid being seen by their grandfather, and only later came to Ray and began demanding part of the inheritance. Several years ago, he had wasted all his money, and gambling and alcohol were to blame for it. Apparently, he succeeded, because he returned with knights who were able to defeat the warriors of the Stilgard family. He had come to help Mark, but in the end, he took control of the family and began filling his pockets with gold coins. Dickens went mad, because he had never before received such limitless power and opportunity. His warriors constantly took the last money from the people and demanded insane taxes that were impossible to pay. A parasite had settled on the territory, and James had to begin cleaning house immediately before the county rotted from the inside. He was not the only one worried. The eldest daughter of the family also could not understand how the situation had gotten out of control. Such horror could not be allowed to continue, especially in a family with warriors talented enough to do anything. Just a few months ago, James had been the star of the royal banquet, but now he was far away, even though the family needed his help. Now Dickens even beat the servants if he saw the slightest disobedience. Karen promised to go downstairs, where all the family members were already waiting for her. Dissatisfaction could be read on every face, but no one dared say even one wrong word to Dickens. He felt extremely confident and enjoyed every second on the throne, as if he did not notice everyone's hatred. Mark merely smiled and pretended not to see how all his rights as head of the family had passed into the hands of this ruthless bandit. Dickens ordered the girls to pour him wine, and if they refused, he flew into a rage. Harvest tried to protect the young ladies, but he had little chance of achieving justice. The family head's knights told him not to interfere in family matters because he was not part of the family. Dickens said the girls of this family had terrible manners, so he wanted to beat all disobedience out of them. That was exactly what would have happened, but James walked into the room and prevented his sisters from being beaten. They saw each other for the first time in many years, but his uncle immediately recognized James and pretended he was happy to see him. The family heir was ready to leave him alive if he took his knights right now and went back to wherever he had come from. No one had expected this turn of events because James was too young to challenge such a strong man. He had left for the academy when he was still practically a child, so statements like this shocked the family members. James had already learned about all the taxes imposed on Stilgard territory. He had met different people and seen how their last coin was being taken away, while they were denied the right to exist. James also reminded him that their father would be furious if he saw what had happened here. Dickens tried to explain his actions, telling all kinds of fairy tales and saying he was not guilty of anything. James did not have enough patience for that, so he immediately drew his sword, attacked, and almost killed his own uncle. Only at the last moment did a knight manage to save him, but that did not mean James would stop there. The family knights immediately began attacking the young heir as if he were an enemy of the Stillguards. A fierce moral struggle broke out among the other family members. Darren ordered Raphael to immediately step into the battle, but Mark ordered him to stop because they could not attack the head of the family. Apparently, he was sure Dickens would not kill his own nephew, but that was a massive mistake. No one listened to him, and Darren, together with Jason, drew their swords and ran to help James. Even Kaloi was ready to intervene, despite the temporary lord opposing such actions. It looked like a family rebellion, a fight for justice and the honor of the Stillguard family. Now was no time for hesitation, so James acted harshly and without compromise. Soon, it was time to fight Dickens, who had been doing nothing but watching his warriors the entire time. Apparently, he had seriously overestimated his own abilities and underestimated the strength of the young heir. James quickly showed who was really in charge and said he had no intention of tolerating bandits and criminals here. He was ready to kill his own uncle, but in that case, they would not be able to deal with the three Viscounts. Apparently, he still did not know much about recent events, so it was better not to rush into killing everyone around him. Soon, the central hall of the estate had been completely cleared of the criminal group. His uncle understood that he was no longer in charge and was now ready to obey James's every command. The young heir turned his attention to his older brother, who had completely failed to handle the changes in the family. James told him that from now on, he was the Lord of Stillguard, and while their father was away, he would be the one leading the family. This statement shocked every family member because it seemed like he was too young for such responsibility. On the other hand, everyone was happy with their father's decision, everyone except Mark. James had already guessed that the problems with the three Viscounts had begun because of his brother's greed. Apparently, it happened because Mark tried to forcibly take back the mining rights. Those minerals were located on Mount Laval in northern Navarro, where the three main mines were located. Since ancient times, these territories had belonged to the Stillguard family. But later, Paul allowed the three Viscounts to mine there. The tradition continued in later generations, but when Mark became temporary lord, he decided to take back the mining rights. The three Viscounts became furious and formed an alliance, creating an incredibly strong force aimed at opposing the Stillguard family. Now James had the full support of the entire family, and even the knights. He had the ability to make his family's territory prosper, but to do that, he would have to work hard. James also decided not to postpone an important announcement and to show his progress right here and now. He had been gone for a long time, so he needed to show that the Academy had taken him to a new level. James Stillguard had reached the Awakened rank, which confirmed that he had the right to control the family. Every knight dreamed of reaching the Awakened rank, and the sword flower was proof of awakening. Now it could be confidently said that James was close to the upper limit of the Awakened rank and had almost crossed into the heroic rank. This meant he possessed a great talent that surpassed even the Emperor's. If he wanted to, not a single living knight would remain around him because right now he was capable of it. James promised to solve every problem in the family within 5 days, and if he failed, he would hand control back to his older brother. It was almost like making a deal, witnessed by every important person in the Stillguard family. Several days passed, and everyone connected to the family began to grow quietly nervous. They were sure James had to have a clear plan of action. But for 4 days, he had done nothing at all. James spent all his time in his room, lying on the couch and enjoying rest after his long absence. Only 1 day remained until the moment when he would be forced to fulfill his promise. After returning, he had only canceled the taxes, but now the villagers were living much happier lives. The information had already spread through the entire city, and now everyone knew James would become the next head of the family. Mark was sure his younger brother would not be able to solve the problem with the three Viscounts because there was too little time left. On the other hand, James's gaze was full of confidence, which led to completely different conclusions. 4 days had now passed, and he had done absolutely nothing. So apparently, 1 day was enough for him. Right now, James was busy modeling 4th-generation armor based on a mana reactor. He had already come up with the creation method and assigned the work to his contractors in the system. At that moment, his older sister entered the room, believing James should have started acting long ago. Apparently, he did not understand the seriousness of the situation at all, because the knights should have been mobilized long ago. James asked her to calm down and said he had the situation under control. Soon, Harvis entered the room, having just returned from meeting the three Viscounts. All of them were smiling and said they would gladly sign the agreement proposed by the new lord of the family. The agreement was fairly simple. It involved the full transfer of all 3 mining rights. In return, the Stilgard family would receive part of the Viscount's lands and expand its control. Meanwhile, Sari had reached Mount Laval and activated Spy and Miner mode. This was a special order from James, so the Bulgasari could eat everything valuable inside the mine. Meanwhile, the Viscounts discussed the young lord's proposal and tried to understand what it all meant. Viscount Gates believed all of this might be some clever scheme meant to deceive them and make a profit. Heron believed it was a profitable agreement for them, so they should accept it immediately. Viscount Ines said the offer was indeed good, but that was exactly why it sounded strange. Soon, they were told that the Stilgard family had arrived, and the negotiations were about to begin. James arrived with his assistant, which immediately showed his fearlessness and confidence. He had not come here to start a war, but only to form a peaceful alliance. James also immediately said he did not recommend doing anything stupid, showing not only confidence, but a touch of arrogance. From the very beginning, the Viscounts had prepared for battle in case something went wrong, but now they understood that it would not be necessary. James was not demanding the return of the initial capital invested in the enterprises, and that already said a lot. A notary named Perez would also participate and handle all the paperwork. The negotiations began a few minutes later, and it immediately became clear that the main terms suited both sides. Now they only needed to review the additional clauses, because James wanted to take an equal portion of territory from each Viscount. He believed this would be fair and was confident in his position. At the moment, these 3 men were allies, but they always kept each other in check. Their trust in each other was not very strong, so each one thought about his own benefit. After a few small concessions, the agreement was signed, and all sides were satisfied. One of the Viscounts decided to ask his knight to test whether James really was at the awakened rank. The knight's name was Liam, and he said it was a great honor to meet the lord, then asked to shake hands in greeting. James immediately understood the game, but he had no intention of showing weakness, especially when he was this strong. A few seconds later, Liam was lying on the floor and praying to God for help because his hand hurt terribly. Now the Viscounts understood that the opponent before them was truly serious and that it was better not to joke with him. James already knew what he would do with the territories now under his control. They could make good money from them, especially if one understood agriculture. James behaved too relaxed and too boldly, and now the people speaking with him began to suspect something was wrong. The documents had already been signed, and James realized he no longer needed to hide his true intentions. He instantly attacked the guards, breaking the silence of the negotiation process. He had not come here to take their lands, but to talk about his uncle. He knew very well that they were the ones controlling Dickens while hiding in the shadows the whole time. Although the Viscounts tried to say it was not true, James had long since stopped believing in fairy tales. He instantly cut off one of their arms and showed that he had no intention of tolerating lies. He understood they had not planned this themselves, and that someone was standing behind them, so he needed that person's name. Heron was the first to panic and promised to tell everything immediately as long as he was not killed. It turned out they had acted according to the will of Marcus Brand, who had apparently changed based on James's memories from his past life. Originally, this Marquis had appeared on the stage much later, but now everything had changed. Soon, James learned everything the Marquis had planned and understood that he badly wanted the Stilgard family to fall. There was no point leaving the Viscounts alive since they were just unnecessary witnesses who could spread extra rumors. But James was too kind. He beat them and knocked them unconscious for a while so he could leave peacefully. With a scroll, even their severed limbs could be restored, so apparently the Lord was not as bloodthirsty as we thought. Now they would never again stand against the Stilgard family, and that would be enough. James erased their memories, and when they woke up, he told them a few fairy tales. He said a huge rock had fallen on their tent, but James had managed to save everyone inside. Although it sounded strange, especially since James was not injured at all, the Viscounts had no choice but to believe it. Right now, he fully controlled their minds and could edit their memories. These 3 men had better not quarrel with James because he could change their lives for the worse. After that, the Lord met with Sari, who had completed every task from his master. James entered his inventory and asked the Bulgasari to spit out everything he had eaten while staying in the mine. This monster could chew and eat an endless amount of metal, becoming stronger as he absorbed it. Everything the Bulgasari ate, he could smelt into any desired form, but even that was not the limit of his abilities. James received 500 tons of top-quality steel, and all of it in just a few hours. Sari was magnificent, and in the future, James needed to use him more often to gain even greater benefits. That evening, he met with his younger sister who was trying to understand why they had given up 3 important mines. Those mines brought their family huge money. So why had James decided to trade them for land? He had to explain that this would let them earn even more and also get rid of unnecessary problems. In one of the mines James had given up, active work was still going on at that very moment. It seemed like the mine would bring profit for many more decades, but something completely unexpected happened. One of the workers got scared and started shouting, drawing the attention of the other men. Huge holes appeared inside the mine, and it became clear that all the iron ore had disappeared. The same thing happened in the other mines that had passed under the Viscount's control, and now those mines would bring no profit at all. Now James could move on to other matters, but he still had not solved all of his problems. Even after reaching the mythical rank and becoming an 8-circle mage, James could not guarantee success in a fight against a group of administrators. James entered the interspatial trade system and purchased a high-level dark spirit summoning stone. Now he only had to make a contract, but for ordinary people this task could be impossible. That was why high-ranking spirit masters were valued even higher than the awakened rank. But James was still going to try because he always took risks in order to claim the grand prize. He activated the stone, and the result did not take long to appear, though it was a little unexpected. The spirit of death turned out to be tiny and did not look threatening at all. It began making friends with Kira. And from the very beginning, it became clear that James had wasted a lot of money buying it. After that, he decided to buy the Dark Lord's Ring of Dominion and play a little Lord of the Rings. This was the final condition for advancing into the third system, and James saw no reason to put it off. Now he was completely changing phase and raising his deal rank, which would help him conduct business in the future. James reached the 3rd level very quickly, even though only yesterday he had still dreamed of advancing to the 1st level. Now it became clear why everyone stayed quiet about the 3rd system, because selling to lower dimensions was forbidden there. The leading forces of this system spared no effort in preserving the uniqueness of each world. All items that could affect an ecosystem or even destroy it were also forbidden. James needed to learn all the rules of this new world, and first, he had to meet the Dark Lord imprisoned in his ring. The ring would help control this spirit, who had once led a dark civilization. Now it was time to talk to the Little Death, who had to form a contract with James. He had surrounded himself far too heavily with dark energy, but this was a necessary part of reaching a new level. Darren knocked on the room door and said the Viscounts had arrived with protest notes because a new problem had appeared. All the iron mines had been exhausted, and now the rights to those mines were completely useless. She was not a stupid girl and immediately understood that James was the one behind all of this. Outside, near the entrance to the estate, both sides of the conflict had gathered for a new round of negotiations. The Viscounts were sure this was just James's dirty plan to leave them with nothing. They had to be reminded of the clause in the contract, because the agreement had already been signed and there was no going back. From a legal point of view, they had no right to demand a revision of the contract and had to accept their defeat. James reminded them that they had no right to make claims against the Count's family, or they could be seriously punished. They had to take their whole group and leave this territory immediately before James tore them apart. The agreement had truly turned out unfavorable for them, but the Stilgard family remained satisfied. They had sold mines that would not bring in a single cent and received large lands for agricultural development in return. Mark had no intention of acknowledging his younger brother's victory, so James was forced to use another method to resolve the conflict. If Mark did not want to hand over power in the family, then James could use the right of the Stilgard family's treasure keeper. He took out Vigo's key and showed it to every family member as if it were a sacred relic. Soon, James returned to the seat of Count Stilgard, which meant he had defended his right to the throne. He would handle this until his father returned, but until then, he had to act wisely and fairly. James had shown the treasury key only so everyone would recognize him as Lord. The exhaustion of the mines had also been part of his plan, although James had no intention of admitting that until the very end. Right now, he wanted to bet on his most reliable allies, and he knew whom to focus on first. In his past life, Raphael had fought for the family until the very end, and now he received complete freedom to act. They made an oath between Lord and servant, and now their bond would become even stronger, while the Stilgard family would only benefit from it. James had dealt with the 3 Viscounts and strengthened his position as Lord. He thought he could rest a little now, but then the debt notes arrived, and the work stole all his attention. His father had borrowed far too much money, and apparently he had clear and understandable reasons for it, though they were unknown right now. Most interestingly, all the money had been taken from Dussel Kreit, but the actual owner of his company was Marquis Brand. This was the man who had planned the fall of the Stilgard family and asked the three Viscounts to help with it. His intentions were obvious. He wanted to completely swallow the family by piling up interest on their debts. James could always open the treasury and pay it off, but he had no intention of handing family relics to bandits. Kaloi would help him solve this problem, because the young lord had already come up with a plan. The magic carriage looked very much like a modern sports car, so apparently Sari had helped with it. James arrived at the Crate Trading Company and met the head of the company, a man named Dussel. He knew James had come to pay the debts, even though more than 2 months had already passed. Earlier, he had said it would be enough to return the debt amount, but now he had completely changed his tone. It was clear that Dussel was acting based on orders from above, but he did not explain the real reasons. James could repay not only all the debts, but also the interest right now, just to resolve the problem. Apparently, even that could not convince the merchant, who wanted to follow the clear instructions written in the contract. James had to explain that he would deeply regret his decision, so he had better think 10 times and contact him again. Soon, Kaloi explained that the contract with the Crate Trading Company was completely unusual. Now Crate could use the right of preliminary seizure for an amount 3 times the overdue payment. This could hit the Stilgard family hard, because they would have to pay 6 times more. That amount was far higher than their annual income and would lead to total bankruptcy. Even so, James had no intention of opening the treasury over such a minor issue, and knew how to solve the problem another way. Dussel Crate had a son, and he could become the key to solving this problem. That son's name was Rondo, a hardcore gambling addict who had lost again today. It had been almost impossible for him to win, because he had been playing against a very strange person in a hood. He tried to accuse that person of cheating and finally pull off his black hood. Apparently, Rondo overestimated himself and very quickly paid for his rude behavior. Rondo lost everything and now had to borrow some money to try his luck at gambling again. At that moment, another stranger appeared, someone who had also lost all his money to the man in the black hood and considered him a cheater. Kaloi could lend Rondo some money and help him out in this difficult moment. He offered a way to deal with the cheater and said that if they joined forces, they could punish that pathetic worm. He even offered him a contract to sign, and Rondo failed to notice the bad intentions behind it. If he failed to repay the debt, he would have to hand over the rights to his entire body, including his internal organs. His father was so rich that Rondo was willing to take that risk, because Daddy would always bail him out in a difficult situation. Soon, a duel began at the card table, a notorious game that had ruined countless lives. The rules were simple. An ascending sequence of 40 cards was created, and the person with the highest combination won. From the very start of the game, Rondo was winning and began feeling extremely confident. No one had played big here in a long time, so James decided to raise the stakes. The bets multiplied by the minute and reached unbelievably huge amounts. That money could support a person until death, and the mysterious man in the black hood wanted it no less than Rondo. He was sure he had managed to get the highest combination and could barely stay calm. At that moment, James said he had no time for children's games because he wanted to go all in. Rondo answered that this hunger for victory did not scare him and accepted the challenge. He asked to borrow even more money, and Kaloi gladly agreed. Rondo was happy because he was already imagining incredible wealth in his head, wealth that would surpass even his father's fortune. The crowd cheered, and without waiting for his opponent's answer, Rondo took all the money for himself. Apparently, he had rushed too much because when James showed his combination, it became clear that the opposite was true. In the end, he heard only mockery directed at him and received 10 coins to buy himself some food as a consolation prize. The owner of the establishment and his guards were sure James was a cheater, so they ordered him to give up the money and leave. Apparently, they had no intention of playing fair, and in that case, James had no intention of hiding his strength. He picked up a card from the table and showed that even a playing card could destroy an army of opponents. It was not only effective but insanely stylish because a true professional was at work. Only then did Rondo realize he had fallen into a difficult situation. He had completely fallen into the hands of his enemies, who no longer hid their faces or their desires. After that, James went to Dussel to hold another round of negotiations. This time, he used completely different methods of psychological pressure, and they turned out to be much more practical. He had a full memorandum transferring the rights to Rondo Kreit's body, and if Dussel failed to follow every instruction, his son would be turned into ground meat. Right now, James looked like an experienced snake slowly tightening around his opponent until he completely lost the ability to breathe. Seeing that words were not enough, James decided to demonstrate that he had no intention of dragging out the negotiation process. He began torturing Rhonda with his knife while Dussel watched in panic. Only at the very end did the experienced merchant ask him to stop and agree to accept all the conditions. And so, all the Stilgard family's problems connected to the Krite Trading Company were quickly solved. James was pleased that he had adapted so quickly to the role of Lord and decided he could not stop there. He needed to show everyone that no one could touch the Stilgard family, especially Marquis Brand. Brand had already learned that Dickens and his knights had been completely destroyed, and he was unhappy with the failure of his special operation. He also learned about the collapse of the Krite Trading Company, which had failed to hold back the young lord. Now the Marquis had to think twice about what to do next, because his opponent was clearly well prepared. He decided to enter the secret room of his castle to hold a private discussion. There, he met an unknown being who guessed that something unexpected had happened. Her name was Lady Cassandra, and Brand told her everything that had happened and explained that he was in danger. Cassandra believed they had to keep pressuring the Stilgard family, almost as if it were her personal business. The Marquis was forced to promise that he would destroy the entire family so he would not die from Cassandra's anger. James returned home and announced that all the family's problems had been solved, and now they owed nothing to anyone. Everyone could relax and feel at peace because the family was no longer facing bankruptcy. A small celebration was held in honor of solving the problems, and there James met with Marcus. He heard about everything happening at his trading company and also shared his new ideas. James invited his assistant into a secret room to show him a new business idea. As it turned out, James had bought a massive amount of toilet paper, which they were now going to sell. At the time, no one understood how profitable it was, or how they were even supposed to work with it. James explained what the item was used for and said it would blow up the market. Back then, rich families used silk, while ordinary mortals had to settle for leaves and straw. James explained that this was an improved version suitable for every class of society. Marcus liked the idea so much that he decided to test how it worked right away. James told him to do that later, because he did not want to witness anything that horrifying. Soon, he returned to his office and began planning his next moves. Right now, he was a third-level interspatial trade merchant, as well as the lord of his family. His plans included improving the business of his trading company and developing the territories that had come under the family's control. He ordered Zirkal to come to his home so he could help stabilize public opinion. James learned that most members of the Rise Club had graduated and achieved stunning success. Zirkal also could not hide from his friend that Albert had recently returned. James was not upset at all because only he knew that Albert was a homunculus he had created himself. At Zirkal's request, Sylvia, meaning Reyna, received permission to continue helping the Stilgard family. Meryl also received her assignment, and now she was the Lord's personal bodyguard. James even met with representatives of Black Mamba to find out how things were going on the dark side of the capital. He asked them to investigate every company connected to the Krite Trading Company and ordered them to do it as quickly as possible. The Sicario was supposed to follow Titan, monitor his actions, and help if necessary. Right now, Chris was already fully under the Lord's control, and their contract was set for the next 5 years. James had dealt with all his problems and was now ready to reach incredible heights beyond imagination. In Loa Xenia, production of the magic armor we had already seen in action had been established. Market capitalization was constantly rising, because this was the key business that had created modern Loa Xenia. That was exactly how things had been. But recently the stock had crashed because investors had fallen into panic. In reality, the shares fell because of James, since a crystal orb video had recently been spread around. In that video, people could watch the incredible performance of magic armor. Improved power, reduced maintenance costs, and increased performance were immediately obvious. As the video spread, chaos broke out among the weapons makers. The problem was that the video claimed the armor belonged to Loa Xenia's competitors, so investors began pulling out their money. James was behind all of this in order to profit from speculation, and he pulled it off beautifully. Investors lost enormous capital, while James simply counted his profits. He handled interspatial trade so skillfully that even Warren Buffett himself would have been jealous. A little later, Marcus came to him and said toilet paper was truly the best thing he had ever seen in his life. Now Marcus would sell this product with great inspiration and promised to increase turnover over the coming months. After the trade decisions were made, it was time to speak with his virtual assistant, who had finished the research. The assistant had visited Mount Laval and learned that the mineral resources were valued at 8 billion coins. Before this, James had absorbed knowledge about economic principles, credit finance theory, and the development of science. Now he was far more informed about everything connected to these fields, and it was difficult to surprise him. He also noticed an empty space inside the mountain and learned that it was connected to construction by the native inhabitants. It was hard to believe because this construction was right in the center of the mountain, and getting there was difficult. Now James understood that the legends he had heard in childhood might actually be true. Back then, he had heard those stories from his father. Stories about a creature living high in the mountains and deep inside caves. This creature possessed magic and used various servants for large-scale construction. According to the legend, a dragon's nest existed at the heart of Mount Laval. Dragons existed not only in the first system but also on the Jian continent itself. They were living disasters capable of destroying castle walls with a single swing of their tail. Dragons used their massive size, their overwhelming strength, and even magic. The strongest living creature on the continent was now right in front of James, and that was insanely interesting. Thanks to the drones, he had already scouted the area, and now he was going inside with his magic armor as backup. He activated stealth mode, but immediately noticed dozens of traps made from magic circles. He had to activate the anti-magic cube again so he could move forward with peace of mind. He was wearing magic armor, so even if he had to attack the dragon, there should not be any serious problems. What James definitely did not expect was to run into gargoyles that the drones had failed to detect. He had to work up a bit of a sweat to deal with this small army of flying bats. James decided to light up the space in front of him and saw a dragon skeleton. He had expected to see something more, and only the presence of gold coins made him at least a little happy. Dragon bones could be used to make weapons, but the dragon heart here was even more important. It looked like a core of internal power, and as soon as James tried to touch it, the dragon's spirit came to life. This dragon's soul was 10 times stronger than the demon soul of Andalusia, which said a lot. In a situation like this, only the Dark Lord's ring could help, and James was ready to use it. In this way, he was able to completely absorb the power of the dragon's soul and avoid an unnecessary battle. He felt every emotion the dragon had experienced throughout its life, and it had been through a lot. Meanwhile, Cassandra met with Brand again to learn how the situation had changed. Once again, he brought only bad news and said he could not deal with the worthless descendant of the Stilgard family. It turned out James had defeated every competitor, and now it was difficult to get close to him. Stilgard was the great throne of the Destroyer, and the name of that destroyer was James. You could not simply drive the destroyer away and let him live, because this was a personal message from the God of Wisdom. James Stilgard was the destroyer who would ruin the continent, and we had already heard this from the wizards. To avoid starting a war, Brand had to destroy the Stilgard family from the inside. Meanwhile, the young lord headed to the main forge of his fief. Work was going smoothly here, and for the past few months, everything had been going according to plan. Toilet paper rolls had been a huge success. People were also given toothbrushes and soap, and all of this improved their quality of life. The capital's commercial district and the night streets had been completely absorbed by Black Mamba. James also received a mana ring and began the process of absorbing the 7th level. A lot of iron ore had been mined from the mountains, so there was no longer any problem with making weapons and basic necessities. Only one problem remained now: a shortage of manpower caused by the huge amount of work. They could use the help of the Viscounts because, after the iron mines were exhausted, many free workers had been left there. They would only need to negotiate with the Viscounts, who would be forced to accept the deal. Soon, the workers of Mount Laval learned about the changes, even though they had already begun to starve. They had thought there would be no more work, but then came the news that they would now be working for the Stilgard family. They no longer needed to carry huge stones by hand, because new machinery and improved working conditions would help them. A new world opened before them, where they no longer had to work until they collapsed and could actually rest and handle their own lives. The worker districts of the Stilgard family began to prosper, wages increased, and so did rest days. There was not a single person who was dissatisfied because the conditions were several times better than before. Just when it seemed like all the bad things were behind them, a major problem appeared. Some of the guys began looking far too sleepy and tired, and they could no longer complete the required amount of work. At first, it seemed they simply needed rest. But later, the true problem became clear. Marquis Brand soon learned that a plague had spread through the Stilgard County. More than 100 people had been infected, and at this pace, the disease would quickly destroy everyone on that territory. A plague was considered the ruler's disgrace, and the Marquis wanted to use this excuse to attack the Stilgards. The workers had truly run into a hellish disease, and at first no one understood what needed to be done. 30 workers had already died, while the others felt worse and worse with every passing minute. James found a solution only after some time when he began distributing hygiene products, though that alone did not fix the situation. Only after some time would they be able to say for sure that the plague had been defeated. But that was not the main problem. From the very beginning, James understood that someone was behind all this, and he had to prepare for battle. Viscount Ines was enjoying his rest, and nothing suggested trouble, until he heard a strange sound behind the door. Apparently, James had come for revenge, because he knew a plague did not appear without a reason. These people had crossed the line of human decency, and now they had to be punished. In this way, James learned exactly how the disease had been passed to his workers. Before they were sent to Stilgard territory, one of the Marquis's assistants had personally shaken each of their hands. His handshake had turned out to be deadly, but no one had sensed the danger. James would leave the Viscount alive, but only so he could use him to reach the Marquis. First, he decided to meet the person who had spread the disease. The man was calmly sitting in his room when James burst in, smashing through the wall and immediately announcing himself. He wanted revenge for the people who had died in unbelievable agony and absolutely did not deserve such a fate. It turned out James's opponent was not a simple guy at all, but a real necromancer. In just a few seconds, he turned into a monster and promised to kill James very slowly. Strangely enough, the young lord saw this as an opportunity and even smiled. His soul ring came to his aid again, and he released the dragon to feed it the necromancer. That was enough for the necromancer to fall to his knees and start apologizing for his behavior almost immediately. James learned about everyone behind the attack on his territory and promised to destroy them all. Soon, the workers returned to the construction sites and continued their work, forgetting the plague like a bad dream. Thanks to his power, James granted recovery to all the people, and now he became a hero of the people. They spoke of him as a holy man, because no one had ever seen anything like this before. This information even reached Brand, who at that moment was heading to a meeting in the Black Forest. His assistant, the one who had spread the plague, had disappeared. Stilgard territory was prospering, and now the Marquis was in a terrible mood. James had managed to seize the crystal orb, and he began blackmailing the Marquis, ordering him to come to a secret meeting in the Dark Forest. Soon, their meeting finally took place, and James seemed restrained, not rushing to start the conversation, which felt a little strange at first. Soon, he made a rather strange sound, similar to the noise of a small bulgasari. No one paid attention to it, and the dialogue continued. The Marquis wanted his crystal orb back and was ready to pay generously in return. James continued to stay silent, and it felt like he had suspected an ambush. A few seconds later, he silently turned around and began running away at full speed. The knights chased after the young lord, and the Marquis was left completely alone, unaware of the real James's presence. He had been so frightened by this meeting that at that moment he needed toilet paper. His main protector, Knight Leon, was already dead, and now this would be a long conversation. For this, James would need truth serum, mental magic, and a few methods of hellish torture. James learned all the truth that interested him and also put serious physical pressure on this bastard. People like this deserve not only brutal punishment, but death, because they constantly poisoned the outside world with their presence. A little later, the Marquis returned to his residence and met with Cassandra. He said the work had ended very successfully and that the young lord had agreed to all his conditions. In reality, James was hiding under this man's mask, having fully infiltrated the Marquis's family. Thanks to the distortion technique, tricks like this became possible, and now James had settled into this estate as if it were his own home. He decided to ruin the Marquis's territory through bad decisions and immediately ordered huge taxes to be collected from the villagers. He promised his assistants promotions and generous bonuses if they did not argue with his orders. Soon, Cassandra learned about this and tried to find out what was going on in the Marquis's head. Brand explained that they were going to start a war with the Stilgard family, which meant he had changed his attitude toward war. Cassandra was pleased with his decision and fully supported the initiative to begin the war. No one understood what James was planning yet, but soon they would realize just how brilliant his thoughts were. Now he understood who had been behind the hero's disappearance in his past life and why his family had ended up surrounded by hyenas. Cassandra was the head of the Imperial Intelligence Directorate. She was responsible for providing prophecies and advice to high-ranking officials of the Empire. She had predicted the destruction of the Stilgard family, as well as the appearance of the destroyer who would ruin the Empire. That was how the decision had been made to send Harvest Duracle to watch the Stilgard family, and now they wanted to get rid of the family completely. James had no intention of backing down and would fight to the end, even if he had to make serious sacrifices. For that, he went to the best hotel in Arcadio to meet a very high-ranking person. It was hard to believe, but today, he would be speaking with Marquis Dorian, whom he considered his friend. They had to make a deal, but first, Dorian wanted to introduce his friend to his son. Albert had already settled into the family, and this homunculus behaved as if he were the original. James was the one who had given him life, and he was his master, the one Albert had to serve and obey. That was Albert's purpose for existing, and he never forgot it. They decided to speak privately, and James immediately used magic to read all of the homunculus's thoughts. He saw everything that had happened earlier, from the rumors among the servants to the meeting with the family. He could also see just how happy the father had been about his son's return, and how he had never hidden his feelings. Albert had become the pride of his family, and had even graduated from the academy with excellent grades. He had gotten so deeply into his role that he no longer wanted his master to destroy the Kunz family. James calmed the homunculus and stated that he saw this family only as a source of hidden benefits. Now he knew what to do next, and was preparing for the decisive step in this brutal struggle for power. Over the past few weeks, James had earned solid capital by robbing the Brand family. He used that money wisely and invested it in various economic fields that would bring him stable income. Lately, this guy had been actively producing magic armor, but demand for the product was now starting to fall, so he needed to find a solution. James quickly negotiated with successful merchants in the system and formed a strategy for the future. This guy would never stop because money and the constant growth of his capital would always attract him. Now we need to move to the Imperial Intelligence Building, where Cassandra, the woman who had been working with the Marquis, was currently located. She looked pleased, because if the Marquis began a war against the Stillguards, all of her plans would be fulfilled. Just now, Cassandra learned that Matthias had delivered another prophecy to her, and it seemed he was not pleased at all. Matthias called her a stupid woman and said she had failed to recognize the destroyer from the Stillguard family, who had already changed his appearance long ago. A few seconds later, Cassandra finally realized that the Marquis had already been destroyed and that James had been playing her all this time. At that moment, she immediately analyzed the past events and understood that the Marquis had indeed been acting strangely, gathering all the family's money under the excuse of preparing for war before disappearing. James Stillguard had turned out to be far more cunning than anyone could have expected, and this destroyer was truly dangerous. He had not been preparing for war at all, but had simply wanted to make easy money and leave his enemy with nothing. Just then, Cassandra learned that an unknown person had entered the temple's airspace without warning. According to the preliminary data, that person was James Stillguard himself, the arrogant and overly confident Count. A few seconds later, Cassandra was outside trying to understand what this guy was planning. James had come here to destroy his enemies and get rid of annoying problems. He had just activated 7-ring magic, and Cassandra was frightened, ordering all her assistants to run and activate teleportation. Of course, James had no intention of letting these hot little worms escape, because he planned to deal with everyone who had been causing him problems for so long. He liked being called the Destroyer, because it sounded much better than Mr. Chicken or White Boy. He had not been born a destroyer. He had become one thanks to the Imperial Intelligence Directorate and the Watchers. Cassandra hoped to survive this hellish battle and, through that, receive a prophecy from the god Matthias. She did not understand that Stillguard had come with a clear plan, because he intended to destroy the Imperial Intelligence Directorate. Apparently, Matthias had just possessed the Oracle and started yelling at James because this guy had dared to challenge a god. Matthias was the god of prophecy, the one who had always controlled the Intelligence Directorate and created problems for our main hero. He ordered James to kill himself immediately. In that case, the Cradle of Destruction would be stopped, and the Stillguard family would be saved. Of course, James refused to accept such offers because when he saw enemies of his family, he destroyed them without a drop of regret. A few minutes later, his plan was complete, and Cassandra, who had stood behind many of the Stillguard family's problems, was destroyed. James understood perfectly well that this would bring him even more problems, but he had no intention of stopping there. This guy would be able to rest only when every enemy of his family had been completely wiped off the face of the earth. After that, the destroyer decided to enter the temple and see what was happening inside. He noticed that not all the servants of the god of prophecy had managed to escape through teleportation. Some of them were injured, and a girl who looked like Cassandra was doing everything she could to save those in need. James still had questions for this Intelligence Directorate, so he would gladly leave someone alive for a serious conversation. The servant of the god said she would not answer a single question from this man unless he saved the wounded girl. Before him was Rosa, and she did not want to die at all because she had never even experienced a romantic relationship. Rosa had been Cassandra's assistant and would now officially become the head of the Watchers. If James spared her life, this girl could be very useful to him, and a smart strategist should not throw away such opportunities. After thinking for a short moment, the destroyer decided to help the wounded servant and activated healing magic. After that, he took out the yin-yang bugs and said that with Rosa's help, he would solve his problems with the Empire. From this day forward, the Imperial Intelligence Directorate would fully obey James Stilgard. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Temple of Prophecy was not very pleasant today because of the events on Earth. The god of prophecy, Matthias, was clearly unhappy that James had mastered seven-ring magic and ruined all his plans. Right now, he was speaking with various gods in a group chat to share his troubles with them. Everyone already knew that James was succeeding in interspatial trade and was considered a successful merchant. Matthias was clearly sure that James was violating trade rules because otherwise, he could not have achieved such shocking results. This guy could no longer watch his plans fall apart, and he wanted to interfere and have his say. The god of prophecy officially declared that he was ready to pay solid compensation for the destruction of the destroyer from the Stilgard family. People began asking him many questions, so he had to explain that Matthias had tried to destroy James himself, but nothing had worked. After speaking with the other gods, Matthias received a call that could turn his whole life upside down. It seemed that the people contacting them right now had somehow suffered because of the destroyer from the Stilgard family. All of them had gathered together and were preparing a plan to destroy James, which was exactly why they wanted to cooperate with the god of prophecy. These guys looked insane, and they had clearly suffered because of the young merchant's actions, so they would never forgive him for their losses. Meanwhile, James was at home, feeling completely comfortable and not even suspecting the conspiracy being prepared. His production of fourth-generation magic armor had succeeded and surpassed the competitors in pre-sales. Lately, James had been standing very firmly on his feet, and his trade balance deserved special admiration. Of course, his constant orders created problems for the engineers, but that was the only way to achieve the highest results. During his morning thoughts, the doors of his office opened, and his sister Darren came in. It seemed she was in a very serious mood and wanted to talk about the lies that had piled up for far too long. Darren did not understand how much longer she was supposed to tolerate constant lies, and it was time to put all the cards on the table. It turned out his sister had already learned that James had ordered Harvest to play the role of a merchant and deceive her with his acting. He had to explain that James had acted that way because of the circumstances and had not wanted to ruin their relationship. After a short conversation, the destroyer noticed that his sister had developed feelings for Harvest. He began asking precise questions and realized Darren was getting nervous, which was a serious sign of interest and affection. A plan immediately appeared in the young count's head. Because Harvest had long since proven his loyalty, so making him his sister's husband might not be a bad decision. Apparently, Darren was not against it at all, and she wanted James to support this union, because there was no point hiding her true feelings anymore. A few seconds later, she left the office as if nothing had happened, which looked a little funny. The marriage of an heiress from a noble family had always been a complicated and tangled matter, and James had to take responsibility for the process. Darren had just received permission from the head of the family, which meant she could officially get married. That same evening, James went into the forest to meet Harvest and have a serious talk with him. After discussing work, James decided to directly ask this guy what he thought about his older sister. Harvest was very surprised, but the interesting events did not end there. On the contrary, they continued. The destroyer activated the yin-yang bugs in Harvest's head and instantly destroyed them. The young spy was terrified and thought his head was about to explode and his existence would come to an end. In reality, nothing bad happened. The bugs were destroyed, and that meant Harvest was officially free. He had served the Stilgard family for more than 2 years, and now it was time to form a more complete alliance and become Darren's husband. James could not allow his sister to marry a spy, so he offered Harvest the chance to fully join the Stilgard family's side. James now knew that Harvest still had family in the Empire, so he was ready to help move his entire family here and then arrange the wedding. A plan like that had become possible because James had recently gained a friend inside the Empire. Now we need to step away from these events for a while and move to the Imperial capital. The director of the Strategic Intelligence Department of the Imperial Intelligence Directorate was a bald man named Juan. Lately, he had looked tense because of what had happened at Cassandra's temple. The magic poured over the Watcher's temple clearly belonged to 7th level power, and if that was true, there was no doubt they were talking about a dragon. But the testimonies did not match. People said that during the events, a snake-like monster had been there. It had no wings, and there was not even any guarantee that it had used magic at all. Juan did not understand what it was, but he constantly suspected everyone around him, especially the new Oracle. He had just come to meet the new Oracle of the Watchers, a young girl named Rosa. It was obvious that Juan disliked this young follower of the god because he considered her a stupid and naive girl. Members of the imperial family tended to rely on the oracle, which meant Juan also had to follow her orders. A few days earlier, Rosa had taken Cassandra's place, and in that time she had managed to win the hearts of the imperial family, so serious power was now in her hands. Rosa had heard that a spy was returning from Stilgard County, and she ordered a meeting with this guy to be arranged without all the formalities. Juan was clearly dissatisfied and began to suspect that this whole matter was far too shady. Rosa pretended to perform her duties properly, but as soon as Juan left her temple, she immediately contacted her real boss. James constantly received news from her about what was happening in the Empire and how the Watchers group was acting. This guy had truly befriended the right person and had now expanded his influence. A few hours later, Juan called his assistants in order to uncover all the Oracle's secrets. The spy from the Stilgard family had come to meet Rosa, and that raised a lot of suspicion. Juan was sure that he and his assistants were about to witness treason against the Empire and earn a promotion because of it. He was certain Rosa had used Harvest to kill Cassandra so she could take her place and increase her own influence. Now he was going to expose all of the Oracle's plans and drive her into a place she could never escape from. The director was sure he was smarter than everyone else, but reality was completely different. He had not trapped Rosa, but had become the victim of an experienced hunter. It was obvious that he had fallen into a trap, one he would no longer be able to escape. Standing before Juan was the young destroyer of the Stilgard family, who had carefully planned everything happening right now. James instantly activated his binding magic to stop all these pathetic slugs from escaping anywhere. With his skills, he could immobilize several people at once, which already showed the destroyer's serious progress. Juan tried to accuse everyone around him and kept repeating the names of the imperial family, hoping to scare his enemies somehow. James had to make him eat several yin-yang bugs so he would finally calm down and understand that he no longer belonged to himself. From now on, the moment he went against James's will, his head would automatically explode, and he would never say another word again. Now Juan had to keep doing his job as usual, gradually build achievements, and eventually become the head of the Intelligence Directorate. His assistants would also rise in rank and take the positions of department directors, with one of them becoming Juan's deputy. James and Rosa would support this guy morally and spiritually, all for the sake of taking control of the entire Intelligence Directorate. After solving this problem, James decided to speak with Harvest and explain the next plans to him. Once all the problems were settled and his family moved to the Stilgard residence, he would have to return and unite with Darren. Rosa also had to be careful and never forget the importance of constant contact with her boss. Using the Hurricane Fighter's stealth mode, James was going to return home and continue his climb to the top of the world. Right now, he was in autopilot flight mode and was already thinking about how to solve his problems in interspatial trade. His assistant Ben reported that a message had arrived from the goddess of the sixth system and had to be read immediately. The goddess contacted the destroyer to ask for help because her beloved daughter was in danger. James immediately realized he was speaking with the goddess of the sixth system, known as Kleos, the goddess of healing. People looked down on her and called her lowborn, but thanks to her benevolent concept, she had become a self-proclaimed goddess and entered the ranking of the best of the millennium. Kleos had always been active and fairly optimistic, so becoming her friend would be very useful for interspatial trade. In the distant past, the first goddess, Ashur Marda, was born, and with her appearance came good and evil, yin and yang, order and chaos. At the same time, the other gods of the sixth system were born, and most of them had their own domains, which they ruled while receiving tribute in return. It felt like a benevolent goddess was nothing more than a successful business person who understood human psychology. The goddess of healing asked James to save her daughter, but this guy was in no hurry to obey all her orders. The destroyer wanted to understand what he would receive in return, because he was not an ordinary person ready to kneel before a goddess. Usually, people were willing to do anything to fulfill the will of the gods, but this guy was different. When James received offers like this, even gods became part of a deal for him, so Kleos first had to raise her bid. For the goddess, this was unbelievably bold, but if she wanted to save her daughter, she had to play by this man's rules. James Stilgard was ready to help her in these circumstances if, in return, he received information about the god of the sixth system, because he wanted to know everything about Matthias. Now we need to move to the very place where this goddess's daughter was currently located. Her name was Saint Cleosia Sinclair, and right now, she was in deadly danger and begging her goddess for help. Her situation was truly unpleasant. because she was pinned against the wall and surrounded by armed bandits. They were trying to break through her protective barrier so they could finally destroy this beauty. It seemed the situation had completely spiraled out of control, but at the last moment, a miracle happened. All these criminals began feeling unbelievable pain and losing parts of their bodies one after another, as if an invisible prince had attacked them. They thought they were fighting a monster and immediately began retreating, which was the only correct decision. James managed to kill several criminals and clear the room of such evil people. Cleosia looked at him like a prince on a white horse, and to her, James seemed like an unbelievably handsome hero who had pulled her from the jaws of death. At the same time, James continued speaking with the goddess and receiving whatever information she could provide. Using divine power, she told him to immediately chase after and destroy every criminal who had attacked her daughter, or he would regret it. James immediately closed the door and ordered the young daughter of the goddess not to let anyone in and to find something to eat while he handled serious business. After Cleosia was in a safe place, James calmly set off in pursuit to open hunting season. All these guys deserved brutal punishment, and there could be no hesitation when it came time for decisive action. There were too many criminals, so they decided to unite in order to stop this insane guy. They had to understand that ordinary magic was not enough against a person who possessed 7-ring magic, because that was a completely different level. With protective key energy, James could overcome any obstacle and challenge his fate. He began brutally punishing everyone who stood in his way so the goddess of healing would be satisfied. There were too many opponents, and killing them one by one would take too long, so he needed an alternative solution. James decided to use homing missiles that had become available after a successful deal in the system. Loud explosions thundered across the forest, and today was clearly a black day for every criminal who had crossed the young count. Even the goddess was surprised by how freely James used magic, because this guy never stopped surprising her. After James destroyed all the criminals, he activated the deluxe room, which was highly durable and spacious inside. Cleosia was now spending time there, enjoying her rest and not thinking about work at all. Sometimes the goddess possessed her in order to handle earthly matters and solve most of the problems. Sometimes it was strange to watch because the goddess descended to Earth just to watch television, which felt like a joke. The Pioneer Agreement was a law of interspatial exchange designed to prevent artifacts from higher dimensions from spreading into lower dimensions. Because of that agreement, it was usually almost impossible to obtain information from the gods of the sixth system. That was why, by using a technique called descent, one could, in a sense, ignore that agreement. This was exactly how James wanted to obtain information about the god of prophecy, and for that, he had fulfilled all the necessary conditions. Cosmic beings could project divine powers into the dimensions they governed, with typical examples being descent or prophetic messages. This meant that for the right price, one could calmly move between dimensions without any problems. It also meant that James would be able to avenge his friend Joe, a goal he had been pursuing for a very long time. Demons were also cosmic beings who could live in the real world by using servants. To do that, they had to pay even more than the other gods and offer numerous sacrifices. This meant that if James reached the sixth system, he would gain the ability to interfere in other dimensions, and Cleos found such plans amusing. After that, James asked her about the administrators, and the goddess of healing stopped smiling as horror appeared in her eyes. After this conversation, she contacted the other gods to have a serious talk. The goddess reported that she had investigated her daughter's kidnapping and learned that all the criminals had been serious sorcerers. She began suspecting everyone around her, and Matthias also came under Cleos' suspicion. This woman did not like it when someone attacked what belonged to her, and in moments like that, she was ready to explode and destroy everyone around her. The goddess was also very alarmed by the information about the administrators, because James Stilgard already knew of their existence, and that should not have been possible. She asked the other gods to be very careful because a user of the Zero system was not supposed to know this information. A few days later, many new people gathered at the Stilgard family estate, and Darren tried to appear kinder than she really was in front of them. All these people were Harvest's family, and so far the introduction was going exactly as it should. In the future, they would figure everything out, but for now, they only needed to get acquainted and avoid ruining their relationships with one another. James had just received a message from his assistant, saying the saint had finally woken up. All morning, she had not looked James in the eyes even once, and it seemed she had an extremely shy personality. She had been unconscious for more than 3 days, but now Cleosia was gradually coming to her senses and feeling better. It seemed this girl was interested in the man cooperating with her goddess, and after James saved her life, Cleosia could no longer see him as an ordinary person. Soon, James would realize he had been hooked long ago and was now in the same position as Harvest. He had just been urgently called into the interspatial trade chat to contact the goddess Cleos. She reported that her daughter had a very selective taste, and if she was still staying in James's house, that said a lot. To the saint, James was something unimaginable, like a prince on a white horse who was impossible not to worship. Perhaps the destroyer did not fully understand what all this meant yet, but soon, he would definitely realize his position. It seemed the goddess had decided everything long ago, and no longer planned to think through her next actions. Long ago, there had been a prophecy that a holy warrior from the barren land would appear. It would be impossible to go against this man's fate, and he would be the one destined to become the husband of the goddess's saintly daughter. Many princes had been ready to give their lives for the chance to take Cleosia as their wife. More than 12 years had passed since the prophecy was spoken, and it seemed that the destined hour had finally arrived. As a child, the little saint had constantly asked the goddess many questions about her future husband. She learned that he would be a magnificent swordsman and a fearless warrior who never stopped moving forward. James had saved her life and thereby won the goddess's favor, so now he had no choice. In 4 years, a person from the Zero System had reached the ability to trade with representatives of the Third System, and it had been a long and difficult path. Now, James was trying to understand how much time he would need to reach the Sixth System and gain the ability to move between dimensions. To raise his level, he needed a huge number of coins, and for that, he would have to actively complete quests and come up with unconventional business solutions. Recently, his deals had truly been thriving, especially the highly profitable disposal of 1 million tons of plastic waste from Third System countries. After that, he supplied clean energy and received a solid reward for it. Now he had a new idea and was planning to use his connections to carry it out. For that, he needed to cooperate with the goddess and spend more time with Saint Cleosia. The residents of the county were already starting to notice that the young lord had a new girlfriend. It was always pleasant to realize that the head of the family had finally entered the spring of his life and decided to expand the family. Gradually, Cleosia grew closer to her prince on a white horse and revealed more and more of her true feelings to him. She was sure James was the man from the prophecy, the holy warrior from the barren land whom the goddess had told her about. For now, James had no intention of believing it, although he was slowly accepting the fact that he had now fallen into a trap. Soon, he heard some noise behind him, as if a large crowd of villagers had gathered there. That was exactly what had happened. And all of them were happy and could not hide their joy that the young lord had finally made his choice. The goddess was also pleased as she watched what was happening, because her clever plan was gradually living up to expectations. James had planned to become a richer and more successful interspatial trader, but now he had some distracting factors. That same evening, he decided to contact the goddess again to discuss everything that had happened. He felt uncomfortable being called a prince on a white horse and wanted this whole situation to finally be resolved. The goddess considered him an exemplary lord and therefore insisted that James absolutely had to become Cleosia's husband. That same night, the goddess had other tasks to handle without arranging anything with James beforehand. After the fall of the Viscount and the Marquis, their lands had become ownerless, and in the modern world, that could not be allowed. The royal family sent a coordinator to find a new owner for the land, and that coordinator's name was Edward. The goddess came to him for a serious conversation and to guide him onto the right path. Coordinator Edward turned out to be an ardent follower of the goddess, and the moment he saw her, he woke up and dropped to his knees. A few seconds later, he heard a prophecy saying that the ownerless lands had to be given to a holy man named James Stilgard. If this happened, along with the construction of a new temple in the goddess's honor, there would be no more pain or illness on those lands. He promised to deliver this news to the royal family and say that the ownerless lands should be handed over to the Stilgard family. Thanks to the goddess's help, James became even more influential, and these huge territories were a major benefit for the Count. James said Cleosia could stay on his territory and make sure the goddess's temple was built on time and functioned properly. Several days passed after the coordinator left the territory and the lands became James's property. Just then, his assistant disturbed him to deliver urgent news. The situation could not wait, because it seemed a knight from the Edval family wanted to tell the young lord something. It turned out his lord had recently been attacked, and now the knight was desperately asking James for help. Some unknown criminals had arrived, and they turned out to be powerful wizards, not ordinary bandits. One of the witnesses could not defend himself against all those wizards and managed to escape in order to call for help. This man was a first-class aura user, and if he lost to someone, it meant the opponent was clearly well prepared. James analyzed the situation and immediately understood that the people behind this were connected to Cleosia's kidnapping. Apparently, some members of that group were still alive and had to be destroyed immediately, or they would keep creating new problems. James told his assistant he would be away for a short while to deal with the issue. The fact that the coordinator had left this territory had not been publicly announced anywhere, so only James and the Medjin Fief knew about it. The guards were very surprised when some unclear silhouette suddenly appeared before them and crashed into the ground. When the wind cleared the dust, they realized that James Stilgard himself stood before them, also known as the Destroyer. The guards were in no hurry to let him into the house because a young face and blonde hair did not guarantee membership in a famous family. They ordered him to immediately reveal his true identity, and at that moment James decided to demonstrate his strength. He was the only young aura user in the world, so the guards quickly understood that this guy was not someone to mess with, and that he really was a member of the Stilgard family. The Viscount had been arrested for spreading the plague, and James had flown here to learn who was now running this mansion. It turned out the person handling things now was the Viscount's assistant, a man named Sevian. As soon as James sat at the same table with him, he immediately noticed the servant's hands trembling, and an experienced eye always catches things like that. James began carefully looking into the girl's eyes and realized that something strange was happening in this castle. He learned that one of the maids had disappeared 3 days ago, and there was still no information about her. Sevian tried to change the topic and said there was nothing strange about it, since lately there had been a serious staff shortage. After that, the mansion's owner gave the young beauty a harsh look and ordered her to talk less and think more about her work. Then he turned his attention back to James and decided to continue their barely started conversation. The young Stilgard was not listening to him at all, because James stood up from the couch and decided to walk around the castle as if he owned the place. With a confident stride, he approached a mysterious room and kicked the door open as if he were the real master here. James ignored the owner's constant orders and noticed a woman's hairpin lying on the floor. After that, he opened the wardrobe and saw bloody internal organs which immediately fell to the floor. Sevian confidently claimed those were only pig intestines and that he was interested in anatomy. So he conducted nighttime studies because he had dreamed of becoming a doctor since childhood. James was not stupid enough to ignore the fact that among all those organs were human body parts, and it seemed Sherlock Holmes had solved the mysterious disappearance of the maid. Sevian immediately began losing his composure and his expression changed very quickly. At first, it seemed the man was simply angry, but then it became clear that a demon was sitting inside him and wanted to break out. James did not lose his calm at all. He calmly drew his sword and showed that he had been waiting for this moment from the very beginning of their conversation. A few seconds later, the fight was over because the destroyer was far stronger than some ordinary demon. James made him suffer and left him alive only so he could ask a few questions and get the information he needed. He wanted to know whether the person who had spread the plague in Stilgard County had been a warlock. It turned out the demon had nothing to do with the Black Dawn group and had never even heard of them before. Lately, too many mysterious events had been happening, and they were difficult to explain. Right now, it was known that Matthias held a grudge against the Destroyer and had predicted that the Stilgard bloodline would be destroyed. Cassandra received the prophecy and ordered Bran to destroy the Stilgard family. And for that purpose, a worker from the Black Dawn organization had been hired. That was how the plague spread through Stilgard County. But it was possible other Black Dawn workers had been hired too, and that was exactly what James wanted to find out. Outsourcing could be effective, but solving problems yourself was even more effective, and that was exactly what James did. He wanted to understand why demons and dark mages had targeted Kleos, because from the very beginning their real target had been James and his family. At that moment, the demon immediately began changing his shell, and his power was different from the power of the other world. It was obvious that the one before him was only an intermediary, one who would now finally reveal his true face. This demon was controlled by a god of the Sixth System, known as the demon ruler Ganon. He was the true owner of Black Dawn, and if this meeting had happened a few days earlier, James would have been insanely frightened. Now he had learned a lot of information from the goddess of healing, so he felt much more confident even in front of an evil god. James had killed many members of the Black Dawn team, so Ganon wanted to destroy him and punish him cruelly first. The Destroyer knew that the evil god's abilities on Earth were clearly limited, which was why he had created the Black Dawn Order and Society. James understood that the being before him could not show his full power, which meant he had to take advantage of that weakness. The Destroyer began landing precise strikes and immediately demonstrated his fearlessness during the fight. Now he would find every follower of the evil god and kill them in order to cleanse the land of filth. The evil god immediately calmed down and asked James to stop, explaining that he had acted because of Matthias's request. He was ready to forget all grievances and never touch the Stilgard family again. And in return, he only wanted 4th-generation magic armor. The prototype had already been released, so the destroyer could actually agree to such a deal, because for him, it was pure benefit. It turned out the demon was in debt and had to earn money somehow before he went bankrupt. This guy allowed himself far too much. But on Earth, he could not dictate terms, so James felt he had the advantage. He knocked out the demon and decided to activate mind reading to learn everything he needed. Now it became clear that the evil god's base was nearby, and they could take advantage of that immediately. From the moment Ganon became a threat to the Stilgard family, he should have officially forgotten about any negotiations. James headed to the Black Dawn base to put on a fireworks show these guys would never forget. They thought they could obey a dark god and disturb the family's peace, but that was a fatal mistake. The followers of black magic desperately tried to stay alive and make James show more mercy. During the conversation, one of the dark wizards said he was ready to help James and give him the information he needed. He was one of the members of the Victims' Assembly, people who had suffered because of the Destroyer, and the Lord had never heard of this closed society before. This society wanted to do everything possible to make the merchant James suffer serious financial and moral damage. All these people hated him fiercely, and every one of them was ready to take revenge and make him pay a heavy price. Representatives from many different system levels had joined this society, and now James joined it through a third-party account. Now he would know about every danger and be able to prepare for any unexpected twist of fate. Of course, that did not mean he intended to leave the representatives of black magic alive, because this guy was far too ruthless to forgive their old mistakes. Now he planned to completely clean out the Black Dawn Society in order to root out the forces of evil in this territory. Some would call this extremely cruel treatment of people, while others would say it was simply cleaning up the area. A few days later, James was at his trading company, checking the business processes. He met with Edward and had an excellent conversation about how they would cooperate in the future. Although this coordinator was somewhere in the corner of the family tree, he was one of the few members of the royal family living in this country. After the goddess's prophecy, Edward believed he was standing before a holy man, so he would serve him faithfully until the end of his life. On top of that, James had saved him from the representatives of Black Dawn, so Edward considered the young lord more influential than the king. Right now, James was preparing to head to the royal palace and all preparations were already complete. James had not gone home, but had come here only because the king personally wanted to see him. This was definitely a great achievement because he had saved a member of the royal family and discovered Black Dawn's headquarters, an organization that had been a headache for the kingdom. James had earned respect and become even more famous in narrow royal circles, which could be considered a success. Many people could no longer live without cooperation with his trading company, which offered the lowest prices for the best goods. The atmosphere was completely different from the past, and it could be said with confidence that this guy had become an object of respect and admiration. Either way, James was dealing with snakes, so he had to be careful, because all these people could turn on him very quickly. During his visit to the king, he noticed that a beautiful girl kept looking at him. James immediately realized that she was the princess, the king's beloved daughter, Lady Roselia. It was also worth noting that she had grown up very quickly, since James remembered her as a fairly small child. Soon, the princess's older brother noticed James, and this guy was named Haywood. Judging by his face, he was not happy to see the Stilgard family here. The prince was standing beside Morris, who looked much more friendly toward James. Before us were the king of the next generation and the princess, who was called the greatest beauty of the royal family. Beside them stood a very cunning man who had reached the position of prime minister purely because of his silver tongue. They noticed that James was not showing proper respect to the prince and called him out for it. If everything went the same way as in his past life, Haywood would inherit the throne in 10 years. James knew very well that this prince disliked the Stilgard family, and if he became king in this life too, he would cancel their privileges and create a mountain of problems. As soon as James thought about the king, the experienced and wise man appeared. He greeted the destroyer and said James had done wonderful work and could be proud of himself. The king treated this guy very well and believed the Stilgard family was a strong pillar supporting the royal family. The prince interrupted the dialogue and said he had also always admired Paul Stilgard, but had still never seen his legendary mystic sword technique. He was hinting that this technique must have been passed down to James by inheritance, and that he could now demonstrate it. A few seconds later, the servants brought a beautiful sword so James could show his skills in practice. If these people wanted so badly to see the power of the Stilgards, then there was no problem. A second later, all of them were shocked when they saw the sword flower, something only special geniuses could create. James immediately approached the princess and decided to surprise her with these beautiful skills. Everyone around them panicked, thinking that the moment the girl touched the aura, an atomic bomb would explode. Nothing like that happened, because James could keep his aura calm even without physical contact. Now there was no doubt that he had truly inherited the mystic sword technique, and the rumors had turned out to be true, so few people would dare challenge him now. The second lord of the family had turned into a genius who opened the path toward the mythical rank. Knights who understood even a little about martial arts realized that James was even more talented than people thought. He was improving unbelievably fast, with only a one-year gap between him and the founding emperor. In the human era, true power was represented by the legendary rank and mana rings. And until now, skills like these had been considered national treasures. Once a mythical rank knight appeared in the world, everyone around him would have to start worrying about their own heads. Before us was a unique talent whose individual power surpassed collective strength. And that was what the mythical rank meant. The king expressed respect for this young man and said he had to thank him for such a wonderful spectacle and for saving his assistant Edward. The king had to reward the young lord, and he wanted to officially grant him the title of count, something James could only dream of before. The banquet continued, and everyone around them enjoyed delicious food and wonderful drinks. The original goal had been achieved, so James activated local eavesdropping to understand what conversations were taking place. The prince was shocked and could not believe that this pathetic slug James had inherited the legendary technique. And now everyone understood why he was so arrogant. All these envious people were very amusing, and now it was clear that the young prince was the destroyer's enemy. In the future, he could become a serious threat to the Stilgard family, so something had to be done about him. James decided to step in and wait until the Prime Minister was alone with his thoughts. At that moment, the destroyer was ready to intervene and finally turn the situation upside down. The Prime Minister wanted to avoid talking with the young count, but now that was completely impossible. Morris was a man who had followed the prince's line for more than 20 years and eventually became the king's trusted aide in James's past life. He had been nicknamed the Slippery Viper, who covered the king's eyes and ears, which meant his presence would bring no benefit to either the Stilgard family or the whole kingdom. That meant it would be better to cut out the snake's tongue, and then the prince would lose full support. At the ball, James decided to personally approach Haywood and tell him something in private. Using his special skills, he had absorbed Morris's psychology technique and could now quickly gain people's trust. People like Haywood had a lot of pride, but there was no doubt this man had low self-esteem. James said his sword technique was always ready to serve the prince and that he could come to his aid at any moment. He spoke many beautiful words about this guy and surprised every guest gathered there. James had become a master of words, and now it would not be hard for him to use psychology and become friends with his enemies. Swearing loyalty in a place where royal figures and nobles had gathered was a symbol of the deepest respect, and the prince appreciated it. There was no doubt the destroyer had achieved what he wanted, and now his enemy was gradually becoming his friend. After that, he followed the king to the royal chambers for a serious conversation. James said that, thanks to the goddess, he had learned about the royal problem that needed to be solved immediately. He told the king there was no need to be embarrassed, and that he could honestly say what was bothering him. The problem turned out to be far more serious than it seemed at first glance. The king confidently asked James to cure his hair loss, even though the destroyer had been expecting something bigger. Instead of fighting demons and monsters, he would have to find a suitable shampoo for the king, though at least it would not take much time. The next morning, everyone prepared for the ceremony where the young lord of the Stilgard family would receive the title of count. Everything went rather smoothly, and during the process, James swore a mana oath, though in the future, he could get around those words with magical dolls. The hair medicine worked instantly, and the king was pleased and thanked his savior. He even announced that he would donate more than 3 million gold coins to the goddess's temple, and everyone around them was shocked by such generosity. All this was paid for a hair restoration remedy that treated hair loss, and all one had to do was regularly take pills. Now James officially became a count and immediately celebrated this success with his friends from the flight club. They had not seen each other for a long time, and James felt very comfortable among real friends, of whom he did not have many. When he was around these people, he felt insanely confident and forgot about all of life's problems. Still, thoughts about problems could not be completely avoided, because life was not made only of pleasant moments. It seemed his brother Mark was now in a very unpleasant situation and risked saying goodbye to his life. He tried to understand who these people were and whose orders they were following as they tried to wipe him off the face of the earth. All these magical criminals had believed Mark was much stronger than he turned out to be in reality. It seemed they would have no trouble destroying this guy, and right now, he felt completely broken and crushed. First, he lost the chance to become the next Count, so he joined a mercenary group with the intention of starting his path from the beginning. He was fairly confident in his swordsmanship, so he received a high class and used his saved money to create a mercenary organization. Mark felt he had finally found a chance to change his fate, but that was not the case at all. The evil demon Ganon was very pleased with his actions. He had failed to kidnap the saint, but James's blood relative had fallen into his hands. He had no intention of stopping there and told his partners that he wanted a ransom worth many millions. He was ready to begin negotiations, and at that very moment James Stilgard appeared in the forest. He saw the representatives of Black Dawn and said no one had the right to visit his brother. They explained that the evil god wanted to know the list of companies that had joined the Magic Armor Project, and in return, he was willing to release Mark. James agreed to all those terms and immediately named every company the demon was interested in. The evil god was very pleased and began celebrating before he had even felt any real benefit. The representatives of the Black Dawn clan were about to leave, since they had achieved what they wanted. But James had no intention of letting them go. These guys had seriously messed up, and now they had to pay for their actions with their own blood. It must have been very difficult for the demon to find new clan followers, and now he could start searching again. James destroyed absolutely every representative of Black Dawn, and now that organization had a serious staffing problem. Ganon was clearly unhappy with what was happening and begged the destroyer to finally stop. All of this was nothing more than acting, because of course, we know the demon was on James's side after they personally met. It was all done so the council members who had organized themselves against the destroyer would suffer serious losses. They would buy useless shares and lose an enormous amount of money, while James removed the risk factor through his alliance with the demon. That was exactly why Ganon was acting so upset about the destroyer killing his followers, but it was needed to make the performance convincing. The money earned would be split equally between the evil god and the destroyer, and everyone would be satisfied. James was looking forward to being promoted to the 4th level of interspatial trade, and there was only a little longer left to wait. By that time, the sun had already risen into the sky, and Mark finally opened his eyes. He smelled the terrible stench of blood and realized that everything he had dreamed about had been real. James told him everything that had happened here, and explained that if not for his intervention, Mark would have turned into grilled meat. His younger brother had come to help and was not asking for gratitude, but situations like this could not happen again, because he could not always be nearby. At that moment, Mark had a psychotic breakdown and said that if James did not care, he could leave him here to starve to death. Mark started yelling at his younger brother and accusing him of taking everything from him. He had endured it for a long time and could no longer keep it inside, so it looked like this guy needed to be put in his place quickly. James quickly landed a powerful blow and said that if Mark had any problems, they could settle them right now. It seemed we were about to witness a battle between brothers, but the difference in their levels was far too great. James was on a completely different level of training and skill, and Mark was no match for him at all. Either way, this guy still had a big future ahead of him, because he had always been talented. Mark absolutely must not die or go down a bad road, because in the happy ending of the Stilgard family, he had a special place. In his past life, he had died in an accident at the age of 29. The cause of the accident was never established, but now looking back, James suspected that Marcus Brand had been behind it. All this time, the goddess had been watching James because sometimes she liked to see what this guy was doing. Right now, he was allied with Cleos, but life could turn 180 degrees at any moment. Yesterday's enemy could always become tomorrow's friend, and that was the reality of interspatial trade. It was also worth noting that the person you called a friend today could end up on the other side of the barricades tomorrow. Right now, James had suspended the activity of most of the forces threatening his family, and he was ready to focus on increasing his own power. All of this would help him reach the 4th system of interspatial trade. Another half-year passed after these events, and James worked very actively while resting very little. Now let's move to the Temple of the Goddess of Healing, where strange things were happening today. A violent woman had appeared there, ordering them to fulfill her wish immediately. If she did not get what she wanted, she promised to destroy the entire Stilgard family. It looked like it was better not to joke with her, because she was called Lucy, the Northern Beast, and she desperately wanted to save her younger brother. For half a year now, peace and calm had reigned in Stilgard County thanks to the young Count, who had organized everything. To move into the 4th system, one had to achieve significant progress and raise their attributes. Right now, James was trying to learn psionic skills, a power known as a supernatural ability. He had been training actively for several days in a row, But so far, he did not feel any progress. Over the past half year, many things had changed, and the farmlands had achieved unprecedented yields. They also could not forget the scale of trade turnover, thanks to Darren and Harvest's help. James had also earned insane money from producing magic armor. His current balance was mind-blowing, and thanks to his money, clean energy was being produced at a rapid pace. Preparations for the transition into the fourth system were in full swing, and there should be no problems with the administrator. James had just received an urgent letter from Lucy Sergi, one of the 5 famous swords owned by the Empire. Right now, this girl was the only legendary rank knight in the entire royal territory. James did not understand why she had arrived in his county, but it would probably lead to problems. Lucy was supposed to arrive in the afternoon, but she was already here and had even caused a commotion in the goddess's temple. James had not expected these problems at all, so he had to quickly adapt to the situation. At the local hospital, the doctors were trying to resuscitate a person, but so far nothing was working. The Northern Beast was putting heavy pressure on the local doctors, and if they failed to help, she promised to cut off their arms and legs. For now, there was no pulse at all, so the situation was truly critical. The Northern Beast began losing self-control and openly attacking the doctors. At that moment, the Destroyer appeared here, the owner of this hospital. The critically ill patient was Lucy's brother, who had a serious heart disease and whose body could not endure the strain. James tried to calm the situation and immediately began analyzing the patient. He learned exactly what this guy had eaten, and it turned out he had been consuming fire dragon fruit, his favorite delicacy. Fire dragon fruit was called a continental elixir and contained an enormous amount of mana. Fruits like that cost a lot of money, but the older sister did not mind spending everything she had for her beloved brother. It turned out the illness had worsened precisely because of this fruit, meaning Alex had gotten worse because of Lucy. The Northern Beast immediately dropped to her knees and asked the Count to do everything possible to save her brother. James understood that before him was the daughter of a very arrogant family, a legendary rank knight and commander of an imperial army. People like that rarely got down on their knees. So if James became her friend, it would benefit him in the future. The Destroyer agreed to help and immediately activated the first system, along with all his medical knowledge. The medical department was located in the Temple of the Goddess of Healing, so it was easy to apply all necessary magical powers here. James quickly realized that the doctor had been powerless because this kind of illness could not be solved with modern medicine. Alex had been born with natural yang energy, but because of ruptured blood vessels, the circulation of that energy had become impossible. To solve that problem, they had fed him fire dragon fruit, which caused an overdose of yang energy, and the guy's body had almost exploded. Even legendary experts in the field of heart mana probably did not know the secrets of treating illnesses like this. James did everything he could, but the situation was truly difficult. The Northern Beast was asked not to interfere and was assured that the Count was capable of solving the problem. Lucy had never seen a member of an influential family capable of magic like this. After his active treatment, Alex's heart finally began beating after several minutes of clinical death. Now he would finally feel a little better, and James had officially accomplished the impossible. He immediately noticed a strange detail. After the treatment, his own internal energy had also doubled. He needed to continue generating internal energy in order to move closer to the mythical realm. It was still hard to believe that Alex had been fed magical fruits to the point where he had turned into a human elixir. The Sergi family was extremely wealthy, and people said they had some secret connected to dark and disgusting malice. He would need to order his assistants to investigate and uncover the secrets of this mysterious family. Lucy approached James to thank him and offered him a small reward, but this girl was far too ungrateful. James directly stated that he wanted much more, because he had saved a person's life. She had to shower the young Count with words of gratitude and offer double payment. Lucy wanted to stay beside her brother, but the Count found the right words and convinced her to go to the estate. It was immediately obvious that there was tension between them, with a slight awkwardness in the air. Lucy was the most arrogant girl in the Empire, and finding the right key to her personality was not easy. To her family, the Stilgard Trading Company was nothing more than a small shop. Even so, Lucy admitted that the person before her was a very talented guy who had achieved a lot at his young age. She had underestimated his abilities, and now she admitted that his talent had surprised her. Among the nobles, James was considered a lucky guy who had managed to become the goddess's favorite. Very few people recognized his true talent, as well as his love of hard work and steady self-improvement. 5 days passed after that conversation, and James contacted Juan, who was still working for the Stilgard family. This conversation was needed to learn more about the Sergi family, because that was exactly what the Count wanted. In truth, There had been far more children in the family, 9 of them, although very few people knew about it. Unfortunately, only 2 children remained now, Lucy and Alex, while all the others were dead. The information that Alex had been healed spread across many territories. One influential person clearly connected to the Sergei family ordered an assistant to kill Alex. All of this was needed to blame everything on the Stilgard family and force Lucy to destroy those annoying worms. Right now, a representative of the Stilgard family was calmly walking through the forest and knew that Lord Alex would soon be discharged from the hospital. He did not even suspect that he was being secretly watched, and that all of this would soon end in very unpleasant events. This guy's horse quickly lost its head, because an unexpected attack had taken place. Before us was the doctor responsible for Alex's treatment, and he worked for the Stilgard family. The doctor had always gladly fulfilled his duties, but now he had become a victim of circumstance. They were trying to bribe him so he would reveal all available information and do everything they needed. The bandits demanded that Alex receive poison instead of medicine and die from unknown symptoms. These guys had underestimated the Count's influence because he saw everything that happened on his territory. The bandits thought they were kings, but now they would feel who was truly in charge here. James appeared out of nowhere, because this guy always showed up at the most important moment. The bandits realized the situation was getting worse, and they had no choice but to kill this guy and escape the crime scene. They thought their numerical advantage would help them defeat the young genius. Apparently, these guys had not been informed that James had mastered the legendary sword technique. He had also mastered 7-ring magic long ago and reached a completely new level. It turned out that in critical moments, he could calmly see the trajectory of a strike and defend against attacks without any trouble. All of this was thanks to the fact that he had finally learned the psionic abilities of the third system. His training had continued for several weeks in a row, and James had achieved a powerful body with the right balance between magic fundamentals and martial arts skills. His spiritual power had reached a new level, and now he was a completely different breed of beast. Ordinary bandits were nothing more than children trying to hit him with sticks. Thanks to his understanding of these new skills, James studied the main features of his new abilities. First, he gained the ability to enter an opponent's mind and strike precisely at a weak point. He also mastered telekinesis, which gave him a serious advantage over ordinary opponents. The bandits had not come here empty-handed, and it seemed they had decided to use a reverse magic scroll. They expected it to help them escape the trap, but absolutely nothing happened. James's new abilities did not consume his own mana, and these skills were also resistant to cancellation and even magic dispersion. The Destroyer quickly restored order here, and now he was going to learn absolutely everything these guys knew. Lucy had a lot of money, and from a young age, she had taken pride in dealing only with the best things on the continent, including clothes, furniture, and food. Food held a special place for her, which was why she was so excited right now. The Northern Beast tried a cookie at a small diner on the edge of town, and until that moment, she had never eaten anything more delicious. Every product she tried in Stilgard County made her heart tremble and her soul tear itself apart because everything was insanely tasty. All this time, she had never once seen heavy labor being done here, almost as if everything happened on its own. The economic growth was visible to the naked eye. Every shop had a steady flow of customers, and the presence of the temple meant a constant stream of visiting guests. The county had absolutely no shortages, and here, any small teenager could receive a decent education, even though such privileges had once been available only to the chosen few. It was unclear how all of this had become possible, and it seemed even the legendary Northern Beast could not explain this mystery. Lately, Lucy had been talking a lot with her brother, who had almost fully recovered. He invited her to take a walk so he could show her something interesting related to James Stilgard. Alex tried to take his sister up the mountain, even though he should have returned to the temple long ago for proper rest. Apparently, Alex really wanted to show his sister the answers to the questions that had been in her mind for a long time. Lucy wanted to understand what James was hiding, and now she would finally have that chance. At first, it seemed they were standing before an ordinary mountain view, but it looked like a cognitive distortion spell was active here. Lucy decided to trust her crazy brother and activated the Parma armor. She was counted among the legendary rank representatives, not only because of her strength. Lucy had rare equipment that she had received thanks to her family's full support. This armor was called Parma armor, and artifacts like it could shut down all magical effects in the surrounding area. Soon, she truly confirmed that a perception distortion spell had been cast over the territory. There were many structures everywhere that could hardly have been created with human technology. Soon, a familiar voice rang out, saying that crossing the border was strictly forbidden. That meant Count James Stilgard had appeared here, and he was clearly unhappy that his activities had been exposed. Lucy's presence complicated everything, and the situation was very awkward, so he had to choose his words carefully. Now Lucy finally understood everything. The rapid development of Stilgard territory and the young Count's progress were now completely explainable. She believed James was one of the dragons playing around, and to her, it was obvious. If you do not understand anything, that is normal, because James was also hearing about dragons playing around for the first time. Apparently, it referred to situations where dragons killed a person and stole their identity, so they could pretend to be that person and continue living their life. In the literal sense, this was a game played by dragons tired of their boring lives, where they took the status of high-ranking royals and enjoyed human culture. From a human point of view, this was no different from a disaster, because dragons were not capable of carrying out sensible policies. James immediately stated that such accusations were false, and that he had nothing to do with dragons. It seemed Alex was pleased with this conflict, almost as if this was exactly what he had wanted when he brought his sister here. Lucy was sure she had put forward the correct theory, and had no intention of believing this imposter. She knew that dragons chose the most beautiful people, so there was nothing surprising about James being a dragon. The Northern Beast planned to punish this guy, even though they had not been enemies. This girl was sure James Stilgard had died at a young age and that a dragon now stood in his place, one that had to be destroyed. Of course, all of this sounded as strange as possible, and words clearly were not working, so he would have to explain everything through gestures. There was no avoiding a battle between two young, insanely talented, high-ranking warriors. Lucy was very surprised when she felt the aura blade, and she realized her opponent had revealed his identity. This girl did not understand that dragons had never practiced swordsmanship, and it was long past time for her to show some common sense. It did not even occur to her that dragons had small arms and physically could not be good swordsmen. Either way, Lucy had now given in to her emotions, so he would have to calm her down with a sword and strength. It was precisely because of her aggression and constant pressure that Lucy had received the nickname Beast. She came from the northern lands, where people had always been especially harsh and weak in empathy. James said he was no longer going to play games, and if she wanted a real fight, that could be arranged. He noticed that Lucy had excellent armor, but this guy also had a few aces up his sleeve. She had never heard of dragons using such weapons, and it truly looked strange. Now blocking his attacks would be even harder, not to mention trying to break through his defense. Lucy had never taken blows this powerful, not even when she was little and sparred with experienced knights. James showed a beautiful path to victory. Smart strategy, complete calm, and above all, reliable defense. Right now, many thoughts were spinning in this crazy woman's head, and none of them could fit into a single puzzle. She had just become the first witness to the magic armor everyone had been talking about so much. James explained that equipment like this would cost several million coins, and soon, it would become a symbol of cost-effectiveness. It seemed the battle maniac did not like those words at all because she wanted to continue the fight no matter what. All this time, Lucy had been gathering her energy to activate her best skills and show what she was capable of. The lightning strike was designed to fire faster than the speed at which a spell chant could reach an opponent. Even if a dragon stood before her, he would not be able to defend against such an attack, or so Lucy believed. In reality, James felt only a slight tingling in his stomach, no more and no less. Aggression had completely taken hold of this girl, and she chose desperate measures in an attempt to seize the long-awaited victory. It should be noted right away that Lucy was not used to losing and had never faced defeat before. She used her best skills to stop her opponent, but even that did not help. James turned out to be much tougher than the Northern Beast had thought, and now she had become the victim. The Sergi Trading Company considered itself the most powerful company in the entire market, but even the biggest sharks eventually reached their end. James hoped that after all this, Lucy would no longer consider him a dragon, because that was absurd. If a dragon had truly been standing before her, her armor would have dispersed his polymorph state long ago, but that had not happened. James took the people who had attacked his personal doctor out of his storage. He had already absorbed their knowledge long ago and learned exactly who had sent them here to carry out the difficult task. Lucy knew that standing before her was the Shadow Squad, one of the pillars supporting her entire family. James began telling her what had happened several hours before their meeting. He asked her to think clearly, and then began talking about the second child, Aziz Sergi, who had committed suicide by hanging himself. The third child died during intimacy, the fourth was taken by a stroke, the fifth died of hunger, the sixth was crushed by a cart, and the seventh died from poison after being bitten by a snake. The 8th child was killed by an unknown attacker, while Alex, the 9th child, would most likely die of illness. Lucy was the only child avoided by misfortune, so was it not obvious? James suggested asking Alex a few questions so he could explain what all of this meant. It seemed this guy was no longer going to play the role of a human, and was ready to reveal his true face. Before us stood the great Andalusia, who called on pathetic humans to show him proper respect. This being was evil from the other world, with incredible soul power and a talent for deception. James immediately delivered a powerful blow to the monster's head to force it out of Alex's body. Apparently, that did not work at all, and Alex's body would soon be completely destroyed. Here, he would have to use his head and rely on recovery skills. The monster's soul power immediately began shrinking at high speed, which would help shed light on this entire mysterious story. It seemed Andalusia had a hidden contract with Aziz, and in truth, Lucy was not a genius who had reached the legendary rank at such a young age. Some terrible contract had been made, and because of it, all of Aziz's children except Lucy would die before adulthood. If Aziz went insane, Andalusia would gain control over his mind, but that was not all. If Aziz kept his sanity, then with each death of his child, Lucy would grow stronger. After each death of her younger brothers and sisters, Lucy had constantly felt her body becoming more powerful. Only now did she realize what kind of situation she was in, and in that moment, it was hard not to lose consciousness from shock. James decided to intervene and show this horrible monster that it no longer had power here. The Destroyer had not wanted to interfere in another family's affairs, but it seemed he had been given no choice. His sister was shocked to learn that Alex had turned out to be a devil summoner. In truth, that was not exactly the case, because real summoners were so ugly that their very appearance made people nauseous. Lucy would be better off relaxing and relying on a guy like James, who would quickly clean up this mess. After all, this was Lord Stilgard before us, which meant everything would be handled at the highest level. He had to take responsibility for the problem that had appeared on his territory. Now all attention turned to Alex, who had barely managed to catch his breath. While the other children died, the firstborn, Lucy, kept growing stronger, which meant Aziz was a heartless man. He did not care about any of his children except Lucy, and even if Alex died, this man would probably not be too upset. When that happened, Lucy would be able to cross the wall of the mythical rank and reach a completely different level. And at that exact moment, beings would definitely appear and try to prevent it. They were called administrators, and people feared them even more than the tax office. They would kill Lucy once she reached the mythical rank. Most likely, Alex had intended to drive their father into complete despair by getting rid of his sister. The guy had clearly been backed into a corner, and now he had nowhere left to retreat. He used magical skills and threw off all earthly restraints to escape into the otherworldly space. They could not allow him to do that, because in that case, catching up to him would be impossible. That meant it was time to use the spirit inside the ring. The evil dragon would handle the task perfectly, as always. He was also called Doric, though that did not sound very intimidating. Right now, he was ready to devour Alex's soul and finally satisfy his hunger. They could merge together and become one whole. James stopped the entire process in time, preventing it from going too far. His sister was still shocked by what was happening, and he did not want to break her mind ahead of time. Her brother was fine, he was safe, and soon she would definitely see him. Now, however, he had to explain things to this beauty. After all, her brothers had partly died because of her, and that truth was not easy to accept. James admitted those words were true, although Lucy had, of course, unknowingly been playing the devil's game. After hearing all of this, she asked him to destroy her immediately. Maybe she was one of those freaks who enjoyed harsh torture. In reality, though, she was asking about the master she would serve. If she continued living, her father would try to kill Alex, and she did not want that. To break the cursed chain, she would have to self-destruct. At least that was what she believed. If she wanted to die that badly, James was ready to help. He even activated magic, but not to kill her, to save her. Now let's focus on Alex. Kneeling, he admitted that James was now his new master. It was clear that the educational procedure with the evil dragon had gone very well. As for the bet, Andalusia had planned to use an administrator to kill Lucy. Even now, that cunning plan excited him far too much. He needed to be hit on the head a few times, so he would shut up a little. As for the administrators, his encounter with them had been far too simple and ordinary through the making of a contract. It was interesting where these beings were hiding and whom they served. Most likely, they were somewhere in their own lair, about which James knew nothing. Actually, the administrators were the very dragons mentioned earlier. This was a twist the guy definitely could not have predicted. Still, although dragons were powerful creatures, their strength was not enough to control something like the Seven Eyes. He had to ask questions of his closest assistant. The evil dragon said he had also been killed by one of the dragons. At first glance, they seemed the same, but there had been something mystical about his opponent. It seemed the administrators were the ones who had gotten rid of Doris. It looked like he would have to study this issue carefully and solve this puzzle. With that, the conversation ended and James headed home. The next morning, he entered the room and greeted Lucy. "Just please do not tell me they slept in the same bed." Her armor had already been repaired and she could pick it up tomorrow. Although, of course, that was surprising, because only experienced dwarf blacksmiths usually worked with that kind of material. Either way, she had to thank James because this guy never stopped surprising people. By the way, he had slightly distorted Lucy's memories yesterday. There were forces inside the Empire that had been hunting her family for many years. He had to erase the unnecessary memories so the girl would not blame herself too much for her family's problems. Instead of the bitter truth, she received a sweet lie, and that was one way to save her. So James had not broken their agreement and had done exactly what he needed to do. Or maybe he had even overdone it and made Lucy fall in love with him, which could not be ruled out. By the way, they could not forget about business processes. After all, development and progress could not stand still. Since fourth-generation armor entered the market, other workshops had also started producing similar goods. But of course, those products were of a completely different quality, like knockoff iPhones. As a result, James's workshop gained public trust and increased its number of clients. It was time to think about releasing a new model of assault armor, and also about learning to notice danger approaching. He did not notice at all when Ariel climbed into his window. Moments like that could give a person a heart attack, so it would be better not to scare him like that. Tonight was a full moon, which meant her power had reached its peak. She had not come here for no reason, but with one single purpose. James had to immediately pack his things and go with her to the Great Forest. This place was located south of Navarro, at the southernmost point of the continent. People said it was almost impossible to survive there, and that was actually true. Did she really want them to go to that wild place and die young? Ariel had lived there since childhood and had encountered human settlements more than once. Some time ago, the goddess had given her a revelation and ordered her to go to the Great Forest with James Stilgard. Convincing this guy would not be easy, and even beauty and charm would not help here. She just had to tell the truth and explain the logic. A second later, Ariel admitted that an administrator's secret vault was located in the forest. Now that completely changed things, especially considering the vault held many treasures, and James would receive 30%. That set of keywords was definitely enough to grab his attention. The only problem was that instead of 30%, he wanted twice as much. After all, this guy had always been a businessman first, so there was nothing surprising about that. If his financial appetite was not satisfied, he would not go anywhere at all. In short, they bargained a little and eventually agreed to split the money evenly. Either way, James would come out ahead. A little later, they gathered their things and set off for the Great Forest. Even though it was nighttime, it was hard to believe such beautiful beings lived in this horrible forest. Elves lived in harmony with nature, but even so, this place was still far too disgusting. The mana flows of the Great Forest were tangled, which meant magic here either did not work at all or worked with interruptions. In theory, the road should have taken several days because of the dense thickets and dangers. But James decided to take a different route and broke the logic of the Middle Ages. I do not know what the author was thinking when adding a helicopter to this story, but it looked way too strange. My surprise looked about the same as Ariel's face. In the end, she agreed to take the risk and was flying in a helicopter very soon. Usually going deep into the Great Forest required a full expedition and a lot of time. But with James Stilgard, everything worked a little differently. Naturally, she was shocked and the guy even enjoyed it. He had always loved surprising people and staying at the peak of progress. Now that they had landed in the right place, it was time to get down to business seriously. His intuition became alert, which meant someone was approaching. His lightning-fast reaction saved James's life, and not for the first time. Judging by the sharp ears, they were elves who did not appreciate unexpected guests. They demanded that they immediately state their names and explain what was happening here. In civilized societies, people usually talk first and start swinging fists afterward. The elves were far too hostile and did not even want to listen to Ariel. In that case, James would have to act a little differently. In the modern world, weapons carried far more weight than pretty words. Using the Heavenly Steps technique, he immediately rushed forward. None of the elves' defenses could stop him. Ariel tried in every possible way to prevent the battle, but no one listened to her at all. After all, when guys want to throw hands, no girl can stop them. And most often, guys fight because of girls, and today was exactly that kind of case. James knocked out every one of them, because he did not know how to fight at half strength. Now that they were all brutally beaten, it was time for a small procedure. He needed to find the captain and force him to play the role of a tracking dog. The destroyer tied all the elves together with one rope and ordered them to move forward. It all looked strange, but the guy clearly liked the whole tying and torture format a little too much. Hopefully, you did not think of anything bad, because this is just a story about a merchant. The frightened elves no longer knew what to think, and believed they had gotten involved with a terrible person. They probably thought they would be sent to a brothel and turned into toys for the rich. They should calm down and stop thinking nonsense, because James might be a pervert, but not that much of one. Now, they had finally reached their destination. This pathetic fence would not even block the wind, let alone monsters. There was no protective barrier here, which meant the defense system was on a low level. In the past, elves lived in elite homes, but now even the homeless in Los Angeles probably felt more comfortable. Maybe it was all because of a bad high elder. They needed to arrange a meeting with this person. You probably think an elder should be a very old man, but that was not the case. It turned out to be a young guy who looked like a prince from a Disney cartoon. The elves warned the elder that these people were dangerous, but he seemed completely fearless. When talking was possible, there was no point in hiding. Ariel immediately recognized this guy and called him by name, Kyle. Apparently, no one here had called him by name in a long time, and he had almost forgotten it himself. The elder was stunned, immediately broke into a sweat, and also recognized Sister Ariel. After that, all misunderstandings were cleared up, and the guests were invited into the house. They chatted pleasantly for several hours straight, although for James, it was insanely boring. The sole administrator had not wanted to let Ariel go, but she had her own plans. We will not go into the details because the conversation had already turned to James. Ariel reported that this guy had pulled her out of the Hall of Eternal Life and helped put things in order. He also stood against balance regulation and wanted to kick the administrators off the continent. As for the poverty of the elves in the Great Forest, there were logical explanations for all of it. Everyone who refused to become a regulator had been destroyed, and this even applied to experienced elders. By the way, Kyle could be trusted, at least according to Ariel. She honestly admitted that she wanted to open the vault, although supposedly she had not returned only for that reason. It was a hint at love for her homeland, and of course, no one believed her. Life in the settlement changed when the moon tree began losing its power. Because of that, the barrier vanished, and it affected the villagers. Right now, no one had memories of the past, and foolish beliefs had begun spreading among the elves. They said the moon tree was fading because the goddess had left and abandoned her sinful children. Although it sounded like complete nonsense, they still believed it. And as we know very well, propaganda always leads to problems. Just then, the conversation was interrupted by the door being kicked in. Apparently, this pointy-eared guy did not like secret conversations happening without his knowledge. He seemed not to care at all that the elder was receiving guests. He and his assistants had come to kill the sinner along with her companion. In this way, they hoped to regain the goddess's favor. That is what happens when elves listen to too much nonsense on TV. They would have to be given an educational talk through force. James was already preparing to fight, but everything quickly went off script. Everyone tensed up and could not understand what was happening. The conflict immediately moved into the background. The elves saw the spirit of the moon goddess before them. She had descended in order to personally speak with James Stilgard. After all, she considered him a very interesting person. The goddess immediately focused all her attention on the conversation with James. He tried to sound funny and relaxed, although he understood perfectly well who was sitting across from him. Before him was someone like Cleos and Mateus, one of the gods of the Six system with influence on Earth. At first glance, the moon goddess Erin seemed light and carefree, but was that really the case? The hostile elves still could not calm down and asked the guy to show respect. Luckily, the goddess at least ordered them to shut up and stop interrupting the conversation. The elves had to listen to James's words and also hear what the goddess wanted. The young destroyer would become a great warrior who would protect the Moon Clan, and now the elves were obligated to obey him, or at least listen to his advice. Of course, for them, this was not exactly pleasant news, and that was putting it very mildly. James himself had not agreed to anything like this, so he demanded an explanation. Becoming a great warrior meant becoming an intermediary for the moon goddess. He had already met intermediaries and knew exactly what they did. Thanks to his courage, James had made many gods fall in love with his character. Not every young guy rises that high, but with demons, the story is completely different. Most demons considered him a problem that needed to be removed as soon as possible. He had already caused demons a lot of trouble and had no intention of stopping there. If James became her intermediary, he would receive protection, and that was extremely valuable. But this was a question of trust, and whether he could trust the moon goddess or not. Aaron said they had common enemies, the administrators. If he was that interested, she could tell him which dimension those beings had come from. In fact, James had not even known that the administrators came from another dimension. It all began from the moment the father of the administrators left his own dimension. But the goddess did not intend to reveal all her cards because that was not free. She was clearly obsessed with the idea of a great warrior, and there were certain reasons for that. After all, the goddess had been watching James for far too long and had realized that he was a suitable specimen. Maybe the goddess had even fallen in love because she could not hide her feelings. If James decided to join forces, he would receive a pile of advantages. And of course, first of all, he would be told a lot of interesting information. It seemed he was interested in cooperation, which meant she could throw him the bait. He already knew that the first system was Murim. Then came the magic-based second system and the third system, where science was highly developed. The third system was fairly powerful, but not like the fourth system, where there were more monsters than a first grader had life problems. At the same time, James had never met anyone who belonged to the fifth system, and that was the world of divine beasts, along with dragons. Those words became the missing puzzle piece in his head. Finally, he realized what he had been surrounded by for so long. In truth, an administrator was a dragon from the fifth world. Now it was clear why the evil dragon had thought the administrator belonged to the same species, and why Andalusia had called Doris an administrator. The goddess kept smiling and was ready to continue her fascinating story. With her help, one really could learn almost everything, even what Donald Trump was thinking. The goddess had an ace up her sleeve, and she knew it perfectly well. She was ready to use that advantage for her own benefit and get what she needed from James. Most likely, she hated the administrators because of the death of her previous intermediary. Since then, she had lost interest in Earth and even abandoned the Moon Clan. Either way, James had no choice left. After all this information, the destroyer simply had to cooperate. They chatted a little more and then returned to the world. Of course, no one else had heard that confidential conversation, and the goddess disappeared immediately afterward, frightening all the elves gathered there. Now that no longer mattered, because from this moment on, the main character possessed divine power. That meant all the arrogant elves had to shut up and listen to what he said. Long conversations were useless. It was enough to simply fall to their knees and acknowledge him as their lord. I knew from the very beginning that this guy clearly had a god complex, but even I definitely did not expect a turn like this. The guy had clearly lost his mind. Or maybe he just hated pointy-eared creatures. Just look at what he was willing to do just to humiliate the elves. Human rights activists would punish him pretty quickly these days, and the cancel culture phenomenon would begin. In truth, these training sessions were needed for serious preparation. Although James did not say exactly what they needed to prepare for, now he had become a great warrior, which meant he had to work for the good of the elves. For that, he even had the horn of the Thunder Dragon Emperor in the form of a bracelet. In fact, this was a gift from the goddess, not some trinket from AliExpress. If the owner bound the bracelet to himself, he would be able to use the power of thunder dragons, so everything was simple and straightforward. This was an item from the fifth system, proving that the fifth system was the world of dragons. It also granted various skills that would help in the future. Immediately after activation, a manual appeared in the main character's head, or as psychotherapists would say, the man had simply gone insane. This was different from what he had before, and maybe that was the whole beauty of cooperating with the moon goddess. The goddess turned out to be so generous that she even gave Sari a gift. This small dark sphere was called Megadite. Do not ask why it was named that, because even I do not understand. Now it was time to achieve the goal that had brought him to the Great Forest. Inside this damp and cold cave should be the administrator's vault. Sacred ceremonies had once been held here, but now it was a forbidden zone. Kyle decided to show off some tricks and prove that he was capable of something too. According to him, he removed the emergency alert spell so they could enter without any problems. Although from the outside, it looked like he had just turned on a flashlight and said he helped. He also refused to go inside, because apparently he had forgotten to buy a diaper. The smell in the cave was not pleasant, but you got used to it quickly. By the way, I almost forgot to say that the owner of this vault was Mr. Herbener. Apparently, he had been killed a very long time ago, at least according to Ariel. It was not every day you heard that some elf girl had killed an 8-ring administrator. It seemed they had arrived, and now they needed to find the vault. This huge wall was the door to the administrator's vault. The vault was made of mithril, known as the strongest metal in the galaxy. To get inside, they had to punch a hole through it, and it was not entirely clear how to do that. Now it was clear why the vault had not been emptied on the very first day. After all, only the strongest beings would be able to break inside. Such thick mithril looked like an unbreakable fortress, but as history shows, even the walls of Troy can be bypassed with cunning. After thinking for a short while, James realized that the vault itself was a gold mine. Mithril sold for 1,000 times more than a gold ingot of the same weight. There were probably at least 10 tons of mithril here, which meant an insane amount of money. He could earn at least 5 billion gold coins and 500 million interspatial trade coins. For that kind of money, you could even unsubscribe from your favorite streamer on Twitch. James quickly calculated the trade several steps ahead. By the way, they had agreed to split the profits equally. But now he was interested in whether they had agreed to split the profit from the vault itself. Hearing this strange idea, the elf hesitated a little. It seemed she was not very interested in mithril. And that was exactly what James wanted to hear. Now the 3D scanning and all those smart procedures began. Most likely, they would need to use 4 powerful plasma cutters to slice a hole through it. Equipment like that would cost at least 8,000 coins and a couple hours of work. That did not seem like too much, so they could wait. And so it would not be too boring. James organized all the conditions for comfortable living. As it turned out, this guy loved discussing rumors and sharing gossip. He told Ariel that the administrators were dragons from another world. For the next several minutes, Ariel simply listened silently to everything he said. For her, this was a shock, because there were many things she had not even suspected. Although some secrets were indeed known to her, she had sworn to the goddess that she would never speak about them. She had been forced to swear on something extremely important in order to fully submit her will. Maybe this all even looked like a circus, and Ariel knew even more about the administrators than James did. As soon as he said that, she almost screamed in shock, which meant that was exactly the case. Fine. It was better to set this conversation aside because the passage was finally open. The author wanted to convince viewers that machine guns could make such a perfect entrance. I will pretend I believe it so I can see what happens next. This looked more like a full building than a vault. With every minute, it was getting hotter and hotter here, and there was a logical explanation for that. A high-level fire spirit was here, and it had met the unexpected guests. First, they needed to assess the situation, and only then take action. They were in a hexagonal chamber, with a special crystal lying in each corner. James realized the truth faster than Ariel and asked her to get ready. At first, she did not understand what was going on. But then she saw the spirits advancing. The destroyer had to take on the manly duty and do all the dirty work. For this, he wanted to use the dragon bracelet, but magic did not work here. That meant he would have to fight the spirits without any aces up his sleeve. Maybe his little helpers could improve the situation somehow. Because beating these spirits with bare hands was impossible. Compared to ranks, high-level spirits were usually somewhere between the awakened and heroic ranks. Of course, without magic, the battle became very difficult, but nothing was impossible. Ariel tried in every possible way to help, although it was clearly harder for her than for James. He used the dragon's thunderblade to quickly suppress the enemy advance. As soon as the spirits saw this weapon, they immediately broke into a cold sweat from fear. By that point, the little helpers had already made progress in battle. They needed to block the spirits' movement so they could no longer defend themselves. After that, James would take on the right to put a fat period at the end of the fight. It did not take too long, and the crystals returned to their normal state. There was a crystal of fire, water, wind, and even earth here. Naturally, the experienced businessman quickly estimated that all of this was worth a colossal amount of money. It felt like he would even sell his homeland if someone paid him well enough. The journey did not end there, because the vault had many rooms like this. The guests entered the second room and saw deep vessels in front of them. Then attraction magic activated, and everyone became uncomfortable. Everything slowed down so no one could show off overwhelming speed. The first room tested magic, while this place was centered entirely on physical strength. All those clay vessels burst open, and some rather unpleasant creatures broke out of them. These ghosts had been waiting for a meeting for a long time so they could protect their shelter. They had a fairly strong spiritual aura, and no slowing spell affected them. In short, there was no magic and no speed here, so how were they supposed to defeat the spirits? It seemed they would have to use an old and proven method. Just activate the ring and let Doris do the dirty work. For him, this was a real feast, one he even considered a gift from his master. Within a few minutes, he was full and became much kinder. Naturally, after that, there were no ghosts left here at all. Ariel looked at James like he was some kind of god who simply could not be this strong at 18. From the moment he took control of Navarro's territory, everyone around him began to prosper and live happily. It felt like some kind of black magic was helping him, because there was simply no other explanation. He said it was all thanks to interspatial trade, but that explanation was weak, to put it mildly. Although it seemed like they had known each other for a long time, this guy was clearly hiding something. And that did not mean he would tell her all his secrets. It was better to continue their path and enter the next room than to think about things they could not influence. It was also interesting to understand how Ariel knew exactly where they needed to go. Maybe she also had her own secrets and was no better than James. Then they had to fight stone gargoyles. These creatures were somewhat reminiscent of Harry Potter fans. And they were not just stone monsters, but creatures with a dispersion effect. They resisted most physical and magical attacks very well, but they were far too slow. They could be called convenient flying targets for precise shooters. James gave Ariel a new crossbow, and she quickly learned how to shoot. At some point, she even became curious about how much he had already earned. As soon as James named the honest amount, the elf nearly lost her mind. To her, he immediately started looking much more handsome and honest. This was called classic rich guy syndrome. By the way, I just made that term up, but that does not matter. In the fourth room, there was a table with precious stones. There were 9 slots and 9 switches of different colors. Like a true professional, James began pressing all the switches at once to understand how they worked. Naturally, this was the worst possible option. The green switch opened, and beautiful earrings appeared there. The other switches did not react at all, either because they were just decoys or because they were traps. At some point, James realized why such a complicated room had been built. Most likely, the local administrator had loved a special creature. This creature had 9 types of coloring. After that clue, Ariel immediately understood everything. Huge dragons appeared in her mind. Every smart person on the continent knew that 9 kinds of dragons existed here. That meant the administrator had joined forces with a dragon from the Zero system, although it was unclear why he needed all of this. The first room with the spirits was the perfect trap for a wizard, and even a legendary rank knight. In the second room, even a stronger knight would have turned into a cold corpse. As for the third room, even a spirit master would not have passed it. The gargoyles used dispersion, which meant only a knight could defeat them, and that knight should have already died in the previous room. That meant only someone trained in absolutely all basic skills could pass this trial. On the entire continent, aside from James, there were practically no outside figures like that, unless of course they counted the dragon for whom this testing ground had been created. It was unclear why the administrator had done all this and captured the strongest dragons. Perhaps if he put on the earrings, the answer would become obvious. Right after that, Herb's message began playing. He greeted the one who had passed the trial and stayed alive. Most importantly, Ariel could not see this message. The administrator admitted that he was not an enemy at all and was on the winner's side. Right now, the administrators had gone insane, so they needed to unite and overthrow the madmen. His entire idea was to push out the administrators by joining forces with powerful dragons. That meant Ariel and her friend had killed the wrong administrator. Herb would have spent a long time proving that the administrators were evil beings who had joined with the gods to open the Age of Humans. He considered dragons the greatest creatures and said that humans should be the ones going extinct instead of them. In short, he was simply a madman obsessed with the greatness of dragons. So killing him had been the right move. Now let's rewind time roughly 300 years. The administrators killed a large number of dragons to restore balance and open the Age of Humans. At that time, the deeply dissatisfied Herb gathered the dragons of the continent and plotted a rebellion. Later, Ariel and her partner destroyed him. Every time a dragon passed the trial in this vault, it received instructions to bring the next dragon here. The dragons who joined Herb even came to be called guardians. And if only 2 pairs of earrings remained on the table, that meant there were at least 7 guardians. Everyone was probably thinking that the dragons could help the main character. But personally, I do not understand why they would need any of this. There was no need to ask what they wanted. He just needed to force them to do what the destroyer desired. The earrings studied mana, which could be easily detected. They only needed to modify a drone so it could accurately determine the guardians' locations. But before that, they would have to clean out the vault and its local storage. After all, there was enough money here to fund the realization of another Avatar movie. Naturally, no vault could be empty. If someone had built such a protected building, why not store a huge amount of money here? It seemed like the worst was behind them, but maybe that was not true. The connection with the moon's energy had just been cut off. Spiritual magic had also been blocked. which meant all the room restrictions had gathered in one place. After that, a very frightening and oppressive sound rang out. This room had been made round to perfectly and very quickly destroy an intruder. Pressing against the wall was useless, because everything here had been planned in advance. But instead of worrying about the main character, I was insanely angry that he still had not taken off those earrings. They looked way too extravagant and were clearly distracting even Ariel herself. Apparently, the guy had simply decided to change his style, at least for a while. When Ariel smelled death, she almost started crying. Then she began apologizing to James and even kissed him passionately. I wonder what he was thinking about right then. About how nice it felt, or about the fact that a huge iron ball was about to crush him. Actually, no one was planning to die here. All he had to do was open the entrance to his inventory, and the murder weapon disappeared. That meant the kiss had not been necessary. Although, of course, it did not hurt. Someone felt a little embarrassed, but we will not focus on that. Now the problems were behind them, and they could focus on the treasure. Here they could find various jewels that were far more expensive than gold. If everything was added together, it came to no less than 12 million coins. And that was no less profitable than early investments in crypto. In one of the chests, they found the heart of a blue dragon. It was strange that someone who loved dragons so much would hide a dragon heart in his secret stash. It was kind of like animal rights activists eating delicious chicken for dinner. According to Ariel, this was the greatest loot any being on this planet could obtain. James decided to change the topic and talk about the past. He suggested they should not avoid what had happened a few minutes earlier. After all, that kiss had been a little too sweet. He decided to remind her that they were simply cooperating, without any feelings involved. He did not want their cooperation to be burdened by love. At the same time, Ariel was used to losing people close to her, and she could not allow that to happen again. For her, that kiss had been a rebellion against a horrible death. Or maybe she was just a little pervert who wanted something more than cooperation. Several more days passed after that, and James and Ariel were still locked inside the vault. The steel ball did not fit into the storage, so it simply blocked the exit. At least they had food. Otherwise, they would have had to snack on Ariel's tasty ears. During that time, they had already grown closer, but not enough for this story to receive an 18+ rating. According to the author, simply eating burgers could help a person progress. Apparently, it improved the progress of psionic abilities up to the 5th level. As soon as that happened, James intuitively understood that it was time to get out of here. The iron ball was so huge that it was simply impossible to break or push aside, unless, of course, they called King Kong for help. But with telekinesis, they could come up with something unusual. I do not know how he comes up with all these genius ideas, but the guy is clearly very smart. He was no longer just some ordinary inspiration, but a true superhuman. Ariel had to take his hand and hold on tight, because anything could happen. For now, let's leave them aside and return to the King of Magical Beasts. In case you did not understand, I mean sorry. This little baby had gathered a huge number of beasts around him. During that time, he had become a legend among the magical residents of the forest. That is what happens when you leave your little beast alone with strangers. Now this 3-day kingdom would have to be destroyed, because the king would be taken by his master and put into his pocket. Naturally, when James himself said this, many of them did not understand him. The magical beasts even wanted to tear the guy apart for disrespecting royalty. Claws and Fangs were ready for battle, and a real war began. The most interesting part was that no one actually wanted this. Naturally, the destroyer was not harmed. If he lost to all these small beasts, his cool aura would finally be destroyed. It was Sari who calmed all his followers so they would not learn anything unnecessary. And so the era of the King of Magical Beasts came to an end, and together with the destroyer, they returned home. They managed to earn good money in the magical forest and also learned a lot of useful information. The administrators had learned about their comrade's death and could attack from behind very soon. During this time, he needed to increase his power and act actively and ruthlessly. Although James had spent a lot of life force in the forest, that did not mean he would stop there. Right now, he was preparing to set out using a teleportation technique. All that remained was to wish him luck and wait for the next meeting. There was no need to rack your brain over where he was actually headed. He needed to meet old acquaintances and even relatives. More than a year had passed since their last meeting. James was incredibly happy to see his father, who was perfectly fine. By the way, Sierra had grown even younger, all thanks to the reverse aging spell. She had someone to train with and improve her magical skills. During that time, Bemos had made significant progress and solved his mana shortage problem. Maybe now he would have a new little job from James. Before him was a dragon heart, meaning the most expensive and rare magical material on the continent. It could be absorbed and used well. although it was better to do it as carefully as possible. His father asked whether his son had made any progress and become stronger during this time. If he told the truth, his father would not even believe it, so it was better to dose the information. As for Ray himself, he had not been sitting around either and had reached a new level. He said he had achieved enlightenment, although it was not entirely clear what all of that meant. Something like this would make a warrior from the first system laugh. But as soon as Ray got serious, everyone in the room became a little tense. James immediately felt the energy coming from his father. He realized that his father was a true genius, someone who had even surpassed his legendary grandfather in some ways. Over the past year, Ray had used various artifacts, and all of it was to develop his own personal interpretation of enlightenment. Now he could help his son reach new heights. All James had to do was relax and give his father the chance to create history. The key of enlightenment was firmly inserted into the keyhole. In the age of humanity, this was unexplored territory, except for special legendary figures. They were called geniuses among geniuses, because only the chosen few managed to open the door of enlightenment and, as Buddha said, cross to the other side of the river. Even in the world of martial arts, this was considered the highest level one could reach after devoting an entire life to training. James quickly felt what his father was talking about and almost exploded from happiness. He called it a perfect metamorphosis of the body. From the outside, it looked like the guy had simply gotten lucky with such an amazing father. In the end, he handled the enhancement, and Ray could be proud of him. This meant the main character had finally reached the mythical rank. Even the greatest geniuses of past eras could not achieve it this simply and quickly. People usually suffered for decades for this, while someone here had simply gotten lucky. It even felt like Sierra herself was jealous of the guy. After all, she had devoted her whole life to magic, and it had not come to her that easily. Either way, now was not the time for stupid conversations. Their main enemy was the administrators, and James's team was currently outnumbered. The administrators had reached the 8th circle hundreds of years ago, while James had only recently reached the initial stage. He needed to progress even faster if that was even possible. His father wished his son luck but asked him to be careful. He would help him train, as long as he did not kill him during their first sparring match. The main thing was not to tell his father that James was the one who had smashed his carriage, because in that case, even family bonds would not be enough to hold back Ray's anger. Well then, now it was time to see what they were truly capable of. His father asked his son to try hard and give it everything he had. In training, you could not go easy on your opponent, even if that opponent was your own father. It felt like that was exactly what James had wanted to hear. Maybe he had some childhood grudges and trauma he wanted to get revenge for. In short, they clashed with each other, and the ground split apart in every direction. Magical flashes kept blinding all the spectators. At some point, Ray realized this was no longer simple training. Even the experienced wizards understood that the situation was getting out of control. This is what happens when an offended son starts taking revenge for childhood grudges. Still, this probably would not last too long. Skills like this required an enormous amount of effort, and sooner or later that effort would run out, or they would force him to use a skill that went beyond the usual limits. James had just activated the mythical rank sword art. This skill had been invented by his grandfather almost 100 years earlier. At that moment, doubt appeared in Ray's eyes for the first time. He was no longer looking at James as a child, but as a predator that had gone out hunting. The shockwave rushed forward, and a second later, an explosion rang out. Even the two elderly spectators almost fell off the high cliff. Anyone too impressionable should calm down, because Ray was perfectly fine, and that was all thanks to the reinforced barrier. He confirmed that his son had reached the mythical rank, and now he was even prouder of him. The training could end there, especially since no one had lost any arms or legs. It was almost unpleasant to admit that an 18-year-old guy was stronger than all his allies combined. It was hard to even imagine how strong he would be next year. With this kind of setup, they were fully capable of dealing with all their competitors. Let them pay for daring to ignore humanity. His communication with his loved ones had dragged on for too long. They had spent several days together after a year apart, and now they would once again go their separate ways. Thanks to the training, his father realized many things and would soon please his son with his own progress. The same could be said about the experienced wizards. James believed in each of them because he understood that he could not do everything alone. He wished them luck and reminded them that next time they would meet at the Stilgard mansion. After that, he returned to his homeland with magic. Right now, he was interested in an uninhabited island covered by an invisibility spell. Even the administrators would not notice the island because it was hidden far too well from their eyes. The moon goddess listened to the report about the latest events. Then she began asking her own personal questions. She was interested in everything that had happened inside the vault, especially the kiss with Ariel. James pretended nothing had happened because to him, it meant nothing. It was better to quickly change the subject and talk about his achievements. He had managed to create a ring out of air, which meant he had reached the mythical rank. The guy was clearly enjoying his progress, so he told absolutely everyone he met along the way about it. The moon goddess even wanted to give him a gift. Knowing his love for precious things, he was unlikely to refuse. She would buy him a book on mythical rank martial arts. By the way, his allies had been bored for quite a while. After all, without James, this place turned into real chaos. Then a familiar sound rang out, and everyone saw Sari. It was not hard to guess that the Lord had finally returned home. That meant they had to race over to greet him and tell him about the situation. By the way, James had already managed to sit down at his desk and get to work. He was signing documents at incredible speed, as if he already knew what was written in them. At first, the employees even thought the guy had lost his mind. After all, it was impossible to review so many documents at the same time. And yet he signed them exactly where he needed to, as if a robot were working in his place. All of this was explained by a simple skill called multiple psychometry. It turned out he bought skills not only for battles, but also for such basic processes. Haitan came to complain that the furnace temperature had dropped for unknown reasons. James had to give him the necessary book and send him off to fix the situation. The Stilgard family wizard, Jess, also came with his own problems. He could not install the teleportation magic circle because the formulas kept breaking down. James had to correct his calculations and show him what the proper format should look like. Just like that, the head of the family solved problems with a snap of his fingers. Now it was time to talk about the biggest problem currently facing the Stilgard family. Of course, everyone knew James had established a high standard of living for all his residents. He had even had to work on the Night Order, which was constantly progressing. But to reach a new level and stand equal to the kingdom's knights, they needed new armor. Mithril was perfect for that kind of work, and now they had plenty of it. This metal was considered not only incredibly expensive, but also extremely rare. When James was asked how much mithril he had brought home, he showed 3 fingers. Naturally, everyone thought he meant 3 or maybe 30 kilograms, and they were wrong. Only when Kaloi realized they now had 3 tons of mithril did everything fall into place. In truth, James had misspoken, and there was 10 times more of that metal. He decided not to tell him that, so he would not cause a premature stroke. Once Kaloi recovered from the shock, he immediately continued the conversation. After all, mithril was an essential strategic material for any nation. Problems could arise because of the royal family, which might not recognize their ownership rights. After all, the mithril had been taken from the forest, and that was royal territory first and foremost. James proposed an alternative option. Simply reveal all the information without any secrets. At the same time, they were not planning to share with anyone. Instead, they wanted to stage an interesting little story. The royal family would rush into the forest and try to mine the mithril. Naturally, they would fail, and then James and his team would step onto the stage. After that, no one would dare take away the prize they had won, or create any problems. Besides, it was true pleasure because this plan would let them mess with the royal family. Immediately after that conversation, he met with his older sister. Lately, she seemed worried about something. Maybe she had simply seen the new Harry Potter trailer. She understood perfectly well that James was busy with work, but she wanted him to spend more time at home with the family. Thanks to his abilities, he could even read her thoughts to some extent and understand her worries. With their father's disappearance, one of the pillars of his sister's world had collapsed, and she had clearly grown sad. If James's disappearance were added to that, she definitely would not be able to bear it. After all, she had no husband or friend who could support her during difficult moments. James rose from the couch and honestly admitted that he knew the reasons for her anxiety. He promised he would not disappear anywhere and would always stay close to his family. Dark forces were targeting them, but that was actually an opportunity to unite like never before. Karen sensed danger, even though she had only a tiny fraction of the information. Maybe that was the main quality of the Stilgard family. Maximum intuition. To calm her down a little, he had to show her a few circus tricks. His sister, of course, knew her brother was talented, but not this talented. In just 1 second, they moved from a cozy room to the great dense forest in the south of the continent. James activated teleportation without scrolls or artifacts, like a top-level illusionist. He explained that this place would make the Stilgard family even greater in the near future. His sister simply needed to trust her brother and stop trying to protect him. With this magic, the James Company was going to take all the precious metals from this place. The destroyer's message to his sister remained extremely simple and clear. He had stopped being a child and had become an incredibly powerful person. There was no point worrying about such power, so Karen could be calm. Naturally, questions began raining down on him. To avoid answering everything at once, he decided to change the subject a little and give her a gift. In the blink of an eye, the dragon heart from the nest appeared in his hand. Right now, he did not need this artifact at all, but Karen could use it. As a result, the family would be guaranteed to gain a special class knight. She only needed to unite the upper and lower cores, as well as the flows of internal mana. Thanks to her active training, Karen had spent all these years preparing her body for events like this. After that, Sari appeared from the bushes, and he also had to play his part in the plan. After all, this little guy was the king of the local monsters, who obeyed him like a dictator. Very soon, the royal family would learn that mithril was being mined here. Did they really think mining this metal would be that easy? James would simply force them to run away from here while wiping their tears and snot. Soon, the destroyer finished creating the fake mithril deposits in the Great Forest, while his sister managed to absorb the dragon heart. Her body became light and airy, yet sturdy and powerful at the same time. At 22, Karen Stilgard received a more than solid foundation for awakening higher powers. This meant she could definitely be considered a genius because she was still far too young a bird. Although her younger brother had actively helped her, most of the credit still belonged to her. Now let's talk about the neighboring country bordering Navarro, known as Leoken. If Navarro was known as the land of knights, then Leoken was the land of wizards. One of the employees of James's trading company, Mr. Hammond, had been apologizing all day. Lately, the company's affairs had gotten worse, and now they could lose all the money they had invested. Actually, they had only needed to slowly enter Leoken's domestic market, but something had gone wrong. At first, negotiations with the mail trading company went smoothly, but at the last moment, they backed out of the deal. It was as if from the very beginning, all of this had been nothing more than a soap opera and a clever move. James received all the necessary documents and learned that he had spent 1,000,000 coins on building connections. You have to agree, that is not the kind of news a company owner wants to hear on a pleasant Saturday morning. Even though he could afford not to worry about the money, 1,000,000 was still far too much. James had chosen this city for a specific reason. He was interested in the Magic Tower, because the most advanced magical nation on the continent lived here. Under the tower's wing were numerous academies that constantly needed supplies. This could be called a businessman's paradise, one that would bring unbelievable income. That was why he had to go all the way, search for loopholes, and find possible ways around the problem. In general, this was a good chance to see how quickly James's life was changing. A couple of years ago, he would tremble in fear over losing 300 coins, but now he did not care about losing 1,000,000. After analyzing the situation, he immediately headed to the mail trading house. The head of the company, Mail Rotten, welcomed him with open arms. He even decided to joke a little, although it was obvious this guy was looking down on James. In that case, they would have to speak very seriously and without any jokes. The destroyer had always been calm and polite, but when he saw someone openly mocking him, rage filled him. They decided to sit at the table, clearly understanding that they were ready to stab each other in the back. The assistant immediately recalled the agreements that had been broken. Honest businessmen did not act like that and always stood by their word. Maybe that was how things worked in an ideal world, but not in the city of wizards. They were even ready to pay double the penalty for breaking the agreement. The only problem was that Mr. Mail viewed those agreements a little differently. Instead of 2,000,000, he offered to pay no more than 20,000 coins. If someone did not like his offer, he would not pay even that amount. In simple terms, this was an open spit in the face. I think it is not hard to guess what followed such insults. James did not even need to stand up to send his fist straight into his opponent's face. One precise touch to the chin, and Mr. Ham was knocked out. If the hand of the law could not reach people like this, then James's hand would do it much faster. Maybe that was not very good from a business or reputation standpoint, but he really wanted to punish this guy. And the lesson did not end there. The most fun part was only beginning. The guards had been warned in advance not to approach, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties. The negotiations would continue in a closed office, where there were no extra eyes or ears. By the way, Mr. Mail had already lost a front tooth, and as we know, back then, people could not even dream of veneers. Of course, he was only a pawn, which meant he had to say who was really trying to interfere with James Stilgard. Mr. Ham did not understand anything, so James had to add a few more blows. If he did not want to lose all his remaining teeth, it was time for him to start talking. James decided not to turn into a bloodthirsty killer and guessed the problem in advance. Most likely, this whole show was being orchestrated by the already annoying Aziz Sergi. Liukan was one of the countries where Aziz had the strongest influence. Mr. Mail admitted that he had no other choice, or he would have been crushed like a bug. After all, the main client was the Fifth Magic Tower, and if he picked a fight with them, he could end up without orders. The Magic Tower was the main rebel, one that did not obey even the Emperor himself. It was interesting how Aziz had forced these wizards to follow his orders. Most likely, he really had a lot of leverage. Maybe this was even for the best, especially for Mr. Mail. He and his company could join James and benefit from it. A little later, there was a meeting with two mangy dogs. These two were spies whom Aziz had planted in this trading company. They immediately began to suspect that James had tried to persuade the head of the company. Mr. Mail said he had been pressured, and then the entire room was searched, where they found a letter from Aziz. James promised to use the letter and spread the information across the entire continent, so everyone would know what a disgusting person Aziz was. Naturally, the two spies did not like this at all and decided to somehow get the letter back so they would not expose their boss. These guys were far too confident in themselves, all because of their awakened rank and mystic blade skill. We had already seen similar little brats who failed to handle the destroyer's power and pressure. Most likely, these were just more pretty boys who would be destroyed only seconds after the battle began. In principle, that was exactly what happened, although it should be admitted that they lasted a whole minute. Either way, their strength was not enough to hold James back in any way, and he still dressed as if he lived in the 21st century. A spell had been placed over the entire room, preventing teleportation to another location. That meant this conversation would last exactly as long as James wanted it to. And in terms of bloodthirstiness, he immediately made it clear that he had no intention of playing games. If they did not tell him everything he needed, he would do horrible things. A wizard from the Fifth Magic Tower named Guilford was already ready to sell his own mother just to be left alive. And as we know, James had no intention of being too kind. He was far more interested in the fact that Aziz had joined forces with the wizards of the Fifth Tower. Even thinking about all of this made his head buzz like an ancient train. Let's look at all the known facts, starting, of course, with the fragment of Andalusia that possessed Alex's body and learned about the existence of the administrators. He had made a no-lose bet, knowing in advance that if Lucy reached the mythical rank, the Seven Eyes Society would get rid of her. The problem was that James did not remember what had happened to Lucy in his past life. His memories seemed to refuse to work, so he would have to use outside artifacts. He specifically tuned his memories to the needed fragment of time and space. Back then, he was only 27 years old, which meant he did not have much time left until the end of his life. According to rumors, the Northern Beast, meaning Lucy, had given up her position as commander and even the title of one of the Empire's 5 Great Knights. No one knew why she had done that, maybe because of her father's old age and her desire to control family affairs. James had been very close to the Knights and heard that conversation. He also heard them mock him and say he definitely was not the kind of person who cared about family. These memories clearly emphasized what a loser he had been in his past life. That meant Aziz had abandoned the idea of making Lucy a mythical rank knight? But why? He had been seeking power, but in the end, he had probably found something more attractive. What could be better than a family's prosperity through power? A new PlayStation, of course. Or maybe the old man had simply desired eternal life, where a family successor was no longer needed at all. There must have been people who guaranteed eternal life in exchange for certain conditions. Thanks to such a deal, Archmage Areldo, the head of the Fifth Magic Tower, gained great control. But now, this Archmage had already died by James's hands, along with the Seven Eyes Corporation. In that case, I personally do not understand who Mr. Aziz was conspiring with. All that remained was to guess the strangest options, like a deal with UFOs or P. Diddy. Hamoon had some guesses and immediately got to work. They needed to deceive the wizard, and transformation magic would not help here. It was much easier to simply put on a mask and head to the Fifth Magic Tower. The assistant had to shut up because James would be the one doing the talking. The head of the Stilgard family had even changed his voice, meaning everything was top level. As for Assistant Hamoon, in his past life, things had been much more fun for him. He had always walked along the edge of a knife, possessing fearlessness and a strong spirit. In the end, he became a giant capable of challenging any monster. In this life, he lived more peacefully because James had influenced his fate. But if we give a small spoiler, sooner or later, his old temperament would definitely show itself. Now let's focus all our attention on the Fifth Magic Tower. A young wizard had just ordered his senior brothers to stand up immediately. Senior mages had arrived here, which meant they needed to show respect. It turned out the local students did not train at all and spent their time doing nonsense. When they saw Lord Guilford, meaning James in disguise, they immediately swallowed their tongues. That was exactly what the main character wanted. Now everyone was confused and no one would even notice the switch. The senior wizard smiled and said there was nothing wrong with rest because it helped the body recover. But there was no place in the world more old-fashioned and hierarchical than a magic tower, which meant all the young wizards heard roughly the following words: "I'll rip out your eyes, you little bastards, and then make you eat your own guts." After that, the young people got to training, while James and his assistant continued through the tower. For now, their plan was working perfectly, and no one even thought of suspecting them. Now they needed to find the wizard who held the highest position here. Spoiler right away, it was not Dumbledore. They said this gentleman's name was Manuel, and James immediately headed to meet him. The local boss did not want any conversations, and as soon as he started chasing the student away, James caught a familiar smell. And it did not smell like homemade turkey. He decided to immediately use the cube that nullified magic in a certain space. All he had to do was throw this artifact in the right direction and wait for a miracle. Naturally, Manuel had not expected this at all and was horrified. He did not even have time to twitch before James's hand had already reached his face. The smell clearly present in this room was the unmistakable smell of blood. This old fart was conducting a ritual to summon a devil, or at least some kind of demon. The old man began making excuses, saying it had happened by accident and all that other nonsense. And of course, he kept calling the student by the name Guilford. So James had to remove the mask and show his real face. The fame of 18-year-old James Stilgard had long since spread beyond his hometown, and even beyond the country. Even big shots like Manuel knew him, and that was not surprising at all. On the day James killed the members of the Seven Eyes organization, the magical world was turned upside down. The reason was that the heads of the magic towers had disappeared at the same time. The six-ring wizards carefully hid that fact to avoid confusion and chaos. Many people were aiming for the vacant position of Magic Tower Master. Manuel was one of them and decided to perform a demon summoning ritual to become a seven-ring mage. After all previous heads of the magic towers had been seven-ring mages. And since all the previous bosses had disappeared, all that remained was to level up and take their place. It should be admitted that almost all six-ring wizards had done the same thing, or at least they had tried to reach the next level. That meant he needed to call them in for a conversation and conduct a small interview. The next few hours were packed with events. Every wizard swore they had never entered any conspiracy, and especially had never taken money from Aziz. Supposedly, that would cause great reputational damage for them, and they had not even thought about it. James copied Manuel's appearance, so the interrogation was very clever and subtle, almost like manipulation by an ex-wife. In the end, the six-ring wizard Enixon finally confessed to something like that. He had cooperated with Aziz and done everything he could to interfere with James's trading company. For him, this was a huge risk that could lead to him losing everything. Manuel said he would raise this issue at the public assembly. Those words immediately made the traitor jump like a worm in a frying pan. After all, he understood that the other wizards would support his dismissal. The traitor turned out to be rather weak-willed, and now it was clear why Aziz had pressured him specifically. At the same time, this guy clearly had big ambitions because he wanted to become the head of the Magic Tower. And all of that was because he had been carrying out the orders of his former boss. Enixon was the only one among the senior wizards who knew that the former head had cooperated with Aziz. Even a minimal analysis of the situation showed that Enixon was not lying. That meant a phenomenal meeting would happen very soon, because it was time to sort out this magical shit. When James killed Areldo, he burned his body, then burned the remaining ashes again. That meant this worm simply could not have come back to life, at least not through magic. He had to disguise himself again to dig deeper into all this mess. To be honest, even I was confused by now, because even Sherlock Holmes would envy this plot. Disguised as Enixon, James went to meet his higher-up. He definitely was not ready to see the man he had killed with his own hands. Even so, he did not lose his composure and greeted the head of the magic tower. As for Hamun, he showed a little too much respect. Maybe there was an explanation for all of this. The Seven Eyes Corporation had wanted to kidnap his biological brother. In his past life, Hamun had risen to the position of a very large merchant, all because when his brother disappeared, he lost his mind and became obsessed with making money. After the destruction of Seven Eyes, Hamun would not lose his brother and would not go insane, but the situation still looked ironic. Naturally, the person before them was not actually the highest mage of the Fifth Tower. Someone was pretending to be a dead man, and it was time to rip off his mask. The old man decided to act first and play a game called Magic Chooses Its Next Victim. He acted coldly and calculatedly, as if he had rehearsed the whole scene in advance. Very quickly, almost nothing remained of his initial confidence. Did this old fart really think he could pass himself off as a great wizard with basic magic skills? He would be finished right now, even if he had prepared for this battle his entire life. It was better to throw the assistant farther away so he would not get hurt under any circumstances. Then the special effects began, and this time, there was no green screen in the background. James easily blocked the attack, then closed the distance to finish what he had started. A second later, the old man was pinned to the floor and made to understand that if he twitched, no one would be able to help him. He could say whatever he wanted, whether he had forgotten his pills or had Alzheimer's, but none of that mattered anymore. James had his own thoughts on the matter, and he suspected who was standing before him. To stage a small performance, he had to activate transformation, and within a few seconds, James turned into Mr. Herb, who was supposed to be dead. In the dungeon of the Great Forest, he and his partner had confirmed the existence of dragons. These creatures were conspiring with Herb in an attempt to drive out the administrators. They called themselves Guardians, which meant this old man was one of the dragons. His name was Xanar, and of course, he wanted to understand why they were even fighting if they were on the same side. James had to pretend they had not seen each other in a long time, which was why Herb had not recognized his ally. Or maybe it was because the old man had lost the earrings that had been taken from the vault. He admitted his mistake, saying he had lost the earrings more than 100 years ago. Naturally, he did not know the real Herb was dead, so he spoke to him like an old friend. He knew that sooner or later, Herb would definitely return and carry out their grand plan. After the destruction of Seven Eyes, he urged him to act more aggressively and go all the way. After all, dragons were guardians, and Herb was their savior, who had to lead them forward. James was perfectly fine with that, because now he was playing the role of the dragon's savior. If this had happened a little earlier, he could have ended up in Game of Thrones. Now all that remained was to understand what this grand plan of those bastards actually was. By the way, only now did the dragon reveal his true identity. It turned out he was a young man named Siren Haswelder. He had been involved in this matter for more than 300 years, so he changed his appearance from time to time. Naturally, he had long since absorbed all the influence of the Haswelder family and become much stronger. There were 6 guardian dragons in total, which meant the other families they had taken over were also in decline. By the way, during that time, the Guardian had managed to earn a colossal 50 million gold coins. Naturally, as soon as James heard that amount, he felt his knees weaken. Most likely, the other Guardians had not fallen behind either and had gathered a lot of money. It was unclear what exactly their plan was, but either way, this was extremely interesting. Right now, James had a bunch of fools in front of him whom he could easily wrap around his finger. The conversation continued, and Herb had to admit that he had also absorbed one of the families. That way, no one would think he had spent all this time doing nothing useful. According to Herb, he had absorbed the Stilgard family, which meant this was a double lie. In other words, James was showing his real face and basically telling the truth, even though in practice, it was a lie. On the other hand, it was hard not to believe him, because James Stilgard had changed very quickly and stopped being a classic loser. He was that same young graduate and mysterious aura user, the head of a major guild and even a demon slayer who had received the title of Count at the youngest age in history. On top of that, this guy had turned into a holy man loved by a goddess. Now James did not need to hide his real face or worry about anything. Naturally, his stats were far too abnormal, because no one had ever achieved such success in a single human lifetime. But that only confirmed the difference in level between the administrators and the dragons. If James had gathered all the necessary money, the dragon urged him to carry out the grand plan. Now he somehow needed to cleverly find out what that plan was and what had to be done. Naturally, the dragon hurried to apologize for everything that had happened recently. He had not known James was an administrator, which was why he had interfered with his trading company. Now he would fix everything, and the main character could sleep peacefully. But first, he had to answer one question. Why had he returned after 300 years instead of the promised 150? James started talking the usual nonsense about problems appearing and needing to act carefully. It turned out this guy could lie just as well as a businessman facing the tax office. Over the next few hours, they actively talked. Thanks to that, he managed to learn a lot of information and get the outline of the main plan. 300 million gold coins were war funds for the fight against the administrators. They needed to buy relics to compensate for the gap in power. Although this was a very short-sighted plan. Of the 7 Guardians, one was already dead, and another had disappeared somewhere. Even by the most cautious estimate, they had gathered roughly 200 million gold coins. That meant, under the pretext of buying relics, James could make an obscene amount of money. On top of that, he would gain 5 dragons who opposed the administrators. Of course, it would be a sin to refuse cards like these, but he still had to stay calm. James was being asked to act immediately, and for that, there was already permission from magic towers across the continent. At that exact moment, the destroyer realized the full scale of the events. Huge money and an army of dragons were at stake, so a lot depended on his next move. He clenched his fists and decided to act with certainty. According to James, the right time had not yet come, and the plan needed to be postponed. Soon the dragons would learn everything, but he asked them not to worry because everything was under control. This guy had long since become a master of vague answers, knowing in advance that it would work. Although the dragon was a little disappointed, his faith in James was far too strong. Well, after that conversation, there was no reason to stay in the magic tower. By the way, Mr. Hamoon only woke up the next morning. Naturally, he had not heard that conversation and did not even remember what had happened yesterday. His last memories were connected to the fact that the Great Wizard had been fake. Even those could be considered unnecessary memories that would be good to erase. Such an experience could change the assistant's fate and make him into the person he had been in his past life. James had to feed him a bunch of lies and tell him a few fairy tales. But even that information could not be shared with other people. Haman promised to keep the secret so he would not lose his memories. Lately, so many things were happening on Earth that there was no time to get distracted by other dimensions. And yet our hero had become interested in the Nameless True Scripture, a book that contained the secrets of nature. James wanted to buy this book, which meant he would have to deal with the sun god. Long ago, he had read several pages from this book and had understood absolutely nothing. James hoped that this path would be much easier for him. The information from the book would allow him to rise to a completely different level, one he had only dreamed of before. Naturally, he would have to pay a high price, but those were the rules of the game. Even during short breaks, this guy managed to make interspatial deals. The goddess was shocked by his level and constantly complimented him. It was almost as if she was hoping for something more than ordinary cooperation. And right now, the most interesting period of James's life was beginning, because he had gotten closer than ever to the Dragon Squad, which meant this guy was preparing to roast those lizards alive. The silver dragon Lumides was clearly unhappy. Right away, he blamed Mr. Herb for his colossal delay. After all, his authority had been completely destroyed, which meant he had to restore it. James apologized for being late and hinted that he hoped for their understanding. After all, for dragons, 150 years was nothing, so they could shut up. He suggested they enter a protected space to avoid the god's eyes and speak privately. Naturally, everyone agreed. The only problem was that the protected space raised even more questions. Selena was also outraged by the postponed plans. James was very lucky to have a friend among the dragons. Saren decided to stand up for him and said a few words. Supposedly, while preparing the grand plan, Mr. Herb had been seriously wounded because of the administrator's suspicions. After that came many more beautiful words and all kinds of nonsense. Most importantly, those words worked, although not on everyone. Maybe Mr. Herb had constantly tried to please the dragons, but James had no intention of doing that. He immediately said that if someone did not like something, they could attack him right here and now. In the past, he had tried to please them, so they had stopped understanding who the real boss was and who was only a servant. Dragons were not used to tolerating such arrogance, which meant there was no doubt a head-on battle was about to begin. The beautiful blonde activated a destruction technique and aimed it at James. It would be funny if the destroyer died from a destruction technique. For a second, everyone even believed that might happen. But then they were surprised to see him defend himself with a wall of reinforced ki, meaning physical rank skills. And all of this was needed to show the difference in their levels. If that was not enough for the dragons, they could continue. These pathetic lizards had to realize how weak they were compared to him. It happened very quickly, and within a minute, they offered to talk and leave magic aside. That was how they should have started from the very beginning. Each of them promised to help their boss carry out the grand plan. Even those who had insulted him a minute ago now showed respect. Now they could tell him how much gold they had saved over all these years. Each of them began confessing their own achievements. And naturally, the dragons were impersonating other people. This meant that aside from gold, they had also gained significant influence in the human world. After hearing all of this, James immediately demanded the money. Like a salesman who had just met the perfect rich customer. Now an impressive sight opened before the dragons. All the gold was gathered together and filled the hidden space. Naturally, the destroyer quickly hid the gold in his inventory. He thanked the dragons, who did not even suspect they had been wrapped around his finger. Only now did they learn that the grand plan would be postponed for an unknown period. Siren tried to explain why everything was happening this way. For James, the moment of truth had arrived. He had to read the dragon's thoughts and learn what their true intentions were. Right now, they were very dissatisfied and were not even trying to hide it. He managed to read some of their thoughts and understood a lot. Everyone had long known that the magic tower was a mechanism for suppressing dragons. It was because of the magic tower that the age of myths came to an end and the age of humanity began. Now let's move to the 14th magic tower. There, James met the ego controller created to control the dragon vein in the magic tower. This time, he had not come to steal its mana. It was far more interesting to learn about the connection between dragons and magic towers. Although the controller had no intention of trading information, it still knew a great deal. It was interesting to learn how the magic towers had first been built 300 years ago. The controller started talking after the very first threat and said that the magic towers were built on dragon veins. A dragon vein was a place that released mana and distributed it across the continent. If a vein was blocked, the mana of the entire continent would decrease, along with the power of all living beings. This was how humans became the rulers of the continent. Iron shackles had been placed on all other beings, while humans were left unrestricted. The magic towers had been built by the founding emperor. The controller did not remember whether there was a connection between the administrators and the emperor. Most likely, a seal had been placed on it so it would not reveal important information. Most likely, 300 years ago, the administrators reduced the number of dragons to balance the world. Around the same time, the founding emperor built the magic towers to restrain the power of dragons. It was not hard to guess that all of this pointed to the founding emperor being an administrator. That was exactly why a seal had been placed on the controller, and information like this had been hidden. It was the emperor who opened the path to the top for humanity and began a new era. This figure had long been praised in myths and legends, but in reality, he was a dragon who had invaded from the fifth system. It was not every day you learned something like that. This whole story was starting to look like unsealed Epstein files. If the dragon vein was unblocked, the continent's mana volume would increase fivefold, meaning dragons, elves, and dwarves would become far stronger. Even with ordinary words, dragons would be able to harm their enemies. Now it was clear why all these beings were obsessed with destroying the magic towers. In the fight against the administrators, it would be better if the dragons on James's side became stronger. But he was not sure whether the magic towers really needed to be destroyed. Until the dragons were tamed, he had to calculate every next step carefully. By the way, during the conversation, he tried to find out where the other two dragons were. After all, there should have been 7 guardians, judging by the number of slots in the vault. One of them had died, and the second was listed as missing. As soon as James heard that, he immediately fell into thought. Most likely the 7th dragon was hiding, but why? He would have to figure that out himself. The destroyer headed to the cold lands and found the yellow dragon. Before him was a dragon named Jin, who was clearly shocked that he had been found. The human introduced himself as Herb and said he had borrowed James Stilgard's body. Lies flowed from his mouth as naturally as breathing. He had come to figure out why the dragon had been hiding all this time, while his comrades were gathering money and doing important work. The dragon was deeply offended by all these hints, especially coming from an administrator who was 150 years late. No one had invited him into this lair, so he could go straight to hell. The dragon tried to attack James, but naturally, nothing came of it. Just one raised hand was enough to stop the magical attack. And all thanks to that very bracelet shining on his right hand. A moment later, the yellow dragon Jin was on his knees, apologizing for his reckless action. Now he could explain why he was hiding here and what all of this meant. He had also been ordered to gather gold, but he decided that this was too much. The answer turned out to be completely unexpected. The dragon simply burst into tears and said he was incredibly afraid of the human world. It all started when he disguised himself as a count in the imperial house. Then he kept changing bodies and served for more than 200 years. Life among humans always made him depressed, and even magic did not help. One day, after exhausting work, he realized he would rather die than continue living like that. Apparently, even dragons can go through something like this. This dragon ran away from the human world because of emotional burnout. Even so, over those 200 years, he had managed to save up at least some gold. And for a very long time, he really did not want to part with it. In exchange, James would keep his negligence a secret and even allow him to extend his vacation. At first, it sounded strange, but if you work without rest, even a dragon will go insane. He had earned his relaxation, while James returned to his homeland. As for his trade in the interspatial system, everything there was stable as always. The dragon's pure gold was gradually being converted into coins, and everything was going rather smoothly. He was getting more and more money, and James was already among the richest people on the planet. And they could not forget that besides coins, he had plenty of other interesting things. While he was dealing with gods and administrators, his business had not been standing still. Market capitalization had nearly doubled, and even that was not all. Investors across all countries recognized him as the leader of a new civilization. That meant his total capital now exceeded 100 million coins. Of course, that was not Warren Buffett level, but still not bad, especially for an 18-year-old guy. It was time to knock on the doors of the fourth system, where naturally no one was waiting for him. Right now, he had several interesting options. He wanted to throw some money at the Bahamut mercenary group from the second system. People from the second system said these mercenaries were true professionals in their field. On top of that, today's price came with a discount, almost like it was Black Friday. Mercenaries from the second system were very famous for their achievements and excellent training. With the appearance of fourth-generation magic armor, the mercenaries' power had decreased. And besides, they were constantly getting older. That was exactly why there was now a discount on signing a contract with them. James wanted to build another factory for producing fourth-generation magic armor, and he would need support. A mercenary group could fill that role much better than many others. He only needed to provide them with fourth-generation armor. In return, he would receive not only factory protection, but also real data on combat performance. In short, it was a wonderful deal that was impossible to refuse. Now James owned a magic armor business, a mercenary group, and even a magic university. This guy's influence was growing, and even the goddess envied him a little. He had not yet become the most influential person in the world, but the peak was no longer that far away. His allies already called him chairman, despite his young age. James stepped outside to breathe in the fresh scent of grass and flowers. At that moment, he learned that he had to appear at the temple immediately. The saint had arrived without warning, and it seemed something was wrong. The report said she had been acting very strangely, which meant it was better to hurry to meet her. The frightened destroyer ran to Cleos's temple. Meanwhile, the saint was offered a drink from the Lord's castle that strongly resembled Coca-Cola. They explained to her that it was soda, and the sensation would be a little unfamiliar. The saint enjoyed the drink and became at least a little kinder. She did not shout at the attendants because they were not guilty of anything. If anyone deserved her anger, it was the blonde-haired guy. Lord Stilgard was already here, which meant it was time to talk honestly. Everyone was ordered to leave so no one could eavesdrop. Lady Cleos had not visited for a long time, especially not without warning. Only recently, she had completed an important event and finally received her long-awaited freedom. When she returned, she ran into a situation worse than the actors in the Odyssey. She learned that the goddess of love had taken James into her hands, which meant this was a classic story of female jealousy. The conversation began with loud shouting. Then a little girl appeared from behind, one who could be considered the goddess of love's assistant. Her name was Luna, and she wanted to take part in the conversation. But Cleos decided that no one should interfere with them, and cut herself off from the whole world. They were left alone so James could explain everything that was going on. He saw nothing wrong with becoming the great warrior of the goddess of love. The fact that he had not discussed it with anyone meant nothing, because he was a grown boy and did whatever he wanted. The saint had plans for this guy, but nothing stopped them from continuing their cooperation. Nothing had changed in their relationship, so she could keep her jealousy to herself. Besides, both on the continent and in interspatial trade, there were far too many people he cooperated with. And Cleos was the only one with whom he did business on both fronts. He had to bring up the rise in stock prices to calm her down a little, but changing the subject barely helped. Cleos pretended she knew nothing about the administrators, although her behavior clearly showed otherwise. On the other hand, Erin had approached James to avenge the death of her previous great warrior and had told him many things. That was why choosing Erin had been the more logical move. Now let's move to the sixth system, where the heavenly realm was located. Cleos was upset, of course, but she understood that James was not guilty of anything and had simply acted as he had to. However, there was now real hostility between her and Erin, and maybe we would even see women's fights. Right now, they met in one palace, although the goddess of love was a little busy. Lately, she had been spending official funds, and that caused dissatisfaction. A real conflict broke out there, and it was all because of money. Naturally, Cleos was shocked by what she heard and even froze a little. When they noticed her, everyone around felt ashamed, but time could not be turned back. Cleos honestly said she had come to speak with the goddess of love. Obviously, this was not exactly the right moment because after the conflict, Erin felt shattered. Problems had appeared because of her financial cooperation with James. They needed to talk like two wise women and not start another conflict. They went out into the fresh air and discussed everything that had happened. Now Kleos knew everything and no longer felt betrayed. By the way, she had not been absent for the past several months for no reason. The saint had been searching for the Stone of Eternity because in the sixth system, this thing was considered legendary. Whoever absorbed this stone became a true god and gained the ability to have two or more intermediaries. It was somewhat like the stones Thanos had been collecting so actively. Then the conversation turned to Espire, who had been screaming like he was being slaughtered over some minor issue. It turned out he had a reason because Aaron had bought the chronotope. This artifact cost at least 8 million. And worst of all, the goddess of love had decided to give it to James, which no longer looked like simple help. This smelled like love, and Kleos forced the goddess of love to suppress that feeling. Such behavior could supposedly harm everyone, although it was unclear exactly how. People said the goddess of love had already had problems in the past, but so far, there were no details. Do not think the saint was worried simply because she was in a bad mood. She understood perfectly well that cracks could now appear in a stable ruling dimension. And now, even Kleos herself did not know which side she should take. James was informed that the conversation had ended successfully. Supposedly, the girls had made peace, and now there were no more problems. To keep him from asking unnecessary questions, they immediately handed him an insanely expensive gift. The chronotope was an artifact in the form of a glove, on a completely different level from the gifts he had received before. With this glove, he could control time. Just thinking about that made his head spin and his heart dance at a wild rhythm. The only problem was that the glove was incredibly heavy and could barely be lifted. That was because it was made from megadite, a metal considered the heaviest in the universe. It seemed the fragile body of an 18-year-old child simply could not lift something this heavy. James should have started bulking up long ago, because he looked like a skinny worm. Skills were cool, of course, but when beach season came, he was unlikely to impress the girls. He had to call his assistant and order him to bring every elixir and internal energy supply from the shop. After that, he clearly had more strength, and the glove no longer felt like an unbearable burden. Increasing internal energy did not raise his rank, but it expanded his energy core and gave his body more power. Now he needed to figure out how exactly this artifact should be used. With this equipment, he could control time, but he had to be very careful. This artifact used a resource called time fragments. I should mention right away that such a valuable material had to be collected personally. The indirect method automatically extracted time fragments from the surrounding environment. There was also a direct method, collecting the fragments himself, which was much faster. It turned out that a time fragment could even be extracted from an ordinary apple. I do not know what pills the author took before coming up with this, but it sounded strange, to put it mildly. A second after the absorption, the apple turned into a rotten corpse. That meant James had stolen time from the apple and received a fragment that way. Of course, there were not many of these materials inside an apple, but even that was enough to make a small jump through time. The calluses on his hands disappeared, meaning his body returned to the state it had been in 3 years ago, before he started sword training. This artifact challenged the laws of nature, and its possibilities were limitless. James did not even know how to thank them for such a valuable gift. He had received the artifact because he would soon need it. But first, he had to properly master the time glove. All those words sounded somehow mysterious and tense. There was no time to relax because the expedition to mine mithril had already set out. Huge mithril deposits had been discovered in the Great Forest. James made a plan, and everything began when he announced his discovery to the kingdom. Many famous figures instantly joined the expedition. Among them was a famous marquis who wanted to regain his former glory. There were also people who could be considered close friends of the Stilgard family. In short, James decided to go to the Great Forest to keep everything under control. He asked his little beast to gather demonic monsters. All of this was needed to turn the Great Forest into a real problem for the expedition. He could also collect time fragments here, since he had a free minute. The destroyer quickly absorbed all the fragments around him. The beautiful blooming forest turned into a withering wasteland. Just please do not show this footage to environmental activists. As soon as James finished the absorption, those very monsters appeared nearby. And judging by their shadows, it had to be admitted that there was an entire army of them. Marquis Droyan, who was leading the night squad, was already here. He could not even imagine that the Great Forest would be in such a horrible condition. The knights were told to prepare because anything could happen. A few seconds later, the loud ringing of bells echoed out. The knights panicked, started shouting, and kept repeating that they were all going to die. This was very similar to mental-type magic, and at a very high level. The commander of the 3rd Night Squad, Mr. Maltatanian, also heard the strange sound, and all of it was done with the soul-rending spirit, a cursed first-level item. This item manipulated the enemy's mind, pushing their fear to the extreme. All that remained was to bring in the terrifying monsters, and the expedition would become true hell. No matter how well the knights had been trained, life had definitely not prepared them for this. Just look at how tiny these people were compared to the enormous monsters. I think James had clearly overdone it. He was supposed to make the expedition difficult, but instead, he made it practically impossible. Even when the large monsters failed, small creatures came to help, such as snakes. None of the knights could use mana or any magical skills, and all because James had set traps capable of dispersing magical energy. Commander Malta tried with all his strength to take control of the situation. He not only set an example, but constantly shouted at the knights, who were clearly terrified. All the monsters knew perfectly well that the man named Malta must not be destroyed under any circumstances. That was because he was a friend of the Stilgard family and did not deserve death. At the most important moments, the monsters simply turned around and flew away. Naturally, none of the expedition members could explain it. At the same time, it would be a mistake to think this was an easy walk for the monsters. They suffered too and came to James so he could heal their injuries. He had to use the time glove to return them to normal condition. The process turned out to be impressive. Though James did not figure it out right away, the wounded monsters went through treatment, then immediately attacked the remaining knights again. As a result, the expedition everyone had expected so much from ended in failure. 2 knight squads returned empty-handed. The most interesting part was that there were no deaths among them, but continuing had become pointless. Only on the way back did the fighters notice a small vein and find several pieces of mithril. This served as full proof that another expedition needed to be assembled. They tried to explain to the king that it was too dangerous there and that it was better not to risk it. But he did not listen to anyone and was deeply afraid the rumors would reach the empire. In that case, a full-scale war would begin, and that could not be allowed. The Marquis tried to persuade the king and hinted that the empire could simply take the mithril for itself. As soon as their army entered the forest, it would be destroyed, which meant the empire would be weakened. Then Mr. Malta joined the conversation and offered an unexpected way out. He said it was James Stilgard who had discovered the mithril vein, which meant he should be the one to handle the mithril mining himself. While the Marquis objected unhappily, the king thought for a short while. He really liked this idea because he remembered James from the time he cured his hair loss. This guy knew how to stand by his words, and besides, he knew the great forest like the back of his hand. A letter was immediately sent to James, and a few days later, a banquet took place in the royal castle. The aristocrats celebrated this year's great harvest, as well as the help from the Stilgard family. Of course, all of this was just for appearances. Still, James was pleased to hear a sea of compliments directed at him. He did not come alone, but with his brothers and sisters. The king congratulated the young lord and announced that this banquet had been created exclusively for his family. The loyalty of the Stilgards deserved a worthy reward. It would have been nice if their father were there, but even so, it was pleasant to be here. Then the conversation finally turned to the most important topic, the mithril vein. Even if all the mithril in the forest belonged to the king, James still had to be rewarded. If he handled the mining, they were offering him 20%. The king was asking this because he knew the mithril simply could not be obtained otherwise. However, 20% was a true humiliation and insult to the lord. But then James did something even more unexpected and said that 9% of the profit would be enough for him. That was because he supposedly did not want to receive more than the royal family. Of course, for the king, this was a colossal success, one he did not believe right away. It seemed to him that he had caught a rabbit in a trap and would now earn easy money. However, conquering the demonic land would require the help of the gods, which meant the gods would have to be paid, and paid very generously. James had deliberately staged this long and ambiguous performance, and all of it was to punish those who committed fraud, even if those people wore a crown. To conquer the demonic land, they would have to pay the elves, the beastmen, and 2 famous goddesses, Cleos and Erin. It was with their knowledge that the mithril deposits had been discovered. Just look at how pale the king became when he heard the profit would have to be shared. Everyone on James's list was entitled to at least 20%. That meant 80% of the mithril would have to be handed over to who knew whom, and for who knew what reason. 9% would go to James, and 11% would be taken by the royal family. The king, who had already imagined himself getting almost the whole pie, could not believe that only a tiny slice was left for him now. Then came a meeting with the ruler of the elves and the ruler of the beastmen, meaning Tekar and Ceres. James had probably hired them from the set of some Hollywood movie. These guys knew what acting was and how to play along with a smart script. They demanded money and did not even want to hear any objections, as if finding the mithril and mining it were mainly their achievement. James enjoyed every second of the performance and kept glancing at the king. He was pleased to realize he was deceiving the man who had so eagerly tried to deceive him. The king was confused and afraid that Stilgard County would become far too strong. However, he believed the fairy tale and understood that James would take the smallest slice of the pie. Either way, the king would receive profit without making any effort. So of course, he agreed. As for the destroyer himself, he would end up receiving almost the entire pie and get rid of his problems with the kingdom. It should be noted right away that Sarius was only an altered version of Sari. Apparently, they had run out of actors, so he had to ask one of his little beasts. At first, he had planned to give the king a little more money, but this scammer turned out to be far too cunning. In the end, James would now own 89% of the mithril, and he was not planning to simply hand over even the remaining 11% to the king and his family. Now let's step away and look at Karen's conversation with the prince. He approached to give her a few compliments. Naturally, her younger brother immediately noticed it. Hardly anyone would enjoy seeing someone flirt with his sister, and it did not matter that this guy was a prince. He still was not worthy of Karen. Just as James was about to approach, Princess Roselia grabbed him. She had changed beyond recognition lately. James had unfinished business, so he needed to be distracted. And so the princess would not feel sad, he would introduce her to his friend. I am talking about Sari right now, not what everyone thought. But even now, he had to get distracted, because Lord Stilgard had been called by an adult man, and everyone around them tensed up. The Marquis was clearly unhappy about something, and it was unclear how all of this would end. A whole year had passed since their last meeting, but for some reason the Marquis had a request today. He was the first to bow his head before James, and that was a shock. It was all because during a battle he had been seriously wounded by a poisonous snake. Even the magic tower could not help, and people said the old man would have to say goodbye to life. One glance was enough for James to determine that this wound could easily be healed with the goddess's help. He gave such a quick answer not because he had great intuition, but because he himself had made that snake bite the Marquis. After that, the man who hated James even got down on his knees. He begged to be healed and promised he would remain forever in his debt. This had a very strong effect on everyone gathered in the banquet hall. Naturally, the authority of the Stilgard family instantly shot up to the heavens. James smiled and skillfully played the role of a holy man. Now he would be considered a saintly person who could easily communicate with goddesses. James could not stop enjoying how well things were going for him. He had legally kept the precious metal for himself and also increased his family's influence. It was time to quietly slip away before they forced him to sing songs or give a toast. But apparently, all his plans would once again be instantly destroyed. Some glowing entity appeared behind him, one that no one here seemed to have expected. Now let's move to Aspire's temple, where he had been very displeased lately. He did not like that Erin had made James her intermediary and was spending large sums of money on him. She could have chosen anyone, but for some reason she chose Stilgard specifically. Now a logical question appeared. Should James be killed or left alive? Perhaps he would have to turn him into Erin's former warrior, just like what had been done to her previous assistant. Matthias asked too many questions, but in a way he was right. Aspire simply had to keep an eye on Erin, so that was exactly what he would do. Jealousy was far more frightening than anger and sharper than hatred. This feeling began sinking deeper and deeper into the heart until a person simply went insane. Besides, Matthias still had feelings for the goddess of love, and that was exactly why he wanted to get rid of James so badly. Once, he had confessed his love to her, and in the end, he had been brutally beaten by Aspire. Now he was trying to manipulate his ally to get rid of Stilgard. Many things were starting to feel troubling, especially the fact that besides his connection to the goddess of love, James was also cooperating with St. Cleos. Fighting this guy directly would be stupid and very short-sighted. So they needed to send an apostle into the banquet hall and conduct something like reconnaissance. Maybe this was how they would deliver a message to James, so he finally understood that he should not interfere in other people's affairs. Meanwhile, the guests grew a little tense because of the strange events that kept repeating. Everyone was curious why the apostle had personally decided to appear here without any invitation. He immediately turned his gaze toward the destroyer and greeted the guest of honor. Aspire wanted to determine the strongest knight on the continent. For that purpose, he announced the holding of a divine tournament, and this could seriously ruin the main character's previous plans. This tournament was held to determine the strongest knight on the continent. The list of candidates included 11 legendary rank warriors and 4 heroic rank fighters, along with the mysterious blade. The contest would be held in a protected location, so everything would be fair. The winner would receive the title of Heavenly Knight and even a sword made of mithril. The winner would also be able to ask a god 3 questions, and they could ask anything they wanted. For many warriors, this was a wonderful chance. Some wanted simply to show themselves and earn respect. Some wanted to regain their former greatness and prove their strength. And some wanted revenge on the person who had recently taken over everything around him. All these people would be personally selected by Espire. Naturally, everyone was curious why James Stilgard, with his ordinary awakened rank, had appeared among the tournament participants. No one had explained that the gods simply wanted to get rid of him. Naturally, questions immediately rained down on Espire from every side. He began telling the kind of basic nonsense that was hard to believe. Supposedly, they were now in a period of stagnation and needed to take action to restore prosperity. In short, classic nonsense from any politician who wants to make people's lives even worse. Warriors used to be much better, but now their level had become far too weak. That was why the tournament had to find the warrior who would lead humans and gods toward prosperity. I have no idea how that was supposed to work, but it sounded very interesting. Almost everyone gave silent agreement. Although, of course, St. Cleos protested until the very end. In the end, James still received an official invitation to the Divine Tournament. He had no intention of refusing to participate because he always believed in his own strength. At the same time, even if he won, he would gain almost no real benefit, except that he would be able to ask a god questions and learn what had interested him for so long. To drive the administrators into a corner, he needed to become stronger than their organization and also secure non-interference from the gods. On this path, Espire could get in his way because he had loved Aaron for a very long time. Well, either way, he would have to take the risk because otherwise he would gain nothing. James arrived at the very arena where his fate would soon be decided. Here, he could meet many of his old acquaintances. They did not even understand that the consequences of fighting James would be devastating. Apparently, the battle would take place on an island with a fairly mild and pleasant climate. In some ways, this territory reminded him of the island where Ray Stilgard was hiding. Soon, Cleotia appeared beside him, clearly wanting to say something. She grabbed James by the hand and led him into the forest. The conversation began with information James already knew very well. He knew perfectly well that Espire had made him his main target, and now he had to be careful. The danger was not really coming from the tournament itself. This was more of a test to see how strongly Cleos and Aaron would try to help their beloved hero. The Destroyer was asked to withdraw from the tournament, but he did not even want to hear it. Right now, the drawing of lots would take place and determine the first battles of the tournament. Whoever lost a duel would be eliminated immediately and could not even dream of continuing. Honestly, it was strange to hear that a god was holding a huge tournament just to get in the way of an ordinary guy. Maybe he had guessed that James's awakened rank was not ordinary at all and that this guy was hiding something. After all, Espire was not stupid, so anything could be expected from him. It was important to note that magic, magical artifacts, and spirit summoning could not be used on the island. Any skills other than mana-based swordsmanship would lead to immediate disqualification. In short, these were ordinary fights where only real skills could be used. With his presence, James quickly attracted too much attention. Admiring people began approaching him to ask for autographs. One glance was enough to understand that he did not like it, but that was the price of fame. All these people seemed strange and unreal to him. He could not even see veins on their hands, not to mention their strange behavior. It felt like something was wrong with this tournament, and that something was clearly being hidden from James. Besides, there should not have been this many spectators here. It turned out there were many guests from other worlds here, as well as members of the imperial family and representatives of royal houses. Even ordinary rich people came, meaning the highest class of guests. This event would go down in the continent's history, which meant huge money could be made from tickets. In the waiting room, the main character was immediately approached by Caddis, commander of the imperial family's Second Knight Order. He began hinting that the weakest and least prepared fighter would obviously be the first to be eliminated from the tournament. This guy tried in every possible way to provoke James and make him feel uncomfortable. In return, he saw only a cold gaze filled with confidence and self-respect. James did not even bother talking to this chicken. He was interested in the Knight Order commander, not a conversation with some slug. Naturally, those words almost caused a conflict. But then someone influential quickly calmed Caddis down. It was our old acquaintance Lucy, also known as the Northern Beast. She made her ally understand exactly how he needed to behave. If he ruined a god's tournament, he could very quickly lose his head. So he would be better off shutting up and walking away before it was too late. Caddis disappeared, having failed to scare James. As for Lucy, she advised her friend to behave more calmly. After all, there were far too many people around who wanted revenge. Malta also became interested in the incident and hurried to intervene. He decided it was already too late, so James should just relax and breathe calmly. At some point, the destroyer became far too bored and decided to play around. All he had to do was say a few words about the training of Loudcraft's local knights. Everyone was shocked by how fearless and ill-mannered this guy was. After all, Loudcraft was one of the strongest knights in the Empire and the best legendary rank warrior. He had inherited his strength from his father, who had been a skilled knight with no fear of death. Then he was still beheaded, and no one ever understood how it had happened. It was strange that after such provocative words, Loud did not even move. It was almost as if he sensed what would happen a few hours after the tournament began. The spectators froze in awe when they saw the first duel. There, the local underdog James Stilgard unexpectedly broke ahead. That meant the passion at the Divine Tournament would be completely insane. Honestly, James had expected at least minimal competition, but even that did not happen. The judge invited the spectators to watch the highlights of the clash. It all began when James chose a waiting position and did not force the action. He allowed his opponent to close the distance, then delivered a powerful counterattack to a weak point. Although he said he had simply gotten lucky, we all understand that the guy had prepared this trick in advance. In the spectator seats, in the important guests section, a small commotion also began. The Emperor of the Empire, Javier Randriz, was shocked by what had happened. He could not believe that one of his personal guards had fought like a little girl. As for all the other battles in the round of 16, there were no more surprises. The real fun would begin in the quarterfinals, where the competition would reach its peak. Spectators from different worlds were delighted, even though they had not yet seen the real meat grinder. James was pleased to show his skills to people from dimensions he traded with so actively. After his duel, he went to the restroom to relax and recover his strength. Although we all saw that he had not even gotten tired during the fight, his door suddenly opened, and he saw a beautiful girl in front of him. She thought he would be sleeping, because normal people rested at a time like this. He had to grab this little snake and ask her a few questions. She could start by saying where she was from and why she had come into this room. Her pretty short skirt would not save her, because manipulation did not work on James. In reality, this did not look like an assassination. The girl had come to offer a deal. If the destroyer lost to his opponent tomorrow, he would receive 1 million gold coins. Naturally, he refused because he had no problems with money. By the way, she had come here with a special artifact so the gods would not learn about the conversation. Now, for James to let her go, she had to tell him something very interesting. After all, now that money was no longer a problem, information had become the most expensive treasure. She said that lately, James had become a special figure among enthusiasts. It all began when Espire earned an entire fortune thanks to his grandfather. The Hero Saga and the Empire's invasion had been a colossal success. There was a device called Verkulos, and it was somewhat like advanced virtual reality glasses. Some called it an artifact for gaining life experience. During the game, you became the main character, and the immersion effect was simply incredible. In this game, the main character was James's grandfather. This system was actively sold across different worlds, and it brought in huge money. His grandfather did the work, while the god took the money, but now it was time to release an updated game. The winner of the tournament was supposed to become the new main character of the second part. All the fans in the stands were crazy about this idea, and that was why they were watching the tournament. No one believed in James, so they suggested he simply fall to his knees and admit defeat. Right now, almost all the odds were on his opponent, whose name was Sarah. Although, of course, after James's previous victory, many people had begun doubting her success. He was once again offered money to lose, and he refused again. And that was because he did not like the god's plans. This slippery slug had made a pile of money by using Paul Stilgard's strength, and now he wanted to use James the same way. Now the destroyer was taking the tournament into his own hands and playing out his own script. The long-awaited quarterfinals began the next day. Sarah launched several powerful attacks and offered James a chance to surrender. For the first time in a long while, blood appeared on his face. The spectators who had bet money on him grew worried when they saw how hard it was for him. Yesterday's victory had been a lucky coincidence, and many people had overestimated the destroyer's strength. This time, things were much harder for him. But this was only acting. So next time, people would not dare bet money on him. The tournament organizers did not hide their happiness. The number of tickets sold had broken every record. On top of that, many people were making donations and placing constant bets. James still defeated Sarah, but he did it in a very unconvincing way. He did not want people betting on him, and he was playing his own game. No one noticed his trick. No one except the tournament's main organizer. Now it was interesting to hear the predictions for who would make it to the semifinals. His efforts had not been wasted, and now almost no one gave him a chance. After all, the previous battle had been so difficult that the spectators turned away from him. Now no one considered him the main favorite, especially in the battle against Caddis. By the way, this was the same guy who had acted like a pig during the drawing of lots. He loved bullying weaker opponents and artificially inflating his ego. People like that needed to be put in their place and humiliated in front of the crowd. Looking at the situation as a whole, betting on the winners brought in huge money. The organizers took a percentage from every bet. They even allowed gods from other dimensions to make predictions. There was simply enormous money spinning in this business. James could not place bets directly, so Calypso handled it for him. Of course, she took her cut for the work, but the profit was so huge that it did not matter. That is how things go. Not long ago, she had come to ask him to lose, and now she had already established cooperation with him. Calypso was simply a betting addict who loved money and never hid it. For now, they had formed a pretty decent alliance, but you never knew what would happen next. All this time, the god Espear, who for some reason was called the Golden Dragon here, was clearly furious. He had not expected James to make it this far and become the most talked about participant in the tournament. If he interfered recklessly, it would create problems, so he would have to wait. The Golden Dragon placed his bet on the strongest knight on the continent, the one who had been considered the main favorite of the tournament from the very beginning. Loud confidently defeated the well-known Marquis today. The match was boring as always because no one saw any real competition. This lowered the excitement a little, but then the semi-final arrived, and James Stilgard stepped into the arena. This time, Caddis no longer looked so confident. Remember how he mocked James and acted like he could easily defeat him? Now he had that chance, and we would gladly watch it happen. But for some reason it felt like this guy would need a change of underwear. He went on the attack and immediately delivered several wide, sweeping strikes. Speed and strength were clearly present in this guy's hands. But, as everyone knew, at the highest level, intelligence was what won. Sylvester Stallone said the brain was our main muscle, and it was hard to disagree with him. During battle, it was important to calculate an opponent's strengths and weaknesses. If you pushed the duel into an uncomfortable direction for the opponent, victory became very easy. For the next several minutes, Caddis attacked non-stop, but not one of his 500 strikes reached the target. To put it mildly, he looked tired and scared. Unlike the Destroyer, the main character mocked him and drove his opponent mad. The spectators heard his words, and they liked the trash talk. After all, Caddis had spent almost all of his mana. He was empty, like bank accounts during a crisis. Now, enraged, he made his final charge. It was somewhat like an aging wolf trying to prove to his pack that they could still count on him. But time could not be turned back, and neither could mana. And a person without mana simply could not do anything to James Stilgard. The result was completely predictable. Caddis suffered a crushing defeat, and all of it happened before the eyes of the great emperor. The underdog's victory was undeniable, and it guaranteed another rating spike. Now the spectators simply could not wait for the final of the Divine Tournament. Now let's stop and rewind time to remember Loudcraft's father. I already said he was a great warrior who was later brutally beheaded. Well, many people never realized that he had been beheaded by Paul Stilgard. That meant Loud would enter the final to avenge his father and behead James. Defeat was unacceptable, and the Emperor asked Loud to bring him victory on a silver platter. The young but very talented knight promised to fulfill the request. He had sworn revenge long ago, and now the most long-awaited moment of his life had arrived. After the semi-final victory, Calypso did not hide her happiness. Tomorrow, she would receive all the profit and transfer the money to James. They had already earned more than 68 million coins, and the final was still ahead. During the final, he was no longer the kind of underdog he had been before. Now people understood that this guy knew how to fight and were not writing him off. He planned to bet almost all of his profit on his victory in the final, to disappoint not only his opponent, but also the Golden Dragon. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and warned that if the door was not opened right now, a real scandal would begin. I do not know who these people were, but they had come to punish Calypso, who had taken all the profit for herself. They were interested in why she had broken away from the group, and now they understood it was because Calypso had known the winner in advance. James put on the invisibility cloak and simply watched what was happening. With his special abilities, he could see right through these people. He saw their names, their real faces, and even their motives. These people clearly had an assistant on the continent, and figuring him out would not be difficult. To do that, he only needed to contact the evil god of the sixth system, whose name was Ganon. Demons were starting to get far too rude, and it was time for the evil god to step in. Unless, of course, he wanted the golden dragon to learn about his subordinates. In short, they had a nice little chat and quickly reached an agreement. After the conflict was settled, it was time for the long-awaited final of the Divine Tournament. Bets started pouring in from every side, and of course, many people bet on the favorite. But there were also those who believed in James Stilgard until the very end. The finalists were already standing in the arena, waiting for the judge's command to begin the fight. Each of them looked far too calm. It felt as if a regular chess match was ahead, not a bloody showdown. Many people argued and gave their own reasons for who would become the future winner. Plenty of people believed in both finalists' chances. Loud seemed calm and reasonable, but deep inside, he was boiling with a thirst for revenge. After all, this duel had become the perfect chance to avenge his father. There was no room for doubt here, and absolutely no room for mercy. With a smile on his face, the judge spoke the cherished words. The battle began, and Loud immediately got to work. His secret family technique was called shadow attack. It was as if he split apart and attacked together with his clones. The problem with such attacks was that you never knew where the real opponent was. Usually, fighters were distracted by the illusion and took a hit in the back from the real Loud. It was with this family technique that he had won most of his victories. But James's intuition was on a high level, and it was unlikely he could be caught off guard so easily. He defended against the strike and forced respect for himself. After all, James had always been an underestimated guy, but that did not mean his opponent would stop. In fact, it was the exact opposite. As expected, Loudcraft was different from James's former opponents. Now the blood running down the main character's face was no longer part of a rigged performance. This was real, and it would be stupid to think otherwise. When his father was killed by Paul Stilgard, Loud had no doubt it had been a dirty stab in the back. But after arriving at the place of the duel, he realized his father's defeat had not been an accident. After all, the mythical rank seemed unreachable for ordinary people, so no one had any choice left but to admit that Paul Stilgard had been a true monster. And although that man had been dead for a long time, the family revenge was not over yet. The next generation had to settle the old score. Naturally, James had no use for that plan. He was sure he had to repeat his grandfather's phenomenal performance, although everyone around him saw him as a naive youngster who was not ready for battles like this. After all, he was an ordinary underdog whom no one had taken seriously just yesterday. But maybe that was exactly what won over most of the spectators. People loved cheering for underdogs because it felt somehow human. If skills did not help, words could always be used. James decided to remind him that his family was on a completely different level compared to the Kraft family. According to him, Loud had reached his level only thanks to the fame of his father, who had been much stronger. Then he decided to surprise everyone gathered in the arena. Not only the spectators and the Emperor, but even the judge himself. It was not every day you could see heterogeneous aura performed by an ordinary count. Now they could have a full-on dance. I suggest taking a good look at this overconfident bastard's face. Not a trace remained of his former confidence. And all because of legendary rank skills that James was no longer hiding. Originally, he was not supposed to show his true strength. But in the final, he had to use everything in his arsenal. In that minute, Loud faced the moment of truth that drew a line across his entire life. If he lost now, his family would never escape the shadow of the Stilgards. That was why he was also ready to pull an ace from his sleeve. In short, I will not be long-winded and will simply let you enjoy the climax of this bright final. Loud ran forward and James gave up his defensive barrier. This was a deliberate move meant to lure in his prey. Then experience combined with skill, and an explosion followed. Only now did Loud finally realize the truth. James had never been an ordinary guy. Just like his grandfather, he had been a monster from the very beginning. After that, the favorite fell face first and lost consciousness. The judge immediately declared James Stilgard the winner of the Divine Tournament. At that second, the commentator descended to Earth. And that was because his body had been taken over by the Golden Dragon S-Spire. He handed the winner a mithril sword and the heart of a 1,000-year-old fire dragon. Now James could ask any 3 questions. In other words, he could finally find out when the next GTA would be released. First, he tried to learn where the founding emperor was and found out that he was not on Earth. Although his exact location was unknown, this was already good news. He also learned that S-Spire was partnered with the administrators, but they could not exactly be called best friends. Then James tried to find out how the Golden Dragon would react if he learned about the conflict between the administrators and James. The Golden Dragon honestly admitted that he wanted the guy dead because of his intrigues with the goddess of love, and he had no intention of hiding his true intentions. If James overcame his trial right now, there would be no war with the administrators. Of course, he could not kill James right here and now, so he came up with additional trials. Cleos had been right when she spoke about the Golden Dragon's cunning. But for James, these were ideal conditions either way, because he was damn confident in himself. That meant he was ready to hear the terms and take the risk if necessary. None of the spectators had heard the contents of these conversations. Then, a few minutes later, the sound-blocking spell disappeared. Everyone suddenly saw James kneeling before the Golden Dragon. He admitted that he had not yet earned the right to be called the winner. He realized that the strongest person on the continent was not loud at all. Therefore, to become the best, he would have to defeat Aspire's priest, whose name was Robello. Naturally, no one had expected that at all. But for the fans, it was a celebration, because they were getting another super interesting fight for free. Meanwhile, the goddesses were pouring out their outrage. Naturally, the Golden Dragon went along with the guy because they had discussed it in advance. The fight would be broadcast not only on the island, but across the entire continent, in order to make as much money as possible. At the same time, no one cared about their tearful emotions. After that, bets immediately started pouring in. Almost every spectator considered it important to make a prediction. Calypso hesitated a little and did not know what to do. Then she received an angry message from James, who ordered her to bet 20 million coins on his victory. Now let's talk about Robello, the priest who served in the Golden Dragon's church and acted as his intermediary on Earth. In ordinary life, he was no different from a simple priest, but his body was strengthened through his connection with the deity. He had long since had no equal on the continent and possessed abnormal strength. It could be said with confidence that this was not a simple knight or even a dungeon monster. A man who drew power from a god was clearly on a completely different level, and to defeat him, every available resource had to be mobilized in advance. Without dragging things out, Aspire immediately gave the command to begin the fight. By that time, the main character's relatives were already in shock after learning what was happening. They were trembling with fear, afraid they would never see their brother again. After all, everyone knew Robello was the strongest warrior on the continent. People said even Loud could not endure a clash with this monster, which meant James was the obvious underdog in this battle. But when the fight began and everyone saw the first exchange of blows, their skepticism vanished. And that was because James had no intention of sitting back on defense. Within a few minutes, the first blood was spilled, and it belonged to the priest. There was no need to even say that everyone was shocked, because that was already obvious. Even Robello himself felt paralyzed with fear. It was as if he were fighting Godzilla, who surpassed him in every way. As for James, he remained cold-blooded, like a lover of good food sneaking to the refrigerator at night. The Golden Dragon simply had no choice left. He had to transfer part of his divine power to his assistant. The priest immediately regained his spirit, while everyone else saw a hint of cheating. After all, it was clearly unfair, but who even cared? Aspire was ready to spit on his image just to win. He had to get rid of the annoying and ever-present destroyer. The spectators did not like this, and they were openly scared for James. A power that no ordinary person could withstand was flying toward him. Even the arena itself might cease to exist, not to mention James. Right now, everyone who cared about him held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Among them were also people who had wanted James dead for a long time. Even seven-ring magic could not compare to mythical rank aura. That meant absolutely everyone watching the battle was certain James would be defeated. But the main character himself was not even thinking about packing his bags for hell. He had far too long a life ahead of him, and he had no intention of saying goodbye to it. If mythical rank aura was coming toward him, then he was ready to answer with something even more serious. On that day, the entire continent witnessed something terrifying. People rubbed their eyes and had no doubt that some kind of interference had appeared in the broadcast. It was simply impossible to believe, because history was being made before their eyes. A new star was born, and so was a new victor. And now let's pause and step away from what happened. Usually, the administrators slept in the Hall of Eternal Life. As long as the world continued to exist within the established rules, the administrators had no reason to strain themselves. But now, a threat named James Stilgard had suddenly appeared. The Seven Eyes Corporation had sent no report, and then even Aspire had failed to eliminate the threat. He had lost one of his followers and, for the first time, felt like a failure. But James's main target was not the Golden Dragon at all, but the man in the dark cloak. That meant what was happening could not be ignored, and the person creating problems had to be eliminated. To do that, the administrators would have to be awakened. Then they would be given a serious assignment. For the first time in a long while, there was work from the chief administrator, whose name was Naranod. Now we return to James, who had officially become a mythical rank knight. The news spread across the entire continent, where 11 legendary rank knights already existed and carefully watched each other. Now a special force had appeared among them, and this could no longer be ignored. In the past, people had said that Loud was the one who had reached the mythical rank, but now it was obvious that this guy was nothing but an empty shell. More precisely, he was still a well-trained warrior, but he was nowhere near the Destroyer's level. Now everyone was watching the Stilgard family very closely. Rumor had it that even the Imperial Court had forbidden trading companies from doing business with this family. But in reality, that meant almost nothing, because now everyone respected James almost more than the Emperor himself. This only confirmed once again how powerful people considered the mythical rank to be. By that time, Darren and her husband had become the CEOs of the trading company. In addition, there was Administrator Marcus and security from Merrill. And all of this was for negotiations with an influential merchant named Ahmad, as if he were Ramzan Kadyrov's personal assistant. All this time, he had been talking nonsense about profitable cooperation. They quickly saw through him and told him to get lost. Too many people were waiting in line today, so there was no time for unnecessary formalities. If they did not like someone, they said it directly. Ahmad's guard did not appreciate that behavior. It was as if he had forgotten where he was and who he was dealing with. Fortunately, Harvis immediately grabbed his weapon and made it clear that any careless word would end in blood. After all, Darren's husband was an aura user, and it was better not to joke with him. This house was not afraid of power, because the Stilgard family was now on a completely different level. Naturally, James approved of conversations like this. He liked putting every arrogant slug on the continent in its place. Once they had not respected his family, but now everything was the exact opposite. On top of that, he knew the power structure in Moyistan very well. There, the government was controlled by local aristocrats, and Ahmad held the most power. He was used to looking down on everyone, but that did not work here at all. Now the residents would bring offerings not to Ahmad's family, but to the goddess's temple on Stilgard territory. Because the aristocrats were stealing the offerings, and it was time to put a stop to that, the largest merchant would be overthrown, and the power structure would change in favor of the destroyer. Thanks to his connections with the goddesses, James would quickly earn the respect of the ordinary residents. He also reminded them that it was time to start unpacking. He was talking about that precious mithril from the Great Forest. He had no intention of asking what the royal family thought about it. Now James acted exactly as he saw fit. The king could no longer control the Stilgards, and it was foolish to deny it. Things were also improving in interspatial trade. But just then, a teleportation magic circle was activated, and an unidentified object was approaching President Stilgard. There were two of them, a man and a woman, and they did not look like merchants. Right now, they were in the air, watching the residents. These were the very administrators who had been sent to eliminate the problem. They looked at everything that belonged to James and could not believe their eyes. Such progress was simply impossible without cheating. At least that was what they believed. The girl did not understand what Delcame had been doing and why he had allowed James to progress this much. Actually, that was a stupid question, because that administrator had long since died in a clash with James. Chelsea kept getting nervous and called for James to be dealt with immediately. The Flame Rain skill was supposed to burn the entire estate to the ground. These administrators had long since reached the level of 6-ring magic. Together, they formed a truly powerful pair and a serious force. But when it came to fighting a mythical rank human, who also possessed 7-ring magic, they could not even dream of having an advantage. James arrived at the meeting on time and made it clear with just one look that the conversation would be short. He decided not to rush and first calmly greeted the guests. He called them arrogant beings who considered themselves gods. The furious Chelsea became even angrier after those words. After all, negotiations had clearly failed here, which meant we were about to see something similar to Star Wars. James chose his classic tactic. While his opponents were sure their magical attacks had landed, then, when he disappeared, each of them grew seriously tense, because instead of a dead boy, they saw emptiness. A moment later, he appeared from above. He attacked without hesitation and pressed them to the very end. All of this became possible thanks to the Horn of the Thunder Dragon Emperor. James combined this sword perfectly with his teleportation skills. He appeared and disappeared again and again, making himself an extremely difficult opponent. At the same time, we should not forget who he was facing. Here, any mistake could cost him his life, so he had to be careful. By that point, the administrators realized they were fighting a monster. The guy decided to leave and call for reinforcements. As for the furious Chelsea, of course, she stayed. A girl like that was never afraid of a one-on-one battle. If she had a chance to kill someone, she immediately took it. The problem was that before this, she had always fought weaker beings. And today, her tricks simply would not work. James defended himself perfectly with the quick access ring. With his actions, he forced his opponent to play against the rules. She pulled out every trump card she had and pushed herself to the limit. Her rage was aimed at one point, the place where James stood. His 8-ring force barrier managed to withstand the pressure. Double casting a spell was the highest level of magical mastery. But could he defend not only himself, but the entire estate as well? After all, Chelsea was determined to wipe Stilgard County off the map of the continent. James was under so much pressure that he even contacted his allies to ask for advice. After all, various forms of high-level magic were being aimed at him. If this continued, he would be in trouble without any kind of hint. Every strike felt harsher and harsher. For now, the barrier was holding, but for how long? James looked closely and noticed his opponent's fingers. Magical formulas were written on her fingertips. That meant spells were being transferred through her fingers right now. This secret technique had only been used once in the second system. Right now, there were far too few people in the entire galaxy who knew how to help stop something like this. On top of that, time had run out, and another administrator had returned here. I do not see him bringing reinforcements, but this guy looked determined. He closed the distance and struck, intending to finally destroy the barrier. It was as if the two of them had conspired to pressure James with high-level magical spells. These two really were very well prepared. The idea that James would easily deal with them and barely lose any time turned out to be wrong. When he was pushed against the wall, he realized he had to act completely differently. If these filthy pups were using forbidden techniques, then it still would not help them. They had decided to overwhelm him with quantity, but quality was always more important than quantity. He had just completely distorted the laws of nature. After that, a deafening explosion rang out with an incredibly powerful shockwave. James enjoyed every second of the battle. While his opponents lost control of what was happening, a few minutes later, they were already lying unconscious and could barely breathe. Their life force was truly good, but even that was not enough. Their numerical advantage vanished and did not help them achieve victory. But by that point, support had finally arrived to help them. Right now, another administrator was standing behind him. This person began speaking unknown words in the dragon language. The destroyer was immediately seized by magical chains. The administrator wondered how his two allies had failed to handle some 18-year-old brat. He immediately used magic to take the administrators away. Either way, punishment awaited them for their poor preparation. But the battle was not over because Iron Man had appeared in the building. Although everyone knew Robert Downey Jr. had stepped away from that role, the Shadow Knight in magic armor was a real threat. James put on the armor to personally test it in practice. After all, he had been selling this armor all this time without even knowing how well it worked. While he tried to close the distance, the administrator kept spouting nonsense in the dragon language. The words of pain were incomprehensible, but they worked very well. Fire immediately wrapped around the iron body, and it got a little hot inside the suit. But that did not mean James would stop applying pressure. All this time, he had not been fighting at full strength and still had durability to spare. The administrator decided to tuck his tail and instantly disappeared from the battlefield. Although this did not end in a final victory, forcing the enemy to run was already good. The goddess of love, who had been enjoying the battle, felt that she had made the right bet. With a warrior like this on her side, she could be confident in victory over the administrators. When the administrator opened his eyes, he was slightly horrified. He looked around and could not understand where he was. He thought he had escaped safely, but that was not the case at all. He thought he had tricked fate, when in reality, he was already 5 seconds away from the devil's jaws. He could not concentrate mana because of a magical restriction spell. James had grabbed this guy and thrown him into prison. All of this had become possible thanks to 8-ring mana control. Now he could state his name and answer every important question. Of course, he could resist, but in that case, he would be left without teeth. There were probably no dentists back then who could give him beautiful veneers, which meant he was better off taking care of his future and telling the truth right away. Actually, James already knew his name. The man before him was Hadian. All this information had been provided by another ally, little Ariel, who was standing behind the administrator and looking at him with hatred in her eyes. Hadeon was the very man who had killed Darniel and locked Ariel in the Hall of Eternal Life. She hated him with all her heart, even though the last time they had seen each other was at least 300 years ago. He decided to convince her otherwise and said he was the one who had managed to save her life. Supposedly, the other administrators had planned to kill her, and he had stopped them. This vile bastard thought someone would actually believe his fairy tale. Naturally, Ariel did not want to hear a single word. James allowed her to do whatever she wanted, meaning she could set up a real torture room. She would not hurry to kill this bastard. Before that, she would torment him a little and even get to his magic wand. Meanwhile, Mr. Naranod also learned about everything that had happened. His son arrived to report all this terrible news. It was not every day you heard that 3 administrators could not handle an 18-year-old weakling. James knew how to destroy administrators, which meant he was now a real threat. The guy should not have been underestimated, and Espier had constantly warned them about that. Judging by the eyewitnesses' words, the destroyer really was as serious as people said. It was not even clear where this guy had gotten divine armor. Armor like that immediately made him almost invulnerable. The old man ordered his son to rest a little, go to the jacuzzi, and have fun with some girls. His child did not even know about interspatial deals, so he did not understand where divine armor could be bought. As for the old man himself, he was much better informed about everything that was happening. Because of all this chaos, we completely forgot about furious Chelsea. She had just opened her eyes and saw her father in front of her. He said he had gone after her and saved her from the jaws of death. Then he said he had led all his children into battle and destroyed James Stilgard. Now there was nothing more to worry about. They only needed to restore order and preserve balance on the continent. For some reason, all these words made Chelsea tense up. She looked closely at her father, as if she could not believe her own eyes and ears. By that moment, she realized that the person before her was not her father at all, but someone else. The girl turned out to be truly smart and saw through the dream machine. After all, James had not expected to be exposed so quickly. But even during that short conversation, he received valuable information. He managed to learn that only 6 administrators remained, and that was already good. Chelsea kept talking and pretending it was all lies, but her eyes showed that the girl was nervous and understood her mistake. Now she was completely in James's hands, and he could do absolutely anything he wanted with her. The conversation did not last long, and James managed to learn very little. The green-haired girl turned out to be much tougher than she had seemed before. Four Eyes Jess decided to help, although it was unlikely he would succeed. Still, he wanted to conduct the interrogation so badly that it was impossible to stop him. This guy had become a wizard long ago and had been working for the Stilgard family for over a year. He walked in and was very surprised when he saw this beauty. His mouth went dry, and he did not immediately understand what he was supposed to do. Chelsea had been listening to the conversation in the hallway from the very beginning. She even became curious about why this guy was twitching and acting so nervous. There was probably some reason that had made him enter this room. The embarrassed young man began asking questions about the administrator organization. It was all basic and uninteresting, so Chelsea tried to change the subject. She kept asking why a wizard would serve some lord who was only 18 years old. She was ready to help the inexperienced guy reach a new level, or at least that was what she said. Naturally, Chelsea understood that before her was another loser who needed to be brought over to her side. As for manipulation, she was a true master at it. In the past, she had skillfully messed with inexperienced guys' heads by using her beauty. Several days passed after that, so let's see what it led to. Jess returned and reported that he had completed her assignment. The magic formula she had suggested helped him reach a new level, and he did not hide his happiness. It turned out this girl's advice really could make him happy. But James sensed moments like this very well. He entered the interrogation room to find out what was actually going on here. Actually, they were supposed to be torturing the dragon woman and forcing her to tell the whole truth, not solving math problems. The interrogation was officially over, and tomorrow Chelsea would have to be destroyed. Of course, that sounded too cruel, but James simply had no other choice. The frightened wizard immediately started shouting and begging him to leave her alive. According to him, you could not treat living beings like that just because they had stumbled once. He could not take it anymore and said he would help her escape from this place. That was exactly what she had been waiting for, and she was not even surprised at all. Toward evening, Jess did everything he could to help Chelsea escape. They ended up in a hut deep in the forest, where it was quiet and peaceful. The effects of the mana-suppressing device had not worn off yet, which meant the girl had not managed to recover all her power. That would take some time. She was in no hurry to kill this stupid guy, since he could still be used for her own purposes. It was strange that he did not ask any questions about the administrators or the mission. According to him, he was not very interested in that. unlike the laws of magic and progress. Most likely, James would soon begin a full search for the fugitive. Chelsea had to return to her hideout to escape this devil's claws. She could not reveal every detail of her work, but Jess was not asking. He simply wanted to stay close and learn from her experience. He was so kind and caring that he almost seemed unreal. Then a familiar voice rang out and everyone tensed up. The protective barrier set around the house would not save anyone. The knights ordered Jess to come outside immediately and surrender before it was too late. The guy immediately activated a magic circle. Then, he asked the girl to run immediately while he protected her from the knights. He seemed like a complete idiot who had simply handed his heart to the enemy. But something about that kindness was still charming, and even Chelsea could not resist it. In any case, she would not be able to get far alone, so it was better to join forces. After all, her little heart could not take it, and she decided to become at least a little kinder. She would teach the guy how to transfer data through his fingers. That was how she had managed to resist during James's attack. The beauty had no idea that standing before her was the destroyer Stilgard, pretending to be his own assistant. This had been his clever plan from the very beginning, and it worked perfectly. He turned on fool mode, acting like he had never even heard of magic transmission mode, and she believed him. It was as if they had detached themselves from everything happening outside. They fully concentrated and decided to dive into the magical flows of mana. Then the special effects we love so much began. There were a lot of heavy explanations, but I will not even repeat them, so I do not fill your head with nonsense. It turned out that mana flows were only an auxiliary device, but even an auxiliary device could make a person incredibly strong. At that moment, James ordered the attack on the hut to begin immediately. After receiving the signal, the knights immediately rushed forward. They finally broke into the building, piercing through the protective barrier. Everyone surrounded Jess and ordered him to surrender immediately. The young man activated the destruction technique, and his eyes flashed with anger. He aimed the attack at his ally, although the ally clearly had not expected that. The knight armor withstood the hit, but it was still extremely painful. They would have to pay Harvest a bonus, otherwise it would be unfair. Chelsea shouted at the guy and said he should have aimed better, but that was exactly what he had done. After that, the entire illusion gradually disappeared. The furious beauty saw that all this time, she had been talking to James Stilgard. She thought she would fool a young and inexperienced wizard, but in the end, she had fallen into an illusion trap herself. Her fragile ego dropped below her knees. Although James had only heard the theory, that did not stop him. He mastered skills so quickly that this was already enough. He managed to understand the basic principles in a short amount of time. Now that he had received all the necessary information, the performance could end. Chelsea could not even hope for timely support from her partners. All this time, she had been inside a subspace, completely isolated from the outside world. And now she no longer had any use, which meant it was time to take out the trash and get rid of the problem. He cut off her head, leaving Chelsea in the past. The chief administrator seemed to feel it. He had just learned the approximate income of James's company. This guy was not only powerful, but also unbelievably rich, which made him a dangerous opponent. No one could still solve his secret. How an 18-year-old guy had managed to reach the mythical rank without anyone's support. Simple words about genius would not be enough here. They would have to change their method and even ask Espire for help. From this moment on, old Naranod was taking control of the Gion continent himself. Well, most likely this would be interesting, but for now, let's move to the imperial capital, Landreese. Here stood a fortress that had never once allowed an invasion in all of history. This place was rightfully considered the heart of the empire. But sooner or later, a moment comes when even the heart cannot endure. An invasion had just begun, along with the first serious problems. The knights quickly mobilized their forces and prepared for battle. Unfortunately, they could do absolutely nothing against the power of a dragon. The long-haired administrator enjoyed killing each of them one by one. By that point, the emperor had already been informed of the incident. Some wizard had invaded the capital and created many problems. Somehow, the emperor guessed that this wizard was interested specifically in the Stilgards. After all, following the recent events, James had become the main target of all his enemies at once. The emperor was promised that the Knight Order would definitely destroy the wizard. But very quickly, it became clear that this was nonsense and nothing more than wishful thinking. The dragon finally broke into the imperial palace. The most important man in the empire clearly tensed when he saw his furious gaze. Even his skin could feel that the being in front of him was different from humans. The wizard had come here with a clear message from his father. They wanted to use the empire's power to finally behead the bastard named James Stilgard. James knew about the threat, but he seemed to pay no attention to it. His connection with the goddess of love had long since become a problem because of the golden dragon. Now they had to discuss how to destroy their enemies and prevent a stab in the back. The goddess warned that the person called father could be extremely dangerous. All his children were very well trained, but he himself was on a completely different level. Although this was minimal information, at least they knew what to prepare for. It was strange that this old man still had not done anything or personally shown up in Stilgard County. Most likely, he had some clever plan, and very soon he would reveal himself. A problem appeared in the Empire because the emergency communication channel lit up. The allies immediately hurried to explain everything that was happening. After all, Juan and Rosa were the eyes and ears of the Empire, which meant they knew things others did not. It looked like war was about to break out, because the Emperor had already made a decision. At first, James did not even understand what was going on or whom the Empire planned to fight. At one point, he even thought the war would affect his kingdom. Then he was clearly told that the Empire would attack only Stilgard County. And that was truly interesting. The Emperor had decided to eliminate the main character. But could it really be because of his senile dementia? Juan was only waiting for James to finally die, which meant he was the first person from whom a stab in the back should be expected. The administrators had decided to change their strategy. They forced the Emperor to summon allies to crush James. Many had already responded to the offer and agreed to help. Right now, there were already 3 countries ready for a full-scale war. But the Emperor was also planning to pull the Kingdom of Navarro onto his side. And that was exactly where the destroyer lived. Judging by the description, James guessed that the conflict had begun because of that long-haired bastard he had failed to kill. For now, things were not going very well. But the decision of Navarro's king could become decisive. Right now, the old man already knew about such proposals. He was warned that if he struck Stilgard, the kingdom's residents might react badly and even rebel. It was truly better not to allow a war, and all his assistants were saying that. After all, James was the steel shield of the kingdom, and if he disappeared, problems could arise in the future. On the other hand, the king did not want to take the blow himself and quarrel with the Empire. By the way, if he avoided this war, there was no guarantee history would not repeat itself. But the most important reason was James himself. If he managed to survive, he would later try to take revenge, and then no one would be able to save the king. He would hardly want to fight such a powerful and strong being. No matter how impressive the king was considered in society, everyone understood that it was better not to quarrel with a mythical rank human. The imperial ambassador, Count Grad, arrived to hear the royal decision. He hurried the king himself, showing his poor manners and disrespect. And he did not stop there, continuing to pressure him to speed up the process. Even when he was told to shut up, the count allowed himself to keep arguing. He reminded them that 3 kingdoms had already united against James, and now everyone was waiting for Navarro. Either way, nothing would be left of the destroyer, so he advised the king to join the winner's side. If he decided to watch from the sidelines, he would later face unpleasant consequences. But the king had always had positive feelings toward James. After all, he had been blessed with medicine that saved his appearance. Every day, he looked at his thick hair and enjoyed life, even though he could have turned into Jason Statham. His brief reflection finally ended, and not in James's favor. The king unexpectedly accepted the Empire's offer, even despite the cries of his assistants. That meant they now needed to discuss the details of starting the war. The king pushed aside his doubts and was sure he was acting correctly for the authority of the kingdom. But as soon as he tried to take a step forward, his body began moving on its own. Nothing like this had ever happened before, and of course, he froze in fear. His body simply would not obey him, while no one around him noticed it. The king simply walked up to the envoy and struck him in the nose with the crown as hard as he could. Naturally, the nose could not withstand it and broke like any item from AliExpress. The Empire clearly would not appreciate this behavior. After all, no matter how confident a king might be, he could not beat up envoys from other states. I think the viewers have already guessed that James was involved here. This guy was so cunning that he could never be written off. Toward evening, the scandal was managed to be put out, but the consequences would take a very long time to clean up. The king still could not understand what had happened or why he had lost control of his own body. He remembered everything that happened like a terrible dream that simply could not be real. Then his body twitched again, as if in death spasms. And from the darkness appeared the entity behind all these events. James Stilgard was very disappointed in the king's behavior. He no longer intended to choose his words or show even the slightest respect. Now they would communicate in an informal setting, perhaps even as enemies on a battlefield. The king had abandoned his ally and acted like a filthy pig. No matter how much he tried to remind James who was in charge here, it looked ridiculous. It was obvious James had already become so powerful that no king could scare him. He had betrayed the kingdom's people and essentially stabbed them in the back. Actions like that simply could not be forgiven, not even for the king himself. The bearded old man began remembering all the good things he had done for Stilgard County. He thought some pretty words would save him from his inevitable fate. Although he tried to speak loudly and authoritatively, the cold drops of sweat rolling down his forehead revealed his uncertainty. He was afraid like a little boy with nowhere left to retreat. Naturally, something like a contract had existed between them before. The mana oath was supposed to restrain James, but he had managed to get around the rules. After that, nothing stopped him from punishing the guilty old man, whom he no longer considered his king. Using telepathy, James saw darkness in his heart, and that became the king's sentence. Someone would probably ask what would happen next. Even for that question, James had already found an answer. The same disguise technique came to his aid once again. If the king could no longer be trusted, then James himself would become the king. The next morning, the assistant noticed the king's strange behavior. Instead of getting up around lunch, the king woke up early in the morning and immediately demanded a meeting with the finance minister. He was interested in how much tax revenue had been collected this year. Right now, more than 45 million gold coins had been confirmed. It felt like the taxes of a small state, not a small financial company. At least there was a fairly large reserve of gold and silver in the storage. The finance minister understood perfectly well where this was going. After yesterday's events, war against the empire was only a matter of time. The minister was sure he would be praised for the good savings, but instead, he felt like a bucket of filth had been dumped over his head. It felt like the kingdom was living in the Stone Age. They were like dragons hoarding their gold and being afraid to invest it to develop the country. The real king had been making meaningless expenses all this time and had not invested in the future. If they got serious about it, the kingdom's economy would quickly rise again. Of course, James did not want to deal with this, but preparation was still needed before the war. Meanwhile, the empire learned about Navarro's refusal. This was not just a refusal, but an insult and humiliation. It felt like the king was suffering from a mental disorder. This simply could not be, which meant it was easy to guess that James had interfered. The administrator hinted to the emperor that there were rats in his team leaking information. According to him, they needed to find those stinking creatures and destroy them as quickly as possible. The emperor immediately mentioned the Watchers. This was an external intelligence unit with the ability to foresee the future. If there had been an information leak, then the problem was most likely there. The administrator suggested destroying all of them at once. After that, he immediately asked where this unit was located. Now let's move to the outskirts of the empire, to the Watchers' headquarters. The administrator could see through walls, but he did not notice any people here. Had they all used teleportation to hide as quickly as possible? It turned out some of them still had not managed to escape. Rosa kept rushing her allies, then sensed a threat. It was already too late to react, because an explosion thundered. Illegal immigrants detected. The administrator still had not given his name and acted as if he could do whatever he wanted. He had come to find out why the apostle was helping James, and they did not even have to answer, because the administrator could get into their heads and learn everything without any trouble. The women were very frightened and did not know whom to ask for protection. At the same time, the administrator was already using his power. He was about to destroy them all, but at the last moment, protection came from an unexpected side. Not every living being could block this guy's attack. But somehow, Little Sorry still managed to do it. The pet used a quick summoning ring that worked at a distance. After that, a true protector appeared out of nowhere. James was always ready to come help his friends, especially when those friends were this beautiful. Finally, they met again. Maybe now we would see the full conclusion of the previous battle. It would be nice to get rid of the annoying administrator. This long-haired guy had already become seriously irritating. But he was so frightened that he immediately asked for help, because he knew in advance that the destroyer could not be eliminated so easily. He did not call absolutely all of his allies. He said Mari alone would be more than enough. After that, red stars began flashing in the sky. James did not need much time to understand what was happening here. The fourth administrator, named Mari, appeared before him. He probably sensed in advance that today would not be easy, and that was exactly why he had brought divine armor with him. Little Mari immediately began taking active action. No one knew how old she was, but she looked like a spoiled child. Unlike other children, however, Mari had incredible skills in controlling magical elements. She summoned the highest level spirits and immediately made it clear that getting rid of her would not be so easy. After all, a spirit master was a real headache. And someday in the future, she would become someone's wife. And in any unclear situation, she would use force. James also needed support to even the situation out. That was exactly why he asked his pet to transform into a full-fledged dragon. The release of the giant fire titan happened in just 1 second. Now no stone monsters would scare this creature. As for the administrators themselves, they clearly had not expected this. James caught them off guard, but Mari was in no hurry to be frightened. It was as if she had fallen in love with this pet and said she wanted one just like it. This girl seriously had something wrong with her head, and even a therapist would not help here. She decided to kill James just so she could take the pet for herself. Now grab some popcorn because the battle was beginning. Of course, this was not the main fight of the last 30 chapters, but it was still pretty good. Right now, it would become clear just how good James was in his current form. If he could not defeat the administrators, dreaming about victory in the war against the Empire would be pointless. Although it was interesting to see what would happen if he managed to destroy these two. Maybe the whole problem with the Empire would immediately disappear somewhere. When the area became too hot, a third administrator stepped in. He looked like an aristocrat and the older brother of the previous opponent. This influential guy's name was Wilhelm, and his cold gaze made people feel uncomfortable. It seemed he was another wizard, and a very high-level one at that. He decided to use his magic wand and some Hogwarts-style tricks. One spoken spell was enough to open a red portal. Horrible one-eyed creatures immediately appeared from that portal. All these monsters looked extremely unusual and terrifying. Naturally, the girls in the squad did not faint from fear. It turned out that after the Spirit Master, a creature summoner had arrived here. James's allies watched the battle, and quickly made it clear to him that today, he was very unlucky. Until this moment, he had never dealt with summons before. Yes, of course, he had fought monsters, but that was not the same thing. After all, a summoner fought using a special type of creature, which he also empowered with magic. The frightened girls wanted to run, but Rosa was against it. She quickly explained that they were not the ones in trouble. Their enemies were, and that was because the destroyer had arrived here wearing divine armor. If he used his signature skills now, no monsters would be able to stop him. As soon as he activated the mana flash, the monsters in front of him froze and did not move. Everyone held their breath. And then they saw an incredibly powerful explosion. While everyone was frightened, the psychopath Mari continued admiring James's skills. Now she wanted a suit like that too. Although not long ago, she had been screaming about how important it was to take Sari. As for the summoner himself, he did not appreciate tricks like this. Continents lay at his feet, and he had long been considered the Lord of Demons. In that case, there was no point dreaming that he would retreat. So it was necessary to worry about the safety of civilians in advance. James gave Rosa movement rings so she could take all the priestesses to a safe place. They had no place on the battlefield right now because some hellish rock and roll was about to begin. Wilhelm was clearly interested in a second round so he could once again prove that he was the strongest of the administrators. If, of course, you did not count that old fart. James was ready to surprise them, once again with the help of divine armor. This Iron Man suit allowed him to keep maneuvering and use various skills. He gathered internal energy for a long time and combined it with mythical rank enlightenment. In the end, a power appeared that even Sari feared a little. The huge bloody monster was simply blown apart into atoms. As for the Demon Lord himself, an equally bad fate awaited him. Despite his aristocratic manners, he still failed to leave without saying goodbye. That meant he was left without a head right before the eyes of the other allies. That was what the Iron Man suit was capable of. Finally, we saw Furious Mari. After all, everyone had gotten tired of her smiles long ago. She created a fire spirit, or rather, summoned it from the other world. Then the little girl began complaining that the guy in iron armor was bullying her. Just as James solved one problem, another appeared out of nowhere. He had not fought fire spirits yet, so this would be an interesting experience. Which raised a logical question. Would the armor withstand the heat of the sun, or would James turn into melted lava?